Karochi awoke to the bewildering realization that he had transformed into an infant Saiyan within the Dragon Ball universe. And astonishingly, he possessed near-elite warrior potential. However, this revelation did not bring him much joy. It is said that when pirates die, their entire crew perishes. When a Hokage falls, the village suffers. Conan only wreaks havoc upon City of the West. In Dragon Ball, one dies with an entire planet. Chapter 1. Have I transcended? Asterisk asterisk. Where am I? It's so dark. Wasn't I just watching anime? Karochi found himself in a state of utter confusion. He distinctly remembered finishing a day's worth of delivering takeout, comfortably indulging in his favorite anime, when suddenly his consciousness faded and he could no longer open his eyes. Was it a case of sleep paralysis? A ghostly apparition? Panic surged through Karochi as he recalled scenes from horror films. Finally, driven by an overwhelming desire to see the world, he managed to pry his eyes open. Holy cow, monster! Karochi was immediately terrified by the sight before him. A creature with an elongated, deep yellow head was staring intently at him, causing him to thrash about in sheer fright. Yet, he soon discovered something even more horrifying. His limbs had shrunk, resembling those of an infant. Moreover, he was encased within a chamber akin to a nutrient pod, with a peculiar tube covering his mouth and nose. What is happening? A bizarre creature with the head of a crocodile seemed to have noticed Karochi's commotion and approached him inquisitively. The yellow-headed creature, equally perplexed, innocently replied, "I'm not sure. It says here that this Saiyan named Karochi has lost both parents in battle, so he's been placed in an orphan cultivation pod. He seemed fine just a moment ago. Perhaps my appearance startled him. Haha. Saiyan." Karochi was utterly flabbergasted upon hearing their conversation. Good heavens, he was in the Dragon Ball universe. This was a disaster, and to top it off, he was on Planet Vegeta. His mind raced with concern. He had no time to ponder the intricacies of Super Saiyans. His foremost priority was to ascertain the current timeline. In the original narrative, the Saiyan homeworld was obliterated by Frieza's colossal energy blast. If luck were to run out, Karochi might find himself facing Frieza's wrath before he could escape Planet Vegeta, which would spell doom. The only consolation was that in the Dragon Ball universe, death did not equate to finality. One could still reincarnate in the afterlife. The crocodile-headed alien smacked the yellow-headed one on the head, admonishing, "Be careful. If anything goes amiss, we too will face the Saiyan's wrath." They were caretakers assigned to look after Saiyan infants. Despite their cold-blooded and combative nature, Saiyans provided exceptional care for their young, ensuring comprehensive nurturing. These cultivation pods utilized the latest technology from Planet Vegeta, featuring mattresses as soft as silk, a gentle and comfortable growth environment, and they routinely supplied infants with specially processed nutritional fluids to guarantee their swift and optimal development. The yellow-headed alien seemed to have an epiphany, trembling slightly as it spoke with newfound caution. Understood, understood. With that, the two extraterrestrials departed from Karochi's cultivation pod. Let's take each day as it comes. Karochi thought to himself, forcing a bitter smile. After all, the original story did not specify the exact timing of Planet Vegeta's destruction. The only discernible fact was that it occurred sometime after Goku's birth. Fortunately, he had not yet seen Goku, Bardock, or Giant in the vicinity over these past few days. This was indeed a positive sign. Simultaneously, Karochi took note of his information. Name: Karochi. Parents: confirmed deceased. Potential: above average. Battle power: 94. Among the Saiyans, those born with a battle power below 30 are classified as low-level warriors, those between 30 and 100 as mid-level warriors, and those exceeding 100 as elite warriors. Karochi was teetering on the edge of elite status. Although this classification held little significance in the later arcs of Dragon Ball, it still bore some utility, much like the Grand Elder from Namek, who could unlock latent potential to enhance battle power. The greater the potential, the stronger the latent abilities awakened. Gohan, after tapping into his potential, saw his battle power multiply tenfold, leading even Vegeta to mistakenly believe Goku had arrived. Such was the magnitude of the transformation. Moreover, on Planet Vegeta, one's potential determined the upper limits of a Saiyan's growth. Elite warriors typically had battle powers below 2,000, while mid-level warriors ranged from 2,000 to 5,000. Only elite warriors could achieve or surpass a battle power of 5,000. Thank goodness I transcended. Otherwise, my battle power would probably have been a mere 2,000 or 3,000 in this lifetime. With the absence of an imminent death threat, Karochi began to chart his training trajectory. In the original narrative, the concept of chi was not meticulously detailed. However, the core principles remained unchanged. The anime Dragon Ball drew heavily from the Qigong culture of China, incorporating numerous elements of Chinese martial arts. Karochi's objective was to master the control of chi before entering the Saiyan training camp. He had to remain in this nutrient pod for a total of 3 months before being taken out. Due to the demise of his parents, Karochi would be temporarily sent to a childcare center, where he would stay for a year before inheriting his parents' possessions and entering the Saiyan training camp for a 3-year regimen. Karochi closed his eyes and began to sense the flow of energy within him. It was remarkably clear. However, mastering it required a deep familiarity with the dynamics of chi. 3 months later, Karochi was extracted from the cultivation pod, his brown tail coiled around his waist, appearing as if he were still in slumber. 7 months later, Karochi departed the childcare center and received his parents' estate. Thankfully, he was able to inherit his parents' credits. Otherwise, he would likely have starved to death, especially given the Saiyan's formidable appetites. Karochi could now consume 20 times the amount of food an adult would in his previous life. Simply terrifying. I can finally control my chi. Karochi exhaled in relief. Upon exiting the nutrient pod, his battle power had already surpassed 100 to avoid drawing too much attention. He completed the mastery of chi within 2 months after leaving the pod. Though still somewhat rudimentary, he could now manage his readings on the battle power meter. After a year, his battle power had reached an impressive 124 points. Just then, a knock echoed through the door, and Karochi, not daring to delay, hastened to open it. Standing at the threshold was a female Saiyan, who, unlike other Saiyans, displayed a calm demeanor rather than the typical aggression and impatience. Of course, such Saiyans were rare anomalies. Typically, they possessed lower battle power and engaged in administrative roles. Jin, Goku's mother, was one such Saiyan, embodying a heart of innocence and kindness. Saiyan Karochi, this is to inform you that in 7 days, you are to report to the Saiyan training camp for a 3-year training program. The female Saiyan offered no further pleasantries, merely delivering the news regarding the training. Karochi politely bowed. Thank you for delivering the message, sister. He could sense that her battle power was significantly higher than his OWNMM. All right, make your preparations. Someone will come to escort you in a few days for training. The female Saiyan was taken aback by Karochi's courteous demeanor, as Saiyans were notoriously known for their fiery tempers. Having delivered her message, she turned and left, likely with more notifications to convey. Closing the door, Karochi let out a heavy sigh of relief. 7 days. Truth be told, if he had access to Goku's gravity training device during this time, he might have been able to experience a 100-fold training boost potentially, skyrocketing his power to 80 or 90,000. Though this possibility remained quite slim, as Karochi was still very young. Nevertheless, Karochi diligently engaged in fundamental training over the course of these 7 days, performing exercises such as push-ups. Moreover, he subsequently added weights to intensify his regimen. While the results may not rival those achieved through the device, they are undoubtedly superior to those offered by any training camp. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 2. The Astounding Training. A week later, after spending a day at the training camp, Karochi found himself utterly speechless. Although he had never held high hopes for the Saiyan training methods, he could never have anticipated that the approach at this dismal training camp would consist of enduring relentless beatings. Yes, you understood that correctly, literal beatings. Astonishingly, over 100 young Saiyans were mercilessly pummeled by 10 adult Saiyans for an entire day. Goodness gracious, by the end of it, each of them bore the bruises and welts of their ordeal. Fortunately, the adult Saiyans had the decency to hold back. Otherwise, it was likely that half of them would have met their demise on the very first day. By the afternoon, Karochi cautiously inquired of the instructor, "Are there no other training programs?" The adult Saiyan regarded him as though he were a simpleton and replied, "This is the most effective means of growth for a Saiyan. Many life forms across the universe have thrived through such training." It suddenly made sense. No wonder Saiyans possess the remarkable trait of significantly increasing their power after narrowly escaping death. This passive ability must be ingrained from childhood. Truly absurd. Thankfully, the Saiyan physique is remarkably resilient. Otherwise, the pain inflicted would be unbearable. Upon returning home, Karochi could not help but lament the situation, only to wince as he inadvertently agitated his wounds. To be frank, compared to Earth, this training method was as different as night and day. While Earth's inhabitants may be relatively weak, their training is grounded in science. Unlike the Saiyans, who, disregarding all else, choose to commence with a fray of chaotic blows, and expect one to endure this for 3 years, it's simply outrageous. Gurgle. His insatiable stomach began to grumble again, prompting Karochi to gingerly prepare a meal, injuries notwithstanding. After all, one must eat, especially a Saiyan with an eternally unquenchable appetite. Days turned into weeks, and Karochi continued to endure the relentless beatings. The results were evident, albeit marginally. In response, he resolved to procure a set of super heavy battle armor to facilitate his weighted training. 3 years later, the nightmare was finally over. Through these grueling years of training, Karochi's combat power had reached 375, comparable to that of other mid-tier warriors. However, due to his rigorous weighted training, Particularly under the gravity of Planet Vegeta, which was 10 times that of Earth, his power had soared to an impressive 1054. This placed him far above his contemporaries within the training camp. Of course, such prowess must remain concealed. Otherwise, he risked attracting the attention of King Vegeta, and standing out too much could spell disaster. After all, when Broly was born with a power level of 10,000, King Vegeta had him exiled to a desolate planet. One can be exceptional, but one must never pose a threat to King Vegeta's position, lest they face elimination. Yet, the most gratifying aspect was not merely the enhancement of his power, but rather that, after extensive inquiries during his second year, he discovered the whereabouts of Son Goku's home, namely, the residence of Bardock and Jine. Just last month, news had emerged of Jine's pregnancy. According to available intelligence, Bardock already had a son named Raditz, the one infamous for his paltry power level of only 5. Thus, this new pregnancy must be that of Son Goku, also known as Kakarot, whose birth occurred shortly before Frieza obliterated Planet Vegeta. If Karochi could manage to leave Planet Vegeta within this year, he would perfectly evade this impending catastrophe. Oh, but first, he needed to dismantle the locator and listening devices on the spacecraft he intended to use. These were not installed by Planet Vegeta, but rather by Frieza's minions. Frieza had long feared the emergence of a Super Saiyan among the Saiyans and had been actively searching for one, hoping to shatter the legends left by Chilled through defeating a Super Saiyan. To facilitate matters, Karochi utilized his parents' points to purchase a spacecraft, albeit one meant for solo travel. He entrusted it to a retired alien scientist, using the lives of his family as leverage to ensure the removal of the listening devices and transmitter from the vessel. Naturally, the battle counter was also dismantled. As for the scientist's family, they were promptly eradicated. Let's not delve into discussions of morality here. In this world, survival is the ultimate virtue. In this ruthless realm, right and wrong hold little weight. The mightiest prevail. Karochi did not simply discard the removed transmitter, but instead concealed it within the spacecraft, ensuring it would pass inspection. Without it, he could not even access the launch pad. Karochi then accepted a mission from the management to eliminate all life forms on planet Horta. Horta was classified as a mid-tier planet. According to the cosmic categorization of planets, those with maximum combat power below 1,000 are deemed low tier. Those ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 are mid-tier, and those exceeding 10,000 are classified as high tier. Originally, this task required multiple participants, at least 2 individuals. However, through Karochi's adept social maneuvering, the mission was assigned solely to him. How amusing. If there were another participant, how could he possibly make his escape? While he could eliminate them directly, Karochi preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed whenever possible. After all, this world does have its own version of the King of Hell. One could easily find themselves condemned. Karochi's departure went unnoticed, as he had not formed any bonds with the Saiyans in the training camp, though he yearned to inform Jine and Bardock. Bardock was known to be an exceedingly combative Saiyan. Furthermore, Saiyans hold their honor in the highest regard, making it futile and risky to try to persuade such a person. If Bardock were to catch wind of his intentions, it would spell disaster. Although Bardock was a low-tier warrior, his power level was an impressive 12,000, exemplifying the archetype of a once weakling who rose to prominence. Karochi was not foolish enough to set his sights on Earth from the outset. Instead, he aimed for planet Horta. After all, the transmitter was still aboard the spacecraft, and a direct journey to Earth would likely lead to detection due to a deviation in trajectory. A month's time, Karochi mused to himself, as the journey from Planet Vegeta to Horta would take an entire month. During this period, he entered a state of hibernation. Given that his single-pod spacecraft could not carry provisions, entering hibernation not only passed the time and delayed the aging process, but also spared him the inconveniences of sustenance. A month later, on planet Horta, Karochi awoke an hour early, and the impact of his landing did not induce significant discomfort. According to his original plan, Karochi intended to proceed directly from Horta to Earth. However, Karochi could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of expending so much energy during a month-long slumber. Very well, he decided to procure some food before embarking on his journey. Exiting the spacecraft and securing it, Karochi ascended into the sky and activated his detector. His ability to sense energy was not yet refined, at least not as precise as the detector's readings. Swish! A flurry of numbers flashed across the detector's display. 241328179684896. Goodness! It was no wonder that a team of 2 or more was necessary to complete this task. The readings were alarmingly close to mid-tier planet levels. Upon seeing the combat power approaching 1,000, Karochi gasped. Had he truly possessed only the meager power of 375, he would have turned tail and fled to Earth without hesitation. Yet now, with his power elevated to 1,071, He had gained an additional 7 points during the month. Unfazed, he sought out a being with a power level of 328, which was the nearest. Karochi flew toward it, prepared to vacate if it was humanoid. If not, well, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. With thoughts of delectable food tantalizing his mind, Karochi's tail began to sway unconsciously. What a peculiar creature. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a dinosaur. Karochi found himself curiously scrutinizing the being, which bore a striking resemblance to the Tyrannosaurus rex he had seen in his past life. Roar! Having sensed the dinosaur-like creature of Karochi roaring directly at him. With energy coalescing in its maw, Karochi thought to himself, what a tempestuous beast, despite its lack of formidable combat prowess. Without indulging the creature, he vanished from its line of sight in an instant. Bang! Howl! Appearing before the creature in a flash, Karochi delivered a punch that elicited a yelp akin to a dog's, sending the creature hurtling hundreds of meters away, demolishing trees and boulders in its wake. The tremendous dust cloud and cacophony startled the surrounding fauna into a frenzied retreat. Reappearing before the now nearly lifeless creature, Karochi chose not to prolong its suffering, swiftly dispatching it with a blue energy blast, simultaneously roasting it to a medium-rare finish. He severed its hind legs, skewered them, and began to roast them. Fortunately, he had brought along some basic seasonings, for otherwise, the meat would have been quite unpalatable. The meat was tough and rather gristly, leaving him only about 80 satisfied after his meal. Karochi decided against further consumption, thinking, I ought to save room for the culinary delights of Earth. It must be said, Saiyans can consume vast quantities, but often find the flavor of their meals rather mediocre. No wonder they would provoke Beerus. It is worth noting that Beerus had made an appearance on Planet Vegeta just before its destruction, leaving a lasting shadow on its inhabitants. If Karochi's intuition served him right, Frieza's obliteration of Planet Vegeta was likely at Beerus' behest. Of course, such matters had no bearing on him. Having satiated his hunger, Karochi took to the skies, reboarding his spacecraft. This time, his destination was Earth, and with the locator and listening devices discarded, he felt no apprehension. The spacecraft was swift, departing from Horta in a blink, heading towards Earth once more. This journey would take longer, approximately 6 months, so without hesitation, Karochi entered a state of hibernation, while the vessel navigated its predetermined trajectory, carving a long path through the cosmos. Chapter 3. Arrival on Earth half a year later. In the western capital of Earth, people went about their daily routines, oblivious to the extraordinary events unfolding above them. Hey, look at that! Someone suddenly shouted, drawing countless gazes skyward. A spherical object, roughly the size of a basketball, streaked across the sky, leaving a lengthy trail behind it. Is that a meteor? Someone speculated. It doesn't seem likely. Could it be a satellite returning to Earth? At that moment, the deity of Caron Tower wore a grave expression, sensing an unusually potent aura, though it did not radiate malevolence. Divine One. A panda-like figure appeared behind the deity, clad in white trousers and a maroon vest. This was Bubbles, the servant of the Earth deity. Bubbles' combat prowess was shrouded in mystery. While he was said to be strong, he had never truly defeated any formidable foes. Conversely, Trunks and Goten in their Super Saiyan forms could hardly inflict any significant damage upon him. Bubbles, go fetch Caron. A powerful aura has arrived on Earth, and I cannot discern if it is a blessing or a curse, the deity urged, his face etched with concern. Yes, my divine master, replied Bubbles, summoning his flying carpet and descending from Caron Tower. Far away, on the small island of Kame House, Master Roshi stared in astonishment at the direction of Karochi's spacecraft. Oh my, what an overwhelming energy. Initially engrossed in some adult magazines, the sudden surge of power startled him, erasing his previous distraction and replacing it with a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Karochi remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of the deity and Master Roshi. Even if he did notice, he would not be concerned, as his primary purpose on Earth was to seek the deity for training. He had merely grasped the rudiments of energy control to truly master it. He required a skilled mentor. Boom. Karochi's spacecraft landed in a desolate wasteland, and upon exiting the craft, he was somewhat bewildered. What kind of place is this? There isn't a village in sight. In this desolate terrain, where not a single creature could be found, he lamented, where on earth am I to find Dr. Brief? With a wry smile, he recalled that he had 3 objectives for his visit to Earth. First, he needed to deliver his spacecraft to Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, for modifications, enabling it to possess gravity mechanisms far exceeding that of Goku's spacecraft in the original narrative, facilitating his training. Given the formidable enemies he would face in the future, neglecting training would leave him confined to this barren planet. Second, he sought the Earth deity to delve deeper into energy control, as Earthlings had far surpassed Saiyans in their research on the subject. Lastly, he craved the culinary delights of Earth, And with Dr. Brief's space capsules, he intended to indulge in a gastronomic spree. What money? Surely borrowing a few billion from Dr. Brief wouldn't be an issue. He lifted his spacecraft and soared towards the central hub indicated by the numerical readings. Most of the numbers were in the vicinity of 213. Look, what is that child carrying? Someone exclaimed. And why does he have a strange tail protruding from behind him? No, more importantly, how is he flying? About half an hour later, Karochi located a small urban area, which was undoubtedly not the Western capital. After all, the Western capital was a sprawling metropolis, yet the sight of a child soaring through the skies while carrying a spacecraft left the onlookers in shock. Karochi gently descended before a fashionable man, raising the spacecraft and inquiring, "Could you direct me to the West City Capsule Corporation?" The man, cloaked in shadow, collapsed to the ground. He could distinctly sense that if the spherical object held aloft by the child were to strike him, it would spell disaster. Trembling, he pointed in the northwestern direction, stammering, "Head that way. Travel 3,000 kilometers, and you'll reach West City." Karochi frowned slightly at the mention of 3,000 kilometers, pondering whether he should eat something before continuing. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and took off, flying at full speed towards the northwest. Wrapped in a white aura, he vanished from sight within moments. He was confident that he had indeed captured the deity's attention. It would be unwise to let his temporary cravings lead to any bias against him. Moreover, with his current speed, 3,000 kilometers was hardly a daunting distance. He could cover it in roughly 2 hours. Delivering a spacecraft to Dr. Brief, he had no doubt he would be rewarded with a hearty meal. He chuckled at the thought, unperturbed. In the Divine Palace, Bubbles had successfully brought the cat deity Karen to the scene. "Karen, you too have sensed it, haven't you?" the deity asked, gazing downward. Karen stepped closer to the deity, visibly shaken, beads of sweat forming on his feline brow. "Indeed, my lord. I never anticipated such a powerful being would arrive on Earth. I wonder if it is a boon or a bane." The aura emanating from this newcomer was overwhelmingly potent. He felt utterly outmatched, and to add to his astonishment, the being was merely a child. This realization struck fear into the deity's heart. To think that not just any adult, but even a child from another world could wield such immense power, what must their kind be like? Karen's face was etched with fear, his already squinted eyes narrowing further. This cannot be true. A mere child possesses such strength? Karen recognized the seriousness of the situation. Approaching the edge of the Divine Palace, he employed the Divine Sight technique, a spell used for observing the mortal realm. In no time, he locked onto the rapidly flying Karochi, confirming the deity's assertions. He was indeed just a half-grown child. The celestial being nodded with a bitter expression, affirming that he was not jesting. Fortunately, the child who had entered the city had not engaged in any destructive or murderous actions. His aura did not exude any overt malevolence. This was indeed the most favorable news at the moment. The opponent's power surpassed his own by more than tenfold. If the adversary intended to commit harm, he would be utterly powerless to defend himself. Truly, this was a piece of good news. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his left paw. There was a peculiar sensation of being watched. Karochi furrowed his brow as he flew at high speed. It was during the cat sage's use of divination technique that he sensed the feeling of being observed. However, after some contemplation, he relaxed. Only a handful of celestial beings on Earth possessed the ability to do such a thing, namely, the cat sage Kellen, the celestial being, and the fortune-telling old woman. The fortune-teller seldom returned to Earth from the underworld, so it was reasonable to conclude that it was the celestial being and the cat sage observing him. After all, his sudden intrusion had caused quite a stir, and it was only natural that he had been detected without concealing his aura. He had never intended to be stealthy. Rubbing his empty stomach, Karochi accelerated once again. The sensation of hunger was genuinely uncomfortable. He had once found it rather absurd in anime how Saiyans could consume such vast amounts of food. Now he finally understood. Eating a whole dinosaur in one sitting was not an exaggeration. It was indeed possible. Chapter 4. Suggestions for Spaceship Modification. 2 hours later, Karochi finally arrived at West City. His stomach, now flat from hunger, led him to the Capsule Corporation. One could not help but acknowledge the immense wealth of the Brief family. Located in West City, the vast expanse of 500 square kilometers was entirely theirs, truly an astonishing scale. Descending slowly in front of the Capsule Corporation, he was surprised to find that there wasn't even a security guard present. How lax could this be? Karochi was somewhat speechless. Even a security guard seemed unworthy of this place. However, as he stepped inside, he quickly understood the reason. Countless dark gun barrels emerged from hiding the moment he crossed the threshold. What the hell? This wasn't right. I don't recall these contraptions being part of the original story. Karochi was bewildered. He had never seen such things in the anime before. Oh my. Who is this charming young child? A woman with short yellow hair and a peculiar accent appeared. Even with his eyes closed, Karochi could tell that it was Mrs. Brief, whose real name was Bulma's mother, Bikini. Yes, it's a playful pun on bikini. In the original story, Mrs. Brief was known for her extroverted and hospitable nature. Seemingly indifferent to her husband Dr. Brief's notorious infidelities, it appeared she pressed some button, and the guns swiftly vanished from sight. In fact, even Karochi failed to catch their disappearance. This was exceedingly unscientific. Come on, come on. No need to hold those up. Oh dear. How could one hold such heavy things for so long? Approaching Karochi, she observed him struggling with the large spacecraft, and immediately spoke in a gentle tone. Karochi did not continue to hold it, having carried it all the way. He slowly lowered it and scratched his head, addressing Mrs. Brief. Hello, I'm Karochi. I apologize for the intrusion. I'm here to see Dr. Brief. Karochi felt somewhat unaccustomed to Mrs. Brief's warmth, although it was simply her nature. Oh dear. Why look for that old codger? How about joining me for a date instead? Mrs. Brief exclaimed as she took hold of Karochi's arm, being a Saiyan. He had grown rather quickly and was now nearly a meter tall. That might not be appropriate. I actually need Dr. Brief's assistance. Karochi felt his face flush, as he was not quite a mere 4-year-old child. Some physical contact was rather stimulating for him. Very well then. I shall take you to him, Mrs. Brief said with a beaming smile, her eyes perpetually squinted. Karochi was pulled along, his left hand casually gripping the spacecraft. After all, there was no need to run anymore. He was wasting time he could be using to eat, and his stomach was nearly flat from hunger. Mrs. Brief led him through meandering paths to a towering semicircular building before releasing his arm, bending slightly and leaning close to Karochi, saying, Little darling, wait here for just a moment. I shall fetch that old codger. Karochi stepped back a few paces, wiping the sweat from his brow. All right, thank you, ma. Oh my, what a polite young gentleman. She affectionately ruffled Karochi's hair before turning to enter the building. Mrs. Brief was indeed as warm-hearted as depicted in the original story. Karochi found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her exuberant personality. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged, with Mrs. Brief trailing behind. He was somewhat small in stature, with his signature purple hair and a little black cat perched on his left shoulder. Was that cat still alive? How long had it been around? It continued to exist even during the Majin Buu saga, defying all scientific logic. So, you must be here to see me, right? He approached Karochi, removing the cigarette from his mouth before speaking in a very amiable tone. Karochi bowed deeply. Hello, Dr. Brief. You are precisely the person I was looking for. I have a request. Maintaining a good attitude was crucial when seeking assistance. Oh, no need to be so formal with this old man. Mrs. Brief chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Indeed, there is no need for such formality. I'm happy to help in any way I can. Dr. Brief responded with a smile upon seeing Karochi's earnestness. Karochi wasted no time, stating directly, You've seen this spherical object behind me, yes? This is the spacecraft I arrived on Earth with. I hope to receive your assistance in enlarging it and installing a gravity device that simulates an environment with gravity over 300 times that of Earth. I require it for my training. Upon hearing Karochi's words, Dr. Brief had already approached the spacecraft, examining it closely. Indeed, this is not of Earth technology. I can certainly assist you with its modification. Furthermore, the spacecraft you brought has significant research value. If possible, I would like to study it further. For a scientist like him, understanding the internal structure of such a spacecraft would give him the confidence to construct an entirely new spaceship. This was no idle boast. After all, Bulma later created even the time machine, a device forbidden by the gods. Of course, no problem at all. I will be staying on Earth for quite some time, so feel free to study it. He planned to train on Earth for about a year. That is perfectly fine. Just leave it to me, Dr. Brief said with a broad smile. Grr. Just then, Karochi's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, causing his face to flush red. Although he had indeed intended to mooch a meal. Oh dear, little Karochi is hungry, is he? Come, let us go eat. Just leave this to the old man. Mrs. Brief quickly took Karochi's arm and led him inside. Yes, I can leave the spacecraft for you to research. Dr. Brief nodded in agreement. I appreciate your assistance. Bowing again, Karochi felt somewhat embarrassed as he followed Mrs. Brief. Sister. Bulma hurriedly followed after Tais, who, at the time, was only 11 years old, while Bulma was around the same age as Karochi, just 4 years older. Tais curiously observed the bustling chefs and couldn't help but wonder. How many guests do we have at home? So much food. She stopped a chef delivering dishes, asking inquisitively, how many guests do we have at home? The middle-aged chef, wiping the sweat from his brow, revealed an incredulous expression. This young lady wouldn't believe it, but it's just a 4 or 5-year-old child. The child, utterly oblivious to the commotion, had consumed an astonishing amount of food, leaving even the 20 chefs, who diligently toiled for 3 hours, utterly flabbergasted. The absurdity of the situation was such that it seemed unbelievable, even to those who had witnessed it firsthand. How could a mere 4 or 5-year-old child devour so much? Tai-Si was taken aback, her embrace of Bulma momentarily forgotten. What a beast! Observing the chefs bustling about for hours, she initially thought an entire troop had arrived. Her curiosity piqued. Tai-Si scooped up Bulma and followed the chefs, eager to discover the identity of this child with such an enormous appetite. Inside the room, Karochi was ravenously stuffing his face with dumplings, 2 at a time, while tearing chunks off a massive meat leg. Mrs. Brief, watching in shock, frequently dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. How long had this child gone without food to be this famished? It was truly pitiful. Tai-Si, standing at the doorway, was left dumbfounded. Goodness, not even livestock would consume food in such a manner. Was this child's stomach a bottomless pit? He appeared to be about the same age as her younger sister. Wow, he can eat so much. Although still young. Bulma was equally astonished by Karochi's incredible eating prowess, her eyes gleaming at the sight of his tail behind him. She slipped from Tai-Si's arms, stealthily approached Karochi, and seized his tail. The unsuspecting Karochi, engrossed in his meal, was struck as if by lightning, collapsing face first into the food before him. Oh dear, what's wrong? Little Kichi, are you choking? Here, Auntie has some milk to help. Mrs. Brief, misunderstanding the situation, hurriedly grabbed a nearby bottle of milk. No, not the tail. Don't grab the tail. Karochi managed a wry smile, completely taken aback that someone had actually grabbed his tail. Turning around, he was met by a small child with blue-green hair, joyfully clutching his tail. Wait, isn't that Bulma? She seems to be about the same age as I am. Karochi vowed to learn from Vegeta how to overcome the weakness of having a tail. Oh dear, Bulma, what are you doing here? You mustn't cause trouble. Mrs. Brief, alerted by Karochi's reminder, noticed Bulma still holding onto his tail. She set down the milk and picked her up instead. With the release of his tail, Karochi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had to conquer not only the disadvantage of his tail, but also the risk of losing control like a raging gorilla. Every 15 years, a full moon would appear on Vegeta, while on Earth, it occurred every 15 days. If one were to inadvertently transform under its light, Earth would face dire consequences. Chapter 5. Look at this card. There's no limit. Tai-Si, keep an eye on Bulma. It seems my little brother is quite famished. Having eaten so much, yet still looking for more. Mrs. Brief gently placed Bulma in Tai-Si's arms, her expression warm as she spoke. Upon seeing Tai-Si, Karochi was momentarily stunned. In Dragon Ball Super, Bulma's sister had a short, yellow hairstyle, exuding a capable demeanor, often accompanying Jocko on cosmic adventures, ultimately becoming a renowned science fiction author. Now, however, her golden hair cascaded down to her waist, and her exquisite features were nothing short of breathtaking. Wow, what a stunning little lady. By the way, who is this little brother? He seems quite peculiar, with a tail behind him. Tai-Si regarded Karochi with wide-eyed curiosity. Although she had yet to embark on a writing career, her inquisitiveness was already quite pronounced. Pausing his feast, Karochi acknowledged her. Hello, sister. I am Karochi. I am not from Earth, but hail from Planet Vegeta. Upon hearing that Karochi was an alien, Tai-Si's excitement surged, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Wait, Planet Vegeta? You are an alien? Can you tell me about extraterrestrial life? The fervor in her voice was palpable. Oh my, you're so enthusiastic. Tai-Si nearly enveloped Karochi in her embrace, but he recalled that it was Jocko who had brought her to Earth. Ah, Tai-Si, the universe can be a perilous place. I would advise against venturing too far. With his current power level, Karochi was merely a minor player, let alone Tai-Si, whose strength was barely above 0. Ah, can you really leave Earth? It was clear that Tai-Si had absorbed none of his warnings, her mind racing with possibilities. Wait, how did you know that? Karochi was flabbergasted. I have a mission. Can I leave Earth? Is that even possible? Oh, by the way, did you ask that old man to modify the spaceship? Are you planning to return to Planet Vegeta? Mrs. Brief interjected, her curiosity piqued. Wait, are you doing this on purpose? Karochi was bewildered. While he had hoped to prevent his daughter from embarking on such a journey, Mrs. Brief seemed to be encouraging it. A spaceship? Is it being modified by my father? The mention of a spacecraft made Tai-Si's eyes glimmer with excitement. Karochi reluctantly replied, Yes, I asked Dr. Brief to help me modify the ship I arrived in. I need it to be larger and equipped with a gravity machine for training. It's pointless to keep this a secret. After all, the ship is right in their home. Take me with you. I want to see the universe. Tai-Si resembled the version of herself from a past life, exhilarated at the thought of her phone during a break. She was practically in tears, raising her hand. Sister, I want to go too. Bulma, completely unaware of the context, chimed in as she saw Tai-Si wanting to go. Mrs. Brief scooped her up. No, Bulma. You're still too little to be running around. As she affectionately rubbed Bulma's cheek, the little girl giggled joyfully. Come on, 11 is still quite young, isn't it? Karochi was at a loss, wondering why Mrs. Brief was not advising her eldest daughter to reconsider. With no intention of dissuading Tai Si, he solemnly stated, Ahem. I'm not trying to scare you, Sister Tai Si. The universe can indeed be quite dangerous. Not to mention, my homeland is on the brink of destruction. If all goes well, it should soon be threatened by a formidable villain. He had been out for 7 months, and it had already been 3 months since he learned of Chi-Chi's pregnancy. By rough calculations, Goku was likely already born, and Frieza was about to unleash chaos. What a predicament. Really? Tai Si exclaimed, her excitement escalating. Oh goodness. How are you not terrified? This is illogical. Now I understand how Bulma dared to provoke Beerus. It seems this family has yet to grasp the concept of fear. It was noteworthy that Mr. and Mrs. Brief had not fled during Majin Buu's destruction of West City. Truly, they embodied the strongest genes in the Dragon Ball universe. Oh dear. Tai Si, how can you be so nonchalant? Karochi's homeland is on the verge of annihilation. How can you not feel sorrow? Mrs. Brief, I hope you can squeeze out a tear from those squinted eyes. Karochi, take me along to the universe. My greatest aspiration is to become a popular science fiction author, but inspiration eludes me here on Earth. I feel my destiny awaits among the stars. Tai Si's pleading demeanor was undeniably heartwarming. How could she have been so adorable as a child? I still have to train on Earth for a while longer. Probably over a year. Karochi looked troubled, knowing he needed to leave Earth. He planned to visit Namek and Yardrat. After all, the elder of Namek possessed training methods that were incredibly effective, totally side effect free. It was a surefire investment. If possible, he also hoped to take advantage of Namek's Dragon Balls, as finding the ones on Earth was proving to be exceedingly difficult. The mystical arts of the planet Vegeta are astonishing, and acquiring even a couple of their techniques could prove advantageous for a lifetime. Is Beerus truly formidable? Can he outrun me? I can traverse the entire galaxy in the blink of an eye, leaving Whis in the dust. Yet, transporting a woman along is indeed quite inconvenient. Upon hearing that Karochi intends to train on Earth for a year, a mischievous glint sparkled in Tai's eyes. Karochi, my dear brother, you will be living on Earth for an entire year. Karochi nodded, somewhat puzzled by her inquiry. Ah, Karochi, do you have money? I've noticed you tend to eat quite a bit. This meal alone must cost at least hundreds of thousands of yen. Tai's displayed a smile that resembled that of a mischievous imp. Ah, right. I was planning on having Dr. Brief and his family cover the meals. Yet despite living 2 lives, why am I still broke? Is she exploiting my weakness? What to do? This is urgent. At that moment, Tai's produced a card, waving it enticingly before Karochi, only to swiftly retract it with a coy demeanor. What if, dear brother Karochi, you agree to sister's proposition? This unlimited card could be yours. She brought the card close to her lips, standing poised as if radiating infinite allure. Karochi swallowed hard, astonished. Unlimited? In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a concept. His eyes filled with yearning. After a brief internal struggle lasting no more than 2.5 seconds, Karochi proclaimed with utmost seriousness, Rest assured, Sister Tais. Once we venture into the universe, I, Karochi, will protect you. No one shall lay a finger on you. This moment brought him such joy that he felt even Beerus would have to bow before him. Blinded by the allure of wealth, he thought, Forgive me. Honor of the Saiyans, you only made me hesitate for 2.5 seconds. At that instant, tears of happiness trickled from the corners of his mouth. Yea, brother Karochi truly understands the situation. This card is yours. But do not let sister discover if you deceive her. With that, Tais handed the card over to Karochi. He received it with reverence, his hands trembling slightly. Never before had he touched a card of such high denomination. Upon hearing Tais's words, Karochi confidently thumped his chest and assured her, Sister Tais, you can rely on me. We keep our promises. His voice resonated with conviction. Indeed, money is power. The limit is the truth, and even the cosmic overlord Frieza must engage in real estate in the face of monetary prowess. Chapter 6. Journey to the Sacred Temple. Tais gleefully embraced Karochi and exclaimed, You are simply adorable. Karochi, I never imagined someone your age could be so pragmatic. It's truly delightful. Particularly, the expression of momentary conflict followed by surrender to the temptation of wealth was utterly captivating, even more so than a true earthling. Are all of you from Vegeta like this? Tais mused, wiping away her tears of laughter. If they all resemble Karochi, it would be quite a pity if they were lost. Karochi cleared his throat and gently pushed Tais away. He shook his head, realizing that if it were any other Saiyan, Earth would likely be obliterated in the effort to correct Tais's misconceptions. To clarify, Karochi revealed, Our race is known as the warrior nation of Saiyans. Sister Tais, do not mistake my demeanor for that of all Saiyans. In truth, the vast majority of Saiyans are quite ferocious, and adult Saiyans are particularly ruthless. Tais was taken aback by his words, unable to fathom such behavior from his kin. Really? Are you disparaging your own race, dear brother Karochi? She genuinely could not conceive that Karochi's people would act in such a manner. Mrs. Brief approached, cradling Bulma and bringing forth a plate of watermelon, embodying the quintessential spectator. Karochi sighed, shaking his head. The Saiyan race serves a cosmic entity named Frieza, and our task is to eradicate all sentient life on habitable planets, subsequently selling them to high-paying extraterrestrials. Karochi found it perplexing why Frieza wouldn't simply seize the planets outright. Did he truly need money? Oh my, that sounds truly villainous, Mrs. Brief remarked, covering her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, Taiz pulled out her notebook, fervently scribbling and sketching. This was too fascinating, a ready-made story. But wait, Karochi thought, observing the trio at the table, their eyes revealing no hint of fear. He couldn't help but shake his head. You fools know not what fear is. I'm not jesting. Should you encounter any Saiyan besides me, steer clear. They will indeed resort to murder. Karochi's expression was dead serious. Taiz nodded earnestly, leaning closer to Karochi. Have you ever seen Frieza? What does he look like? Can you draw him? After all, mere imagination lacks visual clarity. This troubled Taiz greatly. Without a clear picture, how could her readers envision it? Such a failing would be unforgivable for an author. Hey, what are you planning? You aren't thinking of seeking out Frieza, are you? Karochi was taken aback. How could she disregard his serious warning? Karochi chuckled ruefully, shaking his head dismissively. I have never encountered him, but if the opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind letting you catch a distant glimpse. If I could transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza would pose no threat. Alright, brother Karochi, we've made a pact. When we venture into the universe, we must meet this Frieza. Taiz's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meet him? Are you serious? How could I possibly survive an encounter with Frieza? Karochi thought, suppressing his frustration. After all, he couldn't even defeat one of Frieza's minions. Suddenly, Karochi recalled something and felt slightly embarrassed. By the way, Mrs. Brief, I intend to train at the sacred temple tomorrow. Could you kindly prepare some food? Just a little will suffice, nothing too extravagant. He was eager to avoid wasting time. He needed to complete his training task promptly. Before Mrs. Brief could respond, Taiz sprang forth with exuberance. The sacred temple? What is that place? Is it on Earth? Can you take me with you? A year of waiting for cosmic travel, but this sacred temple, by Karochi's tone, seemed to be located right here on Earth. How could she possibly miss such an opportunity? She was serious about becoming a top-tier SF writer. Karochi appeared troubled. Sister Taiz, the sacred temple is situated at a high altitude, and it is not only exceedingly cold, but also has remarkably thin air. I fear you may not cope well. Joking aside, a regular person ascending to the sacred temple atop Karon Tower would undoubtedly perish. As for the events during the Majin Buu saga, when Bulma and her companions stayed at the sacred temple, that was another matter altogether. That is no problem. I'll just wear a spacesuit. Taiz showed no signs of retreat. Karochi felt helpless. He couldn't afford to offend his benefactor and had no choice but to nod in agreement. That is splendid. Don't worry about the food. I'll handle it. Taiz eagerly volunteered to take on the task of preparing the meals. Before Karochi could utter another word, Taiz dashed out the door with fervor. That day, all the restaurants in West City closed their doors. The next morning, Taiz yanked Karochi from his slumber. He was bewildered. Was it really necessary to be this enthusiastic at 5:30 in the morning? Hurry up, brother Karochi. Let us set off for the sacred temple. Taiz tugged him along. Wait, you don't even know the location. Why are you so excited? Karochi retrieved his battle power scouter. Given his rudimentary ability to sense ki, he could very well search for the location of the sacred land for 10 days to half a month without success. Taiz gazed at Karochi with a look of bewilderment, donning an unusual monocle upon her face. What on earth are you wearing, Karochi? Karochi activated the counter, simultaneously searching for formidable powers while explaining. This device is designed to detect combat power indices, allowing us to locate the temple of the deities. The display revealed a series of numbers, all reading 4122. The one with a combat power of 54 must be Master Roshi. A high combat power index appeared on Karochi's lens. Without his muscular form, Master Roshi would only boast a little over 50. Adjusting his direction, Karochi also discovered the location of the temple of the deities, with the counter displaying the number 327. It seemed the deity was aware of their pursuit and did not conceal his aura. 10,000 kilometers to the northwest? That's quite far. Karochi, with a power level just above 1090, realized that even at his fastest speed, it would take him at least 10 hours to reach the destination with Taiz in tow. What? You found the place? Where is it? Taiz inquired, her face brimming with excitement. Karochi pointed towards the northwest. It lies 10,000 kilometers in that direction. No wonder Trunks, during the Majin Buu saga, took 2.5 episodes to reach it after transforming into a Super Saiyan. It truly is a distance to reckon with. Taiz, equally astonished, acknowledged the considerable distance. She retrieved a capsule and tossed it to the ground. With a loud bang, a peculiar flying machine materialized before Karochi. It's rather unattractive, resembling a bumblebee. I hope Dr. Brief doesn't make my spaceship look so peculiar. Reflecting on Dragon Ball GT, she recalled Bulma had modified a spaceship to resemble an octopus. Karochi approached, shaking his head. Sister Ta-S, I'll carry you directly. Let us put this flying contraption away for now. We can use it during our rest. Using such a vehicle might take 3 days and nights to reach the temple. Ta-S raised her eyebrows, her eyes wide with astonishment. Gazing at Karochi, you can fly? Without further ado, Karochi swept her into his arms in a princess carry. Before Ta-S could blush, she felt herself gently ascending into the air. Instantly invigorated, Ta-S appeared incredulous, her expression adorably stunned, her golden locks billowing in the wind. Sister Ta-S, let us embark. With that, Karochi, enveloped in a white aura, surged toward the temple of the deities. Ta-S instinctively buried her face against Karochi's chest, yet felt no fierce wind. Fear not, Sister Ta-S. The wind resistance is entirely shielded by my aura. Ta-S stared at Karochi, realizing that until now, she truly believed he was an extraterrestrial. Unconsciously, she found herself admiring this boy, who was but a year younger than her sister, for his undeniable charm. To be fair, Karochi was quite handsome, his hairstyle reminiscent of Vegeta. His chiseled features exuded maturity, and his physique displayed evident muscularity. Flustered, her cheeks flushed, she averted her gaze. Karochi moved swiftly, the clouds whizzing past them. In no time, they had left West City behind. Ta-S marveled at the scene. So, all Saiyans can fly? Karochi pondered briefly. I believe so, and even at this speed, I am merely average among Saiyans. He speculated that even non-combatants like Kaiatsu could likely fly. Then, can I fly too? Ta-S inquired with newfound interest. Karochi hesitated. Well, Sister Ta-S, flying requires extensive training and practice. It's quite arduous. After all, compared to someone like Bidalai, who had already begun training from a young age, it was a considerable challenge. In truth, rather than laboring through such training, they could venture into space and chance upon the Dragon Balls, which would be akin to discovering the Tree of Might. One spirit fruit could elevate a combat power by 3,000. What a bargain. As their dialogue unfolded, Karochi and Ta-S gradually approached Korin Tower. Chapter 7. The Deity of Korin. From dawn until dusk, Karochi and Ta-S finally reached Korin Tower, gazing up at the towering structure that seemed to pierce the clouds. Ta-S was utterly dumbfounded. Not only Ta-S, but even Karochi, who had read the original story, was taken aback. How was it that the deities of Earth accomplished such a feat? Even their Saiyan race could not construct such a building. Who are you? As they admired the magnificent Korin Tower, a resonant voice drew their attention. A robust man, vigilant, scrutinized the two floating above. He was exceptionally tall and muscular, with a somewhat dusky complexion. His face bore strange red paint, adorned with necklaces made of beast teeth, and wielding a self-crafted spear. This man was likely Upa's father, who had been killed by Tao Pai Pai in the original storyline. Instantly, Karochi recognized the individual and gradually descended, gently setting Ta-S down. Greetings. We have come to challenge Korin Tower, Karochi explained. The man was a good soul. A calm explanation would suffice. Upa's father, seeing their non-threatening demeanor, sheathed his weapon and advised, you should turn back. Korin Tower is a staggering 100,000 miles high. It is not a place for children like you. He had also attempted to challenge Korin Tower in his youth, but had failed, fully aware of its daunting nature. Don't underestimate us. My little brother Karochi can fly. Ta-S, undeterred, declared that they could simply soar to the top. Karochi wanted to clarify that merely flying up wouldn't count as a successful challenge. However, he decided against it. The climbing rule was established to train those who dared to challenge Korin Tower. His power was already sufficient, and there was no need to waste time. Thus, he shrugged and concurred, indeed. We can simply fly up. Upa's father frowned. Using sorcery to ascend 1T earn you the favor of the deity. The challenge of Korin Tower requires painstaking effort. Flying is, in his eyes, a form of sorcery. Karochi, unwilling to elaborate further, recognized the futility of explaining such matters. Wasting time was disgraceful, so he turned to Ta-S. Sister Ta-S, shall we set forth? We can enjoy dinner at the temple of the deities. Weren't you just eating dinner? Ta-S protested, recalling that Karochi had indulged for an hour aboard the aircraft. But we've been flying for quite a while. And now I'm hungry, he replied, lifting Ta-S once more. Oh dear, you can't expect me to skip my meal. Why the rush? I haven't even changed into my space suit yet. Upon hearing this, Karochi promptly set her down, and Ta-S produced a capsule, tossing it onto the ground. With a resounding bang, a metallic box appeared, and she donned her space suit, complete with an oxygen tube. Karochi was overwhelmed by her dedication. All right, I'm all set. Let us go. I too wish to see what the deity looks like. Weren't you not in a hurry? Well, I'm in a hurry now. Is that all right? Enough with the chatter. Karochi, exasperated, scooped her up again, taking off while waving to UPA's father. We're off now, uncle. Without waiting for a response, Karochi ascended straight toward Corin Tower. UPA's father stood agape, astonished. The distance to the top was considerable, and Karochi had to push himself to full speed. The deity of the temple, the cat sage, anxiously informed the deity, Lord Deity, he has arrived. Indeed, who would have thought he belonged to the so-called Saiyan race? And yet he is not so ferocious. Fortunately, this child has not displayed any overtly vicious tendencies. They had been observing Karochi since the moment he descended to Earth, remaining vigilant ever since. After enduring a prolonged wait of 2 to 3 hours, a sudden exclamation from the Supreme Kai pierced the air. They have arrived. In an instant, Karochi, cradling the figure of Tais, burst forth from the clouds, soaring past the height of the Supreme Kai's palace before vanishing from the sight of the Supreme Kai and the cat sage. Phew, this temple is indeed lofty. Oh, the cat sage is also present? No wonder I didn't catch a glimpse of him earlier at his residence. Karochi exhaled heavily, noticing the cat sage with a hint of surprise. He anticipated the cat sage would be in the Supreme Kai's palace. He had taken a moment to pause at the cat sage's abode earlier. The thought of the magical beans the cat sage possessed stirred his imagination. In the original narrative, those beans were hoarded by Yachirobe, leaving Goku and his companions during the Dragon Ball Z era desperate to divide even a single bean into thirds for use. What? The Supreme Kai, the cat sage, and Bubbles gasped, startled by Karochi's voice from behind. They had been so focused on Karochi that they failed to keep pace with his speed. Witnessing this scene, Karochi felt as though Bubbles was merely putting on a show. Wow, is that really the Supreme Kai? A cat, and a peculiar green-skinned creature. Before Tais could voice her thoughts, Karochi hastily covered her mouth, pleading, "My dear aunt, could you spare me some worry?" He then turned, scratching his head sheepishly as he chuckled. "I sincerely apologize. Lady Tais here means no harm. We must adopt a proper attitude in our quest for knowledge." "Ah, that is of little consequence. Pray tell, what brings you here, young friend?" The Supreme Kai, aware of Karochi's intentions, feigned ignorance to conceal his earlier eavesdropping. "Greetings, esteemed Supreme Kai. I am Karochi. I have heard that the sacred land of Corin is the birthplace of martial arts on Earth, and we have come to seek your guidance on the path of cultivation." He silently added a wish to acquire the cat sage's magical beans. The Supreme Kai, displaying a perplexed expression, replied, "Though it is difficult to articulate, dear friend, your prowess far exceeds my own. I fear I may not be able to offer you much guidance." The Supreme Kai was acutely aware that Karochi's strength was several times his own, leaving him with little to impart. "Oh wow, I hadn't expected you to be so formidable, Karochi. Even the Supreme Kai acknowledges your prowess," Tais exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Karochi. Karochi found himself at a loss for words, thinking, "I am here to seek knowledge. Could you please remain silent for a moment?" He continued, "You see, our clan possesses innate strength, yet we lack the understanding to harness our own ki. Thus, we hope the Supreme Kai can teach me how to control it." Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, I see. Why not, young friend, release all of your ki." Gurgle. Before the Supreme Kai could finish his thought, Karochi's stomach betrayed him, letting out an embarrassing growl that rendered the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. All eyes turned to him, and Tais, covering her face with her hands, appeared to distance herself from him. Karochi felt his face flush with embarrassment, but his hunger was undeniable. Esteemed Supreme Kai, how about we dine first?" he suggested with a wry smile. "Ah, that is of little concern, but the food in the Supreme Kai's palace is rather unremarkable. Karen, do you still have those magical beans?" What are you planning?" "Those beans are not meant to be a meal. It would be an utter waste. They are precious." Before the cat sage could respond, Karochi hurriedly waved his hands. No, esteemed Supreme Kai. We have brought our own provisions." "Lady Tais," he said, noticing her still hiding her face, and nudged her gently. Come on. I don't know if you starved in your past life, but how can you eat so much? I've prepared enough for a month, and you'll probably finish it in a week." With that, he tossed a capsule, and a bounty of food appeared before everyone. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Karochi began to feast heartily. "Wow, I can hardly believe it," the cat sage remarked in disbelief. "Would you care for some, esteemed cat sage? We have sweet and sour carp." Karochi attempted to bribe the cat sage, knowing he would need to borrow some magical beans later. How could I possibly resist such a temptation? The cat sage, captivated by the spread, dashed over to join in the meal, and Tais, feeling a pang of hunger herself, removed her protective barrier to partake in the feasting. "Esteemed cat sage, what exactly are those magical beans the Supreme Kai mentioned?" Karochi inquired, all the while plotting to ensnare Karen into divulging more information. The cat sage, relishing the fish, replied without a second thought, "Those are miraculous beans cultivated with super divine water. One bean can sustain a person for 10 days without hunger. Moreover, they can heal injuries." "Oh, how wonderful. Might the esteemed cat sage spare some for me?" Karochi switched to addressing him more personally, emphasizing the bonds of human connection. "Of course, those beans are intended for challengers scaling Korin Tower to restore their energy. However, no one has succeeded in centuries, so I have plenty to spare." The cat sage, engrossed in the sweet and sour fish, readily agreed without hesitation. "Fantastic. Thank you so much, esteemed cat sage. Here, I have a steamed fish for you to enjoy." At that moment, the cat sage embodied the very essence of generosity. His previously aloof demeanor shocked Tais, who discreetly shot a disdainful glance at Karochi, thinking, "What is so special about beans?" Unbeknownst to Tais, those beans were far more valuable than she presumed. They had no side effects and restored one's entire state. Not only did they heal all injuries, but they also replenished energy and stamina. They were practically a divine remedy for combat. Just imagine, facing an equally matched opponent, both parties severely injured and exhausted. Suddenly, one consumes a bean, and their condition is fully restored. Wouldn't that be infuriating? Chapter 8. The Journey of Cultivation. After the meal, Karochi, no longer in a hurry to practice, eagerly dragged the cat sage toward the Karen Tower. "Don't think you can avoid your debt. We'll settle this matter now." "Avoid debt? That is utterly impossible." Karochi, having also brought Tais along, needed her capsules for storage. "Hey, young friend, why the rush?" The cat sage, perplexed, wondered why Karochi was so eager when there was still so much delicious food left. Why the urgency for a mere magical bean? "Ah, esteemed Karen. Please, just call me by my name. Isn't it getting late? Let us retrieve the beans first. I wouldn't want to forget, and once I begin my training, I will have little free time." Observing Karochi's somewhat obsequious expression, Tais began to question whether he was truly an extraterrestrial. "Are you really an alien? You seem far too human." The cat sage, equally puzzled, thought, "Is it really that big of a deal?" Without further ado, the cat sage produced 3 large jars and tossed them to Karochi. "Here, now what with the rush?" Karochi glanced inside and was instantly filled with excitement. There had to be at least 70 to 80,000 beans. Wow, what a bounty. He silently lamented how Yachirobe had squandered so many in the original tale. "Thank you, esteemed cat sage. From now on, I shall bring you 10 kilograms of fish each month." In his heart, Karochi declared the cat sage his big brother, and no one would dare oppose him. He then handed the 3 jars to Tais, signaling her to store them away. Tais shot a disdainful glance at the beans, thinking they resembled mere soybeans. "Do you want me to transport these by plane?" Karochi chose not to elaborate, chuckling inwardly, seizing the opportunity to amass wealth while the cat sage remained unaware of the beans' true significance. "Really, I must insist. 10 kilograms of fresh fish each month is non-negotiable." The cat sage was practically salivating at the thought. I'm just being polite. Let us set aside the formalities. 80,000 magical beans are worth it." Of course. "I, Karochi, keep my promises. Will you be heading to the Supreme Kai's palace, esteemed cat sage?" Karochi, upon acquiring the coveted item, was eager to depart, for the time dedicated to cultivation was exceedingly precious. He mused that he could not afford to delay his training for the sake of his elder brother and a few beans. The cat sage, stifling a yawn and waving a paw dismissively, declared, "I shall not accompany you any longer. Your sudden arrival on Earth has kept me awake for 2 days and nights. I must catch up on my sleep." He elaborated that continuously employing the clairvoyance technique was quite mentally taxing. "TSK, who asked you to spy on us?" Karochi internally scoffed, though he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he replied, "Then please rest well. Sister Tais, shall we return to the Celestial Palace?" Tais nodded slightly, expressing indifference to the matter. However, she found the concept of a talking cat quite delightful and decided she would keep it. Yet, if the cat sage did not participate in the training, how could he assist in snatching the water bottle? Never mind. Upon their return to the Celestial Palace, Karochi approached the celestial being, somewhat sheepishly announcing, "Esteemed Lord, our training can commence." The celestial being stared at him in silence for a prolonged moment, finding it remarkable how this extraterrestrial resembled Earthlings so closely. From his observations over the past 2 days, he noted a slight greediness in him and a rather slippery approach to social interactions. "Very well, Bobo, fetch the gravity suit. And also those 2 strings of bells." The cat sage had just settled down to sleep when Karochi was about to remind the celestial being, "Kylan is somewhat fatigued. Bobo will accompany you for training today. By the way, I observe that your attire is rather cumbersome. Allow me to cast a spell that will shield you from external environmental influences." After assigning tasks to Bobo, the celestial being turned his attention to Tais. Ordinarily, Outsiders were not permitted to stay in the Celestial Palace. Yet, who could deny someone with such formidable strength? Truly, that is splendid. Let us commence at once. I am nearly suffocating in this spacesuit, Tais exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. The celestial being nodded slightly and recited an incantation in a rather complex tone, culminating in a resounding shout. A blue glow enveloped Tais, seemingly safeguarding her entire being. You may remove it now, miss. Huh. Karochi was utterly bewildered by the proceedings. Was that it? This was utterly unscientific yet undeniably magical. With a sigh of relief, Tais swiftly shed the spacesuit, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Indeed, there was no discomfort whatsoever. Thank you ever so much. Though you appear rather intimidating, you are truly a good person, freed from the constraints of the spacesuit. Tais felt significantly lighter, her words almost floating. Upon hearing Tais' words, the celestial being's face turned a shade of green, which was rather fitting given his natural complexion. Yet, at this moment, he appeared a deep shade of green, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he forced a smile. Thank you. Please, Lord Celestial, do not take it to heart. My sister can be quite blunt and lacks eloquence. She has never encountered extraterrestrials before, so I hope you will be understanding. Karochi hastily interjected to clarify Tais' remarks, fully aware of the importance of maintaining good relations with this wealthy benefactor. Rascal brother, who are you calling blunt? As the two bickered, the celestial being finally relaxed. Lord Celestial, I have brought the items. Very well, young Karochi, don this gravity suit and attach these bells to your ankles. You must snatch the water bottle from Bobo, and any sound from the bells will signify failure. The celestial being handed the gravity suit to Karochi, who ceased his playful banter and donned the suit. Instantly, he felt an unparalleled pressure. This gravity training was indeed extraordinary. It was incomparable to mere weighted clothing. It was as if every single cell in his body was simultaneously undergoing training. The implications were staggering. Merely standing still demanded an effort several times greater than usual. No wonder Son Goku could leap from a combat power of 8,000 to 90,000 after completing 100-fold gravity training. Such a dramatic increase was hardly unfathomable. Hey, Karochi, are you alright? Tais exclaimed, startled by his sudden transformation. Previously, he had effortlessly lifted planes in mid-air. How could wearing a suit cause such a drastic change? Miss Tais, this gravity suit imposes a gravitational pressure 15 times that of Earth. Thus, your reaction is entirely normal, Bobo explained from the side. As Karochi's entire being radiated a white aura, his posture straightened instantly. The immense pressure exerted by his aura pushed the surrounding air, causing Tais to wobble slightly. Her face a mix of astonishment as she realized Karochi possessed such strength. The celestial being, equally astonished and drenched in sweat, found it hard to believe. This is remarkable. Yet, as Karochi's aura surged, the bells attached to his ankles began to ring incessantly, prompting him to grimace in exasperation. Previously, he had thought the Cat Sage's training seemed rather simple, but now he realized its complexity. The greater the strength, the more challenging it became to control. Karochi, rein in your energy, otherwise, we cannot proceed with the training. The celestial being admonished loudly. The purpose of this training was to enable one to swiftly master every breath of energy within. If he relied on explosive energy to adapt to the gravity, the training would hold no significance. Understood. Karochi responded affirmatively, retracting his energy. The white aura that had enveloped him gradually dissipated. However, unlike at the beginning, he no longer slumped under the weight of gravity, for he had originally trained on Planet Vegeta, which bore 10 times Earth's gravity. Thus, 15 times was merely a 5-fold increase. The celestial being widened his eyes in disbelief. How could someone adapt so swiftly? This exceeded his comprehension. I'm coming. Karochi shouted as he focused on Bobo, but as he lifted his foot, the bells rang out once more. How am I supposed to play this? Ha. Tais could not help but laugh, wiping away tears of mirth as she turned to the celestial being and asked, Dear sir, is there a place to rest? I've traveled all day and am quite fatigued. The celestial being, empathizing as he too felt weary, replied, Please, follow me. Young Karochi, would you like to rest and resume training tomorrow? Bobo must also be quite tired. Then I shall take a moment to rest. He too had flown for nearly 6 or 7 hours and felt exhausted. The training to snatch the water bottle continued for 3 months. During this period, Karochi could hardly refrain from exclaiming in frustration, especially in the preceding week, where even the slightest movement would cause the bells to chime. It was utterly absurd. Only by suppressing his impatient mindset could he engage in a meaningful exchange with Kylan. By the second month, Tais found the palace unbearably dull and requested Karochi to escort her back, claiming, I must supervise the construction of the spaceship and procure more food for you. For a moment, Karochi was rendered speechless. He had to admit, she could eat. Tais kept her promise and, indeed, returned with provisions in the 3rd month. She even brought fish for the cat sage as agreed. One day, as Karochi sat cross-legged, emanating a potent aura, both the celestial being and the cat sage rushed out upon sensing it. The aura burst forth but did not trigger the bells on his ankles. Incredible. In just 3 short months, Karochi had completely mastered such a formidable energy. The cat sage's feline face scrunched up in disbelief. The larger the aura, the more challenging it was to control, especially considering that Karochi was still encumbered by the 15-fold gravity suit. The celestial being, momentarily stunned, murmured, "Indeed. The Saiyan race is utterly terrifying. They possess immense power alongside profound insight. It is simply unfathomable." Karochi opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then turned to the cat sage, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Come, Kylan. Let us determine a victor today." Chapter 9. Training completed. Combat power of 2,700. The cat sage felt his fur bristle with anticipation. Just as he was about to raise a paw to halt the proceedings, he looked around and found not a trace of Karochi. "Master Kalan, you must take this seriously. We must determine a victor in the end." The voice echoed from behind Kalan, yet as he turned, he found no sign of its source. Confused, he cast a glance at the deity. "Is your divine palace haunted? And you remain unconcerned?" "Ahem, Kalan. Since Karochi wishes to fulfill this desire, why not lend him a hand? It is hardly a momentous request," the deity mused, gazing skyward. "Ah, what splendid weather we have today." Kalan was left speechless. "Why not you take part instead?" Reluctantly, he stepped outside, scratching his head. "Listen, Karochi, let us negotiate. I shall offer you all the heavenly beings I have just cultivated. How does that sound, meow?" "Huh, who would covet your measly offerings?" "I am the man who possesses 80,000 heavenly beings," Karochi declared, asserting that these beings could serve him for a lifetime. "Oh dear, what are you saying, Kalan? Must we not see things through to the end? If bribery suffices, what need is there for principles? Truly, Karochi, you claim to have dignity." Kalan stared at him, bewildered. "Why do you behave like a specter? You were not this way when you previously took my heavenly beings. Where is your respectful demeanor? Then let us proceed." As the words left the cat sage's mouth, Karochi vanished from sight. Startled, the cat sage instinctively dodged. "Hey, can you still struggle? How intriguing." The voice lingered in the air, yet the figure was nowhere to be seen. The cat sage glanced back at the deity. "Is your divine palace indeed haunted?" "Alas. Master cat sage, do not lose focus. Behold, I have captured you." As the words fell, Karochi reappeared before him, holding the water gourd that Kalan had possessed. "When did this happen, meow?" "In the blink of an eye, you snatched the gourd?" The cat sage was astounded, having felt no trace of Karochi's presence. With a clap, the deity emerged, exclaiming, "I never imagined that in merely 3 months, Karochi would master his aura so perfectly. It is truly remarkable. Your comprehension of energy has deepened considerably." Indeed, just moments ago, he had been unable to sense Karochi's presence, and a chill ran down his spine. "Ah, this is all thanks to the teachings of Master Cat Sage. I am most grateful." Karochi bowed deeply, startling the cat sage, who leaped back 3 meters in shock. Then, soaring with the sky dancing technique, he ascended towards the divine palace, his voice echoing, "No need, no need. Just don't descend and frighten me, meow." "What? Am I not sincere enough that you suspect I would scare you? You are judging me with a villain's heart." Karochi thought to himself. "Ahem. Let us proceed to the next phase of training," announced the deity, clearing his throat. "This stage requires some of your hair." "What?" Karochi was taken aback, realizing his power level had soared to over 1,300. Could Bobo even create a clone with the same power level? This is astonishing. Without hesitation, Karochi plucked a few strands of hair and handed them to Bobo. Unfazed, Bobo accepted them, retrieving some clay from an unknown source. In no time, he sculpted a figure identical to Karochi, embedding the hair within. After watering it, the clay figure came to life, revealing a perfect doppelganger of Karochi. "Wow, your sculpting speed rivals that of the goddess Enwa. What kind of celestial being are you?" Karochi's gaze towards Bobo transformed. "Is this a joke? With your abilities? If I provided you with some of Beerus's cat fur, would you then be able to dominate the entire universe?" Sensing the clone's aura closely matched his own, Karochi was astonished by this bizarre ability. Observing Karochi's shock, the deity smiled benevolently. "Previously, we focused on honing your control over energy. Now we shall engage in practical combat. Once you can defeat your own self, you will truly be ready for battle. Oh, and remember to keep your distance from the Divine Palace during your duel." "Oh, this final point is quite pertinent." "Excellent." Karochi nodded, silently acknowledging Bobo as his elder brother. With Bobo at his side, what need had he for a wife? Perhaps, with a bit of flattery, he might even convince Bobo to create a Tifa for him. As Karochi departed the divine palace with his shadow, they stood opposite each other. My right hand possesses an advantage here. Karochi was brimming with confidence as he executed a swift movement, disappearing from sight. However, upon reaching the Shadow's rear, he was taken aback. Where did you go? Suddenly feeling a jolt from behind, he turned to block, only to be sent flying by a swift kick. What the heck? Wasn't it said that I would lose to Bobo on the left? Oh, well, since I didn't focus on Bobo, that's inconsequential. Before Karochi could stabilize himself, the shadow appeared above him, delivering another kick that sent him crashing down. That was fast. Karochi gasped, regaining his composure to enter a state of pure combat focus. In an instant, he unleashed his energy. Behind you, Karochi shouted, launching an energy blast, only to find it striking nothing but air. The shadow had evaded his attack at the last moment. Karochi's pupils constricted as he sensed the shadow's aura again, firing another energy blast, but met with the same result. His attacks failed to keep pace with the shadow's movements. Once more sensing the shadow's presence, he prepared for an attack, only for it to land a punch squarely on his face. With no time to defend, he braced for impact and was sent reeling. Ouch! That must have hurt, meow. The cat sage, observing through foresight technique, gasped. That punch had landed squarely on his face. Come on, you don't strike faces, Karochi thought, feeling the sting of humiliation. From then on, the outcome was all but certain. Karochi was thoroughly beaten by his own shadow, failing to even graze the opponent's clothing. After the training concluded, Karochi, bruised and battered, transformed his frustration into a ravenous appetite, thinking, you can't eat, can you? I may not be able to defeat you, but you can't feast either. Starve, you country bumpkin. In truth, during the battle, he had already recognized his shortcomings. The shadow did not possess the convoluted thoughts he harbored. While he needed to assess the timing of his attacks, the shadow acted like a machine, locating and attacking, evading when struck. It was akin to a code, devoid of any complex emotions. This would require extensive practice. If the shadow's abilities scaled with his own, he might never be able to surpass it. Yet, he remained undeterred, thinking, it's just a minor setback. Let us just get on with it. And so, 6 months passed. The first time Tai Si witnessed the shadow, she was utterly bewildered, believing it to be a haunting. After a lengthy explanation from Karochi, she finally comprehended its true nature. Moreover, Tai Si brought news that the construction of the spaceship had been completed, invigorating Karochi to once again engage with the shadow in battle. As expected, the outcome was painfully obvious. He was soundly thrashed. Even Karochi's right hand fell to Bobo. I'm truly crushed. This is all a charade. 6 months later, Karochi faced the shadow once more, having improved to a point where he could exchange blows, albeit with him sustaining most of the injuries. However, the shadow also required Bobo's daily repairs. Boom, boom. The resounding clashes echoed in the ears of onlookers. Tai Si had long since taken up her sketchbook, engrossed in drawing. She found this battle to be nothing short of exhilarating. Tai Si began to grasp why Karochi often spoke of the universe's dangers. For Karochi, Earth could be obliterated with ease, erasing all life without expending much effort. Yet, this immensely powerful Karochi continually insisted he was merely insignificant in the vast universe. This illustrated the perils that lurked in the cosmos. Yet it was precisely this danger that fueled her yearning. If the universe were as tranquil and monotonous as Earth, what need would there be for exploration? Boom. The collision between Karochi and Shadow's energy spheres erupted, unleashing a luminous blue orb that radiated such intensity that it compelled one to squint. In a flash, Shadow materialized behind Karochi, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a sweeping kick. Karochi remained steadfast, not due to a lack of reaction nor a failure to keep pace, but rather, he chose to absorb the blow. A ferocious explosion of energy ensued, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds that sent Shadow hurtling several meters away. Karochi, with his eyes firmly shut, delivered a powerful left jab, which Shadow met head-on. The newly arrived Shadow was once again flung back. This back-and-forth exchange repeated itself a dozen times, and Karochi seemed to grow weary of the game. His figure vanished from sight, and in the next moment, Shadow's attack struck the vacant space. Alas, it was a futile endeavor. You truly are predictable in your assaults. Executed with such precision and devoid of hesitation, Karochi's voice resonated from behind. He aimed his right hand at Shadow, already condensing a colossal energy sphere 3 to 4 times the size of a basketball. The instant Shadow turned, Karochi unleashed the energy sphere without granting any time for evasion. Shadow endured the full force of the blast, devoid of screams or signs of pain. His form began to dissipate, and his once normal complexion morphed into a dusty brown hue. Boom. The energy sphere did not collide with the ground, but detonated mid-air upon impact. The shockwave swept through the divine temple, rendering Tai Si and the deities unable to open their eyes. Tai Si donned the power level scouter obtained from Karochi, watching as the numbers fluctuated before settling at 2,700. Indeed, after merely 1 year of training on Earth, Karochi's power had more than doubled, soaring from over 1090 to an impressive 2,700, an increase of 1,600. Chapter 10. Look at this spaceship. It's enormous and round. Karochi harbored quite the affection for his shadow, having battled together for 6 months. Truly, I am formidable, he mused with a smug sense of pride. This victory signified the completion of Karochi's training on Earth. It was time to depart. His journey to Namek had been planned from the very beginning, with 3 objectives in mind: to solicit the Grand Elder's assistance in unlocking potential, a method far more reliable than any other for enhancing power, aside from the ancient Kaioshin; to secure the Grand Elder's permission to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek for wishes. Compared to Earth, the Dragon Balls on Namek were easily found scattered across various villages, unlike the rare treasures that were the Dragon Balls on Earth. Lastly, the secrets of the Yardrat planet must be learned. As he watched Tai Si wave at him, Karochi couldn't help but smile. But suddenly, he sensed something and turned his gaze skyward. A spacecraft akin to the one he had arrived in was approaching. So it has come. It appears Planet Vegeta has already met its fiery end, Karochi murmured. Indeed, it was likely Kakarot's arrival, heralding the emergence of the destined hero. His arrival also implied that Planet Vegeta was well and truly lost, and the narrative was about to unfold. Upon returning to the Divine Temple, Karochi found the deities bearing grave expressions. Karochi, if what just transpired is accurate? It was evident that the deity had sensed Kakarot's approach. At that moment, Master Roshi also flew in, his feline face equally grave. Karochi, did you just sense that meow? Though the aura was weak, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the spacecraft you arrived in. It's impossible to overlook. He had heard Karochi mention that he was among the weakest of his kind. What's wrong? Why do you both look so troubled? Tai Si interjected, perplexed, having just witnessed the deity's previously jovial demeanor morph into one of deep concern. Fear not, revered deity and Master Roshi. It is indeed my kin arriving, but they pose no threat to Earth, provided you do not interfere with their growth. They will undoubtedly become a stalwart protector of our world, Karochi clarified. Initially, Kakarot's temperament mirrored that of a typical Saiyan, often volatile and destructive, but after being adopted by Goku, he underwent a transformation following a fateful fall that altered his trajectory into the character known as Goku. Should his growth be interrupted, Kakarot might end up resembling the likes of dares. The very existence of dares serves as a reflection of the original Kakarot. So that is how it is. The deity and Master Roshi sighed in relief upon hearing Karochi's words. At that moment, Tai Si also caught on. Oh, so Karochi, has your kin arrived? To her credit, she was eager to meet him. I forgot. We have a rather inquisitive soul among us, Karochi replied, attempting to appease her. Sister Tai Si, he is still an infant, and it's not appropriate to disturb his developmental path. Perhaps we can visit him upon our return from this cosmic journey? After all, this trip would take no less than 2.5 years, by which time Kakarot would have already transformed into Goku. Meeting him would pose no issue. Well, that makes sense. But really, why does it take so long to deal with one of your own? Tai Si lamented, her frustration palpable. If it drags on for another 2 months, I shall embark on my own. Speaking of their interstellar expedition, Tai Si was quite dissatisfied. The spacecraft had been ready for some time, yet Karochi's training had yet to conclude. Her curiosity about exploring the cosmos was incessantly urging her forward. Primarily, she was in dire need of new material. She had already authored a book inspired by her observations of the Divine Temple, which had seen tremendous success. Many flocked to the Karon Sanctuary to marvel at the grandeur of Karon Tower, with numerous attempts to scale it, only to find their efforts utterly futile. Shadow is indeed formidable. Karochi offered a wry smile in explanation. The prowess of Shadow was indisputable. Even in the 5th month, Karochi found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to gain any upper hand, Tai Si tossed her golden ponytail in irritation and huffed. Regardless, you wasted my precious time for gathering material. You owe me. What can I offer as compensation? Would meat suffice? Karochi retorted, realizing that even his own meals were funded by Tai Si. He finally grasped the joy of being a Saiyan, embracing the wealth of a benefactor. All right. I shall make amends. Let us return and prepare for an early departure. Now that Karochi had surpassed Tai Si in height, he effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry. Turning to the deity and Master Roshi, he declared, well then, revered deity and Master Roshi, I shall take my leave. We're off to the cosmos. By the way, my kinsman possesses the ability to transform into a giant ape during the full moon. If convenient, could you please visit the sacred land 2 years hence and remove his tail? Just ensure it doesn't regrow. As he departed, Karochi offered a few reminders. For it was difficult to accept that Gohan, a good soul, had perished at the hands of a rogue Goku. As for Karochi's own tail, he chose not to sever it, as it pertained to his future growth path. The deity nodded readily. That is not a difficult task. Oh, you can transform into a giant ape? May I witness this? Tai Si, initially sulking, perked up at the prospect of Karochi's transformation. Karochi grinned mischievously. Certainly. Sister Tai Si, when I transform into a giant ape, my power amplifies tenfold. Yet I remain at 270,000 and lose all reason after a single night. The entirety of Earth may vanish. Upon hearing Karochi's alarming proclamation, both the deity and Master Roshi shook their heads vigorously. No, no. Karochi, you absolutely must not turn into a gorilla, he nearly shouted, exclaiming, oh my goodness. With a battle power of 270,000, even the current Karochi, possessing a mere 700, already seems monstrous. If his power were to reach 270,000, wouldn't that spell doom for the Earth? He had intended to frighten Ties, but unexpectedly, he nearly terrified both the deity and the cat sage, feeling quite embarrassed. With a surge of energy enveloping him and Ties, they shot towards the West City, where the high-altitude air offered minimal resistance. Karochi reassured them, fear not, I won't transform into a gorilla on Earth. At this moment, his speed had already doubled compared to a year ago, and when flying at full capacity, it could even triple. What should have been a 10-hour journey was completed in merely 3. Ah, is that not little Rocky? You've grown so much taller and have become considerably more handsome. How about going on a date with me? Mrs. Brief exclaimed upon seeing Karochi. Naturally, Karochi sensed her intentions were deliberate, likely to test his character. Mom, what are you doing? Ties was utterly speechless. Karochi is only 5 years old. What are your intentions? Is this not considered inappropriate for a minor? Oh, if Karochi isn't from Earth, then it's fine. Goodness, when do you plan to get married? I'm eager to become a grandmother and hold my grandchild. Karochi stood there, petrified by her shocking declarations. Wow, even if Ultraman showed up, it would still raise alarms. In truth, his feelings for Ties were akin to that of siblings, devoid of any malicious intent. Meanwhile, Ties was blushing furiously, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Ahem, Mrs. Brief. Ties and I will go inspect the spaceship and return to greet you shortly. He seized Ties and fled. Goodness, if they lingered any longer, it felt as if Mrs. Brief was already planning their children's names. Upon witnessing the spaceship, Karochi's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression frozen, mouth agape like a wooden figure. He had always imagined it resembling the spacecraft that Sun Wukong rode in the original story, a large round ball. However, he was mistaken. This was a vast, disc-shaped vessel, perfectly rounded at the edges, akin to a UFO from his past life. Moreover, its dimensions were at least 10 times larger than that of the original round ball. He questioned if this spacecraft could even traverse outer space. Hey, look at this spaceship, isn't it grand and round? Ties beamed with pride. Initially, Mrs. Brief intended to create a spherical design akin to the original, but feeling it was too small, she strongly suggested Dr. Brief to expand it. With trembling fingers, Karochi pointed at the spacecraft. Ties, may I ask you a question? Given the size of this spaceship, might it be rather slow? If it takes 10 or 8 years to reach Namek, I might as well start gathering the Dragon Balls. Rest assured it won't. I disassembled the engine from your spaceship and perfectly replicated 5 engines for this vessel. Last time, when Ties mentioned your journey to Namek, I checked the coordinates and estimated it would take about 6 months to arrive. At this moment, Dr. Brief, standing by the side of the spaceship, suddenly began to explain. Of course, it could be even faster. However, due to the limited materials on Earth, it was unavoidable. If constructed as originally envisioned, it would have taken just 6 days to reach Namek. After speaking, Dr. Brief exhaled a puff of smoke. Upon hearing this, Karochi's worries dissipated entirely. 6 months was roughly the same duration as Bulma and the others' first journey to Namek. He then bowed deeply to Dr. Brief, sincerely expressing, I truly appreciate your efforts, Doctor. This sentiment was heartfelt, as Karochi had received immense care from the Brief family. Chapter 11. Preparations before departure, the golden-haired girl. Dr. Brief waved his hand with a smile. You are far too courteous. I owe you my gratitude for the flying device you brought. Otherwise, I doubt I would have ever developed a spaceship. He appeared exceedingly casual. You are being too humble, Karochi replied earnestly. In truth, Dr. Brief had developed space-folding technology, making the creation of a spaceship a mere trifle. The primary reason being he had not directed his focus on it. Allow me to introduce you to the features of this spaceship. It is equipped with a gravity machine that can simulate up to 300 times the gravity of Earth. However, do not operate it at such a high level casually. Additionally, it has a camouflage mode. Given the dangers of space, I modified the exterior of the ship to perfectly reflect the stars on both sides, while also equipping it with 4 smaller vessels similar to the one you brought. Although they lack in speed, they can still navigate through space adequately. Wow. Wow. Incredible. This is simply astonishing. Karochi transformed into Dr. Brief's little fanboy. This was an overwhelming display of intellectual prowess. I am truly grateful to you. Taiz observed Karochi's eyes sparkling with excitement, feeling somewhat perplexed by his exuberance. By the way, Taiz mentioned that you have a hearty appetite. I've stored enough food for you to last 2 years inside. And most importantly, this spaceship can also be compressed into a capsule. Dr. Brief squinted his eyes while teasing the little black cat on his shoulder, speaking in a casual tone. At that moment, Karochi turned to Taiz, who was essentially his sister. No one could sway that notion. All right, I've covered all the functions. You may explore freely. I must take my leave now, Dr. Brief stated before departing. Is it necessary to be this excited? Taiz pondered, not quite understanding. You wouldn't comprehend. This is what we call a psychological contrast. I initially expected a thatched hut, only to find a villa. Such unexpected happiness is beyond words. Enough. Let us go purchase some clothing and prepare for tomorrow's departure. At last, we have awaited this moment. Karochi glanced down at his tattered clothing. The battle suit he wore upon arriving on Earth had long since become unrecognizable. Currently, he donned a custom outfit tailored by Taiz, a design he had essentially copied from Vegeta's attire, albeit in a smaller size. After changing into new attire, Karochi accompanied Taiz outside. He also needed to buy some undergarments. He couldn't rely on Taiz for everything, could he? West City was truly bustling, overflowing with eateries. Karochi had already amassed a handful of food. Taiz clenched her fists in disbelief. Hadn't they just eaten before going out? Was a Saiyan's appetite truly insatiable? Do you think you can fit all that in your stomach? Karochi chewed on his food while speaking. Taiz was left speechless, exasperated. Can you swallow your food before talking? Faced with such a glutton, she felt helpless. Gulp. After finally swallowing his food, just as he opened his mouth to speak, Taiz shoved a chicken leg into his mouth. All right, I understand your point. I won't eat. Seeing Karochi in such a state, Taiz couldn't help but chuckle. It was utterly delightful. At that moment, Karochi spotted a golden-haired little girl standing in the middle of the bustling street, her expression anxious as she looked around, seemingly searching for her parents. Suddenly, a hovering vehicle, oblivious to her presence, was headed straight towards her. Be careful. Karochi abruptly discarded the food, his form instantly soaring to the side of the little girl, lifting her into the air. The driver of the hovering vehicle, startled, collided with the wall beside the road. Karochi gently set the girl down beside Taiz, scanning her for injuries, and only when he saw none did he breathe a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Taiz asked anxiously. Though her concern was not for Karochi, with his robust physique, he could withstand far worse. The little girl appeared dazed, staring blankly at Karochi, leading him to mistakenly believe that his tail was inadequately concealed. Suddenly, her lip quivered, and tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving Karochi at a loss for how to respond. Taiz promptly gathered the girl into her arms, offering comfort. The driver, having exited the vehicle, attempted to utter a few words in Zhuan dialect, but was silenced by a mere glance from Karochi, leaving him trembling in fear. After a considerable moment, the little girl regained her composure, breaking free from Taiz's embrace to clutch Karochi's clothing tightly. Thank you, big brother and sister, she exclaimed. How polite, how delightful. Karochi thought, not minding the grip on his clothing. What is your name, little girl? How old are you? Where is your home? And why were you standing in the middle of the road? It's far too dangerous. Taiz endeavored to soften her tone. My name is Lazili, and I'm 4 years old. I was looking for my little brother. We got separated, she replied, her voice trembling as tears threatened to spill again. In truth, Karochi had not familiarized himself with the characters from Dragon Ball, only finding the battle scenes exhilarating. Had he done his homework, he would have known that the name of the character before her transformation into Android 18 was indeed Lazili. There. No more tears. How about big brother and big sister help you find him? He said, lifting her into his arms. I'm not much older than her, Karochi mused internally, considering that he was only 5, roughly the same age as the girl. Still clutching his clothing, Lazili began to describe her brother's appearance. Big brother. What is your name? You seem really amazing, like you can fly? She stammered, her cheeks flushed. Me? You can just call me Karochi, there's no need for the big brother part. He chuckled, finding it strange to be addressed as such by someone so close to his own age, reminiscent of a youth being mistaken for an elder. Leaning closer, he whispered mysteriously, I can use magic. How about I take you and your brother back home? He had some experience in comforting children. Unbeknownst to him, Lazili's face reddened even more, reaching her ears. Eventually, with the combined efforts of Taiz and Karochi, they located her brother. Wow, he is quite the handsome fellow, Karochi thought. feeling a pang of envy. This boy had a striking appearance, destined to charm countless girls in the future. And Lazili is quite lovely as well. She'll grow into a stunning beauty. He pondered, curious about who might win her heart in the future. Aren't you two going to let big brother and sister escort you? Tai's voice jolted Karochi from his thoughts. No, thank you, sister. I already used your phone to contact my family. They'll be here soon to pick us up, Lazili said, gripping her brother's hand. Afterward, she approached Karochi, bowing politely before planting a quick kiss on his cheek. She did the same for Tai's, seemingly as a gesture of gratitude. Karochi, caught off guard by the unexpected kiss, was left astonished. My word, in 2 lifetimes, a girl has finally wanted to kiss me. He thought, though it was just a peck of thanks, it was still a kiss. He could boast about it. Watching Lazili and her brother run off, Karochi called out, please don't run off again. It's far too dangerous. She didn't turn back, but called out, I know, Karochi big brother. His face flushed, and he could feel his heart racing. Her brother, noticing this, appeared a bit anxious. Sister, he began, but before he could finish, Lazili interrupted. Don't say anything. As he watched the 2 children depart, Karochi couldn't help but reminisce. Ah, childhood is truly wonderful. Yet, he refrained from voicing this sentiment. Aware that he still bore the form of a child. The bond between siblings is profound. Wouldn't you agree, Karochi? Tai said, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Karochi nodded earnestly. Indeed, Tai's. Today, having just met my dear sister, I feel it is worth cherishing. Their shopping excursion extended into the evening, with Tai's loading the vehicle with a staggering amount of goods, leaving Karochi utterly astonished. Indeed, women are all the same, especially wealthy ones. Their shopping prowess is simply terrifying, he thought. As Tai's remarked, the items she purchased could sustain him for a decade. Thankfully, Dr. Brief had modified the spaceship. Otherwise, they would have struggled to fit all the cargo. The space left for them to sit was nearly non-existent. That night, Tai's, brimming with excitement, could hardly sleep, dragging Karochi into an animated conversation about everything from science to Frieza, and even discussing Frieza's father and brother. Before long, she succumbed to slumber. Watching her peaceful face, Karochi sighed softly. In the vast universe, dangers abound beyond just the frozen demon. He reflected. One cannot truly comprehend the perils without first-hand experience. Even the oppressive sense of death I felt while watching anime in my previous life was overwhelming, let alone facing it in reality. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he thought, what is the point of overthinking? If I can't prevent it, I might as well accept it quietly. Chapter 12, Departure to Namek. A night of silence passed. The following morning, before the sun had even crested the horizon, Karochi and Tai's arrived at the spaceship for final checks. Phew. All systems are functional. We can finally set off, Tai's exclaimed, her face radiant with excitement. After such a long wait, her enthusiasm was wholly understandable. Goodness. Are we leaving so early? How about a glass of milk? A quick breakfast? Mrs. Brief suggested sincerely beside the spacecraft. Karochi felt tempted. Having breakfast before departure wouldn't be a hindrance. The universe wasn't going anywhere, after all. Yet, seeing Tai's barely contained eagerness, he sighed. Perhaps not, Mrs. Brief. We plan to leave early to ensure a prompt return. He spoke somewhat reluctantly. Mrs. Brief showed no signs of disappointment. Then be careful on your journey, she called out. Wait, you weren't merely being polite, were you? Karochi inquired as Tai's dragged him into the ship's cabin. Inside, the space was impressively vast, with the control room rivaling that of Frieza's ship from the original series. Unlike Frieza's, which required multiple operators, Dr. Brief had streamlined the operations, allowing for a simple target setting followed by automatic navigation. Quite impressive. Karochi, buckle up. We're about to take off, Tai's reminded him. Aware that the ascent through Earth's atmosphere would be quite turbulent, Karochi complied, knowing well from the original series that this was a necessary precaution. The spaceship ascended to a height of 1,000 meters before pausing. Why have we stopped? Is something wrong? Karochi asked, genuinely puzzled by the workings of the spacecraft. Tai's quickly reassured him. We're about to enter the acceleration phase. Stay quiet, and be careful not to bite your tongue. With that, Tai's also fell silent. As expected, the spacecraft entered a phase of intense acceleration due to inertia. Karochi could distinctly feel the upward thrust. Of course, the sensation was not overwhelming. This was not due to the spacecraft's sluggishness, but rather its remarkable stability. However, the moment they burst through the atmosphere, a pronounced tremor was felt, reminiscent of the experience of riding a bus in a previous life. But soon, equilibrium was restored, suggesting they had successfully exited Earth's atmosphere. With a sigh of relief, Tai released her safety harness. All right, we've left Earth, she exclaimed, pressing a button. Suddenly, the screen ahead transformed into a transparent view, revealing the vastness of interstellar space. Countless stars whizzed by in her line of sight. Wow, is this the universe? Tai Si was awestruck by the sight before her. The inky black canvas was adorned with innumerable twinkling lights, captivating her completely. Karochi, too, was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the cosmic vista. Notably, the view was one way. While Karochi and Tai Si could see the external scenery, those outside could not glimpse the interior of the spacecraft. The vessel resembled a shard of the cosmos, perfectly mirroring the surroundings. Moreover, they were traveling at astonishing speed, having already traversed beyond the solar system in mere moments. Sister Tai Si, shall we have a meal? Karochi reminded her, as the breakfast bell chimed. We agreed to dine on the ship. Oh, that was my suggestion, so it's no big deal, Tai Si retorted, producing a capsule and proceeding to picnic right in the cockpit. To be honest, dining while gazing at such scenery was indeed a unique experience. After their meal, Karochi performed a simple stretch, preparing to commence his training, as time was of the essence. Are you starting your training again? Tai Si observed his actions with a hint of exasperation. What is so great about training? It's like a lecherous man fixating on beautiful women every day. Indeed. Sister Tai Si, I've mentioned before, danger lurks almost everywhere in the universe. My current strength is merely at a pitiful level and hardly sufficient for us to feel secure. I must enhance my abilities further. There was another reason Karochi withheld from sharing. The formidable foes that lay ahead, each more outrageous than the last. Excluding Frieza, there were the androids like Cell, Majin Buu, and subsequently either Super 17 or the Universe Tournament from the Dragon Ball Super narrative. The mere thought of the Universe Tournament sent a pang of anxiety through Karochi. The king of all was truly a misunderstanding. Enough. I've heard this countless times. What on earth makes you so fearful? Tai Si, having grown up on a peaceful Earth, struggled to comprehend the universe's terrors. Karochi shrugged and made his way to the gravity chamber. The gravity machine was a training artifact, a highly effective means to rapidly increase strength. This gravity chamber is significantly larger than the one Kakarot used in the original story. After walking for 3 to 4 minutes, Karochi finally arrived at the gravity chamber. Located in the very center of the spacecraft, the space was at least double the size compared to the original narrative. I underwent 15 times the gravity training at the Heavenly Temple on Earth. Let us start with 20 times the gravity. Similar to Goku in the original story, who began at 20 times, Karochi's battle power was nowhere near Goku's previous level of 8,000, being approximately 4 times weaker. As the gravity activated, Karochi felt his breath grow labored. His posture began to stoop, and his tail drooped down instead of standing upright. Thud, thud, thud. Karochi painstakingly started to move, each step feeling as if he bore a 1,000-pound weight. Unbeknownst to him, Tai Si activated the gravity chamber's monitoring system and observed Karochi struggle. Her elegant brows knitted in concern. What a big fool. A voice tinged with mild lament echoed in the control room, as if expressing a grievance. Karochi, utterly bewildered, realized he had taken 3 whole days to acclimate to 20 times the gravity. How on earth did Goku manage to complete 100 times gravity training in just 6 days? Was the disparity really that vast? What's wrong? Is your training going poorly? Tai Si inquired, noticing Karochi's troubled expression. Karochi waved his hands dismissively. Not exactly. I just feel the progress is a bit slow. His face bore a look of vexation. The more he trained, the more he felt average, especially since others could adapt to 100 times gravity in 6 days, while he was struggling with merely 40 times. With a swift motion, Tai Si playfully slapped Karochi, exclaiming, "What? Do you expect instant success? Even I, with no martial training, understand the principle that haste makes waste. Why can't you grasp that?" She had been observing his training for the past 3 days and felt it was sheer self-torture. Under such high gravity, she believed she would surely perish. He had adapted in 3 days and was still dissatisfied. Such insatiable greed was akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant, completely disregarding the risk of choking. Right. Why am I in such a hurry? We're not heading to Namek to battle Frieza. We're merely aiming to enhance our strength and make a few wishes. Moreover, there was plenty of time to reach Namek. He could afford to take it slow. Just as Tai Si had said, was it truly beneficial to rush training? Although Goku completed 100 times gravity training in 6 days and transformed into a Super Saiyan. What of it? Did he not then return to Earth afflicted with a viral heart disease? Logically, a Super Saiyan's immune system should be extraordinarily robust, rendering even a common cold improbable. His affliction was likely a consequence of his frenzied training, compounded by the strain of the Kaioken technique. Forcing himself to use 20 times Kaioken on Namek was probably another contributing factor. Thank you, Sister Tai Si. I've come to a realization. There's no need to rush. Tai Si exhaled a sigh of relief. She genuinely feared Karochi might overexert himself and jeopardize his health. After a year of acquaintance, they had developed a bond. Attempting to appear indifferent, she casually placed her hands in her pockets and said, "Since you're grateful, Accompany me to Planet Vegeta tomorrow. I checked, and it's a rocky planet with breathable air for humans. I'm quite curious. Wait, aren't we headed to Namek? What else with the sudden change of destination? Seemingly sensing Karochi's confusion, Tai Si replied, Namek is your destination, not mine. I'm here to gather materials. Besides, it won't take much time for me to check it out. She was on an interstellar journey to seek inspiration and gather materials. Unlike the muscle-bound warrior whose mind was solely fixated on strength. Upon reflecting on Tai Si's words, Karochi nodded in agreement. All right, Sister Tai Si. We shall head to Planet Vegeta tomorrow. Now you're being obedient. Tai Si smiled. Indeed. How delightful, Karochi thought, feeling a tremor of warmth within him. He genuinely did not anticipate that such a capable woman from his past life could be so endearing in her youth. The contrast was quite striking. Oh, by the way, my father uploaded the data for your spacecraft, indicating that this planet is classified as a mid-level planet. Is it safe? Tai Si seemed to recall something and inquired, as she was not entirely clear on the nature of mid-level planets. Ah, a mid-level planet? If it were 3 days ago, I might have hesitated. But now I have no fears. Rest assured, Sister Tai Si, mid-level planets are characterized by a maximum battle power exceeding 1,000, but lacking any exceeding 10,000. After adapting to the 20-fold gravity over the past 3 days, my combat prowess has significantly increased, leaving me utterly unafraid. It's amusing to note that my current baseline strength has reached an astonishing 8,000, and under extreme conditions, it can even surpass 10,000. What is there to fear? Chapter 13, Planet Vegeta, Ugly Yet Beautiful Aspirations. 24 hours have elapsed, and being far from Earth, the concept of day and night is entirely lost on me. The past few days have merely been a passage of hours. The spaceship has begun to decelerate, revealing a nearly entirely rocky planet before Karochi and Tai's. This is Planet Vegeta, the very world Tai's wishes to investigate, a venture to which Karochi has consented. Let us proceed directly in a small craft. After all, once the spaceship lands, escaping the gravitational pull will consume a considerable amount of energy. And we have a long journey ahead. We cannot afford to waste it. Tai's has donned her protective suit with meticulous care. By the way, if energy is limited, shouldn't we just move forward instead of stopping to accelerate? Isn't that also quite energy-consuming? Karochi wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts. As this spaceship was funded by Tai's family, his contribution was but a mere sample. However, Karochi soon realized a minor predicament. Sister Tai's, are we really going to descend in a spaceship? Isn't that obvious? You mentioned there are thousands of combat units on this planet. What if something unfortunate happens if I descend alone? Tai's replied matter-of-factly. Wouldn't that be a bit cramped? Karochi hesitated. For the craft was designed for a single occupant. While it was not impossible for two to share, the space would indeed be inadequate. The proximity would inevitably lead to physical contact. And although Karochi appeared 5 years old, his mental age was closer to 30. Tai's demeanor suggested a level of severity befitting the gravest of sentences. Yet, Karochi hesitated only for 2.5 seconds before diving into the craft, nestling into Tai's embrace. Come on, who isn't a child? I'm only 5. I harbor no ill intent. It's quite soft. Tai's felt a twinge of discomfort, especially with Karochi's tail being rather unruly. Control your tail, or I shall sever it. Tai's felt compelled to issue a warning. Karochi instantly became compliant. With a huff, Tai's sealed the hatch. We're ready for departure. Hold on tight. A spherical craft was launched, swiftly entering the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta. The difference in shock absorption was palpable, as the violent vibrations were markedly pronounced. Were it not for Tai's holding him, Karochi would likely have bumped his head. The friction from the atmosphere generated intense heat, leaving a fiery red trail across the sky. The craft plunged towards the surface. Karochi instinctively recoiled, for despite having experienced landing twice before, he remained vehemently averse to this method, feeling as though he were leaping from a great height. However, the anticipated impact did not occur. At an altitude of approximately 3 meters, the craft altered its trajectory, gliding horizontally just above the ground. Wow, Dr. Briff is truly considerate. This is incredibly heartwarming, Tai's exclaimed. Feeling cramped, she delivered a swift kick. Are you trying to suffocate your sister? Tai's was incensed. Did this little rascal dare to take liberties with her? She genuinely doubted Karochi would be intimidated. Karochi, having been kicked against the hatch, displayed no signs of embarrassment, swearing to the heavens that he had not overstepped any boundaries. He was merely a child. Why treat him so harshly? At that moment, the craft gradually came to a halt, earning Dr. Briff a thumbs up for stability. Karochi bravely exited the hatch, though the ship was deemed suitable for human activity. He was skeptical about the absence of trees to produce oxygen. The first sensation upon stepping out was the heat. To his astonishment, He realized this desolate planet resided between two equally massive stars, exhibiting only rotation without revolution. It was perpetually day, devoid of night. Remarkably, it had not been torn apart by the immense gravitational forces of the stars, instead exhibiting gravity akin to Earth, with air nearly identical as well. Ties emerged from the craft, conveniently stowing it into a capsule. So many capsules. Karochi mused internally. It was astonishing that life could thrive on a planet virtually devoid of water and trees, yet still possess suitable air. Ties spread her arms in delight, exclaiming, "This is precisely the cosmic adventure I yearned for. Discovering new wonders, witnessing the unseen and unheard, the thrill of exploring the unknown." Click, click. Ties incessantly captured photographs with her camera. Sister Ties, aren't you hot? Karochi, panting, noticed that Ties seemed impervious to the heat. Did she possess some hidden ability? No, you've forgotten the spell bestowed upon me by the deity. It appears to be a permanent effect, as long as the temperature isn't excessively outrageous. I remain unaffected, Ties replied playfully. Wow, that is impressive. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I would have asked the deity to grant me a similar boon. Karochi lamented, realizing it was too late to seek such a favor. Ties activated Karochi's combat power detector. Karochi, to the southeast, 1,000 kilometers away. There's an energy response. The reading is an astonishing 3,500 points. Ties gasped, for even Karochi, who had trained to the utmost in the divine realm, possessed only 700 points. The discovery of a combat unit exceeding his own strength was astonishing, and even further afield, there were readings surpassing 4,000 points. Karochi shielded his eyes from the sun and yawned. I noticed it long ago. I sensed it even before the craft landed. 3 days prior, Karochi would have fled at the first sign of danger, but now he felt no fear. As long as the adversary did not exceed 10,000 points in strength, he was prepared to confront them head-on, even if they reached that threshold. So, should we make contact? Ties inquired. It's amusing. Had you posed that question with even a hint of uncertainty, I would have thought you were deliberating with me. You've already made up your mind and yet still ask, Karochi replied, without answering her directly. Instead, he swept Ties into his arms. Propelled by an overwhelming force towards the source of the energy reading, the speed was several times greater than 3 days prior, and it wasn't long before they reached the nearest energy source. However, both Karochi and Ties felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing the entity before them did not seem to belong to a highly intelligent race. Instead, it resembled a diminutive version of a minotaur from a fantastical realm, with red skin and a pair of brown horns atop its head. Sister Ties, shall we approach? It appears it is about to eat, Karochi suggested. A hint of curiosity piqued. The bull-headed creature wielded a bone-like club, relentlessly striking a deceased dinosaur. Karochi found himself intrigued by the prospect of tasting the dinosaur. Ties looked at him disdainfully, baffled by his culinary curiosity. Did he truly wish to sample everything without fear of poisoning? Had Karochi known Ties' thoughts, he might have chuckled inwardly. After all, she had seen him roast and consume the limbs of humanoid creatures without a hint of concern. Ties furrowed her brow, realizing the bull-headed creature seemed incapable of normal communication. Let us go and see if we can establish contact. Who knows what might happen? Very well, you are the leader. Your word is law. Karochi agreed, leaping from the mountaintop while cradling Ties. The bull-headed creature was startled, momentarily taken aback as it fixed its gaze on Ties, staring intently at her. Hey there, brother. What are you up to? Are you looking for a fight? Karochi was the first to speak, waving his hand to obstruct the opponent's line of sight. Hey. What does this beast think it's doing? Staring at my sister like that. Is there something wrong with it? The minotaur, whose vision was blocked, instantly erupted with fury, swinging its spiked club down onto the ground. The earth cracked open with a resounding roar, sending up clouds of dust. Sister Ties, it seems our presence is not welcomed here. Shall we retreat? Karochi scratched his head, unable to comprehend the opponent's words, or perhaps the creature had no fixed language of its own. Ties shared his sentiments, feeling quite uncomfortable under the minotaur's intense gaze. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, the minotaur charged forward, swinging its club at Karochi with a fierce intent aimed directly at his head. Be careful, Ties gasped, taken aback by the sudden aggression. Karochi, however, seized the minotaur's club with ease, disregarding the sharp spikes, and with a swift turn, he hurled the creature away, sending it crashing into a nearby mound. What the hell? Is it insane? Why resort to violence when we could have talked it out? Karochi seethed with frustration. What kind of foolish race is this? Do they think being a minotaur makes them superior? Karochi, be cautious. It appears this creature is not one to be trifled with. Ties moved behind Karochi, feeling vulnerable and aware that she had little means to defend herself against such a foe. Karochi waved dismissively, No worries, a single Minotaur can't stir up much trouble. The Minotaur, now upright, eyed Karochi with heightened vigilance, seemingly reluctant to engage further. However, its next actions left Karochi and Tai Si dumbfounded. It pointed at Tai Si, then at its own feet, and subsequently gestured towards Karochi before indicating the sky. What does that mean? Is it demanding Tai Si to stay and serve it as a slave while it sends me off? How outrageous. Tai Si, clearly understanding the implication, shouted in anger. Karochi, ever more direct, swiftly dashed before the creature, delivering a resounding slap before it could react. The sound echoed as the Minotaur spun in place from the impact. Huh, you ugly beast, think you can command me? Just so you know, I wouldn't even give you a key for 2 coins, let alone 3 for 10. Karochi was furious, realizing that this creature had overstepped its bounds. Who gave it the audacity? Unable to contain his wrath, Karochi unleashed a powerful kick, sending the beast flying 100 meters away. The force of the blow raising clouds of dust. Chapter 14. Ashes to Ashes, the Abyssal Vortex. Karochi did not finish the Minotaur off immediately. The creature dared to contemplate an existence so simple as to be rid of it without consequence. Karochi fantasized about inflicting upon it the most exquisite tortures imaginable. Wishing to rend it limb from limb. Karochi, be cautious, that creature is not dead yet. Tai Si, equally exasperated, flushed with rage. Fear not, sister. I shall ensure this foul creature pays dearly for its insolence. Amidst the dust, flashes of lightning flickered. Karochi remained unfazed, thinking to himself that if he were to suffer a mishap, he would be more than willing to endure it. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning shot towards him. Yet, Karochi stood firm, an unseen barrier enveloping his form, completely neutralizing the strike before it could touch him. As the dust settled, they could see that the Minotaur's right arm hung limply, severed from the body, while its horns crackled with electrical energy, relentlessly assaulting Karochi, its eyes now a furious crimson. Huh! Karochi erupted with power, instantly repelling the lightning. The overwhelming force blasted the Minotaur away once more, causing Tai Si, who was not even the target, to stagger slightly. Her heart raced with astonishment. Just how powerful had Karochi become in merely 3 days? Driven by curiosity, she activated her scanner. The numbers fluctuated before finally stabilizing at 9,865, nearly 10,000 in battle prowess. In just 3 days, Karochi had grown so formidable? The results of gravity training were astonishing. Without hesitation, Karochi charged at the Minotaur again, delivering another resounding slap that sent it tumbling. Now that's more like it. Karochi's playful demeanor vanished, his right arm raised. Palm aimed directly at the Minotaur, unleashing a powerful energy wave. The cerulean blast struck the Minotaur before it could even hit the ground, and its roar faded into silence in mere moments. Reduced to ashes. Boom. The energy wave obliterated a nearby mountain, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The destructive force evident. Sister Tai Si, that beast has been reduced to nothingness. Karochi dusted off his hands, pleased to have avenged Tai Si's earlier distress. Tai Si smiled in approval. Well done, my dear brother. You've truly stepped up for me. Of course, in my eyes, you are my beloved sister. No one shall dare cross you. Karochi declared, determination in his voice. Tai Si chuckled, waving her hands dismissively. All right, I get it now. By the way, it seems there is a lake on this planet. Let us go check it out. It's not far from here. They had originally set out to find the planet's Soul Lake, and the encounter with the Minotaur had merely been a minor detour. Sure. Sister Tai Si. Which direction is the lake? Karochi picked her up once more, his movements growing ever more adept. It's to the southeast, roughly 500 kilometers away. Tai Si replied, her smile unwavering. She was pleasantly surprised that Karochi had been so enraged on her behalf. It was clear he did not take her for granted. This was indeed Tai Si's primary purpose for visiting this planet, to witness the unique lake that existed here. Without hesitation, Karochi soared into the sky, heading straight for their destination. In no time at all, they arrived at their destination, and it was indeed quite a spectacle. This isn't just a lake. This is clearly an inland sea. The expanse stretched endlessly on either side, with no sight of the opposite shore. From the vastness of space, it had appeared lake-like, but up close, its enormity was overwhelming. Furthermore, this inland sea formed a colossal vortex at its center. Karochi floated in midair, feeling the immense gravitational pull. Wow, it's breathtaking, Tai Si exclaimed, snapping numerous pictures in excitement. Karochi furrowed his brow. Sister Tai Si, don't you find anything strange? Strange? What is strange about it? The formation of this landscape is likely due to the unique binary star system here, Tai Si explained, being situated between 2 stars of equal mass. It's not surprising that such a remarkable sight would occur. Karochi nodded slightly in agreement, noting the temperature dropping significantly as they neared the area. The oppressive heat had vanished, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Beep beep beep. Just then, the battle power counter Tai Si was carrying began to beep loudly. Huh? What is happening? Sister Tai Si, be careful. Karochi shouted, sensing a powerful energy nearby, one that rivaled his own. The source was located within the heart of the vortex. Before Tai Si could react, the vortex erupted with numerous water spouts, roaring and spiraling outward. Karochi's pupils dilated. He swiftly wrapped one arm around Tai Si's slender waist while gathering a massive energy orb with his other hand. The energy sphere, larger than a meter in diameter, coalesced in his grip, aimed directly at the approaching water spouts. However, Karochi was taken aback to find his energy blast halted. How could mere water block his attack? What trickery is this? With a cold sneer, Karochi soared into the sky with Tai's, prioritizing her safety above all else. Karochi, what on earth is happening? Tai still could not comprehend the unfolding chaos. The apocalyptic scene before her was dominated by ferocious sea tornadoes, howling like wild beasts. Sister Tais, there must be something hidden in that ocean. Do you have a flying device? I intend to unleash a fierce attack, Karochi stated gravely. Though he had yet to identify his adversary, he was certain that the foe lurked beneath the turbulent waters. Before Tais could respond, another barrage of water-like projectiles struck. Karochi had no choice but to condense his energy into small ki blasts and hurl them back. The air was filled with explosive sounds, and water rained down like droplets from the sky. Recognizing the formidable nature of their opponent, Tais quickly retrieved a capsule, transforming it into a flying machine. Unencumbered, Karochi's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, enveloped in a white aura. He had activated his explosive state, a surge of power surpassing even his previous bout against the Minotaur. Huh? Karochi's eyes flickered as he noticed the whirlpool gathering an immense force. An endless torrent of seawater converged within. Huh? Am I to fear you? With that, he raised his arms to his chest, his posture reminiscent of Vegeta's ultimate flash release. Glimmering blue orbs of light coalesced between his palms, the surrounding air turning unbearably tense. Tais, seated in the flying machine, was bombarded with alarm signals, seemingly warning her to flee. Gazing into the abyss of the whirlpool felt akin to staring into the void, its deep blue hue darkening into an ominous black. Meanwhile, the radiant blue light between Karochi's palms ceased to gather and instead formed a halo around them. Atomic shockwave. Two formidable energies collided at astonishing speed, one a brilliant blue adorned with countless azure sparkles, the other a pitch-black fury. The resulting clash birthed a colossal energy sphere, over 10 meters in radius, equally divided between blue and black. Karochi was taken aback. No way. Is this for real? My power level is over 10,000. Who is this opponent? He incredulously pondered the situation, questioning if he had mistakenly entered a high-level planet rather than a mere intermediate one. Forget about high-level warriors. Even if Vegeta were here, he would be at a loss. Karochi, the ocean is shrinking. Tais's voice pierced through his thoughts. Huh? Shrinking? What kind of sorcery is this? Unable to devote too much energy to observe, Karochi felt himself gradually losing ground. A tremendous force pushed him backward. Damn it! He roared, summoning his energy as blue orbs surged forth. The once tilted massive energy sphere regained equilibrium. Roar! A thunderous bellow erupted as the ocean below transformed into a humanoid entity. To Karochi's horror, it began to morph into his own likeness. Huh? Is that you, Shadow? You're not dead. At that moment, Karochi was utterly confounded. What on earth was happening? Karochi, I have found the information. This is a unique phenomenon known as the Itai spectacle. It is one of the rarest cosmic wonders in the universe, but the data is scarce. Tais's anxious voice reached his ears. Itai spectacle? What is that? This wasn't T in the original. Karochi's mind raced, grappling with the absurdity of being confronted by such phenomena just days after leaving Earth. Cosmic wonder? What the hell? Have I fallen into a fake Dragon Ball world? To hell with this spectacle. If I blow it up, it's dead. He resolved to act decisively, but was embarrassed to realize he had already exerted 120 of his strength. Stalemated, he felt his energy waning. There, in the center, there's a core. If I can destroy it, I can defeat the opponent. Tais's voice echoed once more. Karochi chuckled bitterly. I can't move right now. This is quite awkward. I'm evenly matched with this ridiculous spectacle. The first to falter would be consumed by the energy. I'll help you. Huh? How will you help, Sister Tais? Tais's flying machine revealed a cannon beneath, aimed directly at the mimicking Karochi, and fired. Boom. A chilling roar emanated from the mimic, as if it had struck a painful spot. The opportunity has arrived. Karochi unleashed a ki wave. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, the shockwave sending Tais's flying machine tumbling. Debris was flung into the air, thick black smoke enveloping the sky. If it were any stronger, this planet would be finished. Karochi gasped in shock. Karochi. It's not over. The opponent isn't dead. As long as the core remains intact, it will endure. Sister Ties, where did you find this information? Shouldn't I have brought it from Earth? Why am I so uninformed? A pang of bitterness coursed through Karochi as he locked onto the opponent's energy, realizing it had not weakened at all. This battle will be tough. Chapter 15, a grueling struggle. Although he now knew the foe's weakness lay in its core, its hue matched that of its body. Ties must have fortuitously struck the core earlier, yielding such an effect. Never mind, let us attack and see. Karochi resolved. Assuming a combat stance, he vanished in a blur, reappearing before the mimicking entity, and aimed a punch at the place Ties had previously targeted. Bang! The opponent showed no signs of defense, countering with a punch of its own, exchanging blows. But this thing doesn't take damage. To hell with it. Karochi braced himself, taking the punch head-on while delivering his blow. Both were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Cough, cough, cough. Karochi staggered to his feet, violently coughing, the force of the enemy's punch causing him to spit blood. Karochi, are you alright? Ties' worried voice reached him, her concern palpable. Spitting out the residual blood and wiping his mouth, Karochi reassured her, don't worry, Sister Ties, I'm fine. He could only share good news, though in reality, he had likely broken several ribs. In the absence of Ties' gaze, Karochi discreetly consumed a senza bean, a few of which he had kept on hand for emergencies. He hadn't expected to need them on this trip, especially not so soon. Observing the previous encounter, he concluded that the opponent's core must have shifted positions. With a sigh, he lamented that his earlier exchange had yielded scant intelligence. The sound of Ties furiously typing on a keyboard reached him, followed by her voice. Indeed, that creature's core is constantly moving within its body. The missile I launched had a tracker attached. I'll modify the power counter. Just hold on a bit longer. Wow. A tracker? You're amazing, sis. Karochi exclaimed with delight. Just then, a fist emerged from the smoke, hurtling toward him. The arm stretched impossibly long, emanating a strange black mist. Is it a rubber man like the one who ate the gum-gum fruit? Karochi couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. Dodging the attack, he unleashed his explosive energy, clearing the surrounding smoke. Before him, the opponent's eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson light, exuding an ominous aura that enveloped its entire being. This sensation filled Karochi with profound discomfort, particularly as it bore his own likeness. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he could not shake the feeling that this creature bore a striking resemblance to the evil dragons from Dragon Ball GT. Manifestations born from the negative energy accumulated through excessive wishes made upon the Dragon Balls. The Yitai Chi Guan could not possibly be of the same ilk, could it? After all, if it were indeed derived from the Dragon Ball's negative energy, it would hardly possess such a meager strength. Rather, it seemed to be an amalgamation of negative energy in its own right. As Karochi grappled with the creature's mimicry, he pondered these thoughts. The sounds of impact echoed around them, a relentless symphony of clashes as their forms danced in a chaotic ballet. The battleground lay in tatters, riddled with craters and disorder. Seizing an opportunity, Karochi executed a swift kick, sending his foe sprawling 100 meters away. Yet, in that fleeting moment of flight, the adversary extended its arm and landed a punch squarely upon his face. Pain surged through him as he too was propelled backward. Why is it always the face? Karochi grimaced, questioning why he seemed to be the target of such blows. Did I strike you? I think not. The teasing voice of Tai Si echoed in his ears, laced with amusement. Before Karochi could retort, Tai Si opened the door of her flying apparatus and tossed him a counter. I've modified it. Wear it, and you'll be able to see the opponent's core. Elated, Karochi caught the device and affixed it to his face, activating the switch. The display revealed an astonishing battle power of 10,750, already surpassing the 10,000 mark. He surmised his own strength was not far behind. Then, a purple dot appeared within the creature's body, meandering and shifting positions at a leisurely pace. Finally, it's time for my counterattack. Karochi steadied himself and advanced. Re-engaging in battle, he needed to wait for the opportune moment to strike when the core reached a vulnerable position. The purple energy slowly drifted, settling near its chest. Now, in his eagerness to observe the core's movement, Karochi endured numerous blows, his body marred with wounds. Yet, the sacrifice was worthwhile as he concentrated energy into his left hand, fingers poised to unleash a radiant blade. Spirit Energy Blade. This technique, inspired by Krillin's Spirit Slash, was a close combat skill designed for precise cutting. The blade extended to 60 centimeters, its azure edge encased in a white aura. This aura was not static but flowed at an astonishing speed, appearing motionless to the casual observer. He thrust directly at the core, and it seemed the creature sensed his intent, a flicker of panic crossing its otherwise expressionless face. In a sudden surge of power, it unleashed a dark aura, attempting to shield itself from this deadly strike. Alas, Karochi's Spirit Energy Blade, was specifically crafted to penetrate protective barriers, rendering such defenses nearly useless. After all, in the original tale, Krillin had severed Frieza's tail. Despite the latter's battle power exceeding 1 million, using a technique with a mere strength of around 20,000. A deafening roar erupted, echoing with agony as a violent black light erupted from its chest, radiating outward. Karochi had already evaded, unwilling to be tainted by that unsettling energy. Boom. The mimetic creature exploded, a vast cloud of dust soaring into the air. What has transpired? Both Karochi and Tai Si stared intently at the plume of smoke, their eyes unblinking. After all, the 3 laws of Dragon Balls dictated: 1. If you clash with a wave, you will inevitably lose. 2. Smoke indicates no injury. 3. Never engage in a wave clash with a member of the Sun family. The second law proved particularly accurate. The larger the smoke, the lesser the damage, a universal truth. As the dust settled, the absence of the mimetic figure allowed Karochi to exhale in relief. It appeared he had effectively debunked 2 of the laws. Recalling his earlier confrontation with a shadowy adversary where he had been brimming with confidence, only to be left questioning his very existence. Now, with the enemy reduced to ash amidst the smoke, he speculated whether he too might one day engage in a clash with the Sun family, perhaps even emerge victorious. What do you mean, Sun family? Tai Si's puzzled voice interrupted his thoughts, her tone laced with a sense of relaxation. This battle had indeed been quite terrifying, leaving them somewhat disoriented. They still had not comprehended the true nature of the so-called Itai Chi Guan. However, such concerns seemed trivial now. What mattered was that Karochi was unharmed. Let us reward my dear brother for his efforts, Tai Si mused, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. It's nothing, Sister Tai Si. Shall we return? This planet is rather peculiar and unsettling. Karochi deftly shifted the conversation, noting that Son Goku was still in his infancy, with only Son Gohan currently among the family. Engaging in battle with the elder seemed far too embarrassing. Dear brother, catch me. Tai Si's voice rang out as she retracted the flying apparatus, plunging downward. Wow, Sister Tai Si is quite daring. This is far more exhilarating than bungee jumping. Karochi, not daring to hesitate, swiftly caught her midair, executing a perfect princess carry. A soft dampness brushed against his face. Huh, am I being ambushed again? Karochi looked at Tai Si in confusion. What are you doing? It's one thing to be playful, but if you start using your mouth, I might just have to report you. What's wrong? You looked so weary, I thought I'd reward you. What's with that look? Oh, I see. You want that girl, Laziri, to kiss you, don't you? Tai Si was unperturbed, showing no signs of embarrassment. What is wrong with giving my brother a peck? It's not illegal, and it's just on the cheek. TSK, Sister Tai Si, your thoughts are rather dangerous. I find them quite concerning. Karochi retorted, incredulous. Those who harbor strange thoughts about young girls are simply perverse. I, Karochi, am certainly no pervert. I am a good boy born under the red flag and raised in the new world. Enough of this banter. Tai Si retrieved her flying apparatus, and the two once again entered it. Before long, they returned to the spacecraft, and a wave of fatigue washed over Karochi. He had barely stepped out of the hatch before he succumbed to a deep sleep. After enduring a grueling battle, remnants of the mimetic creature's assaults marked his body. In the absence of further conflict, he resolved not to consume the senzu beans. Healing gradually was also a form of growth, while the beans were convenient. They felt somewhat excessive. After all, they were cultivated with the super divine water, which inherently harbored toxic properties that stimulated potential. The senzu beans seemed akin to extracting potential for recovery. If he could minimize their usage, he would. Tai Si, unable to carry Karochi due to her slender frame, summoned a service robot for assistance. Upon seeing his injuries, she couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Fortunately, the spaceship was equipped with a healing chamber designed by Dr. Brief specifically for recovery. Thank you for your hard work. Tai Si's voice echoed in the chamber. But Karochi, deep in slumber, remained oblivious. Chapter 16, Recovery and Training. A despairing future. Karochi gradually awakened, momentarily feeling as if he had returned to the time of his arrival on Vegeta. Back then, he too had been submerged in a nutrient capsule. Huh, how did I end up here? Regaining his senses, Karochi felt bewildered. He seemed to have lost a segment of his memory. He recalled defeating that mimetic creature and boarding the flying apparatus, but beyond that, his recollection was hazy. It seems I must have slept soundly. I wonder how Tai Si managed to bring me here, especially since my clothes are gone. Emerging from the healing chamber, Karochi was drenched but felt that his injuries had largely healed, leaving him with no lingering pain. Upon entering the control room, Tai Si stood before the command console, engrossed in her scribbles. Sister Tai Si, what are you up to? Queried Karochi with curiosity. Ah, our great hero has awakened. 10 whole hours of slumber, I see. Tai Si exclaimed, feigning surprise as she glanced at her watch. 10 hours? Goodness. That's quite impressive. Even more than that Kakarot fellow. Karochi remarked, rolling his eyes. By the way, weren't Saiyans supposed to experience a significant boost in power after recovering from injuries? Yet here I am. Feeling no different. My power level is just over 10,000. I was already at 9,008. Just this minuscule increase? Consider Goku, who after a near-fatal encounter on Namek, soared from 90,000 to 3 million in one go. That's over 30 times the increase. How does that compare to the 50-fold boost from transforming into a Super Saiyan? It hardly seems fair. But he is the protagonist. What can one expect? Sending Goku, with just 90,000 power, to battle Frieza's 1.2 billion is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Karochi sighed, shaking his head. Sister Tai-Si, are you joking? What heroics are you speaking of? Simply returning alive is luck enough. If it were me, I would have never set foot on that cursed planet. I would have devoted myself entirely to training. Seeking out the Grand Elder. I'm documenting everything about BIMOs and that cosmic phenomenon. They are invaluable materials, Tai-Si replied, her tone noticeably lighter, reflecting her good spirits. I have 10 gigabytes of material stored in my mind, but I can't share any of it, Karochi mused inwardly. By the way, Sister Tai-Si, do you have any food? I'm feeling a tad bit hungry, he inquired, scratching his head. By the way, have these senzu beans expired? They were supposed to stave off hunger for 10 days, yet here I am, starving after just 10 hours. If Master Korin knew this, he would surely be furious. Doesn't he realize how much I eat? One meal for me is more than what others consume in 10 days. Come on. I've got everything ready for you. Tai-Si took Karochi's hand and led him to another chamber. Oh, really? Sister Tai-Si, I love you, he exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face at the sight of the room filled with food. Without hesitation, he broke free from Tai-Si's grasp and dove into the feast. Tai-Si, unperturbed by being pushed aside, smiled and said, Little Chi, I've observed a planet completely encased in ice. Just look. Karochi choked on his food, turning crimson as he coughed violently. What? We're going there? Just the thought of that ridiculous phenomenon makes me tremble. Suddenly, he found his hunger diminished, and Tai-Si's charm seemed to fade. Trembling, he extended his hand, only to have Tai-Si seize it. Right? You're eager to see it, aren't you? After all, that planet is illuminated by a star yet remains entirely frozen. How intriguing. I found out it's right along our route. Karochi opened his mouth to protest, but was cut off by Tai-Si. No need to rush. It's still 10 days away. Don't worry, take your time eating. I still have my manuscript to finish, so I'm heading back. Dumbfounded, Karochi watched as Tai-Si departed, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Aren't you afraid? I'm terrified. Transforming his frustration into appetite, Karochi continued battling the food. What does it matter? We have 10 days. By then, I should be able to adapt to at least 80 times gravity. Oh, this wretched life. What was that saying? Life is like a relentless force. If you can't resist, you might as well embrace it. After finishing his meal, Karochi dove into the gravity chamber, contemplating cranking it up to 50 times like Goku. But then he found himself sprawled on the floor. Wait, did I open the door incorrectly? Or did I step in with the wrong foot? Can I even change my mind now? The gravity was so immense he couldn't budge an inch. Fortunately, Tai-Si noticed and swiftly deactivated the gravity from outside. In a fit of exasperation, Tai-Si approached and twisted Karochi's ear. What were you thinking? Trying to kill yourself by cranking up the gravity like that? Ouch. That hurts. Only I know the truth of it. He whimpered, attempting to appease her. Sister Tai-Si, please let go. It was a mistake. Feeling utterly embarrassed, he had approached with confidence, only to be laid low. Do you understand your mistake now? Tai-Si huffed. Karochi quickly apologized. Sister Tai-Si, I promise I won't do it again. I truly didn't foresee the difference. He lamented, realizing how naive he was, comparing himself to Kakarot, who was 23 when he visited Namek, at the prime of his power-boosting years. Tai-Si, puzzled, asked, What are you afraid of? That cosmic phenomenon is quite rare. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Why was this 5-year-old so desperately pursuing strength? Was it to avenge his home? To take down someone named Frieza? Karochi, taken aback by her question, groaned. What am I afraid of? The enemies of the future, of course. In the face of despair, Frieza is merely a child. The android cell, engineered by humans, boasts a power level exceeding 6 billion in his perfect form, and the lightning form starts at 10 billion. The Demon King Dabura rivals Lightning Cell, while Majin Buu's power hovers around 20 billion, with an almost immortal physique and boundless stamina. The future, whether it follows the GT or Dragon Ball Super path, is terrifyingly bleak. Baby, Super 17, the evil dragons, or the gods of destruction, the universal tournament. At times, these adversaries are too daunting to even contemplate. Just the thought left him breathless. Indeed, Sister Tai-Si, that Frieza is immensely powerful. and one of my kin is likely to arrive on Earth within a few years. He will surely discover us. I must enhance my strength. These thoughts were too sensitive to share with Tai Si, so he resolved to take a more cautious approach. First things first. Let us set a modest goal. Reach a power level of 100 million. However, one mustn't rush. Tai Si's tone softened as if trying to soothe him. She then inquired, by the way, just how strong is this Frieza? Tai Si had gained some understanding of power levels, especially after their recent battle on Bimos. Even a mere 10,000 power level could upheave the ground. The magnitude of such strength was evident. Ah, since you asked, I can enlighten you. Karochi cleared his throat, his tone becoming serious. Frieza belongs to the Frost Demon race, with a base power level of 530,000 and 3 transformation stages. Calling them transformations isn't quite accurate. They inherently possess immense power, but suppress it to a lower level. They release their true strength as needed, and with each release, they grow exponentially stronger. In his final form, Frieza's power level reaches 1.2 billion. After sharing this, Karochi glanced at Tai Si, who appeared frozen in place. Her mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. What were you doing just now? Oh, I was merely introducing you to Frieza, he replied. No, wait, what I meant was before I entered. I was training, Karochi said, confused. Tai Si hastily exited, raising a hand to her mouth in encouragement. Little Chi, I believe it's time for you to step up your efforts. After all, you are no longer a child. Well then, I must take my leave. Continue to work hard. With that, she vanished. Wait, she just left like that? Did I scare Sister Tai Si? Karochi thought, simultaneously feeling a twinge of guilt for having frightened her. Regaining composure, he slapped his face and approached the machine. Since enduring 50 times gravity is unfeasible, let us settle for 30 times, gradually increasing it. The gravity machine hummed to life, and Karochi once again immersed himself in his training. Tai sat in the cockpit, observing the scene with a deeply furrowed brow. After a moment, she sighed, you truly have it tough, don't you? Chapter 17, Energy Crisis, Planet Vital. Achoo. Karochi shivered, his nose running, his arms tightly wrapped around himself, and even his tail curled in. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. Sister Tais, shouldn't we head back? It's far too cold here. Indeed. After 10 days of travel and acclimatizing to 40 times gravity, the pair arrived at the completely frozen planet, Kotel. The temperature here plummeted to an outrageous -50 degrees. Who told you not to bring warm clothing? Tais candidly remarked. Huh, aren't my clothes all provided by you? Karochi retorted. And you didn't prepare any warm clothes either. If it weren't for the blessings from the gods, you'd be worse off than me, he thought with a twinge of embarrassment. Achoo. Karochi couldn't suppress another sneeze, sending droplets flying. Seeing this, Tais quickly stepped aside, her disdainful gaze piercing Karochi's tender heart. It was only at that moment he realized that he was not the only one who feared the cold. He was just as vulnerable, to be honest. Despite his formidable combat prowess and robust physique, an ordinary person bundled in a thick winter coat would likely turn into an ice sculpture. The data indicated that this planet harbored a peculiar crystal capable of emitting a spectrum of colors. Once we locate it, we can leave. Witnessing Karochi's plight, Tai softened her stance, lowering her expectations. She had initially intended to explore the cold eye as well. With his teeth chattering, Karochi inquired, where can we find this crystal? I can fetch it for you. He was prepared to act as free labor. According to the records, these crystals are typically found in wind caves, Tais replied. Damn it. Where did this faulty data come from? Karochi felt utterly vexed. Why had he not seen this so-called information himself? After traversing for another half hour, they arrived at a wind cave, where gusts swirled around, whipping up fine ice shards that howled menacingly. Any normal individual entering would surely be torn apart. There it is. Right there. But how do we retrieve it? Tais exclaimed joyfully, albeit perplexed. At that moment, Karochi stepped forward confidently, declaring, leave it to me. Instantly, he surged with renewed strength, his power amplified several times over. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated his energy into a chi element blade and charged inside. The fierce winds posed no threat to him whatsoever. Crack! He seized the crystal and promptly dashed back to Tais, lifting her into the air amidst her bewildered gaze. He had no desire to linger on this wretched planet any longer. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Karochi excitedly emerged from the gravity chamber. After 3 months of relentless effort, he had finally completed training under 100 times gravity. Reflecting on how Kakarot had accomplished his intensive training in just 6 days, he felt a pang of envy. Entering the control room, he was greeted by Tai's radiant smile, and a sense of foreboding washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Each time he witnessed that expression, he knew Tais had set her sights on yet another planet to gather materials. In just 3 short months, Karochi had engaged in over 10 battles. One planet had become uninhabitable due to his excessive force, and in 3 months, Ties had docked at over 20 planets. Can you believe it? Sister Ties, have you seen another planet? Karochi spoke with a wry smile, realizing there was no escape. Ties donned a mock reproachful expression. What? Is it wrong for me to be happy for you after your training? Truly, kindness is wasted on the ungrateful. Her tone overflowed with exasperation. Huh, happy for me? Please, just don't hinder my training. I would be eternally grateful. If it weren't for her incessant material gathering, Karochi could have expedited his training by an entire month. All right, speak up. It's not like I want to agree to go. Karochi replied nonchalantly. In truth, he recognized that practical combat experience greatly contributed to his growth. And having just completed his training, he felt a certain itch for action. He couldn't deny that his Saiyan genes influenced his combative nature. Despite his original soul being that of an ordinary young man from the 21st century, Karochi grabbed a half-finished sports drink from the table and took a swig. We're running low on fuel, Tai said, her voice tinged with embarrassment, her head bowed. Uffed. Karochi spat out the drink he had just sipped, exclaiming, What is going on? Didn't Dr. Brief say the fuel would last a year? How could we be out of fuel already? It's only been 3 months. Gazing at Karochi's incredulous expression, Ties quickly changed her tone, attempting to sound calm as she provided an excuse. Well, it's all your fault for constantly running the gravity machine. Can you blame the fuel consumption? Seriously, sister, do you have no conscience when you say that? Do you not know how fuel is consumed? Ties replied loudly, Of course not. If I didn't say it, my conscience would hurt. Huh, is that so? Do you even hear the coldness in your words? How could you say such things so nonchalantly? Karochi felt compelled to interrogate. Forget it. Trying to reason with a girl is a fool's errand. What reasoning? What she says is already the truth. So what now? Are we destined to wander the cosmos? He lamented. From street wanderer in a past life to cosmic vagabond in this one. Oh my, the upgrade in maps is astounding. Ties waved her hands reassuringly. That won't happen. Although fuel is scarce, it will suffice to get us to the next planet. And coincidentally, that planet is highly technologically advanced. Phew. Karochi felt a wave of relief, as long as they didn't end up adrift. He knew that even a Super Saiyan would struggle to endure for long in the vastness of space. That's good, that's good. What is the name of that planet? Karochi inquired with curiosity. Let me check. It should be called Planet Vegeta, a planet with a highly developed technological civilization. Oh, this data also indicates that this civilization collaborates with an organization called the Galactic Patrol. By the way, what does the Galactic Patrol do? Ties pondered aloud. The Galactic Patrol. GAC. I don't know much about this organization, but I believe it includes GAC and a green octopus that claims to be the Galactic King. I've heard it's a group that maintains peace in the galaxy, combating crime and evildoers. However, it seems they lack significant combat power. Thus their effectiveness is quite limited, Karochi reflected. The Galactic Patrol only appeared in Dragon Ball Super. Moreover, their screen time was pitifully scant. Only GAC had managed to become somewhat recognizable, as it was a tribute to the cosmic Superman. So that means it's a righteous organization. How about this? Once we visit the planet you wish to see, Namek, we can pay a visit to the Galactic Patrol and see what they're about. Tai suggested. Inspired, such organizations would greatly benefit her writing. Originally Ties was supposed to be following GAC. She should have visited the Galactic Patrol headquarters as well. But Karochi, feeling at a loss for words, questioned, Sister Ties, do you have the address of the Galactic Patrol headquarters? If the Saiyan clan were to learn of such an organization's location, they would undoubtedly send someone to eradicate it. After all, the two factions are inherently opposed. And GAC seems to have once pursued Kakarot when he was sent to Earth. Hiss, does that mean Ties would have met GAC 3 months ago in the original storyline? And then she would leave Earth with him? What of it? We can just go and search. Ties was completely unconcerned, grabbing some snacks and beginning to munch on them. Karochi's expression darkened. What do you mean, just go and search? That's akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. No, in fact. Compared to the entirety of the galaxy, finding a needle in a haystack would be simple. Karochi did not refute the notion that he must continue his cultivation in the vast universe. Returning to Earth at this juncture seemed premature. During the first saga of Dragon Ball, power levels escalated at a leisurely pace, and there were no threats to Earth on the horizon. King Piccolo's power was a mere trifling 100, hardly worth mentioning. Very well, then let us dock at Planet Vegeta to replenish our energy. Perhaps we could even bring some high-tech gadgets back to Dr. Brief. Karochi was a grateful child, primarily because he had latched onto a significant ally. Sister Ties was indeed a formidable supporter. He resolved to bring back an array of advanced technological items. Who knows, if the old man was pleased. He might even bestow upon him an unlimited credit card. Wouldn't that be a splendid profit? Oh, by the way, I have something to inquire, little Chi. What is your purpose in traveling to Namek? Initially, Ties had not paid heed to Karochi's destination. She had followed him in search of inspiration for her materials, indifferent to where they might go. Upon reflection, Karochi's fixation on Namek was indeed curious. He was resolute in his pursuit of this particular planet. Sharing this with his sister was inconsequential. After all, our Earth's deity is none other than a Namekian. Is that true? The god of Earth is actually an alien? Tais exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, what do you mean we? Have you forgotten that you are an alien yourself? You are becoming increasingly human. Karochi had not anticipated that Tais would concoct such thoughts in her mind as he continued. Indeed, the deity ventured to Earth during the atmospheric calamity on Namek, where the Grand Elder possesses the ability to enhance a person's power without risk. I seek to test my luck. Ah, I see. But wait, how do you know all this? Tais questioned, puzzled. You're only 5 years old. How could you possibly be aware of such events? Even I am not certain when our Earth's god arrived. I am merely a spoiler. I have seen the plot. Karochi thought internally, though he could not express such a revelation aloud. Instead, he fabricated a tale. When I was younger, I was taken to perform a mission and was struck by a technique from a Canassian. However, that ability did not harm me. Rather, it awakened a unique power within me, allowing me to glimpse the past of others. This fib was almost unbearable for him to utter. Tais appeared skeptical, yet she did not press him further. After all, everyone harbors a few secrets. What harm could there be in her brother possessing a few more? Since he was reluctant to share, she deemed it unnecessary to pry deeper. As the spacecraft sped onward, after approximately 2 days, they neared Planet Vegeta. Ah, there it is. Planet Vegeta. Karochi marveled. It truly lives up to its reputation as a technological marvel. The planet's periphery was littered with countless space stations, albeit in ruins. Yet, Karochi paid little heed, for remnants of such nature were not uncommon in the cosmos. Yes, we are approaching the planet, Tais remarked. But are there not an excessive number of wrecked space stations? Some of them appear rather new. Did they simply malfunction? Were they struck by meteors? As the spacecraft gradually decelerated, a sudden crisis arose. Alarms blared within the ship. Chapter 18, The Ginyu Force. The shrill sound of the alarm instantly heightened the vigilance of Karochi and Tais. This alarm system had been fashioned by Dr. Brief based on the combat power detector Karochi had brought to Earth. Initially, it would trigger at a power level of 3000. But as Karochi's power steadily increased through relentless training over the months, Tais had continuously adjusted the alarm's thresholds. The alarm system was categorized into 3 levels of warning. The first level merely sounded on the left side, indicating the presence of a unit with power exceeding 10,000. The second level would activate alarms on both sides, signifying a unit with power over 50,000, while a third level alarm was truly alarming. Currently, having adapted to 100 times Earth's gravity, Karochi's power had reached 90,000, and the third alarm was set according to his maximum potential. This meant that there might exist a formidable presence on the approaching Planet Vegeta with a power level of 100,000. And now, they faced the highest alert, the third level warning. Isn't Planet Vegeta classified as a low-tier planet? Karochi inquired uncertainly, wondering if they had taken a wrong turn. Tais anxiously typed on her keyboard, her brow furrowing as she replied, Indeed, this planet is identified as Planet Vegeta. The data confirms it as a low-tier planet. But what is going on? The retrieved information displayed the physical characteristics of the Vegeta people: small stature, pale purple skin, and 2 antenna-like appendages atop their heads. Due to their physical attributes, the Vegeta people rarely engaged in training, opting instead for comprehensive technological advancement. Now it was Karochi's turn to be bewildered. How could a planet that supposedly did not train have individuals with power exceeding 100,000? It was laughable that such power would not be in high demand elsewhere. Despite the multitude of deities in Dragon Ball Z, plucking any one of them would yield power levels in the millions. It seemed that anything below 1,000,000 was deemed unworthy of existence. In truth, within the vast universe, given such a colossal baseline, the mere existence of a handful of powerful beings could hardly reflect the overall level of the cosmos. In actuality, possessing a power level exceeding 10,000 could classify one as a master. Achieving a power level of 100,000 would designate one as a regional overlord, capable of ruling over numerous planets without issue. After pondering for a moment, Karochi asked, Sister Tais, if we do not replenish our energy here, can our ship make it to the next planet? He opted for a more cautious approach. Currently, he lacked the skill of instantaneous movement. If the opponents turned out to be overwhelmingly powerful, they would have no chance to escape. Given his second chance at life, he did not wish to die without purpose. While courage is essential in battle, it should not manifest as senseless sacrifice. That is not bravery, but folly. To act knowingly against the odds is a foolish endeavor. No, if we miss this planet, we will still be half a month away from the next one. It is not feasible, Tais replied with a rueful shake of her head. Karochi could only manage a wry smile. Despite the myriad stars outside appearing close together, the actual distances between planets in the universe were substantial. The void between celestial bodies was a silent expanse of space. This emptiness constituted the norm of the universe. Were it not for their spacecraft's remarkable speed, they would be trapped in the cosmic void, unable to escape for eternity after leaving the solar system. Then let us activate the ship's radar to scan the entire planet. We must identify the locations of high power levels. Something tells me this power does not belong to the Phytal people, Karochi suggested after a moment of contemplation. Reflecting back, the shattered space stations and wrecked ships outside were indeed peculiar. It was likely that the Phytal people had suffered an invasion. Very well, Tais acquiesced. Proceeding to execute the operation once more, invisible waves scanned the entirety of the planet. Meanwhile, in a city on planet Phytal, a being clad in battle attire, with pale purple skin and 2 long black horns atop his head, stood before a group of Phytal people who were prostrated on the ground. His tone was icy as he spoke. King Frieza has heard of the legends surrounding the galactic warriors on your planet. That is why we, the Ginyu Force, have come here to inquire, yet you claim to know nothing? The chilling tone sent tremors through the Phytal people, who had been caught off guard by these aliens' sudden arrival just 3 days prior, obliterating their space stations without warning. The aliens' initial inquiries regarding the galactic warriors left them utterly perplexed. Adopting a mindset of avoiding provocation, the Phytal people refrained from retaliating. After all, the ease with which the aliens had destroyed their space stations illustrated their overwhelming strength. As for the galactic warriors, the Phytal people only had vague knowledge. They were merely aware that they were powerful warriors from ancient times. Other information remains elusive, however, upon divulging all known details to this group of extraterrestrials. Their dissatisfaction only escalated, culminating in widespread carnage and destruction. They identified themselves as the Ginyu Force, effectively extinguishing any flicker of resistance among the populace. The Phytalans maintained a close alliance with the Galactic Patrol and were well acquainted with the cosmic tyrant Frieza and his elite unit, the Ginyu Force. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that such malevolent beings would descend upon them merely due to an inconsequential legend. The leader, trembling as he spoke, implored, "Great ones, we truly harbor no secrets. We have divulged everything we know. Please, grant us a chance for survival." The suffocating aura of death rendered his speech halting and incoherent. "Oh, are you suggesting that the information received by King Frieza is false?" Jinyu remarked, his expression one of sardonic amusement, his tone exaggerated. The Phytalans' leader, in sheer panic, hastily shook his head and exclaimed, No, I did not mean that at all. We genuinely know nothing. Please, great ones, show us mercy." The Phytalans closest to him prostrated themselves further, their bodies trembling violently. These beings were akin to demons. The slightest hint of discontent would incite them to unleash a massacre. Their once thriving city, home to millions, had been reduced to a mere 100 souls. At that moment, a device affixed to Jinyu's face emitted a gruff voice. "Captain, the Phytalans here claim ignorance as well. What should we do? Perhaps we should eliminate them all?" A second voice chimed in. "Lycum, lower your voice. You're ringing in my ears." "Ah, it's you, Berta. Have you heard anything from your end?" "Not a thing. The results mirror those from the captain's side. These worthless wretches seemed genuinely ignorant of that damned galactic warrior's whereabouts," came the frustrated voice of Jisoo. At this juncture, Jinyu's voice rang out, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "No complaints. This is the task assigned to us by King Frieza. We must present a satisfactory outcome to the king." The mere mention of Frieza's terrifying presence transformed Jisoo's expression to one of sheer dread. The overwhelming force of Frieza instilling thoughts of submission, extinguishing any desire for rebellion. "Yes, Captain, I apologize for my outburst. Complaining is a grave disrespect to the king. Such a sin deserves death." Jinyu chose not to dwell on this matter further, instead addressing Lycum. "Do not let your trivial whims result in the annihilation of all. Leave some for the king to decide." "Understood, Captain," Lycum replied, terminating the communication before ruthlessly dispatching a nearby Phytalans. "Hey, Lycum, what are you doing? Didn't the captain say to leave some alive?" queried a bespectacled green-skinned chubby figure. The weakest of the squad, known as Goku, yet endowed with remarkable superpowers. With a mischievous grin, Lycum crouched down, tilting his pineapple-like head as if to confide a secret to Goku, his voice uncharacteristically loud. "Relax. The captain meant to leave some alive. A few deaths here and there are inconsequential." Indeed. "Let us have a contest, Lycum. Let us see who can kill in the most inventive manner," Goku suggested, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "All right, let us play rock, paper, scissors. The loser will go first, and the one who runs out of tricks will be deemed the loser. The victor claims a month's worth of chocolate. All right, 1, 2, 3, Rock, paper, scissors. The Fiddlins, cowering on the ground, quaked in fear at the sinister exchange. One even lost control of his bladder. Huh, I win. Sorry, Lycum, I'll go first. Goku exclaimed excitedly, his fists clenched with murderous intent as he approached the Fiddlins. Meanwhile, Lycum displayed a reluctant countenance, as though he had suffered a great loss. Elsewhere, Karochi and Tais completed their scan of the entire planet, revealing a virtual representation of the celestial body in the command room, adorned with 5 red dots. 2 pairs of dots suggested teams, while one stood solitary. This preliminary scan was rudimentary, failing to unveil the planet's inner workings, especially since Fiddlins were enveloped in a layer of counter-detection waves. To discern the specifics, deployment of reconnaissance drones was imperative. 5, you say? They resemble them, but that's improbable. They shouldn't be here on such a primitive planet. Karochi mused, contemplating his hypothesis. Chapter 19, The Ginyu Force 2. Tais, puzzled, turned to Karochi and inquired, how can you deduce their identities from mere red dots? That seems implausible. Karochi hesitated. He was skeptical, yet uncertain. It seemed illogical. Frieza, even if he sought to subjugate the Fiddlins, would not deploy the Ginyu Force to a lowly planet. Wasn't he that akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Unreasonable. He had a suspicion but remained unconvinced. For precaution, it would be wise to send out reconnaissance drones for a thorough investigation. All right, I understand. You're all mysterious. Tais remarked, feeling slightly vexed by Karochi's reticence. Karochi chuckled. It's not that I wish to withhold information, but uncertainty prevails. There's no point in discussing it if I'm unsure. Should we observe that point? The solitary one? Tais asked, for Karochi was more adept in this area. Assessing the strength of others was beyond her capabilities. No, let us probe the 2 closest points. Karochi waved his hand dismissively. If my judgment is correct, the solitary one is the strongest among them. If they are indeed the Ginyu Force, then they are likely Ginyu himself. Okay, I initially intended to use this for filming. Tais lamented, gently packing away a diminutive drone crafted by her father for her to gather footage, ideal for capturing dangerous areas or narrow spaces. Now, Tais, let us not dwell on that. We have no other options, do we? You wouldn't want us to drift through the cosmos aimlessly, would you? Karochi shrugged. Besides, if they are indeed the Ginyu Force, we could obliterate them ourselves and have the Fiddlins assist us afterward. They wouldn't refuse, considering we'd be saving their lives. This was not to say Karochi underestimated the Ginyu Force. After enduring 100-fold gravity training, his combat prowess had surged to 90,000. In a state of rage, he could surpass 100,000. Of course, 2 decades hence, Karochi would not recklessly engage, as the Ginyu's peak battle power would reach 120,000, significantly impacting the battlefield. Moreover, he would be outmatched by 20,000. But for now, it was still 2 decades away. At this moment, Karochi could hardly believe that the Genius possessed a battle power of 120,000. After all, no matter the circumstances, 20 years would ensure some degree of advancement. Furthermore, aside from Goku and Ginyu, the rest of the squad, including Lycum, Berta, and Jisoo, were easily overpowered, presenting no significant challenge. All right, I merely wish to voice my grievances. The launch is ready. Tai-Si pressed the launch button, and a spacecraft was propelled towards the planet Fidel. Phew, now we await the outcome. I also owe you an apology. It is my sister who has caused this delay with her frequent stops along the way. She understands that Karochi will undoubtedly face a fierce battle ahead, and thus she humbly offers her apologies. Karochi was taken aback. What on earth? Has the sun risen in the west today? Tai-Si has actually admitted her fault. This is unprecedented. Tai-Si's sudden act of contrition left Karochi flustered, making him cautious and uneasy. Not at all. Sister Tai-Si, you were merely gathering materials, and during our time on Earth, you were the one ensuring we had meals. We had agreed beforehand that there was no right or wrong between us. Observing Karochi's hasty explanations, Tai-Si let out a chuckle, lifting her spirits from their previous gloom. Enough with the consolation. However, I suspect you are in for a tough battle. Do remember to secure the senzu beans. The astonishing efficacy of the senzu beans was made evident when Karochi accidentally inflicted severe injuries upon himself during his 80-fold training. At that moment, nearly every bone in his body was broken. Logically, he should have been rendered incapacitated, but after consuming a senzu bean, he was miraculously restored to full health. This revelation made Tai-Si appreciate the bean's significance. No wonder Karochi had been so eager to procure them from the cat sage. They are indeed treasures. Fear not, Sister Tai-Si. I am fully aware of my capabilities. Her concern warmed Karochi's heart, making him feel as though he truly had an elder sister. Yet, isn't it true that his psychological age is actually greater? The heart of a young man. Karochi had chosen to observe the duo of Goku and Lycum, who were currently engrossed in their deadly competition, oblivious to the descending spacecraft. As the spacecraft landed gently on the surface, the hatch opened automatically, and dozens of bee-like drones surged forth, approaching Goku and Lycum. Inside the spaceship, Karochi and Tai Si were intently watching the images transmitted by the drones. As expected, the planet Vital was under siege. Observing the pockmarked ground, Karochi frowned, his companion nodding in agreement. Who could be so cruel? Tai Si felt a surge of anger, her heart racing as they neared the residential area. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs and the corpses of Fiddlins. The buildings in the residential area lay in ruins, with smoke rising from the shattered skyscrapers, none remaining intact. Finally, the figures of Goku and Lycum appeared on the screen. To their astonishment, it was indeed them. Karochi was perplexed. For such an inferior planet, sending someone like Jinyu or Dodoria should have sufficed. Why did they need to summon the Jinyu force? It was utterly outrageous. Watching the gruesome competition between Goku and Lycum, Tai Si covered her mouth, trembling as she spoke. This is sheer brutality, a monstrous delight in killing. They are a savage breed. One must not apply Earth's moral compass to their actions. In this universe, such savagery is the norm. Karochi's expression turned grave, his voice deep and somber. Do they possess no shred of humanity? Tai Si was left bewildered. Humanity? How laughable. Even on Earth, such a trait is not a given. Let us not even mention his past life. If he ever returned, he would undoubtedly wipe the Sakura Peninsula off the map. The law of the jungle prevails in the cosmic forest. In any realm, as long as there are beings, especially sentient life, this holds true. The survival of the fittest is the only unchanging principle. Even on peaceful planets, no life exists without desires. Even the Namekians, who are acknowledged as virtuous, birthed the malevolent creature known as Slug. Shaoqi, do you understand them? Is there any hope of victory? Now is not the time for sympathy. They are like clay figurines crossing a river, barely able to save themselves. If Karochi lacks confidence, they may very well have to adopt a wandering mode through space. They are Frieza's subordinates, part of his elite Jinyu force. All 5 members are present, and judging by their appearance, they seem to have arrived in full force. Each member possesses combat power exceeding 10,000, with their leader Jinyu likely surpassing 100,000. Karochi articulated each detail with precision. Are we doomed then? Karochi's combat power barely exceeds 90,000. How could he possibly contend with Jinyu? Perhaps we should venture further. We might stumble upon an unrecorded planet. She would never allow Karochi to walk into certain death. These individuals kill without mercy. Relying on luck? Wouldn't that mean certain doom? Karochi chuckled bitterly. With their current fuel, they could only fly for a little over 10 days. Although in the vastness of space, one could continue to fly with propulsion, the spaceship must still overcome the gravity of numerous planets. Otherwise, they might be ensnared by a star, leaving them with nothing but ashes. Rest assured, Sister Tai Si, while my normal combat power is only around 90,000, in a state of rage, I can exceed 100,000. Moreover, the Jinyu force primarily needs to be wary of Goku, the 4-eyed green creature, and their captain Jinyu. The odds are relatively favorable. Karochi felt a surge of excitement, not from joy, but from the combative instincts surging within him, particularly when facing an adversary of comparable strength. He felt an irresistible urge to engage. This fellow named Goku is quite formidable. Tai Si was taken aback. She had thought only Jinyu warranted special attention. Subsequently, Tai Si activated the power level scouter on her face, watching as Goku's number fluctuated before settling at 10,580, while Lycum's power reached an impressive 43,720. This is not particularly strong. Yet that pineapple-headed one possesses considerable power. Tai Si found Karochi somewhat unreliable. How could one with over 10,000 and another with over 40,000 yield lower numbers, yet be more formidable? Goku's combat power is indeed weak. After all, in the original story, even Krillin and Gohan during his childhood could not defeat him. At that time, even with the Grand Elder's enhancements, they barely reached the 18,000 mark. Yet Goku managed to flee in disarray. Goku's strength lies in his psychic abilities. He can halt time within a specific area by holding his breath. Goku certainly cannot pause time on a grand scale. Such power is beyond the reach of even the likes of Whis. Tai Si was astounded. Is it true? This grotesque creature possesses such an ability? Chapter 20. You misinterpreted it. Karochi nodded, his serious expression affirming he was not jesting. That truly presents quite a challenge. Tai Si felt this was becoming increasingly bizarre. To pause something as elusive as time is simply unfathomable. Yet this is manageable. As long as he is caught off guard, I can eliminate him without issue. After all, his combat power is indeed rather low. Although Karochi claimed Goku was difficult to handle, that was only in the context of facing a similarly strong opponent. For instance, if he were engaged with Jinyu and Goku intervened, he would likely be in serious trouble. Thankfully, he was accompanied by the clumsy Lycum. Alright, Sister Tai Si. I shall set off immediately to eliminate those two. It is best to reduce their numbers before they can unite. Tai Si gazed at Karochi with concern as he prepared to depart. She was reluctant to allow him to take such a risk. Yet, there was no alternative. Karochi boarded the small spacecraft. This mission required him to go without Tai Si. Despite his assurances, he knew that victory was possible but challenging, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. Karochi donned the communication headset, activated the launch button, and shot down towards the planet Vital. Moreover, it is the location where Goku and Lycum reside. Beep beep beep. As Karochi's spacecraft penetrated the atmosphere, the detectors carried by Jinyu, Lycum, Bart, and JS began to respond. What is happening? Lycum, you're not conceding, are you? Goku chuckled as he observed Lycum, who had ceased his movements. Due to the eyes sprouting from either side of his head, Goku was unable to wear a detector and had entirely overlooked the situation. Lycum, a response with an energy level of 5,000 is heading your way. The voice of Jinyu echoed through the detection device, not out of concern for his subordinate's fate, but rather a fear of being blamed by King Frieza if such a simple task resulted in casualties. Rest assured, Captain Hehe, Goku and I will entertain him well. While a power level of 5,000 may be somewhat modest, it still presents an intriguing plaything, does it not? Goku, puzzled, asked, what did the captain say? A fellow with a power level around 5,000 is approaching. Did I just hear that I could claim his life? Lycum let out a chilling laugh at the thought of torturing his opponent, causing the Fedarian lying on the ground to hold his breath in fear. How can this be? Upon hearing about the enticing toy being intercepted by Lycum, Goku instantly objected. We should continue with the rock-paper-scissors game. After all, a power level of 5,000 is not insignificant. It is certainly more enjoyable than dealing with these lowly creatures with single-digit power levels. Very well. Let us continue with the game. However, this competition will be counted as my victory. Lycum continued to haggle. All right, but it must be a fair game. Rest assured. Rest assured. Lycum, should we come to your aid? At that moment, Bart's voice came through the detector, tinged with anticipation. After all, eliminating these Fedarian beings is hardly entertaining. No need. Goku and I have already agreed on how to divide the spoils. What do you want to come for? Captain, speak fairly. Lycum, upon hearing Bart's words, jumped in frustration. They had only just acquired a toy, and now they wanted to play as well. All right, JIS, Bart. Keep an eye on your Fedarian hostages and await the arrival of the spacecraft. Jinyu's voice rang out. To be honest, he had considered joining in, but a power level of 5,000 was indeed rather dull. Yes, Captain too. Hehe. Thank you, Captain, came Lycum's playful voice. Jinyu felt it necessary to issue a reminder. Lycum, do not become too engrossed in play. If those Fedarian beings manage to escape, I will not spare you. Understood, Captain. Lycum's jovial tone vanished. What is the situation? Those two fellows aren't coming over, are they? Goku inquired. Rest assured, this toy is ours. Let us go. He should land at location 235-46246. Lycum could hardly contain his excitement, fearing the opponent might escape. What about these Fedarian beings? Goku was somewhat troubled, for Captain Jinyu had tasked them with guarding these individuals. It matters not. If they attempt to flee, it will only serve to enhance our game of cat and mouse. Lycum replied nonchalantly, as long as they did not let these little mice escape. Very well, let us go. The two soared into the sky, heading towards the anticipated landing site of Karochi. Meanwhile, the Fedarian beings on the ground cautiously lifted their heads, observing if the adversaries had truly departed. Once they confirmed that the coast was clear, they allowed themselves a slight sigh of relief. Paparuto, what should we do now? The Fedarian at the back stammered as he addressed the one at the front, indicating that Paparuto was their leader. His question was quite clear. He wished to flee but was too frightened to do so. After all, they had heard every word of the conversation between Goku and Lycum. Realizing that fleeing would lead to certain death, while remaining would also likely end in slaughter. The other Fedarian beings also raised their heads to look at Paparuto, their eyes filled with terror. Escape, every little bit counts. At the very least, we should get the children out. Paparuto's eyes blazed red with rage as he spoke. They truly had no room left for resistance. Upon hearing Paparuto's words, the other Fedarian beings stood up as well. They scattered, not because they did not wish to run, but because their legs had long since given way. Now, merely managing to stand was fueled by their instinct to survive. Xiaoqi, those two fellows are heading toward your landing direction. Tai Si's voice echoed in Karochi's ear. All right, Sister Tai Si, I can sense them. Karochi responded from within the spacecraft. as the energy signatures of Gudo and Lycum were unmistakably prominent and rather ostentatious. He could not help but chuckle. Well, I haven't even sought you out, and you have come to me. How delightful. It must be said that sometimes pretending to be weak is quite effective in attracting the dim-witted. The spacecraft began to glide about 2 meters off the ground, while Gudo and Lycum had already arrived nearby, standing on the ground and observing. Oh my, I must say, this spacecraft is rather user-friendly, Gudo remarked. For the spacecraft utilized by the Ginyu Force was designed similarly to the one Karochi had taken to Earth, directly colliding with the ground to decelerate. Never mind that. If you want him, just let me have this one. How about it? Lycum still wished to be the first to board, for if Gudo were to injure him, the fun would be lost. Absolutely not. Lycum, didn't we agree to play rock, paper, scissors? Gudo protested, indignant that Lycum was attempting to cheat. At that moment, Karochi also opened the hatch and stepped out, his face adorned with a gentle smile. His tail was prominently displayed behind him. Lycum and Gudo widened their 6 eyes in astonishment. A tail? Is this not a Saiyan? But weren't all Saiyans eradicated by King Frieza? Aside from Vegeta, Nappa, and that useless Raditz. Hey, Lycum, if I'm not mistaken, he should be a Saiyan, right? Gudo spoke, uncertainty lacing his words. For he recalled that prior to Frieza's destruction of Planet Vegeta, he had summoned back the stray Saiyans. Moreover, during the subsequent scans, no signals from stray Saiyan spacecraft had been detected. Furthermore, this was evidently a child, yet possessed a power level of 5,000. Could Saiyans truly be this powerful? This must be the strength of an adult Saiyan. Lycum also struggled to believe his own eyes, rubbing them as he stared intently at Karochi. Karochi felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Had he heard of any peculiar inclinations from Lycum? Was he perhaps partial to young boys? His rear tightened involuntarily. It must be right. That unique hairstyle and the distinctive tail is undoubtedly Saiyan. Gudo, we'll divide later. I must report this to the captain first. Though Lycum found it hard to believe, there was no doubt that what lay before him was indeed a Saiyan. All right, you report to the captain first. I'll see what I can glean, he. Gudo wore a mischievous grin. No monopolizing. Lycum issued a warning and promptly connected to Jinyu's communicator. What is it, Lycum? Jinyu, who had been contemplating new formations for the team, seemed somewhat displeased at the interruption. His tone carried a hint of frost. Lycum, shedding his playful demeanor, reported, Captain, we have located the toy. However, it is a Saiyan and still a child. Oh, Jinyu was taken aback. Weren't all Saiyans extinct? Did you see it correctly? Captain, I can assure you, I did not misidentify. He possesses a tail, and he is undoubtedly a Saiyan, Lycum replied. Captain, let us go as well. We must see who could possibly escape from under the king's grasp. Jis's voice chimed in, clearly eager to partake in the fun. No, Lycum, you are mistaken. King Frieza has annihilated all Saiyans. Do you understand? What you have seen is not a Saiyan, but a wild monkey. Do you comprehend? A dangerous glint flickered in Jinyu's eyes, his tone even colder than before. Lycum instantly grasped the captain's meaning. Yes, Captain Jinyu. Gudo and I merely saw a wild monkey, not a Saiyan. Having said that, Lycum hastily muted his communicator. Jis, do you have any other matters to attend to? The voice of Jinyu echoed in Jesus' ears, sending chills down his spine. He had erred once again. And no, I will keep a close watch on the captain of the Fiddlins, he stammered. His speech was already faltering. If there is another incident, I shall not be lenient. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, Lycum let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped death, for the captain had been genuinely furious moments ago. What is wrong, Lycum? Why are you drenched in sweat? Gudo inquired, not bothering to mask his curiosity. Enough chatter. What of the opponent? Has he shown any signs of movement? Lycum, still shaken, glanced at Karochi, who appeared to be making no moves at all, though it seemed he was approaching their direction. Gudo suppressed his curiosity and scoffed. What movement could there be? He is just an underdeveloped Saiyan. Lycum, however, hastily covered Gudo's mouth before he could finish his thought. That is not a Saiyan. That's a wild monkey. Do you understand? Gudo quickly grasped the situation and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 21. The Power of Abduction, Time Pause, and Golden Fist Technique. Curse you, wild monkey. Your entire family are wild monkeys. Karochi had overheard their exchange, and his anger flared. Can't you show a bit of class? Just wait until I become as powerful as a god of destruction. I'll ensure each of you undergoes 9 years of compulsory education for proper reform. Hey, you two. Are you not coming over to greet me? Karochi feigned an air of superiority, as was typical for Saiyans. Heh, this kid is courting death, Gudo. Why not let him have it? I'll consider your victory in the last match as a trade-off. Lycum licked his lips, unable to contain his eagerness. Gudo, though reluctant, was swayed by the promise of half a year's worth of chocolate, and begrudgingly agreed. Fine, but you can't kill him outright. All right, I'll leave him to you. Lycum simply wished to relish the process of torment, regardless of the final outcome. Karochi, displaying impatience tinged with irritation, barked. What are you two babbling about? Didn't you hear me summon you? Wow. Little Chi, you still have that local thug vibe, don't you? Tai Si's voice cut in suddenly, nearly causing Karochi to lose composure. Honestly, I'm acting here. Do you not understand? If you reveal my ruse, it would be disastrous. Oh, the notorious Saiyan temper. Little brat, wash your neck and await your end. Lycum sneered. Enveloped in a fiery aura, he assumed a forward-charging stance. His skill, Lycum's supersonic assault. With an incredible burst of speed, he aimed to inflict immense damage upon his opponent, knowing full well that if Karochi truly possessed only 5,000 in battle power, this move could spell doom for him. Damn it, Lycum. Did we not agree that you wouldn't kill him? Gudo's discontent echoed, as Lycum clearly intended to eliminate the young Saiyan before him. Lycum, however, was deaf to Gudo's protests. The surrounding small stones trembled and floated off the ground. How is this possible? Why are you so powerful? Karochi's face took on a look of horror, disbelief washing over him. The performance was so vivid that Karochi mused he could easily win an Oscar for it. Hee, your life is forfeit. Lycum lunged forward like an arrow, closing the distance to Karochi in less than a second. Yet Karochi's expression shifted. The fear that had once filled his countenance was replaced by disdain and repulsion. He even yawned dismissively, leaving behind the words, so slow, and vanished from sight. What? Lycum was taken aback, and before he could fully process the situation, he halted abruptly, scanning for Karochi's whereabouts, unable to believe he had lost his target. What are you doing, Lycum? Gudo was utterly baffled by the turn of events. Lycum was struggling to keep up, let alone him. Enough noise. Just as Lycum was about to unleash a string of curses, he turned to see the Saiyan standing behind Gudo, right hand gathered around a blade of light, grinning as he waved with his left. In that moment, a chill ran down Lycum's spine, an uncanny sense of unreality enveloping him. He shakily pointed at Gudo. What's the matter? Lycum, where's that Saiyan? Gudo, still searching for Karochi, failed to notice the imminent danger behind him as Karochi prepared to strike. You fool. He.S. behind you. Lycum shouted, panic-stricken. Gudo turned in horror, just in time to see a shimmering blade slicing through the air. He quickly assumed a defensive posture. Time. But before he could utter the words, the energy blade severed his head cleanly from his body. Lycum's jaw dropped in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. Karochi had indeed killed Gudo? How was this possible? I, of all people, was slain by this little brat. Gudo's head, astonishingly, still managed to utter words, recalling how he had similarly spoken after being beheaded by Vegeta in the original story. Here, brother, enjoy a big energy blast, your favorite. Karochi conjured an energy sphere and casually tossed it toward Gudo's severed head, which despite his reluctance, vanished without a trace in the explosion. In that fleeting moment of death, a surge of blue light surged into Karochi's being. Alarmed, he was overwhelmed by dizziness, his head pounding. Little Chi? Karochi, what's wrong? Tai Ci's voice broke through the haze, her urgency palpable. As he regained his senses, Karochi was struck by an unfathomable revelation. He had acquired Gudo's superpowers, time pause, and golden fist technique. He had stolen Gudo's abilities. Oh my god. The heavens truly favor me. They've bestowed upon me the ultimate cheat. Karochi exclaimed in exhilaration. Tai Ci, observing the screen where Karochi wore a daft grin, was puzzled. What is going on? That alien named Gudo can't possibly have some bizarre ability like soul possession, can he? Karochi, can you hear me? That pineapple-headed one is coming. Tai Ci shouted again, her voice booming. Thanks to Tai Ci's warning, Karochi finally snapped back to reality just as a fist came hurtling towards him. Nonchalantly, he raised his hand to block it. What? Lycum could hardly believe his eyes. He had thought Karochi was incapacitated and had intended to deliver a decisive blow, only to find his attack effortlessly thwarted. Don't worry. Tai Ci, I can hear you. With Karochi's assurance, Tai Ci relaxed her tense demeanor, having been genuinely frightened moments before. Little brat, do you have allies? Lycum, having heard Karochi speak, shouted incredulously, scanning his surroundings but finding no one else. None of your business. Karochi retorted, laughing in disbelief. Do you still have time to look around? Do you want to lose your life? He leaped into the air, delivering a crushing elbow strike directly to Lycum's face. Ugh! Lycum cried out, propelled away by the force of the blow, agony coursing through him as his nose broke, and several teeth were knocked out. He finally came to a halt against a small hill. At that moment, Karochi's energy signature was detected by Jinyu and his team, the readings on the scouter fluctuating wildly. Captain, Gudo's energy signature has vanished. Jis's voice rang out, having noticed the sudden changes on the scouter, which had fluctuated dramatically. Although it eventually settled back to 5,000, The peak reading had soared to 70,000, and Gudo's power was no longer detectable. He hurriedly reported this to Jinyu. Jinyu was equally taken aback, using his detector to confirm that there was indeed no energy reading from Gudo. In such circumstances, there are typically two explanations. Either Gudo has concealed his energy, or he has perished. Gudo, being incompetent, could never mask his presence. Thus, it could only mean he has met his demise. Moreover, Jinyu had just witnessed the counter spike above 70,000, which likely did not even represent the opponent's full power. Attempting to reach out to Raikum yielded no response. However, the energy readings remained. GIs, Bart, eliminate the vital aliens in your vicinity and rendezvous with me. The adversary possesses the ability to conceal their energy, and I estimate their combat prowess to be above 70,000. Jinyu promptly abandoned the thought of rescuing Raikum, noting the considerable distance. Furthermore, the enemy's ability to conceal their energy posed a significant risk of detection should he approach GIs and Bart directly. 77,000? How could a Saiyan be so formidable? GIs was horrified, as his own power barely exceeded 40,000, and Bart was only slightly stronger than him. Confronting such an opponent would be tantamount to certain death. GIs, how many times must I repeat myself? Can't you hear my commands? Jinyu's furious voice echoed in Gee's ears, leaving him no room for further hesitation. Yes, Captain. Bart, and I will head over immediately. Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. Jinyu roared, surveying the vital aliens before him, who were as defenseless as straw in the wind. With a single gesture, he unleashed a large energy ball, resulting in a violent explosion that left only a deep crater, the vital aliens obliterated without a trace. A similar tragedy unfolded with GIs and Bart. GIs launched a destructive sphere, annihilating all the vital aliens present. It could be said that the arrival of Karochi indirectly precipitated this calamity. But could he be solely blamed? Even had he not arrived, the fate of these vital aliens would not have been much different. A multitude of energy signatures have vanished. Karochi observed the direction of Jinyu, and shortly thereafter, the sound of an explosion echoed from afar. That was Gee's destructive sphere. Following this, numerous energy signatures disappeared once more. A chill of sweat trickled down Karochi's spine. Could it be? Was Jinyu going berserk and slaughtering the remaining vital aliens due to him? Alas, what a transgression. You bastard. Raikum's furious voice rang out, prompting Karochi to collect himself as he faced the charging Raikum. I shall use you for experimentation, he mused, eager to test the two newly acquired superpowers. With his hands forming a character, he inhaled deeply. Time pause. Instantly, the surroundings morphed into a gray hue. The stones lifted by Raikum suspended in midair, while Raikum himself was also frozen in place. Witnessing this scene, Taisi collapsed from his seat. Was this not the ability Karochi had described belonging to that Gudo? How could he possess it? Indeed, had little Chi been possessed? Karochi, how could you perform this technique? Did you not say it belonged to that four-eyed green-skinned creature? Taisi questioned incredulously, struggling to believe Karochi had truly been possessed. As Karochi felt the drain on his energy, he was momentarily taken aback by the question, and just as he was about to respond, he found himself unable to restrain a sudden bout of nausea and vomited. Raikum, taken aback by the vanishing Karochi, felt a strange sense of familiarity. It seems, Sister Taisi, that I inadvertently siphoned that Gudo's superpower. I was merely testing its consumption. Karochi explained to Raikum and Taisi, completely unconcerned about revealing secrets. Especially after he had just damaged Raikum's detector with an elbow strike. Really? Is that true? Taisi remained skeptical. Karochi shot a glance at the astonished Raikum before continuing. Of course, how could I deceive you, Sister Taisi? This matter piques my curiosity as well. Let us discuss it further once I have dealt with these interlopers. Concluding his conversation with Taisi, Karochi once again turned his attention to Raikum, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Let us continue our experiment. I have yet to test the other superpower. Seeing Karochi's demeanor, Raikum took a step back in trepidation. Chapter 22, The Reckless Frieza. Raikum was unsure of the enemy's true power level, but he was certain it surpassed their 5,000. Furthermore, the adversary had supposedly gained the superpower of that useless Gudo. Stay away from me. I warn you, I am a member of the Jinyu Force, under the command of Lord Frieza. As a Saiyan, you must know the terror of Lord Frieza? Raikum exclaimed, invoking his formidable ally in a desperate bid for safety. Karochi feigned anger. Huh? Frieza, had you not mentioned him, I might have spared you. Yet, you chose to invoke the name of the scoundrel who destroyed my homeland. In truth, Karochi felt little attachment to Planet Vegeta. He had found his time on Earth far more fulfilling. He had endured 4 years on Vegeta, 3 of which were filled with torment. His father had never beaten him so severely in his previous life. Recalling this only fueled his rage, and a powerful aura erupted forth. Little Chi, Tai Si, mistaking Karochi's fury as stemming from the destruction of his homeland, felt a pang of sympathy for him. Despite the energy he exuded, Karochi, remaining composed, did not reveal his full strength, halting at approximately 650,000. Yet, even this was enough to astonish GIs and Bart, who were en route to meet Jinyu, as they stared at the shocking numbers displayed on their counters. 65,000. How could the Saiyans' power have reached such heights? Guy's voice trembled with disbelief. Truly astonishing. The Saiyan had grown so powerful. Previously, Raikum had mentioned he was merely a child. Sweat began to bead on Bart's blue visage as he and GIs had initially intended to confront Karochi. GIs, Bart, have you not arrived yet? Jinyu's irate voice reached their ears. Clearly, Jinyu had also witnessed the combat power displayed by Karochi. Naturally, he could not believe that the adversary possessed such a meager level of strength. How could the peak reading have reached 70,000 only to now show 65,000? Did they all think him a fool? Captain Jinyu. GIs and Bart responded immediately, hastily rushing toward Jinyu's location. How could a Saiyan be so potent? Jinyu's purple bald head throbbed with veins. Could it be? Contemplating a possibility, Jinyu struggled to maintain his composure. Could it be a Super Saiyan? Lacking any real understanding of Super Saiyans, Jinyu assumed that any Saiyan stronger than the ordinary was a Super Saiyan. If that were the case, it would be splendid. A sinister smile crept across Jinyu's face, as if he were scheming something. Wait, your Saiyan race was obliterated by a meteor strike. Raikum hastily interjected, realizing it was unwise to provoke the adversary further. You believe that? No wonder your head is flat. Did a door slam on you when you were a child? Such nonsense could only fool a 3-year-old. He scoffed. I'm 5 this year. You cannot deceive me. As Karochi drew nearer, Raikum's heart swelled with delight. Just a little closer, just a bit more, and now, with a wicked grin, Raikum declared, Aha! You have stepped into my divine power circle. Prepare to meet your demise. A torrent of energy surged forth, red lightning crackling around him, the ground fracturing under the violent energy as fragments of stone were drawn into the air. Liberated from the planet's gravitational grasp, Raikum's body swelled, his muscles expanding grotesquely. With his nearly toothless maw opened wide, he let out a series of wild shrieks. Just wait. You little brat. I, Raikum, will reduce you to pulp. Karochi was taken aback. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Liang Jingru. How absurd. I just stated I possessed Gudo's superpower, and yet you dare to flaunt your might before me? Are you truly so foolish? The enhancement of power reached a pinnacle as Likum erupted in fury. You little rascal, prepare to meet your doom. Gold Fist Technique. Karochi raised his hand, unleashing the newly acquired superpower. Unlike the expansive time stop, this ability confined a small area, rendering all beings within it immobile yet conscious. This Gold Fist Technique is far more practical than that time pause, Karochi remarked, noting that this superpower demanded little energy from the user and did not require breath holding as a condition for use. However, it must be said that both abilities share a limitation. They are utterly ineffective against opponents significantly stronger than oneself. The instant they are unleashed, they can drain the user's vitality. In other words, if Gudo were to employ this skill against Frieza, he would likely be crushed on the spot. The stronger the adversary, the greater the toll on one's own energy. How frustratingly useless, Karochi lamented, shaking his head in self-mockery. One should not entertain the notion that they can immobilize someone like Beerus. Conversely, if the power disparity is minimal, this technique could indeed serve as a formidable weapon. Jinyu, I wonder what your expression would be when you witness your demise. Likum, ensnared in the Gold Fist Technique, was left dumbfounded. With unwavering confidence, he had charged in, only to be thwarted by his opponent's control. Moreover, this was not time pause. The longer he utilized the divine power sphere, the faster his strength was depleted. This move placed an immense strain on his body. The agony of his own power tearing him apart made him yearn to scream. Yet he could not even open his mouth. A fate worse than death, indeed, as blood began to seep from his orifices, his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. It appears this divine power sphere inflicts considerable harm upon you as well, observed Karochi with a teasing tone, casually lifting the constraints of the Gold Fist Technique. Ugh, cough, cough. The sounds of anguish and the spurt of blood coincided, causing Likum to cough violently as blood flooded his lungs, rendering him utterly limp upon the ground, an image of sheer misery. With trembling hands, Likum raised his head to gaze at Karochi, who approached him step by step. In a panic, he attempted to speak, but was instead met with another eruption of blood. I ask you, what purpose does your Jinyu force serve on this planet, Fidel? Karochi inquired with curiosity, as this puzzled him the most. For a mere low-level planet, dispatching a few lackeys would suffice. Why employ the elite squadron? Cough, cough. F. Frieza. King Frieza. Lickham struggled to respond, yet his body was a chaotic mess. After uttering only a few words, he began to spit blood, mingled with fragments of his own entrails. Karochi, seeing him in such a state, lost the desire to pursue further inquiries. At this point, uttering a coherent sentence seemed beyond him. Forget it. I shall inquire with the Fidel people later. I do not relish tormenting others. I grant you mercy. Karochi gathered energy into a colossal energy sphere, larger than any other. Lickham gazed upon the orb, desperately wishing to plead for mercy. But each attempt to speak resulted in another spurt of blood, silencing him completely. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as the terrifying energy engulfed Lickham, reducing him to ashes, along with a patch of land, creating a massive crater. What a grand display, exclaimed Karochi. Now only 3 remain, and with your newfound superpower, it should be considerably easier. The voice of Tai Si resonated, sounding far more relaxed than before. Indeed, Karochi longed to inform Tai Si that Jinyu also possessed the superpower of telekinesis, the very ability that allowed him to levitate the Dragon Balls in the original narrative, while body swap was not a superpower but a unique skill of Jinyu, tied to his soul. However, he decided against it, preferring not to add to her worries. Yes, indeed, Jinyu's energy has not yet shifted. But JIS and Bart are moving at high speed, likely heading toward Jinyu. Seizing this opportunity, I shall inquire with the Fidel people regarding Jinyu's mission here. Tai Si glanced at the red dot on the screen, confirming Karochi's observations. Karochi sensed the energy of the Fidel people, which was dwindling. Some scattered remnants were dispersed across the planet, while a portion concentrated in the nearby urban area. Karochi released his energy and swiftly made his way to that region. Even within this area, the Fidel people moved slowly, likely attempting to flee. Karochi casually descended before 2 fleeing Fidel individuals. Mistaking Karochi's descent for the return of Gudo and Lickham, they immediately knelt, trembling in fear. Today is not a grand occasion. Why such excessive reverence? Karochi thought to himself, clearing his throat. Ahem, I am not a member of the Jinyu force. Those 2 warriors have already fallen by my hand. Please rise, for I have a few questions to pose. Upon hearing this, Porta's heart soared with joy. Although uncertain of Karochi's truthfulness, they hoped deep down that it was genuine. Especially after hearing the explosion moments prior. Mighty One, please, ask whatever you wish. We only hope you grant us mercy afterward, Porta replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. There is no need for such formality. I wish to borrow some resources from you. Your bodies are in such a poor state. Consume these 2 sins of beans. Karochi, unable to bear the sight of the 2 trembling Fidel people, handed them 2 beans. The 2 exchanged glances, resolute in their decision, and swallowed them. In an instant, their previously ravenous hunger vanished, replaced by a sensation of fullness. Their bodies, no longer frail and easily toppled by a gust of wind, regained their normal vigor. Both individuals gazed at Karochi in astonishment, then knelt once more. Thank you, Mighty One, they exclaimed with renewed strength. Now then, may I inquire why the Jinyu force has come to your planet? Porta replied with a wry smile. They are here seeking a fantastical legend. They are in search of the so-called Galactic Warriors. Karochi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Galactic Warriors? Is Frieza contemplating a descent into madness by pursuing such a myth? This is sheer folly. Chapter 23. Have you also witnessed the plot? Goodness. Is Frieza truly this courageous? At this moment, Karochi felt genuine admiration for Frieza, who appeared almost valiant. Before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, during his reign over the Saiyans, Frieza sought to uncover the legend of the Super Saiyan. His ancestor, Chilled, had warned against provoking the Super Saiyan. Yet, what did Frieza do? He relentlessly pursued the fabled warrior. Had it not been for King Vegeta's constant aspirations to resist Frieza, Planet Vegeta might have continued to exist, considering the Saiyans' fighting capabilities posed little threat. Of course, this was contingent upon Beerus not visiting Planet Vegeta. Now, upon discovering he could not locate the Super Saiyan, Frieza had turned his attention to the Galactic Warriors. The Galactic Warriors are the antagonists featured in the Dragon Ball movie. Dragon Ball, the strongest warriors in the galaxy, consisting of 5 members, Bojack, Bujin, Gorya, Pid, and the sole female member, Zhangya. Each of these individuals far surpasses the average Super Saiyan in strength, particularly Bojack, who possesses power comparable to that of Perfect Cell, boasting a battle power no less than 6 billion. His teammates almost all possess combat power that could rival the second form of Cell, fluctuating around 2 billion. In synergy, they managed to momentarily suppress Son Gohan, who was unleashing his full power without any murderous intent, highlighting their formidable prowess. What was Frieza's combat power? at a mere 12 billion under a battle power of 100. What audacity did he possess to dare confront the galactic warriors? Is this the audacity of a newly emerged frozen demon, unafraid of heaven and earth? In his heart, Karochi silently gave a thumbs up to the king, exclaiming in admiration. Impressive. The galactic warriors they spoke of were merely a legend circulating on their planet. Little did they expect it would bring such calamity to their world. Porto's expression was one of despair, his tone mournful as he spoke. It felt as if a rumor of uncertain veracity had emerged within their circle. Suddenly, a group of mafia thugs arrived, demanding to know the truth. What were they to do? Karochi expressed understanding, for after all, did Frieza not rule Planet Vegeta due to the legend of the Super Saiyan? He was even unaware of what a Super Saiyan truly entailed. It was unexpected that Frieza retained such a profound curiosity. It was a pity he didn't become a scientist. Instead, he had veered into the realm of cosmic real estate. Karochi silently affixed a label to Frieza in his mind. Little Chi, be cautious, they have converged. Tai Si's voice resonated. As she had been closely monitoring the movements of the Jinyu force, Karochi sensed the energy of the opposing side. Indeed, Geese and Buddha had ceased their movements. Mr. Porto, what are your plans moving forward? Karochi inquired, adhering to the principle of rescuing those he could. Porto appeared somewhat bewildered. Their people, the Fiddlins, were nearly on the brink of extinction. He had no idea what the future held. Do you have a spaceship? The Jinyu force is not limited to just those 2 members. There are 3 others, and another battle is likely imminent. It would be prudent for Mr. Porto to gather his people and evacuate the planet, preserving a spark for his race. Karochi could clearly perceive that the Fiddlins still harbored a desire to survive. Porto's eyes lit up with hope, his face brimming with excitement. Yes. We still have a complete spaceship available for use. As a technologically advanced race, spaceships had nearly become a household necessity for them. Then please contact your kin as swiftly as possible. The enemy could arrive at any moment. Karochi urged, while keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of the Jinyu force. Of course. Thank you, my lord. May I inquire your esteemed name? If our Fiddlins manage to escape, we shall ensure your deeds are remembered for generations to come. Porto's face flushed with gratitude, never expecting this young warrior to assist them so generously. Observing the admiration in Porto's expression, Karochi felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was possible that his arrival had provoked the Jinyu force to take action against tens of thousands of their kin. Naturally, even if Karochi had not arrived, the outcome would not have been significantly different. Working for Frieza offered no rights or protections. Mr. Porto, you are too kind. Simply call me Karochi. Oh, might I end up in their history textbooks? How delightful. Karochi maintained a polite facade while relishing the thought. So it is Lord Karochi. By the way, I have another favor to ask of you, Mr. Porto. Karochi scratched his head, reminding himself not to forget the purpose of his visit to this planet. Porto felt there was nothing amiss. As long as he could help his kin survive, no request was too much. Lord Karochi, please speak freely. Nothing is a problem. Just call me Karochi, Mr. Porto. I would like to borrow some fuel for the spaceship. To be honest, I intended to dock on this planet to replenish my fuel supply since mine is running low. The choice of the word borrow was apt, as Karochi lacked universal currency. So borrowing was his only option. Porto hastily replied, Lord Karochi, you need not say such things. Please, follow me. He instructed a nearby companion to rally their kin while he led Karochi. So you took my direct address as mere wind in your ears, did you? Karochi decided not to dwell on it any longer. They arrived at a massive semicircular structure, which had also been ravaged beyond recognition. Entering with Porto, he saw 5 barrels, resembling cylindrical glass tubes, filled with a bluish-green liquid. Lord Karochi, I am unsure if this is sufficient. Porto expressed some difficulty, as he had never encountered the type of fuel used in Karochi's spaceship and could only provide the standard fuel available in the universe. Is this sufficient? Karochi genuinely had no idea. He couldn't decipher the substance. Little Chi, this type of fuel is usable. The purity is far superior to what we used upon arrival. Furthermore, having 5 barrels was simply splendid, as Tai Si rejoiced at finally resolving the energy dilemma. Additionally, there was no concern about future energy shortages. Karochi informed Porto and stored the fuel in a capsule. The Fiddlins were left dumbfounded. Space folding technology? This was a challenge their race had yet to conquer. If not for the time constraints, Porto would have loved to consult Karochi about the inventor of such technology. Karochi's expression shifted dramatically as he finished securing the fuel. Is something amiss, Lord Karochi? Porto inquired cautiously. Not quite. It's just that the Jinyu force has arrived, Karochi replied with a wry smile. Sensing the energy of the 3 Jinyu members beginning to move rapidly, they would reach this location in less than half an hour. Porto instantly grew anxious, fear gripping him and causing his breath to quicken. What do we do now, Lord Karochi? He asked nervously, knowing it would take at least 50 minutes for his kin to evacuate. Karochi pondered deeply. The battlefield could not remain here, or he would be unable to protect the Fiddlins. The combat strength of the Jinyu force was likely superior to his own, especially with Geese and Buddha involved. Although he had gained super abilities, Karochi was certain he could not immobilize all three of them instantaneously. You all should evacuate quickly while I intercept them midway. Karochi proposed. This seemed the most prudent course of action. Porta was overwhelmed with excitement, never expecting the young boy before him to assist them so generously. It was an unexpected blessing. He promptly knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Karochi. We shall erect a statue in your honor and worship it daily. A statue? That isn't necessary. It's far too dangerous. Karochi quickly waved his hands in refusal. He was still just a child, unworthy of such reverence. After giving instructions, Karochi took to the skies, needing to intercept the Jinyu force before they arrived. Little Chi, you could actually return now, Tai Si said, her voice tinged with reluctance, as it was clear that Karochi was of greater importance to her than the Fiddlins. She could perceive the dangers inherent in this battle and did not wish for Karochi to take such risks. That wouldn't be right, would it? As the saying goes, one must bear the burdens of those who pay, and simply fleeing would be somewhat unethical. Thus, he replied, rest assured, Sister Tai Si, I won't overextend myself. Besides, I have a considerable advantage. I possess super abilities and healing beans. Karochi was not exaggerating. While there would be pressure in battling the Jinyu force, it was manageable. Especially after acquiring the Buddha super abilities, he could potentially take down Jinyu in one decisive blow. The odds were indeed in his favor, and moreover, he genuinely sought an opponent of comparable strength to engage in battle. Goku and Rikumu had hardly presented a challenge. However, he needed to be wary of Jinyu, who might covet his form. Very well, I shall cease my persuasion. Just ensure your safety. Since Goku possesses super abilities, the remaining three may also harbor unknown powers. Stay vigilant. Tai Si concluded with a sigh of relief. Oh, Sister Tai Si, have you also seen the plot? Karochi teased silently to himself. Subsequently, he uttered a brief HM before muting his microphone. The sinister and twisted aura of Jinyu drew ever closer, instilling an overwhelming sense of nausea within those who sensed it. Furthermore, there was an unsettling dissonance. Due to Jinyu's unique technique of body exchange, the true form of his original self remained a mystery. To be fair, Karochi felt a tinge of curiosity. However, it was merely curiosity. He would not expose the fact that he was already aware of Jinyu's unique ability. As he was preparing to outmaneuver him, after approximately 10 minutes, Karochi abruptly halted midair, facing Jinyu, Guys, and Buddha. The stage was set for an impending clash. Chapter 24, The Powerful Karochi and Jinyu's Ambitions. It was truly unexpected that Raikam's words were indeed true. Prior to encountering Karochi, Jinyu had harbored a flicker of disbelief. How could a child like Saiyan possess such formidable combat power? This skepticism evaporated the moment Karochi appeared before him. Guys, equally astonished, activated his scouter, which ultimately registered a staggering 650,000. A wave of shock and disbelief washed over him. How could a Saiyan be this strong? Guys, do not place your faith in the scouter's readings. There exist peculiar races in the universe capable of manipulating their power levels at will. The opponent's strength is far beyond what you perceive, Jinyu cautioned. TSK. It seems that Captain Jinyu possesses considerable knowledge. Your crew is lacking, Karochi jeered. Guys and Buddha attempted to retort, but were silenced by Jinyu, as banter served no purpose. The fact that you know my name is advantageous. As a Saiyan, you must be aware of King Frieza. I offer you a chance to join us. Captain, Guys exclaimed in confusion. Aren't we here to avenge Raikam and Guldo? Why are we recruiting? Jinyu's icy gaze swept over Guys, who had been rather talkative today. Guys promptly fell silent, retreating to the side. Buddha, who had initially intended to speak, wisely chose to remain silent upon witnessing the captain's cold demeanor. He cast a sympathetic glance at Guys, who had indeed been treading on dangerous ground all day. Join you? Karochi was taken aback by Jinyu's proposition. Surely, brother, look at my tail behind me. Presenting me before Frieza would be tantamount to slapping him in the face. Moreover, working for Frieza? Forget it, let alone the 5 insurances and 1 fund. Serving under Frieza is a true curse. In his realm, there are no human rights. And what is Frieza, that I should work for him? A Saiyan shall never be a slave. Enough with these trivial games. Let us commence the battle. I am genuinely eager to ascertain just how formidable Frieza's most trusted Captain Jinyu truly is. Karochi preferred action over words. If a confrontation was imminent, why waste time chatting? Oh, should Frieza himself be involved, Karochi would not mind engaging in light conversation, but what status does Jinyu possess to engage me in dialogue? What a pity. Considering such a young warrior, Jinyu appeared quite disappointed. Even his desire for battle diminished. He turned to Guys and Buddha, commanding, "Guys, Buddha, you two engage him first. Rest assured, I shall observe from the sidelines." Guys and Buddha internally resisted. What power did they possess? The captain had mentioned that the opponent's strength exceeded 650,000. Sending them in would be tantamount to a death wish. They could provide backup. However, they dared not defy Jinyu's orders, particularly Guys. "Yes, Captain," the two declared in unison, stepping forward with expressions filled with reluctance and caution. "Guys, you lead the charge," Buddha urged beside him, not intending to complicate matters for Guys, but rather wishing for him to shine in front of the captain. Guys was startled. "Shouldn't we be going together? You want me to charge ahead? After all this time as partners, do you not trust me? How about we decide with rock, paper, scissors?" Guys suggested, adamantly refusing to take the lead. Jinyu, enraged by the hesitation of the two, bellowed, "If you do not wish to proceed, I can arrange for you both to depart." This was his final warning. Guys and Buddha, fearing further delay, charged towards Karochi together. A welcome challenge. Karochi smiled as they approached. Although it was Guys and Buddha who came forth, his full attention remained fixated on Jinyu's every move. "You little brat, do you truly believe we fear you?" "Guys, unleash your ultimate move while I distract him," Buddha proclaimed, charging ahead. Guys felt a surge of warmth. Buddha truly cared for him. Without hesitation, Guys raised his left palm skyward. His entire body twisted as energy began to coalesce within his palm. Buddha, instead of confronting directly, weaved around Karochi with agility. His ultimate move was high-speed movement, granting him a distinct advantage in speed. How's it going, little brat? Can't even catch a glimpse of me. My speed is the fastest in the universe." Buddha's triumphant laughter echoed in Karochi's ears. Upon hearing this, Karochi merely scoffed. One must wonder where this individual derives his confidence. With such speed, he proclaims himself the fastest in the universe, yet his captain's face is turning purple. Do you truly regard Jinyu with any respect? Do you hold Frieza in esteem? Karochi clenched his fists, crossing them over his chest. Simultaneously, he rooted himself firmly, an invisible aura coalescing around him. This sudden display of might caused Buddha, who had been spouting bravado, to feel his heart leap into his throat. His earlier words had merely served to bolster his own courage. "Guys, are you ready yet? Damn it, why is Guys taking so long?" Buddha exclaimed. "Guys, get out of the way," he shouted as Guys launched the energy sphere towards Karochi. Destruction Sphere represented Guys' most formidable technique. Buddha, hearing the command, prepared to evade, only to hear Karochi's voice resonate. "How slow? Allow me to assist you." Karochi thrust his palms forward with a mighty shout, sending Buddha flying back. The overwhelming force propelled Guys several dozen steps backward. Nonetheless, Guys displayed no signs of defeat. Instead, he gazed hopefully at the destruction sphere he had unleashed. As for Buddha, who was he to be familiar with? The destruction sphere hurtled towards Karochi, surprising him somewhat. He had initially assumed he could simply deflect it, but instead, he raised his right hand to his neck, preparing to slice through the incoming destruction sphere. Foolish. Even Captain Jinyu would not dare to withstand my strike head-on. Guys mocked inwardly as Buddha flew in. "Guys, you truly ignored me." Buddha was furious. He had risked his life to intercept that Saiyan. Yet Guys had neglected to cover him during his ultimate move. "Buddha, do not be upset. Look, my destruction sphere has struck him," Guys exclaimed encouragingly, prompting Buddha to glance over. Upon seeing, his eyes nearly bulged out. "Guys, are you blind? That wretched sphere is coming back at us." With that, Buddha seized Guys' arm, propelling them both skyward. As anticipated, Guys' destruction sphere careened past their original position in the next moment. Witnessing this, both Guys and Buddha broke out in cold sweat. They had narrowly avoided being obliterated by their own technique, while Jinyu observed the unfolding scene with indifference, seemingly unconcerned for the well-being of his subordinates. "Perhaps we should resort to that technique?" Guys stammered, feeling a profound sense of despair as he realized that even his strongest attack had failed to phase the opponent. Buddha pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. He dared not engage Karochi in close quarters any longer. Karochi regarded Buddha and Guys, standing side by side. One could say they bore a striking resemblance to a couple, reminiscent of the age-old trope of red and blue. Guys and Buddha combined their energies, forming a swirling vortex of red and blue, the purple comet impact. Countless violet orbs of light surged forth, each possessing a destructive power surpassing that of Jisu's destructive sphere. Karochi was somewhat astonished. Was this the inferior version of the fusion skill? Without further contemplation, he found himself surrounded by an overwhelming multitude of purple orbs. In that moment, Karochi ceased to conceal his strength, unleashing his most formidable power, a terrifying aura emanating from his being. A white flame unfurled, forming an intangible barrier before him, successfully intercepting all the violet spheres. Boom, boom, boom. The impact of the spheres against the barrier resulted in colossal explosions and dense clouds of smoke. Meanwhile, Karochi's combat prowess continued to ascend. What the? Jisoo and Bart withdrew from their combined form, panting heavily, clearly showing the toll the fusion technique had taken on them. The duo, faces etched with disbelief, stared at the rapidly fluctuating numbers on the counter. Well done, Jisoo Bart. Jinyu muttered to himself, his gaze fixated on the counter, seemingly anticipating something. 70, 000. 75, 000. 80, 000. 85, 000. 86, 000. 87, 000. 88, 000. 89, 000. 90, 000. Even as the numbers reached 90, 000, Karochi's aura showed no signs of abating. The surrounding dust had long been dispersed, the sheer magnitude of his power causing tremors in the ground. With small stones being lifted into the air, electric arcs flickering around his form. 98, 300. Ultimately, Karochi's power stabilized at 983, 000, leaving Jisoo and Bart utterly speechless. Jinyu, too, recognized that this Saiyan's strength exceeded 650, 000, yet he had never anticipated such a level of might. Although it had not surpassed 100, 000, this Saiyan had yet to reach the pinnacle of his power growth. In such a youthful body, Jinyu could no longer contain his excitement. This body would be his. Karochi's power surged without the lengthy banter typical of Son Goku in the original tale. He intended to eliminate Jisoo and Bart before Jinyu could make his move, at the very least incapacitating them to prevent any interference. In a flash of speed, Karochi vanished from sight. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Jisoo and Bart sought to locate him, they were startled by the counter's alert. Karochi had appeared right behind them. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Jisoo's neck, a lethal strike. Sensing the impending doom, Jinyu sprang into action to assist them, but he was still a step too late. Crack! Jisoo's neck snapped with a crisp sound, leaving Bart frozen in shock, devoid of the courage to flee. Karochi's might was so overwhelming that the thought of resistance evaporated from his mind. Perhaps only Captain Jinyu stood a chance against this Saiyan. You bastard! Massive energy ball. Jinyu's fury ignited upon witnessing the murder of his subordinate before his very eyes. He cared little for their lives, but he was deeply concerned about his own reputation. A deep purple energy sphere was unleashed. Before it even reached Karochi, it detonated in a violent explosion. The energy instantly enveloped a radius of over 100 meters. And even Karochi was unable to evade it. Of course, the fastest being in the universe, Bart, was also caught in the blast, whereas Jisoo, thanks to that kick, managed to narrowly avoid the onslaught, gasping for breath. Chapter 25. Jinyu's shocking power of 120, 000. Shao-Chi! Taisi exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend how Karochi had failed to evade the attack. The terrifying energy fluctuations left no room for survival. Sister Taisi, do not worry. I am fine. Karochi's voice rang out as the energy dissipated, revealing him unscathed and standing firm. Meanwhile, Bart, the unfortunate soul, was struck by Jinyu's energy blast, instantly losing his combat ability and plummeting to the ground. Why? Why, Captain Jinyu? Bart questioned in confusion, but before he could finish, he vanished from their sight. TCH. Useless waste, Jinyu coldly retorted, though Bart could not hear him. Karochi, with an exaggerated expression, remarked, TSK. Captain Jinyu, you truly are cold-blooded. Have you been with Frieza for so long that your own blood has turned to ice like that of a demon? Huh, the little brat knows quite a bit. But this is where it ends. With that, Jinyu's figure vanished from Karochi's view. How fast? Karochi gasped in astonishment, never expecting to struggle to keep pace with Jinyu's speed. The alarm bells rang in his mind, and without hesitation, he raised his arm to defend himself. Almost instantly, a brutal kick struck him, causing excruciating pain in his arm as he was sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. Karochi's body crashed through countless buildings. The tremendous noise accompanied by clouds of dust shooting skyward. The already dilapidated city was further reduced to ruins. Ouch! What kind of power has Jinyu achieved so suddenly? Karochi winced, shaking his sore arm in confusion. Initially, he sensed Jinyu's power to be around 80, 000. How had it suddenly escalated? Did only they Saiyans require a roar to amplify their strength? Shao-Chi, are you alright? Be careful. Jinyu's power has now surpassed 100, 000. Taisi's anxious voice echoed, regretting her earlier agreement for Karochi to join the battle. Just as Karochi was about to respond, several energy blasts hurtled toward him, He had no choice but to evade. These blasts behaving similarly to the previous purple energy spheres, expanding upon contact with the ground and covering a radius of dozens of meters. Well, this is splendid. The city has been utterly erased, and the ground has been blasted several meters upwards. Semicircular craters appeared across the terrain, with the remaining structures reduced to dust. Moreover, the ground, struck by such immense energy, fractured in all directions. Indeed, high-intensity battles wreak havoc on planets. Jinyu wasted no time granting Karochi a moment's respite, charging in for another straight punch. Although Karochi managed to block with both arms, the sheer force still sent him hurtling backward, followed by Jinyu launching a knee strike. Ugh! Caught off guard, Karochi cried out in pain, spitting blood, his body propelled like a cannonball. Karochi found himself trapped in Jinyu's relentless assault, left with no opportunity for counterattack. Resorting solely to passive defense, Tai-Si watched in despair, anxiety consuming her as she felt powerless. Had her spacecraft possessed any offensive capabilities, she would have retaliated against Jinyu. Karochi's figure was battered back and forth, akin to a basketball being tossed around, while Jinyu's power had now reached an astounding 110,000. Jinyu finally halted his assault. Karochi, severely injured, gasped for breath, then coughed up blood, bracing himself with his left hand to avoid collapsing. Cough. I never anticipated Captain Jinyu would be this formidable. Coughing up blood, Karochi was shocked. Jinyu's power stood at 110,000, and over the next 20 years, his power had only increased by 10,000. Initially, he believed Jinyu's strength to be around 100,000, but it had far exceeded Karochi's expectations. Ha, let me offer you one more chance. Join us, and I shall spare your life. How about it? Jinyu grinned smugly, now unconcerned about overpowering his opponent, preferring to nurture him until he reached at least 110,000 combat power. Karochi spat out the blood in his mouth, wiped the corner of his lips, and discreetly popped a senza bean. Just wait until I get serious. As he chewed and swallowed the senza bean, Karochi felt his body rejuvenate, standing up as if nothing had happened, shrugging nonchalantly. Enough of this, Captain Jinyu. I have no interest in being Frieza's dog. Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly flabbergasted by the scene before him. Science did not possess such rapid recovery abilities, and he could distinctly sense that Karochi's aura had transformed from chaotic to remarkably stable. What had transpired? The situation had exceeded his expectations. What have you done? I don't recall Science possessing such abilities. Jinyu's expression turned grim, contrasting sharply with his earlier smugness. Karochi gazed at Jinyu in disbelief, wondering if he thought him a fool, or if he himself was foolish. Am I supposed to reveal my trump card to you? How laughable. He scoffed. Well, it matters not. Regardless of how many times you recover, I shall still bring you to your knees. Jinyu, feeling a sense of relief, contemplated directly seizing this body if necessary. Dream on. Did you think I would willingly become your punching bag? Karochi exploded in rage, his normal power level surging past 100,000. Karochi lamented internally. Why was his Saiyan passive so ineffective? Originally at over 98,000, his severely wounded state only brought him back to 99,000. And let us not even mention Son Goku's leap from 90,000 to 3 million, having merely activated his passive once. As for Vegeta, that fellow practically used his passives as if they were active skills. From what we know, upon invading Earth and sustaining severe injuries, his power level rose to 240,000 after activating his passive for the first time. After a second bout of being beaten by Shambo, he killed Shambo with a power level exceeding 30,000. Later, after being battered by Rikuum and consuming a senza bean, he could contend evenly with Frieza's first form, boasting a power level of at least 400,000 to 500,000. Subsequently, Vegeta had Krillin beat him to a pulp, initiating a cycle of passively boosting his power level to over 1 million. At that time, Piccolo acknowledged Vegeta's superiority when his power reached 1 million. Following that, after being killed by Frieza and revived, his power level must have soared to over 2 to 3 million. And yet, this training of yours pales in comparison to your passive abilities? Poor Karochi. His passive was almost non-existent. Jinyu stared incredulously at the numbers on the counter. 100,000, 102,000, 105,000, 108,000, 110,000. How is this possible? Jinyu shouted, astonished that the numbers continued to climb. Karochi's aura erupted in an instant. His normal level of 10 rapidly surpassed 110,000, and his strength kept accumulating. Explosive rage, a unique method of amplifying one's power, concentrating energy and releasing it in a single burst, could greatly exceed one's limits. 120,000. How can this be? Jinyu was astonished to learn that Karochi's power had reached 120,000. This revelation significantly rattled him. Do you think my power is worth noticing? Karochi said eagerly, reveling in the strength he had just gained from activating his passive. Otherwise, at his original power of 90,000, even with explosive rage, he would merely match Jinyu evenly. Truly, this was astonishing. Hehe, but is your power genuine? Jinyu, recovering from his shock, gazed at Karochi with fervor, his expression akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece, excitement gleaming in his eyes. A cosmic version of Hu Chong buying fruit. Karochi chuckled. You think I am oblivious to your intentions? You're simply lusting after my body, you wretched creature. With a light laugh, Karochi vanished from sight, executing the maneuver with a smoothness that was almost effortless. You kicked me quite well earlier. Consider this a return gift. Before Jinyu could react, a swift kick struck him, sending him flying. Karochi appeared at the spot where Jinyu had been standing, smirking at the situation. Jinyu had completely lost his desire to fight. Initially intending to engage in a fated duel, he found himself bewildered by the turn of events. Since Jinyu was willing to take the punishment, Karochi decided to take on the role of the assailant. In another instant, he appeared before Jinyu, who was still airborne from the prior blow. At this point, Jinyu had sustained some injuries, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he displayed an unexpected joy, laughing as though he enjoyed the pain. To an outsider, it might seem as if Jinyu had a masochistic inclination. Grabbing Jinyu's protruding black horn, Karochi spun around and hurled him again, adding a massive energy ball with a diameter of over 20 meters to crash down upon him. Boom! A colossal explosion ensued, erasing the prone Bardu from existence. Alas, poor Bardu. Karochi paused momentarily, realizing he had inadvertently caused Bardu's demise. Look at JIS, still lying here, unscathed, he remarked, noting that JIS had suffered a broken neck. Uft. Cough, 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 how refreshing. Uft, cough, cough. Is this all the power you possess? As the dust settled, Jinyu's battered form became visible. His battle attire lay in tatters, and the two protruding horns on his head had been obliterated. His body was riddled with gaping wounds, purple blood gushing forth. To put it plainly, the already unattractive Jinyu looked even more grotesque. Isn't it about time? Aren't you going to unleash your ultimate technique? Are you hoping to leave me with no means of resistance after you swap bodies with me? Jinyu, although I do not discriminate against certain peculiarities, I am still a child. Can you not restrain yourself a little? Karochi exclaimed dramatically, his expression akin to someone observing a peculiar perversion. Jinyu was utterly bewildered by Karochi's jest, having never encountered the concept of a masochist in the world before. Chapter 26. Entangled in one's own web, regaining superpowers. Hehe. Cough, cough. Feeling weak, are we? Jinyu sensed that he had reached his limit. If his opponent did not attack soon, he intended to trigger the body swap. After all, this little brat was relentless, having severely wounded him with just a few touches and a single energy blast. The strikes were vicious, each one delivered without mercy. Furthermore, even if he truly fought Karochi, he could not keep up with his speed. The kick from earlier was not solely a result of his desire to swap bodies. He genuinely had not reacted in time. Karochi shrugged and yawned. Well, I have no penchant for tormenting others. Since Captain Jinyu seems intent on meeting his end, I shall play the role of the Good Samaritan and send you on your way. With both palms raised and pushed forward to his chest, blue orbs of energy rapidly coalesced. This was exponentially stronger than before, and before Jinyu could react, the atomic wave was unleashed, leaving him no time to initiate the body swap. Jinyu's pupils dilated. While he wished to sustain some injuries without arousing too much suspicion, he certainly did not wish for death. In a moment of desperation, Jinyu concentrated his energy into his left palm and unleashed a purple energy wave. This was a last-ditch effort, as he poured all his energy and even drew from his life force to resist. After all, he had no intention of keeping this body, so he was willing to expend everything. In an astonishing turn, he managed to block the atomic wave, leaving Karochi utterly perplexed. Isn't there still considerable energy left? You old rascal are contemplating taking over your own body. Karochi exerted a slight force, and the atomic wave surged forward, despite Karochi not having built up any power. He remained at his peak, a state Jinyu could not withstand. No, 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 Jinyu cried out, astonished that this Saiyan was so ruthless. Instead of opting to continue torturing him, he sought to end his life directly. In that instant, as Jinyu was knocked down, he activated his superpower, telekinesis, summoning half a building to shield himself. Boom. Upon contact, the atomic wave produced a violent explosion, sending Jinyu hurtling away, blood mixed with internal organs spewing forth from his mouth. He finally crashed into a building over 1,000 meters away, coming to a halt. Uft. Jinyu could distinctly feel his life slipping away. This body was on the brink of collapse, especially after the earlier extraction of life force, which had severely drained it. Karochi, casting a glance at Jis, who lay motionless on the ground, began to approach Jinyu. Jinyu finds himself at the end of his rope, poised to unleash his ultimate technique, while Karochi, with utmost concentration, clutches a superpower in his hand. I had assumed Captain Jinyu had lost all will to survive. It appears he is indeed afraid of death. Karochi mocks him as he strides forward, his taunts unrestrained. Ha ha ha, you fool, you've fallen into my trap. Your body now belongs to me. Body swap. In a moment reminiscent of a fleeting revival, Jinyu, seemingly unscathed, bursts into a wild laugh, standing tall with arms outstretched. Karochi can sense an unusual force attempting to ensnare him, a sensation not of the flesh, but of the very soul. Without a moment's hesitation, Karochi forms a 7-character stance, embodying the classic pose of Gudo, and inhales deeply. Time pause. Instantly, the entire space transforms into a monochrome gray, akin to a bygone era's black and white television. Little Chi, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you were about to fall for it. Tai Si exclaims, her heart skipping a beat the moment Jinyu uttered, body swap. She genuinely hadn't anticipated that the enemy possessed such a soul-stealing ability. Rendered speechless, Karochi merely smiles faintly before swiftly approaching Jas. TSK, TSK, TSK. Allow me to grant you a twist of fate. Karochi grins mischievously, hoisting Jis and returning to his original position, placing Jis as a barrier between himself and the luminous sphere of exchange. With a long sigh of relief, the surroundings regain their vibrant hues. Jinyu continues his maniacal laughter. But soon, confusion washes over him. What on earth? Why is Jis there? Where's that Saiyan? What on earth is happening? Am I about to swap bodies with Jis? Jinyu's once gleeful expression twists into sheer panic as he desperately tries to escape. But the rules of body swap bind both parties. No, no, no. His desperate cries echo in vain. The luminous sphere strikes Jis. In an instant, it forms a tubular passage, and Jis' soul is wrenched from his body, simultaneously extracting Jinyu's essence as well. TSK, TSK, TSK. So this is how soul exchange works. How intriguing. Karochi observes curiously from behind Jis, acknowledging that this skill is indeed impressive. A coercive rule-based ability. Once struck by that luminous sphere, Karochi surmises that anyone below the divine level would be directly ensnared. In this brief moment, Jinyu's soul has already embedded itself within Jis' body. Conversely, Jis' spirit has descended into Jinyu's form. The beam of light dissipates in that very instant. Jis' body collapses to the ground. Although Jinyu's soul inhabits it, this does not alter the grim fate of impending death for Jesus' body. Naturally, Jinyu, occupying Jis' body, is in a similarly dire state. With a violent cough, Jinyu expels a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the floor. What in the world? Cough, cough. Is this really Captain Jinyu's body? Jis is equally bewildered, sprawled on the ground, staring in shock at this unfamiliar form. How could Captain Jinyu's body be in such a state? It's no different from my own. He had nearly lost all consciousness, only to suddenly feel a resurgence of movement. Upon opening his eyes, he realizes he is no longer himself. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? The existential trifecta floods his mind. Boom. Just then, an explosion catches Jis' attention, and upon looking, his heart sinks. That is my body. Observing himself being slain from a third-person perspective is utterly horrifying. Just as he attempts to speak, another cough erupts, and he is racked with violent spasms. In that moment of Jinyu's demise, a violet spark rushes into Karochi's body. Drawing from prior experience, he remains unfazed, even feeling a twinge of excitement. Wow. I've also seized Jinyu's superpower. Body swap. If I could possess such an ability, it would equate to a form of alternative immortality, and I could access places that a man might find inconvenient. With these thoughts, Karochi's grin widens mischievously. Hey, little Chi, your smile is rather unsettling. What are you thinking? Tai Si's disdainful voice pierces Karochi's thoughts. TCH, men die young. How could you possibly comprehend the dreams of a youth? Huh, what the hell? Why is it telekinesis, and not body swap? Karochi feels dejected. The feedback he received was not about body swap, but rather Jinyu's telekinesis. Karochi feels utterly defeated, akin to a fish out of water. What do you intend to do with a skill like body swap? Tai Si is taken aback. Surely her insufferable younger brother hasn't he awakened some unseemly thoughts? Doesn't he that put her in grave danger? Oh, Tai Si sister. Please, let me explain. I merely find this skill far too peculiar. Wouldn't it be better for it to be in my possession rather than in the hands of some bizarre individual? Karochi stammers, his words betraying him. Huh. You filthy brat. You wouldn't be harboring any impure thoughts, would you? Tai Si scoffs, cutting him off and refusing to hear his defense. Oh, this wretched mouth of mine. It's becoming as troublesome as JIS. Karochi muses as he observes JIS struggling to breathe. Please, please, spare me. I swear I will never kill again. I'll find a desolate star to live out my days. JIS, quaking under Karochi's gaze, desperately retreats. Haha. You think laying down your arms will make you a saint? How laughable. Besides, even if I grant you a dog-ass life, you won't last long. I can sense Jinyu's body is deteriorating and on the brink of death. Karochi perceives the inevitable demise of Jinyu's form. Yet he has no intention of letting JIS off the hook, for he knows that sparing him would only lead to endless trouble. His previous life's narratives have always warned against such naivety. Perfectly coinciding with the acquisition of a new superpower, Karochi gazes at JIS with a smile. While JIS mistakenly believes mercy has been bestowed upon him, just as he is about to bow in gratitude, he finds his body levitating uncontrollably. Oh, you wish to live on a desolate star for the rest of your life. Allow me to send you on your way. Karochi proclaims earnestly. JIS, now aware of Karochi's true intentions, rushes to plead. No, no, there's no need for your trouble. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's quite the small matter. Farewell. Karochi waves at JIS, who is propelled skyward at a speed far surpassing that of a cannonball. Please, no? Have mercy, my lord. JIS soon pierces the atmosphere, the heat and pressure crushing his insides. He realizes, given Jinyu's current state, his body is utterly incapable of withstanding such forces. In excruciating agony, JIS meets his end, his corpse bursting forth from the planet and exploding into fragments. Who would have thought this superpower would prove so useful? In the future, I won't need to lift a finger to carry anything. This is not merely controlling with energy, it's manipulating through mental intent. Boom. A resounding noise draws Karochi's gaze. It is the spaceship belonging to the Vital aliens. Having obliterated Jinyu's team, there is no longer a pressing need to flee. Yet, upon reflection, it is best to leave. This planet has become unsafe, considering the Jinyu force has perished here. He retrieves a capsule, releasing the spacecraft. It is high time he departed. Having secured the fuel, enhanced his strength, and acquired 3 superpowers, life is indeed splendid. Chapter 27, Frieza's Reaction. Karochi returns to the spaceship, relishing his substantial gains. He is particularly elated about the ability to seize other superpowers. It is simply extraordinary. Hey, Tai Si sister, I'm back. As Karochi enters the control room, he is immediately enveloped in a warm embrace from Tai Si. Sniff. Little Chi, I'm so glad you're safe. Tai Si was genuinely concerned. Previously, her disregard for Karochi during their voice chat had alleviated her tension. Such a delightful perk. Tai Si's physique was undeniably admirable, though somewhat lacking in the front, rather modest, it seemed. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Karochi's cheeks flushed crimson, and he promptly grasped Tai Si's shoulders, gently pushing her away. He was no longer a mere child, and continuing this way could lead to trouble. Ahem, Tai Si, my dear sister, I have acquired a new superpower, telekinesis. Allow me to demonstrate. He hastily shifted the topic, determined to avoid any embarrassment. Tai Si, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. If Karochi wished to try, so be it. Yay. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped Tai Si, and to her astonishment, she levitated into the air, eliciting a gasp of wonder. Humph. How does it feel, Sister Tai Si? Karochi boasted, hands tucked into his pockets. Oh, could it be that I can fly without your assistance or any flying apparatus? Tai Si's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired eagerly. This isn't some self-defeating endeavor, is it? What a pretense. Wouldn't that mean I can no longer unabashedly take advantage of the situation? At that moment, Karochi thought it best to dismiss this telekinesis ability altogether. Yet he dutifully answered Tai Si's question. Yes, that is correct. He longed to give himself a resounding slap for his foolish boasting. How wonderful. Should we venture to Vital Star? I yearn to experience the thrill of flying. Tai Si was absolutely eager to relish the sensation of flight. Although Karochi wished to fulfill her desire, he considered the inherent risks and cautioned, Sister Tai Si, perhaps we should refrain. The Jinyu force has perished on Vital Star. I have a strong feeling that Frieza will soon arrive. We ought to make our hasty exit. Indeed, you have a point. Then let us stop at the next planet and inquire there. I wish to try. Tai Si acknowledged Karochi's concerns, realizing their validity. Subsequently, the two of them replenished their energy and set off once more. At that moment, deep within the galaxy, on planet Frieza, the tyrant sat regally in his shell-like spacecraft, elegantly savoring a glass of red wine. His cold, piercing gaze shimmered with a hint of sadistic delight. Standing behind him was a strikingly handsome man with green hair and azure skin, Shangbo, along with a stout alien with pink skin and protruding spikes on his head and arms, Dodo Loria. both of whom were Frieza's sycophants, deeply favored by him. Suddenly, the door swung open, and an alien with a fish-like head tumbled in. Panic evident in his voice. "Your Majesty, I bring urgent news." The abrupt disturbance caused Frieza to jolt, spilling a drop of wine onto his combat suit. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged within him, his expression turning even colder. "Speak." Shang-Bo and Dodo Loria exchanged glances. They knew this alien was doomed, regardless of the news he carried. Yet, they displayed no hint of sympathy, instead watching the fish-headed alien with a twisted amusement. "Your Majesty, the Jinyu Force has suddenly gone dark while on a mission at Vital Star." The alien stammered, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited him. "What? Impossible." "The Jinyu Force," Dodo Loria exclaimed incredulously. Nearly all members of the Jinyu Force were stronger than he. Even Goku could overpower both him and Shang-Bo due to his superpower. Shang-Bo's finely chiseled features mirrored his shock. Yet he speculated that a malfunction in their equipment might be the cause. Although Frieza's visage remained concealed, the chilling aura emanating from him made his displeasure palpable. Of course, Frieza was not particularly concerned about the Jinyu Force. They were merely pawns, and their demise held little significance. However, the adage rings true: to strike one's dog is akin to striking its master. The death of his subordinates was tantamount to a slap in his face. Frieza covered his mouth with his left hand, letting out a sinister chuckle. "Oh ho ho ho. Pray tell it is not a malfunction that led to their disappearance." His maniacal laughter sent shivers down the spines of all present, including Dodo Loria and Shang-Bo. If that were the case, it would not just be the fish-headed alien facing doom. "Your Majesty, it is not a malfunction. Before their disappearance, the entire Jinyu Force engaged in combat with a single individual who possessed a battle power of 120,000. The fish-headed alien, trembling, conveyed the information, unable to fathom its implications. "Oh, how intriguing. Has the galaxy warrior I seek finally made an appearance?" Frieza remarked with a hint of disdain, his tone deceptively calm. After all, a power level of 120,000 barely warranted his attention. If the galaxy warrior he sought possessed only that level of strength, he would be sorely disappointed after expending such considerable resources and time. The fish-headed alien hesitated, knowing who the adversary was, given that the Jinyu Force's combat counters featured surveillance devices. Yet, Frieza's increasingly venomous demeanor felt like a serpent's gaze upon him, compelling him to stammer, "Your Majesty, the opponent is likely not a galaxy warrior. Based on Captain Jinyu's device, he is most probably a Saiyan, and, moreover, just a child." Upon hearing this, Frieza abruptly turned his body, glaring intently at the fish-headed alien, as if he might end his life at any moment. Dodo Loria, who had been about to speak, fell silent immediately, realizing they should not involve themselves in this matter. "Repeat that. Who is the opponent?" The words seemed to be forced through clenched teeth, heavy and frigid. The fish-headed alien trembled uncontrollably, prostrating himself before Frieza, the opponent. "It could be a Saiyan." And bang! Before he could finish, the alien exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Shang-Bo and Dodo Loria quickly knelt beside Frieza, supporting themselves on one hand. "Mr. Shang-Bo, Mr. Dodo Loria, would you not agree that this is quite amusing? The galaxy warrior we sought did not appear. Instead, a forgotten plaything has come into my sight. Do you think this Saiyan could potentially be a Super Saiyan?" Frieza spoke with a tone that seemed jovial, yet belied an underlying menace, a stark contrast to the palpable tension felt by Shang-Bo and Dodo Loria. At this moment, anyone who dared to provoke Frieza would surely meet a dismal fate. Hehe. If this indeed is a Super Saiyan, then the king need not regard him at all. Dodo Loria quaked, his ample pink form quivering as he offered his flattery. Merely a power level of 120,000 was insignificant to Frieza, so his statement was entirely justified. Frieza, floating gracefully within his pod, mused, "However, I can't shake the feeling that this Saiyan's growth rate is exceedingly peculiar. Even Vegeta, hailed as the greatest talent in a millennium, barely surpasses a battle power of 3,000. Frieza was gripped by an unsettling premonition, a sensation he had never experienced since his emergence. "Prepare yourselves. I shall journey to Vital Star to investigate," Frieza commanded at the entrance. "Yes, Your Majesty." Dodo Loria and Shang-Bo dared not utter another word, bowing in acknowledgement before retreating to prepare. Frieza returned to his viewing window, his eyes shimmering with a sinister light, the aura of murderous intent dissipating around him, causing the two aliens at the door to tremble in fear, too terrified even to breathe. What a fascinating plaything. Frieza arrived at Vital Star a week after Karochi and Tai Si had departed, dispatching his minions for reconnaissance while he awaited news, his tail rhythmically striking the spacecraft. In this moment, even Dodo Loria could perceive Frieza's foul mood. Ever since learning about a Saiyan with extraordinary power a week prior, Frieza had become increasingly volatile and bloodthirsty. At that moment, the screen illuminated, revealing the faces of several extraterrestrial beings against a backdrop of desolate terrain and crumbling cities. "Your Majesty," they reported, "no signs of life have been detected. However, we have located the remains of Lord Goku." It appeared that Goku had not been reduced to ashes by Karochi. Unlike Goku, the other members had left not even a full corpse behind. Even the body of Jinyu, which had been telekinetically dispatched into space, had been obliterated into fragments. Frieza waved his hand, and the screen erupted in an explosion, after which the egg-shaped spacecraft ascended from the cosmic vessel. The fortunate aliens who remained aboard the ship swallowed hard, as they could surmise Frieza's intentions. Floating in the depths of space, Frieza was undisturbed. He extended his right index finger, summoning a flicker of yellow light that rapidly expanded until it reached the size of a planet. The terrifying energy sphere appeared over Planet Vegeta like a second sun. Without hesitation, Frieza slightly curled his finger, and the dread energy projectile hurtled towards Planet Vegeta. This was the same technique he had employed to annihilate Planet Vegeta, known as the Planetary Destruction Sphere. The aliens of Frieza's army left on Planet Vegeta could hardly fail to realize they had been forsaken by their own master. They dashed about in a frenzy. But where could they escape? Frieza's strike encompassed the entire globe. A cataclysmic twilight illuminated the entirety of Planet Vegeta. A blinding white light erupted from the planet's core, followed by an explosion that resonated in eerie silence. The intense radiance of the explosion pierced the spacecraft, forcing the aliens to squint and shield their eyes with their arms. When they finally dared to open their eyes, they discovered that Frieza had silently returned to the ship's cabin. Even Shambo found himself bowing his head lower. "Let us depart." Back to the ship, the emotionless command rang out. The pilot hastily complied. The spacecraft swiftly retreated from the wreckage of Planet Vegeta. Chapter 28. Elves? Finally, to Namek. Of course, although Karochi had not witnessed the events on Planet Vegeta firsthand, he could piece together what had transpired, which is why he did not intercept the Vegelites who had departed when the danger had already passed. While he could speculate, he lacked the strength to intervene. Though he had grown considerably powerful, he was still no match for Frieza. At this moment, he had commenced his next phase of training, adapting to a gravity level of 200 times that of normal. He sought to enhance his foundational combat prowess as much as possible before reaching Namek, so that the multiplicative effects bestowed by the Grand Elder would be even more significant. Little did Karochi anticipate that the journey to Namek would consume a full year of his time. 1 year later, gazing at the gradually discernible planet, Karochi pondered, "What am I doing here?" Originally, a journey that should have taken half a year had taken him and Tais a full year. Ever since their energy resources had flourished, Tais had become utterly unhinged, making frequent trips to various planets and altering established routes to visit others. Ultimately, they were ensnared by the powerful gravitational pull of several neutron stars, but thankfully amidst those 5 neutron stars, there was a verdant planet, allowing them to pause and repair their spacecraft. What truly astonished Karochi was the presence of the elven race on this planet, complete with their pointed ears. He almost wondered if he had traversed into another world. Furthermore, Karochi was utterly captivated by their appearance, silently bowing in reverence. Their pure beauty was beyond description. If one were to articulate it, it would be that all conceivable beauty could be found within them, a pristine allure meant for distant admiration rather than profane interaction. The elven males were strikingly handsome. To put it simply, if they were to debut as a boy band in a past life, they would undoubtedly dominate the scene, with none able to rival them. Karochi and Tais were warmly welcomed for several days, as Tais repaired the spacecraft, while Karochi sought information and forged connections. Cough, cough. Additionally, they met the princess of their race, Riel Bea, who enchanted not only Karochi, but even Tais. In that moment, the lilies of home bloomed anew, and Karochi even noticed a blush creeping onto Tais' cheeks. She stumbled over her words, occasionally stealing glances at Riel Bea. He felt Tais was smitten. The elven tribe was equally curious about the newcomers, bombarding Karochi and Tais with questions. What baffled Karochi the most was that elves did not reproduce like most species in the universe, but instead emerged from a divine life tree, birthing new elves at intervals. Honestly, were it not for the surrounding 5 neutron stars, these exceptionally attractive elven males and females would surely have been sold across the cosmos. Their combat prowess was not high. The mightiest elven princess barely surpassed 10,000, yet they possessed an array of wondrous magic. Karochi had initially wanted to learn a few spells from Riel Bea, but regrettably, the next day, she indicated he lacked the aptitude for such practices. They spent an entire month on this planet, reluctant to take their leave. Before departing, Tais gifted Riel Bea a communicator. Truth be told, for a fleeting moment, Karochi genuinely felt life there was quite pleasant. He almost lost himself in the bliss. However, recalling the impending threat of the Omni King's decree, which would spell the end for the entire universe. He quelled the restless stirrings within him. All is well, all is well. In any case, for the subsequent 2 months, Karochi remained entrenched in the gravity chamber, while Tais ceased her wanderlust, instead locking herself in her room, tirelessly sketching. Upon finally arriving at Namek, Karochi felt a sense of unreality. During this interval, he had completely acclimatized to an environment of 270 times normal gravity, achieving an astonishing battle power of 200,000, which could even peak at 250,000 in a state of heightened energy. Is this truly Namek? It seems reminiscent of Rielbea's world. Tais's voice broke through his thoughts. Her hair was disheveled, clearly preoccupied with something, and she adamantly forbade Karochi from entering her room. Karochi was at a loss for words. Even he, as a male, had not lingered on the elven princess for so long. Alas, he had not anticipated that his journey to Namek would leave Tais so enamored. Shaking his head in resignation, he remarked, "Tais, dear sister, take a good look. There are indeed significant differences. The elven planet was twice the size of Namek, and Rielbea's world radiated an infinite green luminescence that enveloped one in a soothing embrace." "TCH, whatever," Tais muttered, yawning with boredom. "How shall we descend? By shuttle, or shall we simply land the ship?" Tais seemed rather uninterested in Namek, having been thoroughly educated by Karochi during the journey. After contemplating, Karochi decided to land the ship directly, as this trip would also take them to its neighboring planet, Yardrat. Furthermore, he sensed a promising opportunity to acquire the Dragon Balls. The spacecraft gradually navigated into Namek's atmosphere, heading towards the location of the Grand Elder, who was the strongest warrior on this planet. Landing near the most potent energy signature was surely a sound choice. At that moment, seated in his grand chair, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. "Neru, please go and greet our guests." A robust Namekian beside the Grand Elder, placing his right hand on his shoulder, bowed respectfully. "Grand Elder, will the visitors pose any threat?" Neru was concerned that Karochi and his companions might endanger the Grand Elder, for based on the energy they emitted, he felt he would not be their match. "Rest assured, their energy is calm, imbued with a pure and radiant power." The Grand Elder replied gently. "Very well, Grand Elder." Although Neru was not fond of interruptions to the Grand Elder, he would never defy his orders. He departed from the Grand Elder's abode, flying towards the landing site of Karochi's spacecraft. "To my astonishment, there exists such a pure Saiyan. It is truly remarkable." The voice of the Elder echoed in the empty chamber, as he was indeed quite surprised that the Saiyans, known for their bloodthirsty and warlike nature, possessed such a serene demeanor. Their aura should have been exceedingly malevolent and ferocious. "Little Chi, someone approaches us," exclaimed Tais, who, having just tidied up the spaceship, noticed the combat power meter react, a power level of 24,000. Unsure whether the newcomer was friend or foe, Tais relayed the information to Karochi. "Fear not, Sister Tais. We are indeed here to confront him. He should harbor no ill intentions," Karochi reassured her. Having committed no wrongs, he had vanquished numerous cosmic villains, which should not provoke the Elder's disdain. Neru's figure appeared before Karochi and Tais. He bears an uncanny resemblance to the Supreme Kai, albeit with a significantly older visage. Just as Karochi had informed, the Namekians indeed possess green skin. Tais noted. According to Karochi, Namekians sustain themselves solely on water. Could they possibly rely on their green skin for photosynthesis? "You are the ones who have disturbed the Elder's rest," Neru remarked coldly, showing no fondness for Karochi and Tais. We haven't offended you, have we?" Karochi retorted, noting Neru's temper reminiscent of an earlier, irritable Piccolo. "Well, we have come to this planet to seek an audience with the Elder." Karochi scratched his head, pondering how they had yet to disturb anything. Neru turned away, stating, "Follow me. The Elder wishes to meet you." "Indeed, this Elder seems to possess quite the authority," Tais remarked, lifted into the air alongside Neru through telekinesis. "I will reiterate. Unless there is urgent business, I kindly ask you both to leave. Do not further disturb the Elder's rest." With that, he led the way to the Elder's abode. "Hey, little Chi, does he seem to not welcome us?" Tais inquired curiously, given Neru's rather unfriendly tone. "The Elder is indeed advanced in age and cannot tolerate disturbances. However, we have matters to address," Karochi replied, considering their exceptional circumstances. A brief interruption would hardly diminish the Elder's lifespan. In that case, would it not be rather impolite? After all, we did not make an appointment," Tais pondered. "What? Do you wish to return to Earth and bring a box of old coins?" Karochi scoffed. "What impoliteness? The Elder has lived for countless years. Why would he concern himself with such trivialities? By that logic, everyone on this planet is his descendant." As they were quite near, the trio swiftly arrived at the Elder's residence. Upon seeing the Elder, Tais was taken aback, His size was truly monumental. "Welcome, young Scions and Earth Girl, who have traveled from afar." The elder greeted warmly, his voice gentle. Tais was astonished at how the elder knew of their origins, but Karochi interrupted her thoughts. "The elder possesses many extraordinary abilities. It is not surprising he is aware of us. Greetings, elder." It is said that the elder of Namek possesses the unique ability to unlock human potential. "We have come to enhance our own strength, and we hope the elder can assist us." There was no need for pretense with the elder. A straightforward request would suffice. If he agreed, all would be well. If not, there was little else to be done. "Wait, elder. Given your age, using your powers indiscriminately could significantly deplete your strength," Nero interjected urgently. Disapproving of the two outsiders' demands, the elder waved his hand, signaling Nero to calm down. "Unlocking potential does not consume much of my energy. I am merely surprised that this young scion possesses such knowledge." Throughout the encounter, the elder's kind demeanor remained unchanged, and his gentle voice made Tais feel an unexpected closeness. Despite his imposing figure, "Very well, step forward," the elder instructed. Nero wished to object, but he could not counter the elder's words. "Thank you, elder," Karochi exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together as he approached, unsure of how much he would be able to enhance his power. "Ah, no trouble at all. Your arrival seems to have instigated unforeseen changes in some predetermined events. Should Namek face calamity, I hope you will lend assistance." Honestly, it's no concern of mine. But I assure you, elder, that Namek will be my second home," Karochi vowed. Tais looked at him with disdain, recalling how he had once boasted similarly after indulging on Earth. As Karochi stood before the elder placed his hand upon Karochi's head. The size of the elder's hand completely enveloped Karochi's head without issue. For a moment, the elder's benevolent expression was replaced by shock, causing Karochi's heart to sink. "Could it be that you cannot unlock my potential? Is it because I am an outsider?" Karochi thought, his mind racing. "What a terrifying potential. Even I can only unlock a fraction of it," the elder murmured. Suddenly, Karochi felt an overwhelming surge of energy erupt from within him, devoid of any pain or discomfort. A brilliant column of light burst forth from his body, soaring into the heavens and tearing off the roof of the elder's dwelling. The sheer force of this power stirred up a tempest within the room. Tais, being the weakest and the smallest, could hardly withstand the gust, almost being swept away had it not been for Neru's grip. The clouds above Namek were drawn together by this tremendous force, igniting the surrounding air in flashes of fire and light. "Enough. Control your power. Do not demolish my home," the elder urged hastily, realizing that if this continued, he would have nowhere to reside. "Oops. My apologies." Karochi scratched his head sheepishly. "I was momentarily overwhelmed by this power and lost my focus." Gradually, Karochi reined in his energy, and the radiant beam of light dissipated, though occasional sparks of electricity still flickered across his skin, a sign of his struggle to fully control his newfound strength. "I truly apologize, elder. I shall repair your roof at once," Karochi exclaimed, his face flushed with guilt as he surveyed the damage he had caused. Yet, internally, he felt exhilarated, sensing that his combat power had surged at least 6 or 7 times, estimating his current strength to be around 1.2 to 1 per million. "Remarkable, elder. With this power, I could even dare to confront Frieza." That is unnecessary. Although power has been unleashed, do not become consumed by it. This is merely a fraction. There remains vast potential for you to explore," the elder advised, guiding him as though he were a cherished child. Karochi adjusted his mindset. "Indeed, elder. I shall heed your words." "Little Chi, what is your current power level?" Tais inquired, stabilizing her stance and approaching with curiosity. "Everyone wishes to check their meters." Karochi interrupted hastily. "That device, though modified by Dr. Brief, can only measure up to 200,000, and that is its limit. Sister Tais, do not use the detector. It won't register my true strength. I feel it is between 1.2 to 1 per million. After all, combat power cannot be accurately quantified." Tais recalled having previously told him not to rely on the meter since, once his power reached 190,000, the device would likely explode due to the immense energy, potentially injuring his face. An unfortunate fate indeed. "Wow, you have suddenly become so formidable. Now I understand why Karochi came to Namek. This elder is truly extraordinary. Not only does it reveal their origins, but it also possesses the remarkable ability to rapidly enhance one's combat power." Karochi labored diligently for 2 years to attain a combat power of 200,000. Yet, here, with just a gentle pat on the head from the Grand Elder, he effortlessly achieved what would typically take 5 to 6 years of arduous training. Who wouldn't he be tempted by such a prospect? Shouldn't the little girl from Earth explore her potential as well? It seemed the Grand Elder noticed Tai's adoring gaze and inquired with a warm smile. Tai, caught off guard by the question, stammered in disbelief. What? Me? My combat power is merely 1. Even if it were to multiply tenfold, it would only reach 10 points. Which is quite unnecessary. She hastily waved her hands, adding, No, I lack any talent in that regard. Besides, what if she ended up resembling a hulking Barbie? After all, following Karochi's recent power enhancement, his physique had become more robust, and he had even grown taller, his muscles more pronounced. She was a beautiful girl. After all, very well then. The Grand Elder did not press further. Pray forgive my sudden interruption, but esteemed Grand Elder, it is time for you to rest. Nailu interjected abruptly. He was simultaneously reminding Karochi that their business was concluded and that they ought to leave, especially after having created a gaping hole in the Grand Elder's abode, which was rather deplorable. Nailu, do not be rude. The Grand Elder discerned Nailu's intent to drive away guests. Nailu, resigned, acknowledged his misstep. Karochi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, hesitant to speak up. After all, having just received the Grand Elder's assistance in enhancing her strength, would it not be rather greedy to request the Dragon Balls as well? Young Saiyan. Do you have further matters to discuss? The Grand Elder, having lived for so many years, could read the expressions of others with great acuity. Noticing Karochi's reluctance to voice her thoughts, he jovially retrieved a Dragon Ball from his seat. I presume you have come for this. This Dragon Ball, the size of a basketball, was indeed incomparable to those found on Earth. Ah, yes, esteemed Grand Elder. I would like to borrow the Dragon Ball, Karochi confessed. Her thoughts laid bare. Though I forged this Dragon Ball, it has remained unused for a century. Since you have a request, you may proceed. The Grand Elder did not inquire about the nature of her wish, simply granting his consent. This left Karochi feeling rather bashful as she reached out to accept the Dragon Ball. Nailu, please assist our young friend in collecting the others. Just inform them it is my wish, the Grand Elder instructed gently. Nailu quickly bowed, expressing concern, but Grand Elder, your safety. His duty was to protect the Grand Elder from any disturbances. Leaving in such a manner seemed quite inappropriate. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Nothing will happen. Tai prodded Karochi curiously. If it weren't for the differences in appearance, I would have thought you were a Namekian too. After all, this treatment is quite exceptional. Apart from one's own father, who else would be so generous? Karochi was equally astonished. Not only had the Grand Elder permitted her to use the Dragon Ball, but he was also aiding in its collection. Her own father had never been so indulgent. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that without a Namekian, she might not have been able to make a wish, given that the Namekian language was necessary for that purpose. Then please, follow me. Nailu, though he extended the invitation, clearly felt reluctant. With that, he turned and exited the room on his own accord. Do not mind him. This child has always considered my protection his duty, the Grand Elder elucidated regarding Nailu. Karochi quickly waved her hands. Not at all. We are the ones who are overstepping. Thankfully, the Grand Elder's benevolent nature allowed for such leniency. Had it been anyone else, Karochi might have been sent packing. Do hurry along. The Grand Elder appeared to be weary, and after speaking, it seemed as though he had drifted off to sleep. Out of courtesy, Karochi bowed and exited the room. Using her practical superpower of telekinesis, she levitated the Dragon Ball and Tai to catch up with the ahead-moving Nailu. He was indeed quite relentless. Luckily, his lower combat power meant he was not particularly fast. Otherwise, Karochi might have struggled to keep pace. The process of gathering the Dragon Balls proceeded remarkably smoothly, no doubt facilitated by Nailu's guidance. The Grand Elder had nodded in approval. Each village, without dispute, yielded their Dragon Balls. The collected Dragon Balls shimmered brilliantly, accompanied by a low hum. Tai was left in awe, exclaiming her astonishment. Once your wish is granted, please do not disturb the Grand Elder any further. Depart from Namek immediately, Nailu cautioned, fearing Karochi might continue to linger. Karochi waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, once our wish is fulfilled, we shall leave without delay. Honestly, do you think I have an abundance of time? I still need to travel to Yardrat. After all, the secret techniques of Yardrat were notoriously difficult to master. In the original story, it took Son Goku a full year to learn the technique of instant transmission. Nailu nodded and began to chant in the Namekian language. Purunga, come forth. The 7 Dragon Balls blazed with intense light, instantly transforming the sky. What is happening? Tai gasped in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden onset of darkness. Karochi had previously informed her that with 3 suns illuminating Namek, it ought to experience perpetual daylight. Yet now, the atmosphere had taken on a foreboding and eerie quality, as if an entirely different realm had emerged, leaving one disoriented. The Namekians scattered across the planet paused momentarily, gazing at the sky, but soon reconciled the situation with the earlier visit from Nailu to retrieve the Dragon Balls. They were left wondering what the Grand Elder intended to do with the Dragon Balls. Indeed, This was not a matter for them to concern themselves with. The Grand Elder's request for the Dragon Balls undoubtedly held profound significance. The surrounding Namekians nodded in agreement, sharing this viewpoint. To speak frankly, from their perspective, they were all descendants of the Grand Elder. The Dragon Balls, after all, were preserved in their care, and since their father wished to use them, they had no right to question it. They returned to their tasks, tending to the purple sunflowers, a plant capable of gradually altering the planetary environment. This was also to facilitate Namek's swift recovery from its environmental catastrophe. In the original work, Bulma and her companions had initially assumed they were farming, leading to a considerable misunderstanding. Noticing Tai's confusion, Karochi transformed into an informative guide, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Sister Tai. This is the scene that accompanies the summoning of the dragon." Tai looked at Karochi with wide eyes, taken aback by the revelation. Chapter 30, Karochi's Wish. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated light, coalescing into a singular beam of golden brilliance that surged toward the heavens, while dark clouds enveloped the entirety of Namek. The planet, which should never have known night, finally welcomed its own twilight, accompanied by flashes of thunder and lightning. It was reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon in the storyline, Tai felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Clutching the hem of Karochi's garment and attempting to conceal herself behind her, Karochi, too, was puzzled by the bizarre spectacle accompanying the emergence of the dragon. It should have been a herald of auspiciousness. Moments later, the Namekian dragon, Purunga, materialized before the trio. To be frank, the Namekian dragon was rather unsightly. With a large head, broad body, and elongated arms, Karochi found it impossible to regard it as a dragon. Could a creature that looked like this truly be called a dragon? What a grotesque being. A monster! A monster! Tai exclaimed, clutching Karochi tightly, as the overwhelming presence of Purunga was indeed rather intimidating. Sister Tai, this is the Namekian dragon, Purunga? It's not a monster, Karochi said, covering her face in embarrassment. Please don't shout. Look, Purunga is staring at you. The Dragon Balls, when gathered to 7, summoned forth Purunga, who proclaimed in a resounding voice, "State your wishes, and they shall be granted. You may request up to 3. The magnitude of Purunga's voice forced Tai to release her grip on Karochi and cover her ears. Karochi merely scoffed. This dragon is quite boastful. What wish can't be granted? Then turn me into a god of destruction. How ridiculous. Very well. You may now make your wish. However, should I find your request unreasonable, I will not convey it, Nyla stated with an impassive expression. Karochi shrugged and declared, "For my first wish, I wish for a Saiyan named Karochi to learn instant transmission from the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Among all forms of instant teleportation, only Kid's ability stands out as the most practical. As long as one is aware of the planetary coordinates, one can teleport directly, consuming minimal energy and manifesting instantaneously. Truly splendid." In contrast, Sun Wukong's instant teleportation, acquired during his studies on planet Adatella, necessitates the perception of energy signatures, which is rather cumbersome. Upon hearing this, Nairu noticed no discrepancies and proceeded to convey the wishes to the dragon. This wish was remarkably straightforward. Balunga closed his eyes, radiating a crimson light, accompanied by a peculiar sound. At that moment, Karochi seemed to grasp the fabric of space and time itself, realizing that he could return to Earth or any planet he had previously visited with but a thought. The dragon truly is marvelous, capable of manifesting desires from nothingness. Experiencing this firsthand, Karochi exclaimed in awe, "Your wish has been granted. What is your second wish?" Balunga inquired, appearing eager to know. Nairu turned his gaze toward Karochi. "My second wish is for the Saiyan Karochi to possess the coordinates of planets from all 12 universes, which will automatically materialize when he wishes to utilize instant teleportation." It would be far too tedious for Karochi to memorize each coordinate individually. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai-Si curiously asked, "What do you mean by 12 universes? Are there other universes beyond ours? And by the way, I meant to ask when you made your first wish, are we in the 7th universe?" I forgot there was a curious one present." Karochi reassured, "Sister Tai-Si, we can discuss the universe later. Let us complete the wishes first." Why can't he take a page from Nairu's book and be a mere translator without excessive inquiries? This wish is quite simple, but as the dragon of the 7th universe, I am unable to provide the coordinates for all 12 universes. I can only offer the coordinates for the 6th and 7th universes, Balunga stated, acknowledging his limited abilities as a dragon of a singular planet. Providing coordinates for the 6th and 7th universes, being symmetrical, is indeed feasible. How what a slap in the face. Just a moment ago, you claimed all wishes could be fulfilled. However, Karochi refrained from voicing this thought and merely nodded in agreement. This wish is quite straightforward. As he spoke, it seemed a myriad of stars appeared in Karochi's mind, as if he were observing the entire universe from a divine perspective. Vague though it was, he could sense that he could travel to any planet he desired. Now, speak your third wish. Balunga continued, as if following a preordained script. Karochi pondered briefly. He truly had no particular desires at the moment, and thus turned to Tai Si. Sister Tai Si, do you have any wishes you would like to fulfill? Karochi felt that claiming 2 wishes for himself was already quite generous, and granting the last one to Tai Si would be splendid as well. Tai Si, without hesitation, shook her head. She lacked for nothing and aspired to become a best-selling SF author, a goal she intended to achieve through her own efforts. Wishing for something seemed meaningless. Moreover, even without a wish, she could become famous through the Universal Capsule Corporation. What she truly desired was the journey itself, with success or failure being of little consequence. Quickly, declare your wish, or do you mean to say you have none left? Balunga pressed, for his time was limited. He existed in violation of cosmic rules and would be rejected by the universe's mechanisms. In that case, my third wish is for the Saiyan Karochi to learn the language of the gods. Karochi contemplated for a moment, and it seemed this wish held some utility. Nairu conveyed Karochi's wish without further comment. This wish is exceedingly simple. Balunga's eyes glowed red for the 3rd time, and he then announced, very well. All your wishes have been granted. Farewell. Balunga transformed into a golden light, soaring into the sky, taking the 7 Dragon Balls with him, which spun continuously in midair. Just as they were about to scatter across the planet, Karochi utilized his telekinetic ability, telekinesis, to intercept them, for he could not allow such a treasure to escape. Otherwise, the Namekians, lacking a Dragon Ball radar, would likely search for half a century. What do you intend to do? Nairu questioned, his brow furrowed, mistakenly believing Karochi was still unsatisfied and wished for more. Karochi looked at Nairu in disbelief. Was such a fierce tone truly appropriate for a 6-year-old child? Do you realize the emotional turmoil you inflict upon my tender psyche? He presented the Dragon Ball, now transformed into stone, before Nairu, explaining, I merely intercepted it to prevent the Dragon Balls from scattering, which would complicate your search. The one in your possession is from the elder of the Namekians. Please convey my gratitude to him. Since his goals had been achieved, there was indeed no need to disturb the elder further. After all, the old man truly needed his rest. Nairu hesitated momentarily, but accepted the Dragon Ball, intending to carry it all back at once. However, the Namekian Dragon Balls were quite large, making it inconvenient to take them all. Karochi, being a good Samaritan, offered to return the remaining Dragon Balls to the village elders, allowing Nairu to take just one back. Though Nairu felt uneasy, he knew he could not leave the elder's side for too long and reluctantly agreed to depart. Now that Karochi's powers had significantly increased, delivering takeout became swifter than ever, and he quickly returned all the remaining stone Dragon Balls. Where shall we go next? Tai Si inquired curiously, for Karochi had reached his destination and accomplished the goals he had set. Given Karochi's personality, it was likely he would return to Earth to continue his training. Let us venture to Planet Vegeta. It possesses wondrous secret arts. I intend to learn some. He then glanced at Tai Si with a troubled expression, knowing that his training would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Sister Tai Si, do you wish to accompany me, or would you prefer to return to Earth first? He could not allow Tai Si to wander alone in the universe. It was fraught with danger and uncertainty, and even having read the original work, Karochi could not claim omniscience. For instance, he had never heard of the phenomenon known as the I-Time Marvel in his past life, and Tai Si was simply too weak. Tai Si sighed, having gained a basic understanding of the universe over the past year of travel. Without Karochi's protection, her chances of survival would be slim. After a moment of contemplation, she said, very well, I will first accompany you to this planet Vegeta. If I become bored, I shall return to Earth. I have gathered quite a bit of material during this outing. In truth, she also wished to visit the fairy planet and meet Ruyerbia. Yet she hesitated to bring Karochi along, as Ruyerbia was someone meant solely for her. Her insufferable younger brother had drooled over her expression back then. Unbeknownst to Karochi, who was oblivious to her internal musings, he would have undoubtedly cried out in protest, for he too had been caught in the moment. Very well. Now that we possess instant teleportation, traveling anywhere is a breeze. Even visiting Ruyerbia could be accomplished in a single night with countless trips. As Tai Si appeared ready to retrieve her spaceship capsule, Karochi quickly intervened, exclaiming, why waste time on a spaceship when we can arrive in an instant? In the face of Tai Si's puzzled expression, he explained the ability of instant teleportation. Subsequently, Karochi took Tai Si's hand, his mind conjuring the coordinates of Planet Vegeta, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Upon returning to the elder's chamber, Nairu was met with the elder's voice. Have those 2 children departed? Yes. Great elder, but I am puzzled as to why you allowed outsiders to use the Dragon Balls. Nairu inquired, for the Dragon Balls were meant solely for the pure-hearted Namekians. The young Saiyan harbors immense potential, a rarity even in my experience. The elder did not respond directly, instead marveling. The coexistence of such a fierce yet tranquil aura within a single individual is truly perplexing. Nara chose not to respond, as he harbored a certain disdain for Karochi. When that Saiyan arrived, I glimpsed a fragment of Namek's fate. He will aid us. The elder spoke and then fell silent, the room gradually descending into stillness. Chapter 31. Its existence is unfathomable. At this moment, Karochi and Ties had already appeared on Planet Vegeta. To Karochi's astonishment, he found himself greeted by a smiling Adetran, who bowed deeply and said, "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. What the heck? Is it now a requirement to possess foresight to act all high and mighty?" Ties wore a bemused expression, as if the words were somewhat familiar. Had she encountered this before? "You need not be concerned, esteemed guests. I am Husu, the sage of this planet. It is our king who has sent me to welcome you." Husu introduced himself, radiating a refreshing aura. Karochi, seeking knowledge, felt compelled to reciprocate the courtesy. "I am Karochi, a Saiyan, and this is my sister Ties, a Terran." Ties beamed at the introduction, feeling truly regarded as an older sister. After spending 2.5 years together, though romance had evaded them, a bond of kinship had undeniably blossomed. "There is no need for such formality. Our king is already aware of your intentions." Husu continued. "It seems Mr. Karochi has recently experienced a significant surge in power, which may feel somewhat unstable. Goodness, are the Adetrans truly that formidable? In the original narrative, they were barely mentioned." And Karochi sensed that Husu's energy was not particularly strong, merely around 50 to 60,000. Yet, he had discerned Karochi's current state at a glance, revealing that the elder's method for enhancing strength posed no hidden dangers. However, the rapid increase in power was indeed troubling for Karochi, who had always trained gradually without encountering such phenomena. "You have an uncanny ability to read people." Karochi chuckled, scratching his head. Husu turned as if to lead the way. "Follow me, esteemed guests. Here, the practice of our secret arts will assist Mr. Karochi in controlling his own energy." "Thank you so much. I never anticipated it would go this smoothly," Ties thought, glancing around, uncertain of her own role. Was her insufferable brother really leaving her here? Truly, they were like plastic siblings. Husu paused and turned to Ties. "You may join as well. Our secret arts are not exclusive to those of great strength." Had it not been for her aesthetic standards, Ties might have considered Husu quite the gentleman. Unlike certain monkeys, Karochi suddenly realized he had momentarily forgotten his sister in his excitement. Observing her expression, he suspected she might be angry. It was best not to provoke her at this stage, as it could lead to ridicule. The optimal solution was to diminish his presence until her mood improved. Husu led the way at a leisurely pace, and soon the trio arrived at a cavernous chamber. Husu halted his steps. "You may enter freely and select any secret technique that resonates with you. However, please refrain from disturbing those who are already practicing within." With that, Husu prepared to depart, but turned back to Karochi as if to confirm something. He then shook his head, sighed softly, and departed without uttering a word, leaving Karochi perplexed. Why the sigh? If there was something to say, why not say it? He despised riddles. Yet Husu had already walked away, leaving Karochi unsure of what to ask if he pursued him. He opted instead to follow Ties into the cave. Upon entering, the sight before them was breathtaking. It evoked a sense reminiscent of the legendary Peach Blossom Spring, with scattered Adetrans sitting upon the ground, some furrowing their brows as if grappling with unseen challenges or adapting to something. "What secret technique will you pursue, sister?" Karochi inquired, testing the waters to gauge whether Ties was still upset. Ties tossed her head and ignored him, striding away. Just as Karochi approached to placate her, a voice resonated in his mind. "Welcome, esteemed Saiyan from afar. It is truly astonishing to see one of your kind here." The voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Karochi furrowed his brow and mentally responded, "Who are you?" while scanning his surroundings and keeping a watchful eye on Ties. "Do not be alarmed. I am Supa, the king of Planet Vegeta. You need not fret about the Earth Girl. She will find a suitable secret technique for herself." Karochi was taken aback. "The king of Vegeta? If that is the case, why does your majesty not reveal yourself to us in person?" Karochi, who held a steadfast belief that those who operated in secrecy were rarely noble, pressed on. "There is no need for a meeting. I sensed the wish orbs from Namek had been activated just hours ago. After a brief contemplation, I foresaw your arrival and understood your intentions, which is why I sent Husu to welcome you." He continued without allowing Karochi the opportunity to question him. "The wish orbs of Namek are an aberration, inherently illogical. In the hundreds of years since their creation by the Namekians, none have dared to utilize them for wishes. Their existence negates established causality, rendering them truly unorthodox." Supa seemed to be making a declaration. Karochi was perplexed. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" I do not know. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. A gem capable of fulfilling one's innermost desires should not exist. The voice seemed to mutter to itself. Or perhaps it was a warning. It should not exist? What does that mean? Karochi scoffed, recalling how the old Kaioshin in the original tale also labeled the Dragon Balls as an aberration, yet they ultimately proved to be invaluable. What did I just say? Supa inquired, sending a probing thought into Karochi's mind. Karochi was utterly bewildered. Did the king himself not know what he had just uttered? Was he perhaps suffering from senility? Just as Karochi was about to offer a hint, he felt the peculiar connection with Supa severed, leaving him in utter confusion. With a shrug, he resolved to seek the secret techniques he desired. After walking for a while, Karochi came to a stop before a wall adorned with intricate and bizarre symbols. The moment he laid eyes upon them, he was rendered speechless, as if turned to stone. It was not until a month later that Karochi suddenly awoke. What on earth is this? Spatial techniques? Karochi gasped, realizing that the symbols were a unique form of soul script, directly influencing the soul. Rubbing his throbbing head, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, have I truly mastered my power?" That familiar sensation of wielding power with ease returned, bringing him comfort. "You are awake." Hyusu's voice sounded from behind Karochi. Upon turning, Karochi's pupils constricted in alarm as he beheld Tais lying on the ground. "What have you done to her? If anything happens to Tais, I will not hesitate to obliterate Planet Vegeta." Karochi's power surged uncontrollably, casting a terrifying pressure that caused Hyusu to sweat profusely as he waved his hands. Stop, please. Retract your power. This young lady is unharmed. She merely fainted from the strain of soul inscription during her practice." Withdrawing his energy, Karochi rushed to Tais' side, carefully examining her to confirm she had not sustained any injuries before he heaved a sigh of relief. "You have been training here for over a month. This young lady just recently fainted and seems to require some time to recuperate." Hyusu's words left Karochi astounded. "What do you mean over a month? That felt like the blink of an eye." Hyusu patiently elucidated, "The secret arts of our clan rely upon the essence of understanding. Those who are destined may learn it. And due to the extraordinary energies that permeate this cavern, practitioners will not suffer from hunger." At that moment, Karochi found himself rendered speechless, silently amazed by the immense prowess of the art. Speaking of which, Earth also harbors an illogical phenomenon, the room of spirit and time within the divine palace. The origins of that otherworldly space are likely known only to Bobo. Observing the unconscious Tais, Karochi was unable to continue his training and thus remained vigilantly by her side. Thankfully, on the 7th day, she finally awoke. "Oh, Xiaoqi, what happened to me? Wasn't I practicing the spirit eye secret art?" Tais inquired, puzzled, as she noticed the joyful expression on Karochi's face. Suppressing his excitement, Karochi patiently explained the situation to her. So that's what happened. I fainted." Tais felt a flicker of joy upon learning that Karochi cared for her so deeply. Suddenly, she embraced him tightly, her voice tinged with tears. "Thank you, Xiaoqi. What on earth? Why this sudden emotional display?" Karochi thought, as he reflected on how women only seemed to impede his progress. After all, he had wasted an entire week because of Tais' incident, and he was grateful she was unharmed. "It's nothing, Sister Tais. Are you experiencing any discomfort now?" Karochi inquired with genuine concern. Releasing her embrace, Tais replied, "No. And moreover, Sister has even learned the spirit eye secret art." She looked at Karochi with an air of pride. What do you mean you've learned it?" "I barely grasped half of it." "How could you be so talented, Tais?" Karochi exclaimed, feeling a pang of envy. "So, Sister Tais, what is the utility of this spirit eye secret art?" he asked, intrigued, realizing he had fallen behind. Tais closed her eyes, then opened them again, her gaze now gleaming with clarity. "What does this mean? Does mastering this art grant one a pair of magnificent eyes? Wow, Xiaoqi, you're incredible. Your battle power has reached 153 million. Tais exclaimed, astonished, as she activated the spirit eye and observed a series of data akin to a panel. Name, Karochi. Race, Saiyan. Battle power, 153 million. Remarks, an extraordinary Saiyan warrior who has transcended the limits of his kind, embarking on his unique path. A righteous soul destined for paradise after death. Chapter 32, Inky Despair. What does this mean? The spirit eye, secret art is akin to a battle power counter? How trivial. Karochi mused, reasoning that it was only natural for a secret art that could be learned within a month to be relatively simple. Sister Tais, would you prefer to learn more secret arts, or shall we return to Earth? Karochi asked, torn with uncertainty, as he felt uneasy about continuing his studies here. I believe mastering the spirit eye is sufficient. Xiaoqi, please take me back to Earth, Tais said, her astute nature recognizing Karochi's apprehensions. The fainting incident had indeed been perilous. While Karochi was still engaged in learning secret arts, any unforeseen event could have dire consequences. Initially, Karochi had thought that Planet Vegeta was rather pleasant. However, ever since the so-called king of Vegeta had engaged him in riddles, he had begun to perceive the planet as somewhat peculiar. Karochi nodded, taking Tai Si's hand, his mind conjuring the coordinates of Earth. By the time they returned, half a month had elapsed. How could one go a month without sustenance and not indulge in a feast? Before departing, he had stocked up on ample food capsules, sufficient for a year. Karochi resumed his training. The spatial secret art is not merely a standalone skill, but a complete manipulation of spatial abilities, akin to acquiring spatial superpowers. Time for cultivation always seemed to accelerate, particularly on Planet Vegeta. Each time he closed his eyes and awoke, several months had passed. It felt akin to an otherworldly realm of cultivation, utterly astonishing. 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Karochi sat in meditation atop a peak of Planet Vegeta, his body radiating a soft, pearlescent glow, like an ancient monk in deep contemplation. This was the training method he had mastered over the past 2 years on Vegeta. The unique cultivation techniques of Planet Vegeta focused on realms without exerting physical strain. Despite this, upon meeting the king of Vegeta, Supa, Karochi was still taken aback by his battle power of 100,000. Though appearing fragile, his aura was profoundly subdued. Had it not been for Karochi's cultivation of sixth sense, he would have been unable to discern the depth of Supa's strength. This unique cultivation method remarkably alleviated the burdens imposed on the body by explosive power. In other words, this training could mitigate the strain caused by transforming into a Super Saiyan. How delightful! Super Saiyans possess many commendable traits. They are strikingly handsome, and their power surges significantly upon transformation, yet the duration is frustratingly short. It seems that among the various stages of Super Saiyans, only the first stage can achieve full power while minimizing strain. The subsequent stages, Super Saiyan 2 and 3, invariably carry substantial burdens. Especially in the case of Super Saiyan 3rd stage, as depicted in the original work, Goku successfully transformed while in the other world, where the pressure of transformation was greatly diminished due to his death. Additionally, there were the secret arts he had learned over these 2 years. The first, naturally, was spatial secret art, which took a full year to master, even with his prior understanding of time and space through Kid's instant transmission. Upon mastering this art, Karochi developed numerous formidable skills, such as the true damage attack skill, Dimensional Slash, which essentially ignores physical defenses. Unless there is a vast disparity between the two parties, it is nearly impossible to defend against. The banishment skill, Dimensional Rift, directly tears open the fabric of space, casting adversaries into an empty void. He also acquired the storage skill, Personal Space, which facilitated the storage of food. He had found it exceedingly convenient and effective, deserving of 5 stars. The second secret art was the long-coveted vacuum technique, which enabled internal respiration, allowing one to survive and engage in combat within the vacuum of space. The third secret art was Sixth Sense. Initially, Karochi had intended to cultivate Tai Si's Spirit Eye secret art. However, he could never quite grasp it and ultimately turned to this alternative. It is not that the Spirit Eye is inferior to the Sixth Sense. Rather, it simply did not suit him. If one were to rank them, the Sixth Sense would undoubtedly be superior. This art also enables one to perceive the battle power of others, though Karochi was unaware that the Spirit Eye could reveal names, races, and moral alignments. However, the Sixth Sense could unlock a state of omniscience. In this state, although one's power does not increase, it is akin to the observation hockey in One Piece, allowing one to glimpse fleeting moments of the future. In simpler terms, this means one can fully anticipate an opponent's attacks. Time truly flies. 2 years have passed already. Karochi exhaled a breath of morning mist and slowly rose to his feet. At just 8 years old, Karochi had already grown to a height of 16 meters, showing the potential to challenge even the flyers. His strength had significantly increased. Karochi clenched his fist, reflecting on how, 2 years prior, he had toiled to overcome gravity, barely achieving a battle power of 200,000. Now, thanks to the Elder of Namek, he had multiplied his strength by approximately 7 times, effortlessly reaching 1 per million. Through training in the spatial secret art, not only had he stabilized his power within a month, but he also made further advancements, raising his battle power to 153 million. Now, Karochi's battle power had surged to 1 million, prompting him to marvel at the wonders of Planet Vegeta. 2 years had granted him a remarkable increase of 700,000 in battle power. This method of cultivation is truly astonishing. It is likely that Goku in the original work also desired to learn it, yet his pure heart could not comprehend such ethereal concepts. You have completed your training, Mr. Karochi. Kyusu's voice resonated, silent as a whisper. Even though the other party's battle power was far inferior, Karochi could still not sense them. Mr. Hyusu indeed comes and goes like a shadow, much like a specter. Karochi smirked. Is that a compliment directed at me? Hyusu couldn't help but smile wryly. This is a matter of differing realms, and my power pales in comparison to that of Mr. Karochi. Thus, our ability to conceal our presence yields such remarkable effects. The essence of the Adatrolan's cultivation method lies in accommodating power within one's realm, as they are ill-suited for the cultivation of physical strength. Furthermore, we hope that the mental training techniques we provide remain confidential, Mr. Hyusu, for they are indeed the foundation of our existence. Hyusu earnestly stated. The very foundation of the Adatrolan has been entrusted to Karochi. I have long harbored a question. Why are you so inclined towards me? It seems rather irrational to entrust something so significant to someone with whom you share no kinship. This can be regarded as a display of candor. Initially, Karochi was quite apprehensive of the Adatrolan. But now? The Adatrolan has become my second homeland, I declare. Hyusu pondered for a moment and sighed. There is no need to conceal this from you, Mr. Karochi. Karochi remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. In the words of your frequently visiting sister, we refer to this as an investment. Investment? Quite astute. Acknowledging that one is destined to be exceptional among mortals, Karochi felt a surge of satisfaction. Over the past 2 years, Tai-C has frequently contacted Karochi, enlisting him as her chauffeur to various planets for material collection. He has truly become Tai-C's private vehicle. I sensed it the moment you arrived on Namek. Hyusu's face displayed an expression of profound concern, as though he had glimpsed something frightful. What exactly did you sense? You know how I detest riddles. Hyusu helplessly chuckled. I saw nothing but darkness and malevolence. However, it seems that certain predetermined events shifted upon your arrival on Adatrolan. Did not the elder mention something similar? At that time, he surmised it would pertain to Frieza's arrival on Namek, yet it appears more complex than that. The original text offers scant descriptions of Adatrolan, merely fragments. Will the Adatrolan face an invasion from a mysterious, powerful being in the future? It is inscrutable and unclear. Yet, since Wang and I have perceived the changes, we naturally hope that the Adatrolan can preserve its flame amidst future calamities. Hyusu regarded Karochi, understanding that this matter ultimately hinged on Karochi's willingness, although he had extended goodwill. Such matters are intrinsically mutual, and coercion serves no purpose. TSK, do you doubt my integrity? Karochi retorted, feeling somewhat at a loss. Was he truly so ungrateful? Not at all. Just jesting. He does adhere to basic principles. Rest assured, I shall assist you within the limits of my abilities, Karochi solemnly promised, shedding his previous playful demeanor. The emphasis on within my abilities is crucial, for an indigenous individual without a signed contract would certainly not express such sentiments. Hyusu bowed slightly in gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Karochi. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief, thankful that his investment had not gone awry. With this assurance, he at least felt that his contributions were not in vain. Yes, please take good care of the communicator Tai-C provided, should any issues arise. Do not hesitate to reach out. Tai-C, for the sake of convenience, also left a communicator to contact Karochi, but now it has been directly given to Hyusu and the others. After all, he cannot constantly monitor Adatrolan, can he? His aspirations lie among the stars and the sea. That is where his true home resides. Hyusu hesitated, for they possessed a specialized method for communication that rendered such complications unnecessary. That clunky device is cumbersome to use and often fails to connect. Do you not keep track of how many times that Earth girl has stolen your heart? Yet upon reflection, he decided against voicing his thoughts. When the time comes, he could always use the secret method to contact him directly. Is there anything else? If not, I must return to Earth. His expression resembled that of a scoundrel who would abandon his trousers. Hyusu found himself questioning whether Karochi's promises could truly be trusted. Surely, they could, right? Right? No, nothing else. Hyusu regarded Karochi with a complex expression. Sigh. Do not be so melancholic. I shall return to visit you when time permits. Karochi assumed that Hyusu's expression was one of reluctance to part. After all, they had spent 2 years together. His own time with Tai-C had only been 2.5 years, and during these 2 years, they had barely shared moments together. Naturally, if given the choice, Karochi would prefer not to have Tai-C reach out to him, for he truly did not wish to be perceived as a private vehicle. Moreover, it did not always yield favorable outcomes. Previously, Tai-C had spent 2 weeks on the fairy planet, and upon her return, she regarded him with a look of disdain. He wondered what she had discussed with Riel Beya. After all, he had done nothing but touch her ear to verify her identity, which was hardly inappropriate, was it? Chapter 33. The Great Ape Transformation of Sun Wukong. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Hyusu. Oh, and please convey my regards to Supa. Karochi was enveloped in a white glow, instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Hyusu's sight, leaving him alone in a whirlwind of confusion. Whoosh. Karochi found himself at the Capsule Corporation, a place he had frequented so often it felt like home. This place is splendid. It is wealthy, unlike the abject poverty of my previous life. Oh my, has little Chi returned? How delightful. You have grown taller and even more handsome since we last met. Oh ho ho ho, shall we go on a date? Karochi needed no sight to identify the voice of Mrs. Brief. Moreover, he couldn't help but want to retort. You said the same thing 3 years ago when you first met me. When I returned on previous occasions, you expressed the same sentiment. If you were sincere, why not act on it? I would not resist. Mrs. Brief linked her arm with Karochi's, inadvertently causing some awkward contact, while Dr. Brief continued to play with the cat and chimed in. Little Chi, the alien technology you brought is truly remarkable. By the way, per your request, I have also made adjustments to the gravity chamber. The maximum gravity has been increased to 500 times and can be adjusted in increments of 50. This was a favor Karochi had asked of Dr. Brief 2 years prior, perfectly simulating the environment of the hyperbolic time chamber. It has produced a training facility accessible at any time. Furthermore, I have also improved the material of the spacecraft. Now, if you were to travel to Namek again, it would only take 6 days. Karochi and Tai Si had visited numerous planets, many of which were technologically advanced, and Karochi had rationally borrowed data from others. Generally, they would deliver it to him without the need for borrowing, thus no need for returns. Thank you, Doctor. Karochi was overjoyed. Not only had he assisted in modifying the spacecraft, but he had also upgraded it to Pro Max, providing immense help. And yet he felt somewhat guilty for taking advantage of the doctor's wife. It felt as though a green hue were hanging over Dr. Brief's head. And Karochi wished to extricate his arm. Alas, Mrs. Brief held on a bit too tightly, and he could not succeed without brushing against her slightly. Ah, Mom. What are you doing? Let go of little Chi. Tai Si, accompanied by Bulma, arrived just in time to witness this scene and instantly became enraged. What is that scoundrel Karochi trying to do, allowing himself to be so brazenly embraced by his own mother? Oh dear, when are little Chi and Tai Si planning to get married? Mrs. Brief released her hold and, with her left hand gently covering her lips, inquired softly. Karochi and Tai Si exchanged puzzled glances. Did not the lady's tone shift rather abruptly? What are you babbling about, Mom? Little Chi and I are merely siblings. Tai Si expressed no embarrassment. They had not ignited any sparks of romance. Sister Tai Si would never harbor feelings for me, for she has strayed. Karochi silently covered his face. Sister is mine, and I shall not relinquish her to the wicked. Bulma hastily positioned herself in front of Tai Si, loudly asserting her claim. For she had been enjoying sleeping beside her sister every night for the past few days. Karochi stared in shock at Tai Si, aghast. How could this be? Tai Si has taken advantage of the innocent Bulma? Vegeta, your wife has been abducted. Tai Si gazed at Karochi with a look of perplexity. What kind of gaze is that? It feels as though he is looking at a pervert. Is that something one can say? Karochi quickly attempted to deflect the conversation. By the way, Sister Tai Si has truly become a sensational writer in the SF genre. Over the past 2 years, Tai Si, drawing inspiration from her cosmic experiences, had published numerous works and become a much-coveted author on Earth. After all, she had a remarkable talent for transforming her observations into captivating stories, naturally attracting a plethora of readers. It wasn't just ordinary humans. Even the celestial beings and feline immortals of Earth were enamored by Tai Si's creations. Of course, their interests diverged from those of typical readers. They ought to consider who their sister is. Tai Si couldn't help but bask in this newfound admiration. TSK, if it weren't for my own efforts, you wouldn't have your current achievements, she thought, though outwardly she maintained a cheerful demeanor, for Tai Si could be regarded as Karochi's benefactor on Earth. A well-placed compliment ensured a steady supply of sustenance. So, you and Tai Si are not dating? Mrs. Brief exclaimed in disbelief upon realizing the situation. This left Karochi flabbergasted. After all, he was still a child. To be in a romantic relationship at this age would be akin to early dating. Unlike in his previous life, where he had to hide his romantic pursuits from his homeroom teacher at the age of 17 or 18. Reflecting on it now, it was utterly absurd. No, not at all, Mom. Please don't say such things. Besides, I'm still quite young. Tai Si protested. For she was only 14 and deemed romance far too premature. Moreover, she felt her cheeks grow warm. Sister, why are you blushing? Are you feeling unwell? Bulma, now 7 years old and capable of independently crafting many mechanical devices, approached Tai Si with concern. Despite her past aspirations of becoming a scientist, she now realized her limitations. No, it's nothing. I just feel a bit hot, Tai Si replied, snapping back to reality. She had not anticipated thoughts of Rielbia, who was a dear friend of hers. How amusing. The lilies of my hometown are blooming, Tayson. Karochi mused, taking a sip of water while shaking his head at Tai Si. Such a wonderful girl destined to favor other women. Most notably, her affection for Rielbia, a truly extraordinary catch. It seemed a waste for Tai Si to pursue such a rare gem. Mrs. Brief observed Tai Si and Karochi with curiosity, sensing their lack of romantic intentions. Yet Tai Si's expression hinted at unreciprocated feelings. Amidst the laughter and merriment, the sky gradually darkened. Tonight marked a full moon, and it was ill-advised for Karochi to be outside. A mere glance at the moon could lead to embarrassment. He felt that even as a gorilla, he could maintain his composure, but he adamantly refused. Meanwhile, in Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong was assisting Sun Gohan with the dishes, as Wukong had an enormous appetite, making cleanup a lengthy affair. Hey, Grandpa, look at the moon outside. It's so round. The clear, melodious voice made it hard to believe this child was a Saiyan. Sun Gohan stepped outside with a smile, greeted by a kindly elder stroking his beard. Indeed, but Goku must go to bed now. It's late, and it's not good for your health. Typically, Wukong would obediently heed his words and head to bed, but tonight he stood silently, gazing at the moon, his heart racing. Wukong? Sun Gohan called out in confusion, wondering if the moon was truly that captivating. Although the full moon was bright, the pounding of Wukong's heart grew increasingly pronounced. What a powerful heartbeat. It filled Gohan with a sense of foreboding. As expected, Wukong, appearing distressed, hunched over as his limbs rapidly grew larger. Wukong? Far away in the West City, Karochi sensed Wukong's energy. What? Is Wukong transforming into a gorilla? Karochi was taken aback. No way. Didn't I warn the deity 3 years ago? Surely he hasn't forgotten due to old age? Little Chi, what's wrong? Seeing Karochi abruptly cease his voracious eating, Tai Si inquired, puzzled. The only things that could distract Karochi from his food were either the imminent explosion of Earth or the sight of an extraordinary beauty like Rielbia. Karochi sheepishly stood up. Feigning urgency, Sister Tai Si, I need to relieve myself. With that, he rushed out the door, disappearing into the night. In an instant, Karochi utilized instant transmission to appear at Baozi Mountain, where Sun Wukong had already transformed into a gorilla with a power level of 90. Sun Gohan repeatedly called out Wukong's name while dodging to avoid being crushed. Fortunately, despite his tenfold increase in power upon transformation, he lacked the intellect. Well, that might not be entirely accurate. If Wukong possessed his wits, he wouldn't be causing such havoc. Karochi rubbed his temples, unwilling to look up. Wukong, Sun Gohan, with no escape route left, gazed in despair at the approaching massive foot. Without hesitation, Karochi swiftly saved Sun Gohan from impending doom. It would be too tragic for Wukong to inadvertently harm the very grandfather who cared for him. If he could prevent such a calamity, why let it unfold? Who are you? Sun Gohan exclaimed, astonished to find himself suspended in midair, and the youth who had suddenly appeared bore a tail as well. Are you a relative of Wukong? Gohan inquired, piecing together the situation. Not quite a relative, but more of a fellow clansman, Karochi replied, glancing at Wukong for a moment, but noticing no signs of fortune. Roar. Spotting Karochi, Wukong let out a roar that sent the wildlife of Baozi Mountain scattering in all directions. He opened his mouth, gathering energy for a powerful attack. Sun Gohan, alarmed, recalled a similar technique he had encountered during his training with Master Roshi and frantically warned, Run, kid. You can fly, hurry. While I appreciate the sentiment, we really don't need to move. Moments later, a ki blast surged toward Karochi and Sun Gohan, filling Gohan with despair. If he were to die, that would be one thing, but dragging a child down with him was unbearable. Yet, to his astonishment, the ki blast was halted midair, unable to come any closer. Chapter 34, granting Kakarot a complete childhood. In truth, Karochi could easily handle Sun Wukong by merely severing his tail. However, a mischievous smile crept onto Karochi's face. After all, Kakarot had been sent to Earth before even emerging from the nutrient pod by Bardock. He had never undergone Saiyan training, which was simply unacceptable. How could one aspire to greatness? His current achievements were a result of 3 years of training on Planet Vegeta. It was a chapter he preferred not to revisit. Thus, Karochi resolved to assist Kakarot in experiencing the childhood every Saiyan should have, even if only once. As the saying goes, I've braved the rain. Why should you be afforded the luxury of an umbrella? I shall rip your umbrella away. Using his psychic ability, telekinesis, he secured the astonished Sun Gohan in midair, ensuring the elder wouldn't accidentally injure himself. What are you planning to do? Sun Gohan cautiously inquired, for this young man was extraordinarily powerful. Don't worry, old man. It's a trait of our clan to transform into gorillas upon seeing a full moon. In such cases, we typically just give them a good thrashing, he said. A mix of truth and fabrication. Son Gohan, puzzled, wondered if a mere beating would suffice. Roar. As Karochi engaged in conversation with Gohan, the transformed Goku let out a series of thunderous roars. Although the Kamehameha wave was thwarted, his irrationality rendered him oblivious to the consequences. A massive hand swung toward Karochi, and just as Gohan attempted to warn him, he was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. The colossal hand halted mere meters from Karochi, as if obstructed by an invisible wall. Humph, not much strength, but quite the temper, Karochi remarked before vanishing from sight. The aimless gorilla did not cease its advance, but charged toward Gohan, seemingly tethered by an unseen force that prevented its movement. Karochi had already materialized behind him, a single finger pressing down on his shoulder. Roar. Enraged, Goku swung his fist toward his shoulder, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Karochi's finger. Then, to Gohan's astonishment, Goku was hoisted into the air and flung 100 meters away. Karochi, too, felt a sense of vexation. He had to restrain his power lest he accidentally cause Goku's demise, which would be quite the predicament. Fortunately, the training methods from Planet Vegeta proved highly effective in controlling his strength. Before Goku could rise, Karochi appeared above him and delivered a gentle punch, sending him crashing back to the ground. Goku emitted a wretched howl, clutching his head and rolling in agony. Come on. Do you think you can become a formidable warrior like this? Karochi playfully assumed the role of an instructor, with Goku as the trainee. Goku unleashed several energy blasts, but they failed to penetrate Karochi's defenses. Learning quickly, are we? Dare to retaliate? Karochi conjured an energy whip, eager to experience the sensation of striking someone. The whip cracked against Goku's body, causing him to cower and shield his head in a futile attempt to minimize the impact. How intriguing. I never expected striking someone to feel like this. No wonder my father used to whip me with his 7 wolves, Karochi mused, finding the experience fascinating and somewhat amusing. Had Gohan not been watching from above, he might have considered fetching a belt to further indulge in this newfound method. Stop. If you continue, Goku will lose his life. Gohan's heart ached as he witnessed his father trembling from the blows. Wait, could it be? I might have struck too hard in my excitement. Karochi quickly approached to assess the situation. Just then, Goku sprang up and launched a right hook at Karochi, who neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he extended his right arm, positioning it to snap his fingers. At the moment Goku's fist approached, Karochi flicked his fingers. The immense force sent Goku reeling in pain, clutching his arm as he sat up with a series of anguished roars. Impressive, young man. You've even learned how to act without a teacher. Earlier, Karochi had been distracted by Gohan's presence, genuinely fearing for Goku's safety given the vast disparity in their strengths. But now, he felt no apprehension. The roars echoed throughout the Baozi Mountain that night. Though fearsome, they evoked sorrow in the hearts of listeners. As dawn illuminated the sky, the full moon gradually faded from view. Goku had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, his gigantic form shrinking back into that of a child, bruised and battered, yet not gravely injured. Gohan descended swiftly and cradled his father in his arms, his heart heavy at the sight of Goku's injuries. Suddenly, a loud noise caught Gohan's attention, revealing a peculiar machine at his doorstep. Don't worry about that old man. He is fine, merely suffering from superficial wounds. This machine is designed for healing. Place him inside, and he'll be right as rain in no time. Gohan sighed in relief, realizing why those instructors struck so mercilessly. It actually felt rather gratifying. The once Dragon Slayer had transformed into a fearsome dragon himself, embodying the very essence of what he once detested. Expressing his gratitude, Gohan wasted no time in placing Goku into the machine. After donning a mask over his mouth and nose, the green liquid filled the chamber, and Goku, who had previously grimaced in pain, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank you. Just as Gohan turned to express his gratitude, he noticed that Karochi had vanished without a trace, leaving him searching for his presence in vain. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, the deity observed the situation below, wiping away beads of sweat as he realized the gravity of Goku's transformation. He had indeed forgotten, overwhelmed by his own responsibilities. Lord God, a voice startled him from behind, causing him to jump, nearly dropping his staff. Turning around, he found Karochi gazing at him with an expression of bemusement. Ah ha ha, Karochi, you've returned to Earth? Oh, your strength has increased significantly. In truth, the deity couldn't discern the depth of Karochi's power. The disparity was too vast. Yet, perhaps it was an illusion, for he sensed an elevation in Karochi's life essence. But then again, it seemed absent, and the deity shook his head. Achieving such an elevation in life essence was an arduous task. He had taken years to accumulate it, inheriting the title of Earth's deity to attain his current level. Karochi, observing the deity's light-hearted demeanor, thought to himself that the heavenly temple seemed devoid of significant duties. Does he expect to clean daily? Yet he did not dwell on this matter, recognizing it as a potential narrative correction, considering that in the original tale, Gohan perished at the hands of Goku's great ape form. Well, I've managed my fellow, and I've informed his guardian about the cause of his transformation. There shouldn't be any further incidents. Initially, Karochi had contemplated severing Goku's tail, but it would merely regrow, rendering the action futile. He also recalled that in the original Dragon Ball, Goku did indeed transform into a great ape. By the way, I've read some of Miss Tai's works. Are the descriptions of the universe therein accurate? The deity broached a different topic, having intended to inquire with Karochi about it for quite some time. The portrayals of extraterrestrial beings were indeed cataclysmic, particularly that so-called Jinyu force. Though the protagonist of the story had swiftly dealt with them, he was nonetheless astounded by the Jinyu's peak power of 110,000, knowing his own combat strength was a mere 3 to 400. Karochi was taken aback by the deity's inquiry. Wait, you've read Tai's books? Even the deity is a fan now? Impressive, Sister Tai's. He had no reason to conceal the truth. It's far more brutal than that. Sister Tai's has yet to witness the truly elite warriors, which is why she perceives the Jinyu captain as formidable. In reality, he is merely a henchman. Honestly, a power level above 100,000 would be quite prosperous in the universe, provided one doesn't encounter the abominations. Inevitably, beings like the Frost Demons, Galactic Warriors, and Beerus belonged to a category of their own. The deity fell into a contemplative silence, suddenly feeling that Earth was not as secure as it once seemed. It wasn't out of fear for his life, but rather a duty as Earth's deity to consider the planet's future. However, you needn't worry excessively, Lord God. While Earth is habitable, it lacks significant resources for exploitation. Under normal circumstances, it won't attract attention from cosmic powers. Though cosmic entities may be few, each one is indeed a freak. The deity couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, noting the irony that a lack of value had inadvertently become a protective shield for Earth. Karochi, pray, tell me just how strong you have become. He hesitated to ask for a display of power, fearing Karochi might unleash his full strength, which the temple could not withstand. Karochi shrugged, initially tempted to feign modesty. There's nothing to hide. If we're speaking in terms of combat power, I'm currently at 1 million. I can take on Frieza's first 2 forms without issue. With a subtle twitch at the corner of the divine being's mouth, he instantly assumed a benevolent demeanor. Little Chi. Before the celestial being could continue, Karochi interjected confidently. Rest assured, Lord of the Heavens, Earth shall pose no issues. Even if problems arise, they shall be resolved. If absolutely necessary, I shall intervene myself. He silently added, just don't call me when Beerus arrives. We are not that familiar. Defeating Beerus was an impossibility unless he possessed the strength of an angel. Upon hearing this, the divine being's face broke into a satisfied smile. With Karochi's assurance, there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Karochi recalled that he had been dining before addressing Goku's transformation into a giant ape. Oh no. A bit flustered, Karochi quickly bid farewell to the divine being. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Without allowing for any chance of persuasion, he instantaneously vanished from the spot. Bubbles emerged from the temple and exclaimed, Lord of the Heavens, the Earth's risk management capabilities are exceedingly low. The divine being did not respond to Bubbles, but instead gazed upwards into the cosmos, realizing that there were no true warriors on Earth. Even Karochi was not a native of Earth. Chapter 35. Can't one just enjoy life? How utterly despairing, existing merely on the basis of insignificance. Meanwhile, Karochi had teleported back to the Capsule Corporation, stealthily making his way to his room, feeling quite fatigued from a sleepless night. Oh my, look who is back. Our young master Karochi, returning after a night of revelry. Tai's voice rang out from behind him. Karochi straightened up abruptly, his tail stiffening and fur bristling, resembling a startled kitten. Tai's sardonic tone stemmed not merely from Karochi's escapades, but from his audacious claim of merely visiting the restroom, while in reality, he had been out all night. She had waited for over half an hour, fearing he had fallen into a pit. Tai's sister, you're up quite early. Karochi sheepishly turned to grin, chagrined that he had not sensed Tai's brewing fury. Indeed, how else would I witness the illustrious young master emerging from the depths? Tai's laughter was laced with an unsettling edge, causing Karochi to retreat step by step as she advanced menacingly. What do you intend to do? If you come any closer, I shall report you for molesting a minor. Karochi internally screamed, pondering the existence of law and justice. What? I'm not even from Earth. That's irrelevant. And no, Tai's sister, please listen to my explanation. I can clarify. Karochi stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his hands flailed like a pendulum. Tai's planted her hands on her hips. Speak. Where have you been gallivanting? And how could you keep this lady waiting for so long? Have you forgotten who the older sibling is? Initially a mere inquiry, her tone escalated into a tempest of indignation. Enduring a moment of frustration, Karochi hastily divulged the situation regarding Goku's transformation into a giant ape. You recall my kin, Tei's sister? The one from 3 years ago when I completed my training in the temple. He spoke rapidly. Tei's contemplated for a moment, recalling the incident, and nodded. Yes. I remember. What of it? I had implored the divine being 3 years ago to find an appropriate moment to remove his tail. Yet, inexplicably, the divine being forgot. Karochi lamented, equally bewildered by such absurdity. It seemed that dementia was not exclusive to Earthlings. Even the Namekians were susceptible. Tei's eyes widened in realization. So? My kin must have seen the full moon and transformed into a giant ape. Upon sensing it, I rushed over, Karochi explained, retreating further as he noticed Tei's hair nearly levitating with rage. Why didn't you take me with you, you insufferable little brother? Next full moon. You must let me witness your transformation. Tei's huffed, her frustration palpable. Since their first acquaintance, Tei's had always been curious about the appearance of the Saiyans in their transformed state. However, Karochi had consistently dismissed her inquiries, seemingly averse to the notion of transforming into an ape. Yet Tei's was unwilling to relent. She could not compel Karochi to comply. However, the thought of missing out on such a rare spectacle filled her with regret, as if she had squandered a treasure worth $1 trillion. Oh, let me transform? No thanks. What if I lose control? It could lead to catastrophic consequences, possibly endangering the entire Earth. Karochi reasoned, aware that his current combat power was already 1 million. And transforming into a giant ape would amplify it tenfold to an astounding 21 million. If he were to lose control and obliterate the Earth, it would be as simple as child's play, considering that even a mere 10,000 in combat power could annihilate a planet. Such a scenario would lead to a definitive conclusion, the end of the story. Tei's sister, I have mentioned before that transforming into a giant ape results in a loss of rationality. What if something unforeseen occurs? Even if you are unconcerned, I cannot bear to see the innocent flora and fauna of Earth suffer. He hastily explained, although he believed himself capable of controlling the giant ape form. Yet, there lingered the fear of the unpredictable, a deceptive sense of confidence. Tei's pondered this as well. Karochi's combat prowess was indeed exceedingly high. Should he lose control, the ramifications would be dire. Yet, she could not shake off the dissatisfaction. Oh dear, little Chi has returned. Would you care for some milk and breakfast? Mrs. Brief, watering the plants, chimed in. Karochi nodded eagerly. Yes. I didn't have enough to eat last night before heading out, and after such exertion, I am positively famished. As he was about to dash into the house, he suddenly felt someone grasping his tail. He turned back with a wry smile. What on earth are you doing? Although I have overcome the weakness of being incapacitated by having my tail grabbed, it remains quite uncomfortable. Eat. What are you talking about? Did you not eat enough last night? Come on, we're off. Tei's tugged at Karochi's tail, leading him toward the docking area for the spaceship. Karochi was left bewildered. Where are we going? I just returned. Tei's sister, where exactly are we headed? He asked, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Tei's replied, as if it were a matter of course. What a question. Naturally, we are off to the cosmos to gather more materials. Where else could we go? There is nothing adventurous to explore on Earth, but I think exploring the depths of the ocean would be splendid. Karochi retorted in his mind, though outwardly he forced a smile. Tei's sister, I just returned yesterday. And what of it? I have been on Earth for 2 years. My creative well has run dry. I require new materials. Tei's insisted, her tone implying that this was retribution for his earlier actions. Bah, nonsense about 2 years. It's been merely a month of 30 days. You've dragged me over every few days to be your chauffeur. Are you feeling low? Must we hurry? Can I at least have a meal first? I'm quite fatigued and desperately need some rest. He lamented, recalling how exhilarating yesterday's battles had been, leaving him somewhat drained. Unmoved, Tei's continued to pull Karochi along, dismissing his protests. By the time you finish your meal, the sun will have set. The spaceship is ready for you. Can't we take a breather? Even the ever-ardent Karochi sighed in exasperation. He had spent 7 years in this world, nearly all in training, and intended to rest for a month upon his return. After all, haste makes waste. Rapid growth often leads to adverse outcomes. There's a saying from my previous life, after a lifetime of battle, can't one just savor life? Let the music play and the dance continue. Right now, he yearned for a hearty meal followed by a good night's sleep. Tei's sister, wherever you wish to go, we can just teleport there, can't we? There's no need to waste time on a spaceship. Karochi gazed at the spaceship that loomed so close, still yearning to struggle against his fate. Tei's opened the hatch, dragging him inside amidst his desperate glances. A journey into the cosmos was planned without a destination in mind. The reasoning seemed all too natural. Oh dear, aren't you going to finish your meal before departing? Mrs. Brief stood idly by, exhibiting no intention of intervening, as if the matter did not concern her. Why don't you take care of your daughter instead? Karochi silently screamed, I want to eat. I want to sleep. No, Mama, you should return home first. The noise when the spaceship launches is quite loud, Tais interjected, helping Karochi while subtly reminding Mrs. Brief. Oh, indeed, then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, little Kiki. Next time we meet, let us go on a date. She blew a kiss, and although Karochi merely offered a wry smile, he inwardly replied in agreement. All while watching Tais. As Mrs. Brief retreated into the house, Tais sealed the hatch, simultaneously releasing Karochi's tail. Ah, that feels better. Being held by my little tail is quite uncomfortable, he sighed. All right, go eat. This time, we are heading to the Eastern Galaxy. With that, Tais made her way to the cockpit, leaving Karochi in a state of disarray. He had still wished for a vacation. However, the Eastern Galaxy, Karochi thought with a frown, was far more treacherous than the Northern Galaxy. For instance, Frieza's brother, Cooler, resided in that region. In the original narrative, Cooler boasted of being 10 times stronger than Frieza. Though that was an exaggeration, Cooler, in his fully matured form, possessed a combat power of 1.5 billion, significantly surpassing Frieza's 100 form, while also retaining a transformation ability from an earlier stage. When unleashing his full power, Cooler's combat strength reached a terrifying 4.7 billion, nearly quadrupling Frieza's. Yet, Karochi soon relaxed his brow. What was there to fear? If he couldn't defeat him, he could always flee, with instant transmission at his disposal. Why should he fear this slow-moving oaf? At that moment, the spaceship began to ascend, the tremendous thrust stirring clouds of dust from the ground. The launch scene mirrored that of their previous journey to Namek. Upon breaching the atmosphere, a voice suddenly echoed over the intercom. The spaceship is about to initiate warp. All crew members, please take your seats. Warp? That technology was developed by Dr. Brief. Karochi was taken aback. The external scenery shifted abruptly. The stars vanished as the spaceship seemed to enter a time tunnel, surrounded by bizarre luminescence. Wow, Dr. Brief is truly remarkable. He has achieved a groundbreaking technological advancement from scratch. Karochi marveled at the view outside. On Earth, there were 3 scientists known for their unparalleled intellect. Dr. Brief had researched space folding technology and quickly developed the universal capsule, enhancing daily life. Dr. Gran had successfully created a time-stopping machine that paused the entire universe for 1 second, an unprecedented feat. Meanwhile, Dr. Jero had engineered androids, among which androids 16, 17, and 18 possessed combat powers that exceeded that of ordinary Super Saiyans. Cell had even once reached Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 36, The Art of Boundary Training. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Karochi succumbed to a deep slumber. Only a well-rested mind could engage in effective training. As Sun Wukong had once proclaimed in the original text, forcing oneself to train cannot be deemed true cultivation. It merely serves to burden oneself. He likely also suspected the origins of his viral heart disease. Sun Wukong had consumed the super divine water in his youth. While it did unlock potential, its effects were far more aggressive than the gentle methods employed by the elder. Many perished from the overwhelming potency of the super divine water. Furthermore, completing 100-fold gravity training in merely 6 days was, from Karochi's current perspective, utterly impossible. Even Sun Wukong, at that time, had already possessed a base power of 8,000. The torturous training methods had left him with hidden injuries. Otherwise, with the formidable immune system of a Super Saiyan, what sort of virulent pathogen could threaten Sun Wukong's health? Eventually, after training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong had come to realize this truth, subsequently finding his own path. In the afterlife, he transcended Super Saiyan 2 in one breath, achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Seeing the disarray around her, Tais couldn't help but cover her head, but, glancing at the slumbering Karochi, chose not to disturb him. She summoned a service robot to clean up. Time flew by, and the journey felt remarkably swift. It had been over a year since the two had departed Earth. Tais had blossomed into a graceful beauty. Her perfect figure and long golden locks fully matured. She did not resemble the short-haired, efficient character from the original. Currently, she sat in the cockpit, sipping a drink while observing Karochi, who had remained seated in the gravity chamber for an entire week, enduring a staggering 500 times the normal gravity. She mused, I wonder what benefit this training serves. Tais pondered, noting the stark contrast between Karochi's current training regimen and his previous playful antics in the gravity chamber 4 years prior, where he would bounce around, treating 8 push-ups as a game. Now, he sat motionless for a week. Had it not been for the monitoring system indicating his stable condition, Tais might have thought he had passed away. In truth, after adapting to the 500-fold gravity, Karochi realized that further physical enhancement had become exceedingly difficult. He had fully acclimated from 200 to 500 times gravity within just a month. However, his power increase was a meager 80,000, which was negligible compared to his existing 1 million power level. In contrast, the boundary training techniques from the Yardrat star proved far more effective. The training method harnessed power, stimulating bodily strength in a perfect cycle. Additionally, under the immense pressure of 500 times gravity, Karochi maintained a high level of mental focus for meditation. Buzzing. A radiant white aura enveloped Karochi, not dispersing but merely coating his surface, lifting him slightly off the ground. Karochi furrowed his brow, sensing he was on the brink of a breakthrough. At that moment, the entire spaceship began to tremble, yet the alarms remained silent. What is happening? That rascal Karochi isn't about to blow up the spaceship, is he? Tais, who had been relaxed, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Fearing the boy might lose track of his surroundings in his fervent training, just as she prepared to rise and head to the gravity chamber, the tremors abruptly ceased. Karochi opened his eyes, confusion etched across his features. Could it be that Hyusu provided an incomplete training method? He murmured, realizing he had reached a threshold in his boundary training. Just as he intended to push for the next breakthrough, he found himself unable to progress. At this juncture, Karochi's power level had risen to that of Sun Wukong's upon recovering from severe injuries, approximately 3 million. Yet, due to his boundary training accommodating power, the detection devices registered his strength as 0. Even an ordinary Earthling would display at least 1 point of power, yet Karochi's readout showed 0. This was a result of his boundary training reaching its current bottleneck. With no burden on his body, he could perform enhanced transformations, though not into a Super Saiyan. Ever since Karochi had stagnated 3 months ago, he had been eager to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Logically, a power level of 3 million should suffice, as Sun Wukong had successfully transformed at that level. However, it was possible that Krillin's sacrifice had hindered him, conjuring images of his noble allies meeting tragic and simply lacked the authenticity to breach the final barrier. Surely, he did not wish to emulate the tragic fate of Sasuke from Naruto, whose entire clan was sacrificed to awaken his Sharingan. Who could fathom the emotions that flooded Itachi's heart upon witnessing such a scene? Snap! Karochi slapped his face in frustration, unable to comprehend the situation, and decided to put it aside for now. He planned to take a trip to Planet Yardrat at a later time to showcase his biceps and seek clarity on the matter. At that moment, the gravity in the gravity chamber was abruptly switched off, and the hatch opened to reveal Tais with an irate expression. Without uttering a word, she strode in and pinched his ear, leaving Karochi bewildered. Tais, are you visiting relatives or something? What else with the hostility? He thought, forcing a bitter smile. He had been in the gravity chamber and was certain he and T provoked her. Moreover, he wanted to remind Tais to be a tad more mindful. At this moment, Tais was clad in a tank top and extremely short shorts, her exquisite legs on full display. Regardless of Karochi's mental age, which was over 8, he was at that exuberant age where one's passions ran high. Of course, this age was relative to the Saiyans. One could argue that wearing such scant attire, even if the top was somewhat lacking, was not entirely appropriate. However, Karochi dared not voice his thoughts. Speaking up would undoubtedly earn him a slap and a reprimand. How can you even ask what's wrong? Can't you be a bit more careful while training? We're in space, for heaven's sake. What if you accidentally blew up the spaceship just now? Tais didn't exert much force, knowing well that her strength posed little threat to Karochi. Thus, she often resorted to playful kicks, which, amusingly, tended to hurt her feet more than him. But if the ship did explode, it wouldn't matter much to me. I could easily use vacuum technique and would be completely unfazed by the cosmic environment. Karochi thought to himself, but he knew better than to voice such sentiments. Otherwise, their already tenuous sibling bond would surely reach a breaking point, leading to at least 3 months of Cold War. Rest assured, Tais, I will be mindful. In truth, he had genuinely forgotten, as he had been growing increasingly anxious over his inability to break through the last bottleneck. The cultivation method he was practicing was particularly sensitive to impatience. It was not like physical training, where pushing oneself could occasionally yield latent potential. This method had a distinct aura of celestial cultivation, reminiscent of the immortal heroes of fantasy tales. Perhaps he could consult the gods of Earth about this? After all, while he might be weak, he was undeniably a genuine deity. Upon hearing Karochi's justification, Tais loosened her grip on his ear, stepping back with a look of disdain. Go wash up. You smell awful. By the way, have you not eaten in a week while locked in there? Karochi wasn't usually like this. He used to roll on the ground if he missed a single meal. His stomach would grumble incessantly. Yet now, he was capable of going 7 or 8 days without food. Karochi sniffed himself and found no particularly foul odor, perhaps just a bit of sweat. As for Tais's question about why he didn't need to eat, it wasn't because he had achieved fasting, and ascended to immortality. But rather due to a technique he had learned from Yardrat, the vacuum technique. Since energy could supply oxygen to cells, it could certainly also serve as sustenance for the body. This led to Karochi being able to, while cultivating, emulate the fasting practices of the Chi practitioners found in immortal novels. Of course, outside of training, he would make sure to compensate for any missed meals. Well, I can sustain my body's needs with my own energy. So, there's no need for elimination, he added silently in his mind. Ties gazed at him in astonishment. Goodness, you're even more self-sufficient than a Namekian. At least they need water for photosynthesis, but you're completely self-sustaining. You're not human anymore, are you? Karochi felt a chill run down his spine under Tai's scrutinizing gaze, as if she were contemplating dissecting him. Surely, Tais was only concerned for him. Their relationship was akin to that of siblings, after all. Tais, I'm going to take a shower now, he said, feeling uncomfortable under her intense gaze, seeking an excuse to slip away. Over the years, Tais' insatiable curiosity had not waned in the slightest. As he washed away the accumulated odor of the past week, Karochi felt significantly more at ease. He sensed that he needed a formidable opponent to potentially achieve a perfect breakthrough into Super Saiyan. As for the source of this feeling, it undoubtedly stemmed from his understanding of the plot. After all, if Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan at a power level of 3 million, surely he could too. It made no sense for a lower-tier warrior to succeed while he, armed with the script, could not maneuver through it. Tais observed Karochi devouring his meal with curiosity. Aren't you self-sufficient? Why are you eating so much? She questioned, feeling it was a bit wasteful. Thud. Karochi pounded his chest vigorously, swallowing the food down. Being self-sufficient in energy is one thing, but nothing can compare to the satisfaction of enjoying delicious food. Honestly, Tais, can you refrain from asking such ridiculous questions? It was merely a few tons of food, after all. Tais rolled her eyes, but couldn't deny that watching Karochi eat was quite appetizing. In truth, indulging in exquisite cuisine wasn't solely about satiation. The process of enjoying food could bring immense satisfaction. If one were to find a comparison, one might look to Beerus, the god of destruction. He was a true gourmet, and although he didn't require food, he possessed a deep appreciation for it. Chapter 37, Planet Archischio. Kvila Mecha Battalion. In 2 days, we will pass a massive planet called Archischio, which is suitable for life. I need to gather some materials. This is not a discussion. I'm simply informing you of our itinerary. Karochi. He was accustomed to it by now, as Tais had previously summoned him to serve as her personal vehicle to the fairy planet numerous times over the past year. She had made 7 or 8 trips, and he felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of such a splendid fairy princess being wasted on her. By the way, you mentioned Kvila. Who is Frieza's brother? Is he strong? Karochi recalled that during their last conversation, he had been interrupted by a message from Rielbia, which made him abandon his crash course on Eastern Galaxy knowledge. Upon hearing this, Karochi paused his meal, a serious expression crossing his face. He is incredibly strong, far surpassing Frieza. Kvila was a fully matured ice demon, entirely unencumbered by the need to suppress his power like Frieza did. He took a sip of the juice on the table, momentarily choking on the food that wasn't fully swallowed. Wow, he is that powerful? Tais exclaimed, pulling out a notebook to jot down the information. Throughout their journey, they had either explored unknown planets or listened to Karochi recount the secrets of the universe. Indeed, Frieza needed to transform 3 times to utilize 100 of his power, and even then, his battle power only reached 1.2 billion. Kvila, however, possessed a battle power of 1.5 billion in his base form, with the potential for an additional transformation. In the movie The Strongest vs. The Strongest, Kvila even witnessed the destruction of Planet Vegeta. He was also aware of Kakarot's escape. He simply chose not to inform Frieza. He probably never imagined that the Saiyan he let slip would, over 2 decades later, transform into a Super Saiyan, defeating not only Frieza, but even him. Is there more? Since you say this is his base form, he must have even more powerful techniques, right? Tais was already constructing a narrative in her mind. Karochi was somewhat reluctant to let Tais delve too deeply into the affairs of these nefarious individuals. However, this was merely a comparison to the villains of the Z era. In contrast to Goku from Dragon Ball Super, the Ice Demons were practically benevolent. After all, Goku had single-handedly triggered a crisis that threatened the destruction of 12 universes during the Tournament of Power. He still retained 1 transformation, which could exponentially increase his power to around 4.7 billion. He resigned himself to the notion that even if they didn't confront these threats now, they would inevitably encounter them later. After all, Earth was rife with calamities. Just as Karochi was lost in thought, a sketchbook was thrust before him. Karochi was visibly displeased, pondering why he should be compelled to illustrate something when his artistic skills were lacking. Wasn't this tantamount to bullying a well-meaning individual? Merely contemplating the task was exceedingly challenging. If you understood him so well, you must have encountered him before, right? Please, Taisi earnestly clasped her hands together. Karochi longed to retort that, of course. He had never met Quira. How could he possibly survive such an encounter? He doubted that the other party would spare him merely due to his youth. Nevertheless, to prevent Taisi from probing further, Karochi reluctantly accepted the sketchbook and began to draw, albeit with an expression of discomfort. Fortunately, the Ice Demon Clan's lines were quite simplistic. Had it been Cell, he would have preferred to transform into a Super Saiyan and present Cell before Taisi, allowing her to see for herself. It was no wonder that among the myriad of villainous bosses, Cell had no screen time. After all, he was difficult to portray and hardly favored by the author. After more than half an hour of meticulous effort, Karochi presented a doodle-like artwork to Taisi, who regarded it with disdain. She pondered whether she should enroll in an art class. Karochi was unfazed. He had voiced his thoughts and drawn as requested. If it was unattractive, that was hardly his concern, and he resumed indulging in food and drink. 2 days swiftly passed. Taisi beheld the planet she yearned to visit. It was indeed colossal, far larger than the sun within the solar system. Such an enormous planet would presumably possess an absurd level of gravity. Yet the data indicated it was identical to Earth. How magnificent! How utterly astonishing it was that such a vast planet was not gaseous, which left her astounded. Taisi's expression was exaggerated as she prepared for landing, only to be halted by Karochi. Taisi gazed at him with confusion. What is it? At that moment, Karochi's demeanor bore a hint of seriousness. Sister Taisi, does the data specify the classification of this AKA's Chio planet? I sense an overwhelming energy, by combat power standards. It must exceed 100,000. Without hesitation, Taisi began to search for information, and after a brief moment, she discovered, this planet has not birthed intelligent life. Only some massive, dinosaur-like creatures inhabit it. It is classified as a high-level planet. A high-level planet implied a maximum combat power exceeding 10,000. Yet Karochi sensed an energy surpassing 100,000, and not just one. This seemed illogical. After all, exceeding 10,000 and exceeding 100,000 were two entirely different concepts. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but to err on the side of caution, Karochi requested Taisi to deploy a reconnaissance device. It was not out of fear, after all. He possessed a combat power of 3 million. Moreover, he had developed a transformation ability. Unless he encountered something extraordinarily outlandish, he considered most adversaries mere trifles. The primary aim of the exploration was to ascertain whether the beings were intelligent. If so, they could approach them with an attitude of diplomacy. If not, it was best to keep Taisi from danger. The footage soon arrived. The figures that emerged astonished Karochi, while Taisi, employing her spirit eye technique, also discerned their details. Name, Shaviza. Race, unknown. Combat power, 150,000. Remarks, captain of Quira's mecha squad, who triumphed in the competition for the position of captain against Jinyu. Shaviza had blue skin, short golden hair, and donned a combat power meter. He was not particularly tall, standing at 170 centimeters, resembling Jinyu Force's guys. Yet their combat powers were worlds apart. Name, Nez. Race, Old Zoldurans. Combat power, 123 million. Remarks, amphibious due to the environmental conditions of his home planet. Unlike Shaviza, Nez was not humanoid. His head was somewhat flattened like a frog, with brown skin, and he was the tallest of the trio, towering over 25 meters. Name Dre. Race, Old Beepa. Combat power, 167 million. Remarks, champion of the Cosmic Wrestling League, known for his cruel and bloodthirsty nature, having achieved 300 consecutive victories. Dre's attire was an even more vivid green than that of the Namekians, yet his physique was exceptionally robust. He wore a cruel smile on his face, and his combat power detector resembled a peculiar helmet. Who are they? Taisi was somewhat startled, realizing that just 2 days prior, they had discussed the one named Quira. And now they encountered his elite squad. Indeed, they were Quira's elite forces. Karochi was also taken aback by the coincidence of encountering a mecha squad. Despite Taisi's surprise, she felt little trepidation. The adversaries, though powerful, were no match for Karochi, although the detector indicated his combat power as 0. Her spirit eye technique clearly revealed his strength at 3 million. What were they doing here? Their appearance was as jarring as that of the Jinyu Force on Planet Vital. Illogical. Typically, Quira's elites would accompany him. Yet, the surrounding area bore no indication of any formidable presence. Clearly, Quira was not nearby, and the three seemed to be searching for something. What should they do next? Should they retreat? Taisi did not voice her thoughts, but Karochi understood her inquiry. Should they eliminate them? Among the trio, Dre evidently possessed the highest combat power, even 20 years hence. However, in the movie's plot, both Dre and Nez were slain by Piccolo, leaving only Frieza able to contend with Piccolo momentarily. It was crucial to note that this Piccolo had already assimilated with Nail from Namek, his combat power having once suppressed the second form of Frieza, undoubtedly exceeding 1 million. How could Frieza hold his own against Piccolo? One hypothesis was that although Piccolo had assimilated with Nail, there was a time limit. Once that time elapsed, the assimilative effects would dissipate. Yet, if that were the case, it presented a flaw, as the Namekians from Universe 6, Saiyan and Picken, had assimilated the power of their entire race, achieving a collective combat power of 20 billion, equivalent to the level of a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Their combat power did not exhibit a significant decline over an extended period. The only explanation was that the author deliberately weakened the Z fighters' high-end power, even making Son Goku temporarily unavailable. After a moment of contemplation, Karochi resolved it was best to eliminate them. These individuals were notorious for their misdeeds, thus fulfilling a sense of justice. Moreover, he was curious about their purpose for being here. As Quira's elite squad, they were dispatched to search for something of significance, something that piqued Karochi's interest. Since he could not overhear their conversation, he thought, well, you be cautious. Taisi admonished with genuine concern, akin to that of a family member. If I were to fail now, with my combat power of 3 million, I might as well smash my head against a tofu block. He laughed. Not to mention, he possessed a plethora of supernatural abilities, such as time pause, golden technique, and telekinesis. Defeating 3 adversaries with combat power in the tens of thousands would be child's play. Rest assured, Sister Taisi, they are no match for me, Karochi declared with utmost confidence. After 2.5 years of training, he was no longer the same individual who had to tread carefully around the Jinyu force. Moreover, while these 3 boasted considerable combat power, they lacked any supernatural abilities to heed, nor did they possess peculiar skills like Jinyu's body swap. With that, Karochi enveloped himself in a radiant white light and vanished from Taisi's sight in an instant. Chapter 38. The Fruit of the Tree of Spirits. At that moment, on the planet AKA's Chio, Frieza and his companions were taking a breather. This planet was simply too vast. Searching it thoroughly would surely consume a considerable amount of time. Dre, gnawing on an undercooked dinosaur leg, expressed his impatience. Frieza shot him a fierce glare. Are you defying the orders of King Quira? Though they were elite commandos under Quira's command, they were not unlike Frieza and his Jinyu force. Their existence was devoid of humanity. If Quira ever deemed them expendable or bothersome, he could effortlessly extinguish their lives, for the ice demon possessed no empathy. How could that be? Dre exclaimed. This planet is simply too vast. He waved his hands dismissively, overwhelmed by the enormity of the task at hand. At that moment, Nez interjected, we must tread carefully. Speak not of what should remain unspoken. Although Dre was the strongest among them, the mantle of leadership rested upon Frieza. Nez possessed a peculiar ability to manipulate electricity, which, while not classified as a superpower, proved exceedingly useful. Karochi had already approached them, yet he was in no rush to eliminate the trio. He wished to eavesdrop on what Quira sought, knowing that should he reveal himself, Frieza and his companions would be reluctant to divulge their secrets. Hurry and eat. As Dre stated, this planet's vastness will consume considerable time in our search, Frieza interjected, halting the ongoing discussion, and took his seat to commence his meal. The food is quite subpar, Karochi mused, reflecting that even his own cooking far exceeded this. The plight of a laborer is indeed great, especially when one is not provided with meals or benefits. Dre was the first to finish and began to chatter incessantly. What do you think Quira's tree looks like? How could we possibly know? Did Quira provide any specifics? He merely mentioned that such a tree could only grow on a living planet, and it is rumored to have appeared in this star system. Frieza replied, exasperated. Has Dre's training turned his muscles into his brain? He mused, questioning why they would need to search for something they had already encountered. Wait, the tree only grows on living planets? Karochi furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. The only tree he knew of was the spirit tree from the theatrical release Earth's Conquest, where the main antagonist, Dales, debuted with a combat power exceeding 250,000. Remarkably, he was classified as a low-tier warrior, while King Vegeta possessed a mere 120,000. The author seemed to imply that had Kakarot not suffered a head injury in his youth, he too might have become a villain like Dales. In that film, Goku's power was 30,000, allowing him to initially dominate Dales. Following Dale's consumption of the spirit tree's fruit, his power skyrocketed, even overpowering Goku using the Kaioken X10. At that time, Dale's combat power likely surpassed 300,000, a truly terrifying prospect. The timeline of this film was convoluted, according to canon. Goku had adapted to a 100x gravity environment on Namek, enabling him to utilize the Kaioken X10, where he already possessed a base power of 90,000. Moreover, the effects of the spirit fruit were extraordinarily potent, elevating Dales from 250,000 to over 300,000 with just 2 or 3 fruits. Simply inconceivable. However, Kefira played no role in that narrative, and it was not canon. Karochi could not fathom that Kefira could gain such power from the fruit. If that were the case, he too would desire it. Additionally, there was the ancient tree radiating immense life energy on the spirit planet he and Tais had stumbled upon during their journey to Namek. Yet that planet was light years away in the northern galaxy. As Frieza and his companions prepared to depart, Karochi stepped out from behind the tree, feigning innocence as he inquired, "Excuse me, gentlemen, may I ask what kind of tree your king is searching for?" His tone was utterly casual. Karochi's sudden emergence startled Frieza and his companions, as their detection devices registered no combat power whatsoever. Every living being possessed some measure of combat capability, yet the proximity of this individual yielded no response from their scanners. How perplexing. "Who are you?" Frieza demanded, taken aback. The presence of a tail indicated that this individual was a Saiyan. But that was impossible. Had they not been exterminated? The few survivors had fled to a low-tier planet known as Earth, with the remainder under Frieza's control. "Captain, why waste words with him? Just eliminate him." He overheard our conversation. Dre's impatience was palpable, his bloodlust barely concealed. A surge of power erupted from him, causing the surrounding trees to sway ominously. Yet before he could take action, Frieza sternly commanded, "Stop, Dre." The newcomer seemed to possess knowledge of Kefira, and his audacity in confronting them suggested he had some means of protection. "Dre, calm down," he instructed, though Dre shot Frieza a resentful glance, ultimately obeying the command. For in the mech battalion, the captain's orders were absolute. Frieza then scrutinized Karochi. This individual had to be a Saiyan. How unexpected to encounter one who had managed to survive. He had assumed the only ones to escape their fate were the few wretched monkeys. Frieza sought to provoke Karochi to gauge his strength, though wary. He believed this Saiyan's power could not be significant. After all, a Saiyan's true capabilities were limited. Their longevity in the universe relied on their miraculous transformation abilities, which could amplify their power tenfold. "Did your parents not teach you the value of civility? Such a lack of decorum," Karochi chastised, revealing that the Dragon Ball universe was sorely lacking in fundamental educational values. "How audacious," Frieza declared. "Nez, incapacitate him, and we shall present him to Kefira." With no further hesitation, Frieza took action, lamenting that he should have allowed Dre to eliminate the threat immediately, instead of wasting time with needless concern. "What? Where's the audacity in my words? You permit insults yet deny others the right to retort. How hypocritical," Karochi protested. Nez, sporting a sinister grin, remarked, "Thank you, Captain, truly. There are few enjoyable hunts, especially when searching for that absurd fruit has become quite tiresome." Dre seethed with discontent. This was his quarry. Yet, with Frieza's orders issued, he refrained from voicing his objections, simmering in silence. "A young Saiyan. How amusing that you dare to seek your demise," Nez scoffed, entirely dismissive of Karochi. As he summoned a formidable electric current, a massive bolt of electricity surged toward Karochi, who appeared oblivious to the imminent danger, not even attempting to evade the attack. Boom. The electrical strike hit its mark without incident. The explosion was colossal, uprooting trees and scorching the earth around them. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped Karochi, obscuring him from view. Classic, smoke without injury. "Nez, wasn't I clear that I only wanted him incapacitated? With such force, we may not even recover his remains." Frieza chastised disapprovingly, yet received no response from Nez, who stood frozen in place, his posture eerily rigid. Nez was in a state of panic. He could neither move nor speak. Even the smoke that had entered his eyes hindered him from blinking. Frieza observed Nez's perplexing stillness. Confusion etched across his features. "Nez, enough. He cannot speak." Karochi's voice emerged from the smoke, prompting Frieza and Dre to heighten their vigilance. "How is this possible?" Nez unleashed his full strength, yet this individual remains unscathed. Moreover, Nez appears incapacitated for reasons unknown. Frieza pondered aloud. "Captain," Dre called, his gaze unwavering from the dissipating smoke, fixated on the enigma before him. Frieza remained silent, his focus intensely trained on the slowly clearing haze. Before long, the figure of Karochi emerged, and he even yawned, exclaiming, "What's the matter? For a moment, I thought you might actually attack. After waiting for so long, it turns out you're nothing but cowards. TSK, you're even less formidable than the Ginyu Force." At least Goku and Bardock dared to engage despite knowing they stood no chance. The irritable Dre, incensed by Karochi's mockery, disregarded Frieza's calls and charged at Karochi. In the blink of an eye, he was before Karochi, yet he, like Nez, was suspended in mid-air, visibly gathering his strength, baring his teeth like a rabid dog. This spectacle left Frieza astounded. What bizarre ability was this? Were Nez and Dre truly frozen in time? Who on earth are you? What have you done to Dre and Nez? Frieza queried, his mind racing with urgency. The strangeness was utterly unfathomable. Who am I? Surely you know. I am a Saiyan, Karochi replied nonchalantly, and indeed, the mech troops, having witnessed the destruction of Planet Vegeta, would surely recognize him as a Saiyan. You're talking nonsense. Frieza retorted, infuriated, unleashing a fierce roar in the dialect of the Zwan tigers. How could a Saiyan possess such an extraordinary ability? TSK, you ask. And when I answer, you disbelieve and insult me. Such poor manners. As soon as the words left his lips, Karochi appeared behind Frieza. How utterly lacking in decorum. Chapter 39, Karochi in Contemplation. Hearing Karochi's voice behind him, Frieza was taken aback and hurriedly sprang away. Yet, he could not discern the location of his adversary. Losing his composure, Frieza activated his power detector, excluding the energy readings of the frozen Nez and Dre. There was no trace of the other person. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. What is wrong with you, Captain Frieza? Why are you sweating? Karochi's voice echoed once more from behind, the teasing tone sending chills down Frieza's spine. Nez, immobilized, could clearly see the scene unfold, his heart racing with dread. The opponent had been standing right behind Captain Frieza, yet the captain remained oblivious, instilling a profound terror within him. You bastard, how dare you toy with me? Frieza roared, launching himself into the air, scanning frantically in all directions. Yet still, he could not catch sight of the figure. He could distinctly feel the chill creeping down his back. Was the enemy truly lurking behind him? Frieza's blade, gathering energy in his left hand. He slashed backward with a hand blade, but an unbelievable sight met his eyes. The opponent effortlessly blocked his energy blade with a single finger. TSK. He is not nearly as formidable as the legends suggest. Indeed, it's impossible for a combat power of 170,000 to contend with 1/1,000,000. Karochi pondered whether Frieza was concealing his true strength. Yet he grasped that the opponent's speed and power were merely reflective of a typical combat power of over 100,000. The back and forth with Piccolo in the narrative was clearly intentional on the author's part. What are you? Just as he was about to inquire about Karochi's nonsensical utterances, he received a fierce kick that sent him crashing to the ground, the searing pain silencing his words and forcing a mouthful of blood from him. Frieza trembled as he attempted to rise, but the excruciating pain caused him to falter and fall back down, accompanied by another spurt of blood mixed with his internal injuries. Nez and Dre, frozen in place, were utterly stunned. What was happening? Why did the opponent seem like a ghost? Speak, what does Kfilo want you to find? Karochi's previous kick had been merciless. Given the vast disparity in their powers, the fact that Frieza had not perished on the spot was a testament to his resilience. Cough, cough. You think I would betray Kfilo the Great? Frieza stammered, his words fragmented. The opponent had struck with lethal intent. Even if he divulged information, there would be no mercy. Secretly, he began to gather energy in his fingers, preparing to strike when the opponent was unprepared. Yet, such petty tricks were as conspicuous to Karochi as a bright bulb in a dark room. You should consider carefully. I might just grant you a chance at survival. Karochi, with a playful spirit, intended to let him truly experience despair. Do you honestly believe that? The mocking expression on the opponent's face made it clear he had no intention of sparing him. Karochi feigned turning away. Now, Aurora finger. Frieza mistook the moment as an opening, aligning his middle and index fingers together, unleashing a powerful purplish-red shockwave. The force was formidable. Karochi smirked, turning to face the shockwave now only inches away, choosing not to evade. The energy struck him directly. Nez, Dre, and Frieza rejoiced. The opponent had seemingly failed to react. But the next scene plunged the three into utter despair. The Aurora finger struck Karochi's face, yet it inflicted no damage whatsoever. If one were to describe its effect, it merely caused Karochi to tilt his head back slightly. How is this possible? Frieza gasped in disbelief. That was his ultimate technique. How could it fail to even graze the opponent? Remarkably, the power was quite decent. Karochi acknowledged, feeling a slight sting. How unfortunate it was that Frieza did not recognize the wisdom of surrendering. Karochi decided it was time to cease his playful antics. After all, it was Vegeta's character to toy with opponents, not his own. Most importantly, Tai's reprimands had begun. Boom, casually tossing out an energy bomb. It detonated upon contact with Frieza, obliterating him without a trace, leaving only a massive crater. Frieza was reduced to nothingness. Snap. Karochi snapped his fingers. releasing Nez and Dre from the spatial restraint. This technique was only effective against those weaker than himself. Attempting to restrain someone of equal strength would drain a considerable amount of energy. If Karochi wished to bind Frieza with his current power, it would be a futile endeavor. Boom. Freed from the restraint, Dre instinctively threw a punch forward, his previous laughter now replaced by sheer terror. Paying no mind to the tremendous crater he had created, he turned to face Karochi. His body trembled involuntarily, having witnessed Frieza's brutal defeat. They understood there was no semblance of resistance. He was as helpless as they would be facing Kfila the Great. Frieza refused to answer my questions, so I eliminated him. Now let us see how clever you two are. Karochi yawned, feeling as though he had taken on the role of the villain. TSK. So this is how Frieza played his games. How intriguing. Do you truly believe you will spare us? Dre questioned, echoing Frieza's sentiments. He too doubted the opponent would show mercy. Yet, he could not fathom why this diminutive Saiyan was so powerful. This surpassed his comprehension. Bang! Before Dre could react, Karochi delivered a punch that sent him flying, devoid of any technique, pure brute strength. I asked you to answer my questions. I did not grant you permission to inquire. Even now, Dre remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Puff! This punch was far stronger than the kick that had struck Frieza earlier. After all, Dre was the strongest among them, his physique as robust as an ox. He needed to exert some effort to avoid being incapacitated. Dre collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, the force of the blow nearly claiming his life, rendering him incapable of standing. Karochi turned to Nez, who trembled in fear, realizing the opponent was operating on an entirely different level. The disparity was so vast it was akin to facing Kfila the Great. I'll talk, Nez hastily exclaimed, recognizing that failing to speak could lead to immediate death, whereas speaking might afford him a few more moments of life. Karochi nodded in agreement, encouraging him to continue. While casually tossing Dre an energy bomb, it obliterated him without a trace. With one willing to speak, there was no need to spare the others. Nez swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down his body. He grimaced internally, estimating that his fate would not be much better than that of his companion. Speak. Do not fear death. When you take the lives of those weaker than yourself, you must always be prepared for the possibility of your own demise. This awareness has been with me since the moment I was born. Though he uttered such words, he felt no panic, for with the ability of instant transmission, he was confident that he could escape any situation, save for encounters with beings of immense power like the God of Destruction. It was 3 years prior when King Kfera acquired a fruit from the Galactic Commerce Association. A fruit that not only enhanced his strength, but also remarkably delayed the aging process. In a frenzy, King Kfera ruthlessly annihilated the entire association to uncover the name of that fruit, the Spirit Tree fruit. Out of fear, Nez took a breath before continuing, and it is said that the Spirit Tree itself has appeared in this star domain. Consequently, King Kfera commanded all his subordinates to embark on a quest to locate the Spirit Tree. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at Karochi, who appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowed. In truth, Karochi was astonished by the revelation. Could it be that the Spirit Tree fruit would enhance a creature as formidable as Kfera? It defied logic. While it was plausible that the fruit could extend one's lifespan, after all, the Spirit Tree nourished itself by siphoning the life force of entire planets. Could it truly amplify Kfera's combat prowess significantly? Karochi found this hard to believe. Not even if he consumed 10 or 8 of those fruits could he expect to see a 1,000-fold increase in strength. The foundation of power was simply too great. Yet, there existed the possibility. After all, the artificial being cell had attained an astonishing combat power of 1 billion merely by absorbing the life essence of several million individuals. This illustrated the immense impact that life energy could have on battle strength. If the Spirit Tree fruit could indeed grant Kfera a substantial boost, it would be imperative to destroy both the Spirit Tree and its seeds. Kfera was already formidable enough. Xiaoqi, that alien is trying to escape. What are you doing? Tai Si's voice cut through Karochi's thoughts, and he noticed Nez floating midair. Realizing Karochi had snapped back to reality, Nez wasted no time and dashed away with all his might. You think you can escape? How naive, Karochi murmured, his form vanishing from sight, not through high-speed movement or instant transmission, but rather through a close-range, spatial jump developed from spatial secret techniques, allowing him to transfer through space within his line of sight at will. In an instant, Karochi materialized in front of Nez. What? Nez gasped, hastily attempting to halt his momentum, but before he could stabilize himself, a powerful blue energy wave struck him. Atomic energy wave. No, no, no. Lord Kfera. Despair echoed in Nez's voice as he realized escape was impossible, and he was reduced to ashes under the overwhelming energy wave. Crying for Kfera won't save you. He isn't here. Even if he were, would he come to your aid? Karochi scoffed. However, His brow soon furrowed as a severe signal from his sixth sense warned him to flee immediately, as if staying there even a moment longer would result in his own demise. A shroud of fear enveloped Karochi, a suffocating dread of death that left him gasping for breath. Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi. Tai Si's voice crackled through his headset, jolting Karochi back to his senses. He exhaled heavily and utilized instant transmission to escape, though he remained unaware of the cause behind his sixth sense's alarming warning, certain it was not a good omen. Chapter 40. The Fear of Death, Galactic Warrior. In a state of panic, Karochi executed instant transmission, his own anxiety palpable. Whoosh. He appeared in the control room. Xiaoqi, you just... Before Tai Si could finish her sentence, Karochi interrupted, his expression filled with terror. We need to go, quickly. We cannot remain here. His words tumbled out rapidly. For even after leaving planet Arcaskia, he still felt the weight of dread pressing down on him. This sixth sense blared incessantly, an unprecedented event. Tai Si, witnessing Karochi's alarmed demeanor, was taken aback. In their 5 years of acquaintance, she had never seen him so flustered. No matter the enemy faced before, Karochi had always exuded confidence. This time was no different. He had dismissed the mecha squad without a second thought and dispatched them with ease. What then had transpired to instill such panic and fear in him? Tai Si refrained from further questioning, as Karochi had already moved to the control panel to initiate the ship's jump drive. No, he wasn't merely launching the ship. He was activating a long-range jump. Only upon entering the jump tunnel did the warnings from his sixth sense cease, allowing Karochi to breathe a sigh of relief. What on earth happened? Can you enlighten me now? Tai Si inquired, her curiosity piqued. Karochi scratched his head. I can't quite explain it. My sixth sense was going haywire. I truly felt the fear of death, which is why I was so urgent. Tai Si was perplexed. She knew that sixth sense was a secret technique Karochi had practiced on planet Vegeta. Yet what could have provoked such a reaction? By the way, Sister Tai Si, the reconnaissance machines, weren't they still on Arcaskia? Can we still make contact from this distance? Karochi pondered, intrigued by what could have triggered his sixth sense to sound the alarm, as he had indeed felt a genuine threat to his life. Naturally, we can. Tai Si immediately began operating the controls. Meanwhile, aboard King Kfera's ship, a panicked alien reported, Lord Kfera, the signals from the mecha squad have vanished. The alien was drenched in cold sweat, unsure if he would live to see another day. Kfera's expression remained unchanged, as if the fallen were not his subordinates at all. He stood resolutely before the spaceship, arms crossed. Oh, have they encountered a formidable foe? His tone was blunt, devoid of warmth. Kfera displayed a maturity far beyond that of Frieza. This maturity was not merely a matter of physical growth or strength, but a matter of mindset. When the Jinyu force fell, Frieza had felt humiliated and seething with rage, immediately heading to planet Namek to obliterate it. In contrast, Kfera weighed whether it was worth his time to investigate. According to the readings from Lord Sevilla's detector, no powerful presence had emerged. After all, the feedback data was all zero, indicating nothing was amiss. The entire mecha unit possessed combat power exceeding 100,000. If they had encountered an enemy and lost contact, it was likely that they faced an opponent far superior. Interesting. Are you suggesting that Sevilla and the others defected? Kfera turned, his cold gaze locking onto the alien, the chilling light in his eyes causing the messenger to fall to his knees. He felt as though death could come for him at any moment. Why, Your Majesty? I suspect it was not a defection. Lord Sevilla was using all his strength before losing contact. The other two lords were the same. Kfera had not installed listening devices on his subordinates, leaving him without more information. This was a manifestation of Kfera's arrogance. He was utterly unconcerned with the fates of his expendable minions. Interesting. Could it be the spirit tree? Kfera licked his lips, the glint in his eyes instilling dread. The reporting alien dared not respond, trembling as he remained prostrate on the ground. Send word to proceed to Arcaskia. Kfera decided to investigate personally, for it was entirely possible that those worthless beings were coveting the spirit tree, a treasure of immense value. Yes, my lord. The alien felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, relieved that he would not face immediate execution. Return. Seated in his chair, Quilus sternly commanded the alien to halt before it could fully exit. The alien, trembling, immediately prostrated itself on the ground, inquiring, Is there anything further to convey, my lord? Its mental state was on the verge of collapse. How long will it take to reach Arcaskia? Quila, maintaining an indifferent gaze fixed ahead, posed the question. Reporting to my lord, it will approximately require 2 days. The alien replied truthfully. Quila's piercing gaze bore into him, sending chills down the alien's spine, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. 1 day? I demand it be accomplished in 1 day. Why, yes, my lord. I shall relay your command immediately. The alien was on the brink of tears, aware that such a timeline was hardly feasible. As the alien exited the chamber, Quila's eyes glimmered with excitement, convinced that the spiritual tree must indeed be located on this planet of Akaskio. Huh. Whoever dares to covet my treasure shall meet their demise. Quila was unable to contain his exhilaration. On the planet Akaskio, not far from where Karochi and Frieza were engaged in battle, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The tremendous sound and fiery light frightened the creatures of the forest into a panicked flight. Dense black smoke obscured the sky, rendering the unfolding events nearly impossible to discern. Sister Ties, over here. There must be something within. Karochi urgently remarked to Ties as they observed the situation from their spacecraft. Ties had also taken notice. All right. I've seen it. Let's move in, although it's somewhat distant. 100 kilometers was merely a stone's throw for Karochi, yet it would take a considerable amount of time for their small reconnaissance machine to arrive. Amidst the swirling smoke, a beautiful girl with long orange hair and azure skin gazed around in confusion, seemingly grappling with numerous uncertainties. Though her stature resembled that of a young girl, her figure was striking, and her pointed ears gave her an elfin appearance. Who am I? Who am I? Her voice was ethereal and melodious. Yet she was bewildered about her presence and identity in this place. As she looked skyward, a formidable force suddenly dispersed the surrounding smoke and dust. She soared into the air, her terrifying power instantly sending the approaching reconnaissance machine tumbling away. What in the world? Ties gasped, realizing that even from 100 miles away, the destructive force was palpable. Who could this individual be, witnessing the devastation of the land and forest? Ties finally comprehended why Karochi had been so eager to flee. Karochi, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. Such power was something even a Super Saiyan might struggle to achieve. At least the newly transformed Super Saiyan did not possess such might. However, he sensed no overwhelming energy, which was peculiar. With such extraordinary power, the opponent must possess an absurd level of strength, yet the absence of detectable energy seemed characteristic of an artificial being. Sister Ties, approach cautiously. They seem formidable. We must not disturb them, Karochi warned gravely, still unaware of who they were or if they possessed any special abilities. It was always wise to exercise caution. Yes, I am aware. Tai shot Karochi an exasperated glance. Were it not for this insistent fool's desire to probe further, she might have considered abandoning the pursuit altogether. After all, the opponent's power was simply overwhelming. The earlier commotion had transpired without her even comprehending it. The reconnaissance machine slowly drew closer, taking over half an hour to reach the source of the sound. The scene before them was unrecognizable, vast tracts of land charred. Surrounding areas appeared as if erased by an eraser, leaving nothing behind. Huh, no one here, Ties remarked, perplexed, though it was reasonable since no one would remain in place waiting for their arrival. Turning to Karochi, she suggested, it seems the opponent has departed. Perhaps we should cease our investigation. It feels rather perilous. Karochi stared at her in astonishment, exclaiming, good grief. You've grasped the meaning of danger, Ties? This was quite an achievement. Ties refrained from pressing onward. We should be far enough away now. Surely, we are safe? Karochi mused, though he dared not guarantee it. As this universe was brimming with bizarre capabilities, it was conceivable that the adversary could traverse the web of energy towards them. Meanwhile, above the reconnaissance device dispatched by Karochi and Ties on Akaskio, the girl grew increasingly agitated, unable to recall her identity. It seemed the prolonged slumber had caused her to forget certain matters. Leader. Who is the leader? She uttered in confusion, recalling only that the leader was frightful. She remembered 5 individuals, defeated and gravely injured by some entity, which led them to seek refuge on this planet and subsequently forget everything. Fragmented memories swirled within her mind. The girl turned her gaze towards the reconnaissance machine. Although small, she keenly sensed it was not a living entity. In a flash, the girl vanished from midair, reappearing before the reconnaissance device. Huh, a mechanical reconnaissance apparatus, she mused, perplexed. She had just conducted a cursory search of the planet and found no sentient species. Who had left this behind? Meanwhile, inside the spacecraft, Karochi observed the unfolding scene, his spine chillingly stiff as he stood frozen in place. 3 years prior, he had spoken of Frieza's recklessness. But what in the world? Who was this Frieza? Was he not the one courting danger? Had he just danced on the edge of death and miraculously survived? Karochi found himself in a daze, questioning his own heart. Noticing his complex expression, Ties was equally taken aback. Could it be that her obnoxious little brother had developed a crush on this girl? Chapter 41. The Unfortunate Quila. This young girl is exceptionally beautiful. Although her skin tone is somewhat unusual, at first glance, one might mistake her for an elf. Ties thought of Rail Bia upon seeing her pointed ears. Karochi stared, dumbfounded, as if he were gazing at an imbecile. Was it truly a matter of her beauty or whether she resembled an elf? Tais frowned at Karosai's incredulous gaze, feeling personally insulted as she exclaimed, "What kind of look is that, you little brat?" Sister Tais, would you like to use your spiritual eye to take a look? She's still a young girl, and it's uncertain if humanity even existed on Earth when she was around. Tais temporarily let Karosai off the hook, her eyes glowing with a pure white light. Name, Zanjia. Race, Hela. Combat power, 2, 1 billion. Notes, a notorious member of the Galactic Warriors from 100,000 years ago, transformed into an artificial being, endowing her with an extraordinarily long lifespan. Upon seeing this information, Tais was instantly awestruck. This girl, appearing as a child, possessed such immense power, and she was at least 100,000 years old. She. 2, 1 billion? 100,000 years? Tais even rubbed her eyes vigorously, questioning her own mystical abilities. This must be a mistake, right? The young girl stood just slightly taller than her sister Bulma, and aside from her somewhat fierce demeanor, she resembled an adorable little girl. How could she be this formidable? Suddenly, with a start, Tais, her expression a mixture of emotions, looked at Karosai. Earlier, you were fighting near her, weren't you? You must have saved the galaxy in your past life to have walked away from that planet unscathed. Karosai wore a face of relief, grateful he had trusted his sixth sense. Otherwise, even with instant transmission, if he had been caught by her, there would have been no escape. Activating instant transmission still required a second, a duration sufficient for Zanjia to turn him into a pretzel. Thank goodness we managed to escape swiftly, Tais remarked with a shudder, recalling that she had initially intended to land on that planet. After Karosai dealt with that mechanized troop, she had planned to descend. Suddenly, the screen displayed Zanjia, seemingly angered by the lack of response, crushing the reconnaissance device with ease. The screen within the cockpit abruptly transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. How about we open up some other views? Karochi tentatively inquired, though a tinge of dread lingered. Hadn't it come to life? Despite Zanjia's formidable combat prowess, she lacked any abilities akin to teleportation. While she remained unperturbed by the vastness of space, Karochi and his companions had already drifted far from a Kashkio star. They were currently hurtling through the cosmos at great speed. There was no reason for fear. After all, their adversaries couldn't reach them. Tais nodded and switched to other scanners. But what appeared on the screen was a dense cloud of smoke, punctuated by the distant glow of explosions. Has she gone mad? Karochi mused, bewildered. Surely, such a tempestuous reaction over a mere scouting device was excessive. If this continued, the entire planet would face annihilation. Yet, it was evident that Zanjia had not completely lost her wits. Her destruction was purely impulsive. She felt anger for her inability to recall her name and past. For a full day, the area within the scanner's view lay in ruins, devoid of any signs of life. Karochi was certain that a return to a Kashkio star would reveal nothing but a desolate wasteland, stripped of its former lushness. One could only imagine how spectacular this would appear if adapted into a television series or animated feature, with effects that would leave the budget ablaze. Phew. Has she vented her fury? Tais had already taken a nap, and of the 50 deployed probes, only one remained intact. The rest had been obliterated. Karochi had spent the night there, uncertain about the extent of Zanjia's past misdeeds, as the theatrical version merely depicted her in battle against the Z fighters. Ultimately, she had tragically been used as a living bomb by Bojack, aimed at the transformed Super Saiyan Gohan. Well, a Kashkio star is essentially finished. Karochi lamented, his expression one of deep regret, given that Zanjia had barely exerted herself. Tais glanced at the screen, visibly shocked. It is indeed terrifying. Who would have thought that such a beautiful young woman could be so merciless? Merciless? This is merely the beginning. Meanwhile, Quila's ship approached a Kashkio star. Though his expression remained calm, the rhythmic tapping of his tail against the ship's floor betrayed his inner tumult. This was entirely understandable. The spirit fruit, when planted on a living planet, could yield thousands of fruits. Even if the power increase from one fruit was minimal, a sufficient quantity could lead to a qualitative change. Not to mention the anti-aging properties of the fruit. Though the ice demon had an extended lifespan, it was not eternal. One need only recall how Frieza traversed to Namek in pursuit of the Dragon Balls to attain immortality. How much longer until arrival? Quila inquired impatiently, unwilling to wait any longer. The alien piloting the ship promptly replied, "Report, my lord, we require 5 more minutes to reach our destination." 1 minute, Quila interjected, unwilling to delay even a moment longer. However, the alien hesitated. "My lord, the ship may not withstand such haste." Yet, facing Quila's icy gaze, he trembled. "Yes, Lord Quila. The ship will arrive in 1 minute." He sensed that had he uttered even a single additional word, he likely would have met a grim fate, if not worse. Leaving no trace behind, the ship accelerated once more, emitting a cacophony of vibrations as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Alarms blared incessantly within the cabin. Yet Quila paid them no mind. "My lord, we have arrived at Akashkio, but," an observing alien exclaimed, staring in shock at the planet before them. The difference from the data was staggering. The once verdant and vibrant planet had transformed into a desolate wasteland resembling a desert. Upon witnessing such devastation, Quila was further convinced that the spirit tree was indeed located on this planet, a finding consistent with the information provided by the Merchant Guild. "Quicken your pace," Quila commanded in a chilling tone, compelling the surrounding aliens to accelerate once more. On Akashkio star, Zanjia, now somewhat composed, lifted her gaze towards the sky, as if she had detected Quila's spacecraft. "Someone is coming." Perfect timing to extract some information. A sly smile graced Zanjia's lips. She held no concern about the strength of her opponent. Quila's ship had penetrated Akashkio's atmosphere, its exterior now severely eroded and corroded. The vessel was on the verge of disintegration. As the ship threatened to fall apart, Quila sprang from his seat and leapt out. It was not fear of injury from the ship's explosion that prompted his exit, but rather a disdain for the suffocating smoke. Meanwhile, the aliens aboard watched in despair as the ship disintegrated. Their feeble strength rendered them incapable of withstanding the atmospheric pressure, crushing them alongside the vessel into a pulp. Quila didn't spare a glance back, immediately commencing his search for the spirit tree upon entering Akashkio. According to the data provided by the guild he had obliterated, the spirit tree should have been colossal, yet after a thorough search, he found nothing. "Damn it, has someone beaten me to it?" Quila seethed. Harboring anger but refraining from outrightly destroying the planet, he still clung to a sliver of hope. "Hey, little Chi, look! An alien has appeared on the screen," Karochi exclaimed, as Quila's location was perfectly captured by the probe. An alien. Karochi turned to look, his jaw dropping as he pointed shakily at Quila. "Quila? What is he doing here? What the hell?" Frieza and Quila are both reckless. One constantly seeks danger while the other delivers himself right to us. "Wait. He is Quila? But he doesn't look anything like your drawing." Tais was taken aback. Wasn't Quila the formidable ice demon Karochi had described just recently? However, he bore no resemblance to the depiction. Karochi awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling as he realized Tai's sister could still recognize that he had drawn a living being. Tai shot him a disdainful glance and activated her spiritual eye. Name, Quila. Race, Ice Demon. Combat power, Normal State 1. 5 billion, Transform State 4. 7 billion. Remarks. The Ice Demon race is the root of cosmic chaos, cruel and bloodthirsty. Please keep your distance if encountered. Ah, it's true. And his combat power aligns with what you mentioned. But why is it so easy to draw yet you failed to depict a human form? Tais gazed at Karochi with disdain. Such simple lines to draw. I lack that kind of talent. Karochi retorted. Now look. Quila is likely to meet his end on a Kashkio star. This is what you call digging his own grave. Zanjia, upon spotting Quila, expressed her surprise. Oh, an ice demon. Are you wretched reptiles still alive? Her tone dripped with disdain, though she was unaware of the origins of her emotions or why she spoke thus. The words escaped her lips. You insolent creature, what did you say? Quila had just noticed Zanjia, who he initially intended to eliminate after extracting information about the spirit tree. Now, however, he sought to make her suffer for daring to insult him as a reptile. Humph. I have slain more ice demons than you can count. Zanjia intended to introduce herself, but found herself unable to recall her name, which vexed her. Quila, upon hearing this, was further enraged. His frustration over not locating the spirit tree had already put him on edge. Now, he was being provoked by this oblivious woman. Quila unleashed a terrifying power, and before such might, Zanjia appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary girl. As an artificial being, Zanjia could not perceive the energy emanating from him. I shall ensure you cannot seek life or death. Chapter 42. The Miserable Quila. If Karochi could hear the words, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Quila, you are a true warrior. I, Karloki, shall declare you the strongest. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. How brazen you are to utter such self-destructive words. A mere fledgling frozen demon, yet your bravado knows no bounds. Though Zanjia may not comprehend her own identity, she harbors an inexplicable, profound impression of the frozen demon, as if she were consumed by a deep-seated animosity. Unable to contain the fury boiling within, Quila dashed forward with lightning speed, delivering a swift kick aimed at Zanjia's midsection. He sought to make this ignorant woman experience torment beyond endurance, to compel her to pay for her words. Bang! It appeared that Zanjia had no intention of evading, and she took the blow directly. However, contrary to Quila's expectations, Zanjia did not fly backward from the impact. Instead, a piercing pain surged through him for the first time in his life, eliciting a scream of agony. Quila felt as if his leg bones were shattering, and indeed, he was not mistaken. His calf bone had indeed fractured. How intriguing. The disparity in strength between them was utterly indiscernible, Zanjia remarked disdainfully. Her impression of the frozen demon not aligning with such ignorance. Quila swiftly distanced himself, shock etched upon his face as he beheld Zanjia's expression, twisted in rage. Who on earth are you? He demanded, realizing that his opponent's strength was unfathomably formidable. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. Zanjia furrowed her brows. Her exquisite features contorted in frustration. She pondered the question, curious to discern her own identity, initially intending to inquire if these individuals recognized her. I've wasted enough breath. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If you refrain from attacking, it will be my turn next. The temporary lapse in her memory, preventing her from recalling her own name, enraged her immensely. Quila, though incensed at being looked down upon by a woman, was reminded by the searing pain in his leg that his opponent was not to be trifled with. Huh, do you believe that this is all of my power? I still possess the ability to transform once more. Prepare to meet your demise. Quila resolved to unleash his full might, doubting that this enigmatic woman could surpass him. Enough. Reveal your capabilities. I shall ensure your death is both convincing and thorough, Zanjia taunted, infuriating Quila further. He had never endured such humiliation since his birth. Even his father was no match for him now. A terrifying energy erupted from Quila's body, his power escalating further, accompanied by notable physical transformations. Quila's form expanded, becoming more robust. From his head, for horns extended backward, his mouth shrouded by a mask, and his eyes transformed to reveal crimson pupils. His shoulders jutted out like protective armor, and 2 additional horns sprouted from his back. His arms morphed, resembling blades, as his strength surged further. In the spacecraft, Tai's eyes widened at the sight. Wow, he truly has transformed. How did those extra features come to be? Excited, she contemplated reaching out to feel Quila's new, angular protrusions. Is that truly the focus here? Karochi shook his head in exasperation, watching Quila with a hint of sympathy. Quila is on the brink of ruin. Indeed. Humility is the way to go. What good is boasting in vain? Karochi seemed to scold Quila while inadvertently reproaching himself. Over the past 2 years, as his power surged, he too had become somewhat arrogant. During his encounter with the mech forces on Akaskia, he had indulged in frivolity. Having transitioned from an ordinary person in his past life to wielding such immense power, creating an unreal sense of buoyancy. Really? I find Quila's transformation quite formidable, Tai remarked, observing the significantly bulked up Quila. Despite her awareness of Zanjia's strength, the physical disparity was stark. Zanjia appeared as an ordinary girl, devoid of any semblance of power. Tai employed her spirit eye, eager to ascertain whether Quila's current state matched her previous observations. Name, Quila. Species, frozen demon. Combat power, 4.7 billion in final form. Note, Quila has exerted his full strength, possessing exceedingly terrifying power. Only 4.7 billion, huh? It seems he is destined for defeat. Zanjia's combat power of 2.1 billion starkly contrasts with Quila's, revealing an insurmountable gap. Karochi sighed, pondering when he might attain a combat power of 4.7 billion. Tai had begun to look down upon him. Meanwhile, Zanjia regarded Quila, now transformed yet still devoid of expression. Her tone dripping with disdain. You've merely unlocked a modicum of transformation. What is all this boasting about? Her voice was saturated with mockery, wholly unimpressed by Quila's current state. Enjoy your bravado while you can. I shall render you and this planet to oblivion, Quila proclaimed, intent on annihilating Akaskia. Deeming it unnecessary to waste time here without a spirit tree, Quila extended a finger, channeling energy to form a colossal energy sphere. A hereditary technique of the Frozen Demon Clan, Supernova. The Frozen Demon Clan seemingly mastered this skill, adept at obliterating planets. Come forth. Quila hurled the supernova towards Zanjia, the terrifying energy sphere casting a crimson hue across the sky. The earth was torn asunder by this force, massive boulders drawn into the supernova, meeting their demise. Yet, Zanjia regarded it with indifference, vanishing from her position only to reappear before the supernova. With no embellishments, she delivered a single punch. Her petite fist made contact with the supernova, dissipating it without a hint of resistance. Boom! The scattering supernova transformed into countless energy projectiles, sweeping across the land. How is this possible? In that moment, Quila comprehended the dire reality. His opponent's strength vastly exceeded his comprehension. Why the fear? Zanjia's voice echoed from behind him, startling Quila. Before he could turn, a tremendous force propelled him away. Simultaneously, his right arm contorted at an unnatural angle. Zanjia remained poised, executing a kick. In retaliation, Zanjia returned the favor for Quila's earlier strike. Yet the outcomes diverged entirely. Quila's kick had been executed with ferocity, resulting in minimal damage, while Zanjia's blow inflicted a critical hit. Not only did she shatter Quila's right arm, but his internal organs also suffered severe trauma. His right ribs fractured, the excruciating pain almost rendering him unconscious. He reverted from his final form back to his normal state, kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood, his eyes bloodshot. A wave of dizziness enveloped his mind. How could this be? Quila gasped, watching Zanjiao approach, the first instance of fear gripping him in his life. Yes, he had always instilled fear in others, but now the tables had turned. Overwhelmed by an oppressive sense of despair, Quila glared at Zanjia, questioning how she could be so powerful. He yearned to rise and continue fighting, yet his lower half betrayed him, unresponsive. Bang! Zanjia reached him, delivering another kick, collapsing Quila's chest cavity, sending his body hurtling hundreds of miles before coming to a halt. He had completely lost consciousness, inhaling more than exhaling, with a sensation suggesting he would perish in the next moment. Zanjia, casting a disinterested glance, remarked, "Is this all? I am Zanjia. Oh, I remember my name," she suddenly exclaimed, joy flooding her as she finally recalled her identity. Yukin, Gorya, Hyde, Boss Bojack. As Zanjia's memories began to resurface, an unexpected onslaught of recollections caused her excruciating pain. Cradling her head in her hands, she emitted a series of anguished groans. They had been grievously injured by a formidable entity and, as a result, forced into a deep slumber. While Bojack had been sealed away by the combined might of the four kings of the realms, the memories flooded back, and beads of sweat dotted Zanjia's delicate visage. Her expression contorted in agony, as if she were ensnared in an endless cycle of torment. She recalled the devastation wrought upon her kin by the invasion of the frozen demon, leading to a massacre that threatened the very extinction of her race. The seer of the Hela tribe sacrificed herself to procure the assistance of a technologically advanced planet, which, in turn, enabled the creation of 5 formidable androids. Initially, they served as valiant guardians of the galaxy, relentlessly hunting the frozen demons. Yet, over time, they succumbed to darkness, becoming lost in a bloodthirsty haze. Furthermore, endowed with near-immortal lives, their memories of the past began to fade, replaced by the intoxicating thrill of slaughter. Gradually, they began to mimic the frozen demons, annihilating living planets to satiate their gaping voids of emptiness. Their heinous deeds seemingly attracted the attention of a powerful deity, who effortlessly vanquished the 4 kings of the realms and seized the opportunity to seal Bojack away. Zanjia, caught off guard by the sudden resurgence of her memories, gradually recalled the days spent safeguarding her people. In disbelief, she gazed at her own hands. How could this be? She could hardly fathom that. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, she had committed such unfathomable atrocities. To her, her hands appeared stained a deep crimson. The once dragon-slaying youth had transformed into a malevolent dragon. This was a stark reality. The joy of memory restoration was swiftly overshadowed by despair, as tears of blood streamed from her inflamed eyes. Observing this scene aboard their spacecraft, Karochi and Tais were left bewildered. What was happening? Did Quila possess such extraordinary powers? Karochi speculated that Zanjia had fallen victim to a peculiar soul attack from Quila, yet he had no recollection of a similar experience. Tais, concerned, questioned Karochi about Zanjia's apparent distress. Chapter 43, The Fall of Quila, Zanjia's Departure. Karochi, puzzled, wondered, wasn't this due to some strange ability of Quila? Tais could only shake her head in disbelief at Karochi's navet. What do you mean by distress? Isn't it clear that she has been afflicted by Quila's powers? Tais retorted, her faith in feminine intuition unwavering. What? She's still just a girl. Karochi protested, insisting that all women possess an uncanny accuracy in their instincts. Despite his protests, Karochi could not bring himself to deny Tais's keen judgment, yet he posited that perhaps there was a possibility she had unwittingly fallen prey to Quila's influence. A galactic warrior feeling remorse? Surely you jest. He scoffed, and Zanjia's state, writhing in pain and shedding tears of blood, clearly indicates a mental assault. He lamented the unexpected revelation of Quila's abilities, which had not been showcased in the original narrative. How fortunate it was that Quila would meet their end today, otherwise, he might have faced a similar fate. With a huff, Tais chose to remain silent, opting not to engage with Karochi further. Karochi shrugged, recalling that he had also been a university student in his previous life. A saying from my past rings true, never argue with a woman, for she embodies reason. On the planet Akaskio, Zanjia regained her composure. The total restoration of her memories left her feeling helpless and fearful, apprehensive that she might revert to her former self. This was a relentless erosion of time that she felt utterly powerless to resist. Sighing, Zanjia lamented the futility of dwelling on the past. Turning her gaze towards Quila, who lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, she had to admit that the resilience of the frozen demons was indeed formidable. Despite her body being in tatters, Quila still clung to life, slowly mending her wounds. Truly, a repugnant species akin to cockroaches. Reflecting on events from 100,000 years ago, Zanjia's disdain for the frozen demons intensified. A cerulean energy sphere coalesced in her hand, though small in size. Karochi understood that this energy ball possessed the potential to obliterate the entire planet of Akaskyu, rather than simply discarding it. Zanjia propelled Quila into the air with a kick before launching the energy sphere. Boom! The colossal explosion engulfed Quila, achieving a flawless execution of murder, reducing her to mere ashes. With Quila's demise, Zanjia wasted no time in taking flight. The bullhead cast a glance at the ravaged landscape of Akaskyu, a flicker of unnatural remorse and guilt crossing its eyes. She needed to locate her companions swiftly and awaken their memories. A lingering question plagued Ties. Who was the mysterious entity that had vanquished them? This fragment of memory remained shrouded in ambiguity. 100,000 years ago, her group had been easily defeated, without even a chance to resist. Logically, their adversary possessed the capability to annihilate them completely, yet chose not to. Who could it possibly be? The question reverberated through the cosmos. Zanjia's silhouette vanished into the vastness of space, determined to seek out her teammates and assist them in reclaiming their memories. She has left. Ties observed the scorched remains of what had once been a vibrant planet just a day prior. Sister Ties, should we not take cover? Karochi expressed his anxiety, fearing that a single kick from Zanjia might lead to his demise. He had to admit that Quila was indeed a valiant warrior. Ties shot him a disapproving glance. What are you afraid of? I doubt that even if we encounter Zanjia, we will come to harm. Her intuition had always proven reliable. Initially, Zanjia had exuded an aura that felt utterly untouchable, a suffocating fear that Ties had indeed felt. However, ever since Zanjia collapsed, that sensation had transformed into one of peace and comfort. This feeling was beyond Karochi's comprehension. Karochi grimaced. Where does your confidence stem from? He contemplated teleporting Ties back to Earth, considering the galactic warriors would not appear for another 20 years. Surely, after 20 years of growth, he could handle them. Ultimately, however, he succumbed to Ties' unwavering presence and continued their journey. Karochi remained preoccupied with the issue of the spirit fruit tree, an anomaly that should not exist in this universe. It had appeared unreasonably. Karochi felt compelled to investigate further. Naturally, he hoped to acquire some of the spirit tree's fruits, for while they might not significantly enhance his abilities, they would be invaluable to Ties or the deities. Karochi once again entered a state of cultivation, focusing not on physical training, but on transcending the boundaries of life itself. Regrettably, he found himself at a loss. It felt as impenetrable as a fortress, and he was utterly unarmed. In desperation, Karochi used teleportation to reach the planet Yudetra. I thought it was someone significant, but it's merely Mr. Karochi. Kyusu appeared to have anticipated his arrival, waiting with an infuriatingly smug expression. Is there an issue with the cultivation method you provided? Karochi, unwilling to engage in riddles, directly stated his predicament. I have made no progress in a month. This situation must be resolved, or I will have to change my approach. Kyusu scrutinized Karochi with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Mr. Karochi had elevated his life level to such an extent. The rapidity of this progression seemed almost excessive. He had already reached a level comparable to that of the king of the Yardrat star, Supa. It was essential to note the years of cultivation they had undergone. While Karochi had achieved this remarkable feat in a mere 2 years, Kyusu couldn't help but smile wryly. Mr. Karochi, you certainly overestimate us. Our own understanding of this cultivation method is merely at this level, if not inferior. Kyusu mused to himself that it seemed he had already completed his training. From now on, any enhancement in strength would rely solely on physical prowess. You do not know how to advance. Karochi was taken aback, realizing that he had seemingly reached the pinnacle of cultivation. No way, brother, that was far too brief. I barely felt anything before it ended. From our perspective, it is indeed so. Kyusu replied with a rueful smile. Breaking the shackles of life levels is not a trivial matter. The enhancement of life levels does not merely pertain to an increase in strength. Rather, it signifies an elevation in rank, which significantly extends one's lifespan. Karochi became anxious, exclaiming, You just let me taste the sweetness, and now it's over? This is too much. He had achieved a transformation through this cultivation method, albeit not into a Super Saiyan. Is that it? I sense that if I continue practicing this method, my potential will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Otherwise, considering my limited lifespan, while there may still be hope to become a Super Saiyan 4, advancing further seems utterly impossible, as time is finite. Indeed, Mr. Karochi, to break through your current realm, it is likely that you must attain divinity. Kyusu said with a helpless expression, but acquiring divinity is no simple feat. What? Divinity? Does Earth's deity count? But to become a deity myself? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be welcomed. Moreover, The requirements for becoming Earth's deity are exceedingly stringent. One must possess a mind devoid of distractions. Karochi felt somewhat awkward. Ridding himself of malevolent thoughts would likely diminish a significant portion of his strength. At that point, if the opponent's combat power is 299 and his is merely 1, Earth would be finished. Thus, the purpose of this cultivation method would be lost. He sought to grow stronger, not to engage in battles with deities whose power was merely in the 200 to 300 range. It seemed utterly meaningless. Karochi lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. So, are you saying this cultivation method is at an impasse? Fine, I will ponder this further. Having not received the answers he sought, Karochi felt somewhat dejected and disappointed. He decided to pursue the path of physical strength, though the gravity machine no longer offered him any practical benefits. The power he had gained was still reliant on the cultivation method that fortified his physical body. Indeed, cultivating in the Dragon Ball world proved to be rather unreliable. Mr. Karochi, there's no need to be too disheartened. Since you understand the problem, it can certainly be overcome. There are many powerful deities in the universe. Husu reassured him. However, Karochi was not convinced, scoffing slightly. There were indeed a few formidable deities in the universe, such as the god of destruction, Beerus. But he was still asleep, and disturbing him over this matter would likely result in his own annihilation. Moreover, he lacked even the ability to approach Beerus' divine planet. He could, however, sense the Kaioshin realm, where the spatial structure was exceedingly robust. It would likely be quite challenging to utilize instant transmission there. Furthermore, mortals were not permitted to set foot in the Kaioshin realm. Although the Kaioshin might seem weak, they were still formidable compared to the later stages of Goku and the other Z warriors, as well as Beerus, who existed at an exceptionally high level. The Kaioshin, Shin, had a combat power of at least 5 billion, capable of crushing Frieza with a mere finger, while Frieza could do the same to him. And the East Kaioshin's attendant, Kid, looked down upon mortals. Although Karochi had secretly learned their abilities, he held no fondness for Kid. That foolish fellow, acting so grandly, would one day face the wrath of the Kaioshin realm. First, he would set a modest goal of reaching a combat power of 10 billion. Chapter 44, Tawa Mira. Alright, I will think of a solution later. Karochi said no more, intending to inquire with the deity upon his return. He activated instant transmission to leave the Yardrat star. In the blink of an eye, Karochi found himself back on a planet in the East Galaxy, where Tawa was collecting materials. So, do you have any ideas? Karochi asked. Tawa was well aware of his recent troubles, though she did not fully comprehend them. After all, from her perspective, Karochi was already quite strong. Although he paled in comparison to the likes of Zanya or Kfila, those were rare exceptions, and he was still young. Without knowing the nature of future adversaries, such thoughts were understandable. Karochi shook his head in resignation. He had not expected to return from Yardrat without any gains. They had created a cultivation method, yet only scratched the surface. No, Husu and the others are only at this stage themselves. Karochi felt utterly perplexed. Currently, his physical strength had only seen a slight increase. The road ahead was becoming increasingly arduous, unless he could break through to Super Saiyan, unlocking the limits of his physical body. Tawa patted Karochi on the back. Alright, if there's no solution, then there's no solution. Why are you in such a hurry to grow stronger? As an ordinary girl, she could not grasp the obsession with power. I cannot explain it. Although he could simply ride on Goku's coattails, he did not wish to do so. While it might be easier, he did not want to rely on others, especially considering the formidable god of destruction, angels, and Xeno. They were beings before whom even the protagonists would kneel. It's fine. I still have some room for growth. I plan to return to Earth in a while to ask the deity if there's a solution. Karochi said lightly. At worst, I will follow Goku's path, relying solely on my physical strength to break through limits. And when the god of destruction arrives, I will cling tightly to Whis. Well, as long as you can think clearly, Tawa replied. I've collected enough materials here, let us set off. She had done her best to encourage him, but there was truly nothing more she could do. Speaking of which, after knowing each other for 3 or 4 years, Karochi seemed to have no hobbies beyond cultivation. Excluding his love for exquisite cuisine, he had never taken time for entertainment or rest. Didn't he grow weary? However, Tawa refrained from commenting further. It was not her place to interfere. Karochi dove back into the gravity chamber, resuming his gravity training. In a realm where even starlight could not penetrate, a woman clad in a red robe, black stockings, and red high heels wielded a peculiar staff. Her figure was alluring and enchanting, her azure skin exquisitely delicate, complemented by her flowing white hair, evoking boundless imagination. Beside her stood a robust man with green skin, white hair, and red pupils, exuding an aura of savage brutality. Dark energy coiled around him, and merely observing him would induce discomfort. He was malevolent and terrifying. Mira, How is the cultivation of the time crystal progressing? The woman inquired, her lips parting as if asking about trivial matters. Reporting to you, Lord Tao, the cultivation of the time crystal has basically taken shape. Yet, there have been some unforeseen circumstances. Mira's voice was deep and resonant. Although he referred to Tao as Lord, he did not lower his demeanor. With his arms crossed over his chest and a stern expression, his red pupils reflected no emotion. How unexpected. The timeline actually split 3 years ago. Had it not been for this, we might not have been able to cultivate the time crystal within the entire universe. Tao's face radiated with pride, as if she had stumbled upon a great treasure. 3 years prior, with the destruction of Planet Vegeta, Karochi, who should have perished in the catastrophe, managed to escape, resulting in the current world. In the original narrative, the character Karochi did not exist at all, leading to the split in the timeline. This gave rise to a universe devoid of Karochi, alongside the present universe where he continued to thrive. The simultaneous emergence of these two divergent timelines also birthed another demonic realm. In a convergence of two distinct realms, Tova and Mira deftly eluded the vigilant gaze of celestial angels and deities across the universe, allowing them the audacity to manifest within the vast tapestry of time and space. Were it not for their cunning, they would have faced immediate detection upon entry, with capture leading to inevitable demise. They currently lacked the power to challenge the gods, a fact that weighed heavily on Tova's mind as she lamented their inability to fracture the universe into more dimensions over the past 2 years. All attempts had failed, seemingly thwarted by some unseen mechanism that regulated the proliferation of time and space. Mira, furrowing her brow, suggested that perhaps discrepancies in the timeline could be exploited for their advantage. The matter was of paramount importance, as it pertained to their grand scheme involving the resurrection of the ancient demon god Damigura. An increase in their ranks would undoubtedly confront them with greater divine opposition. Yet the gods would remain shrouded in secrecy. Tova, however, vehemently dismissed this notion, emphasizing the perilous nature of traversing the timeline, especially with more formidable deities scrutinizing their every move. Despite possessing the unique ability known as temporal manipulation, they were still unable to navigate through the fabric of time itself. Absent this recent temporal schism, their powers would merely be classified as formidable abilities. At present, they could traverse between two temporal universes, yet they were judicious in their actions, as the fluctuations of time could easily attract the attention of angels. Tova then recalled Myra's mention of a minor issue, as if just now registering the words. Due to the universe's inherent rules of rejection, certain items had inadvertently escaped from the shards of time and space, though Mira remained unconcerned, merely fulfilling her role as an artificial being crafted by Tova. With a dismissive wave of her scepter, Tova brushed aside Myra's concerns, confident that their manipulation of temporal fragments within the universe would inevitably draw the attention of the celestial guardians. The loss of a few items was inconsequential. We must depart, Tova urged. If we linger any longer, the denizens of the time nest will surely discover our presence. Approaching Mira, she delicately touched the void, and in an instant, they were enveloped in a radiant light, reminiscent of the angels' spatial displacement. However, their speed and mastery paled in comparison as Tova and Mira vanished from their location. Though their hiding place was concealed, it was not impervious to angelic scrutiny. Fortunately, the angels had yet to concern themselves with their affairs, much like one would ignore a fly buzzing a kilometer away. Meanwhile, in the eastern galaxy, beneath a shroud of stars, a purple crystal, taller than a person, floated silently in the void. It emanated a crimson aura, drawing the surrounding celestial bodies towards it with its immense gravitational pull, devouring them with an insatiable hunger. Even stars were not spared. This crystal was an experimental subject of Tova and Mira, intended to gauge the reactions of the universe's destroyers and angels. Although the Supreme Kai was a deity of the highest order, he was not regarded with particular reverence. In this realm, power dictated all. Were it not for the endless complications that would arise from slaying a Supreme Kai, Mira could easily crush him with a flick of her wrist. At that moment, Karochi and Tais were still journeying through the eastern galaxy. "Little Chi, dinner is ready," Tais exclaimed, bewildered by Karochi's apparent obsession with his training, to the point of neglecting his meals. "This is simply unbelievable, a headline-worthy event." "I'm coming, Sister Tais," he replied, his tone dismissive as he emerged from the gravity chamber. Lost in thought, Karochi was preoccupied with determining the path he would take, a matter of great significance. The simplest approach would be to cling to Whis' coattails, as Whis had trained the destroyer Beerus. With his guidance, Karochi's journey would surely accelerate. However, he realized that it would be many years, at least 30, before Whis would arrive again. Karochi contemplated summoning Whis in a manner akin to Bulma from the original tale. As a member of the angelic race, Whis was forbidden from intervening in the universe unless the survival of existence was at stake. Yet, it was said that a mere strawberry cake could summon the strongest deity in this universe, a thought that would likely never cross others' minds. Yet Bulma had the audacity to attempt it. Despite knowing the narrative, Karochi would not dare. Smack. Ties, seeing Karochi's distracted demeanor, gave him a light slap on the head. Have you become so engrossed in your training that you've lost your wits? Ties was exasperated. For several months, Karochi had been in a daze, failing to focus on anything. More importantly, she was concerned. 3 months had passed since Karochi had traveled to Planet Vegeta, and during this brief period, his combat power had skyrocketed from 3 million to 5 million. The trade-off was that he had become a permanent fixture in the gravity chamber, with the settings cranked to maximum for both gravity and temperature. Most alarmingly, Karochi had even become inattentive during meals. Had chicken legs lost their appeal? Or was tempura no longer appetizing? The once gluttonous Karochi, who would leap at food like a ravenous beast, now sat distracted during meals. Could anyone believe it? Rubbing his head, Karochi sensed Tai's concern, for he had matured mentally into someone over 30 years old. Don't worry, Sister Tais, I found my direction in training. TSK what? You mean inheriting the title of a divine being? You could easily feign agreement and then find some excuse to decline the position, right? He mused. What I truly need is the trial of the divine to break through my current limitations, and I'm sure the divine would not refuse. Tais scrutinized Karochi with a hint of skepticism. Really? Absolutely. Now let us go, Sister Tais, I'm starving. Karochi patted his stomach and took the lead. Tais followed closely behind, hands clasped behind her back, slightly leaning forward. She felt relieved as she observed Karochi genuinely enjoying his meal, as he once did. Suddenly, the spaceship trembled violently, as if ensnared by some formidable force, coming to an abrupt halt. Thanks to Karochi's quick reflexes, he managed to grab Tais, preventing her from being thrown against the wall like the food stuck there. What is happening? Tais was bewildered. What on earth is going on? Did we hit a wall in space? Chapter 45. Is this really Dragon Ball? Fortunately, it wasn't a sudden stop. Otherwise, neither Karochi nor Tais would have survived the terrifying inertia that could have torn the ship apart. After the ship ceased its forward momentum, it began to veer off course, appearing to be drawn by an unseen force. What is this? Karochi queried, looking at Tais, both of them feeling the pull, the terrifying nature of which was evident. Tais, without answering, rushed to the control room, with Karochi closely trailing behind. Inside the control room, alarms blared. The ship seems to be caught by some immense force. Tais exclaimed incredulously. This vessel had been specially modified, capable of achieving superluminal speed and even curvature flight. It was designed to navigate through the cosmic structures, easily escaping black holes unless they collided directly. Yet now, not only could it not move normally, but it was also being captured. Is there a way to break free? Karochi asked, seemingly unconcerned. What is there to fear? With my instant transmission, escaping with the ship is a breeze. Besides, I'm curious about black holes. They say traversing one might lead to different timelines. Tai shot a glance at the carefree Karochi, unsure of how to respond. Could you at least be a little more anxious? I'll give it a try. Tais answered, confident they could escape. With a flurry of keystrokes, she activated all the ship's thrusters, pushing against the direction of the pull. The curvature engine roared to life, preparing to initiate a jump. The electronic hum ushered a sense of relaxation for Tais, as the prospect of entering spatial transition to escape this dire situation seemed utterly feasible. Phew, it should work. Tais exhaled, relief washing over her. However, the ship was soon rocked violently, failing to enter the spatial transition. The thrusters had even gone silent, and the shrill alarm continued to blare. What is happening? Tais gasped, bewildered. Surely, even in the presence of a super black hole, they should have been able to escape. She stared at the damaged vessel, exclaiming, what on earth is going on? How about I use my instant teleportation to get us out of here, Sister Tais? Karochi suggested without further ado. He could distinctly sense the terrifying gravity, but more importantly, he felt a peculiar aura that was indescribable and made him feel profoundly uneasy. Of course, he refrained from activating instant teleportation immediately, as his sixth sense had not issued a warning, indicating that their lives were not in imminent danger. Well, I suppose we have no choice. Tai sighed, realizing that their escape from the ship was likely impossible. It was hard for her to fathom. One could only say that the vast universe was filled with unfathomable dangers. Without further hesitation, Karochi grasped Tais' arm with one hand while his other hand touched the ship's control panel. They could not abandon the ship, even though Dr. Briff could construct another vessel on his own. That would be far too troublesome for the old man. A simple repair would suffice. And Karochi also intended to return to the Divine Temple to formally commence his realm-breaking training. Karochi closed his eyes, attempting to perceive the spatial coordinates of Earth. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute. As the ship was drawn in more rapidly, Tais anxiously inquired, Karochi, is it ready yet? Previously, when Karochi activated instant teleportation, it was instantaneous. He would close his eyes and, in the blink of an eye, arrive at his destination. This preparation time was excessively prolonged. Karochi's expression grew frantic as he opened his eyes. Sister Tais, instant teleportation is no longer operational. What? Why? Tais was taken aback. For her earlier composure stemmed solely from the presence of Karochi's teleportation crystal. Now, she was informed that it was malfunctioning. The spatial structure of this area has inexplicably fractured, and I cannot pinpoint our coordinates. Karochi spoke bitterly. The instant teleportation of Kid does not merely require the perception of a planet's coordinates to activate. The spatial structure they occupied must remain intact, allowing for the replacement of their spatial position with that of the planet. However, Karochi's perception revealed that the surrounding spatial structure had been distorted beyond recognition. Attempting instant teleportation in such a condition could very well send them plummeting into the void between spaces. There was one more thing Karochi did not mention. He sensed an intensely malevolent aura. It was not merely a matter of strength, but something vile, blood-soaked, and suffocating. What now? Tais was now genuinely panicking, as her once reliable teleportation portal had suddenly ceased to function, especially in such a perilous moment. Could it be that I, before becoming a best-selling author on Earth, am to perish? A wave of despair washed over Tais as she felt the pull gnawing at her body. Had it not been for the ship's protection, she might have already succumbed. Karochi found himself at a loss. Unless one possessed extraordinary power, it seemed impossible to escape this overwhelming gravitational force. Creak, creak. The ship emitted strange noises as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Sister Tais, activate the protective functions. Karochi shouted, witnessing the dire situation. Tais snapped back to reality, hurriedly operating the controls. If the ship were to perish, so would they. Well, Karochi can survive in space, she thought. A shimmering shield enveloped the exterior of the ship, stabilizing the vessel that had been on the brink of disassembly. Yet, the alarm in the cockpit continued to blare incessantly. The speed of their being drawn in accelerated, nearing the threshold of faster-than-light travel. The exterior shield began to weaken, suggesting imminent collapse. At that moment, Karochi and Tais finally beheld the source of the overwhelming gravitational pull. It was not a black hole at all, but a colossal crystalline entity. It measured at least 100 meters in length, standing ominously. Its body radiated a deep purple hue, while the light drawn towards its center shimmered in a bizarre golden color, exuding a sinister, blood-tinged aura. Merely gazing upon it made Karochi feel nauseated, an indescribable sensation akin to the weight of countless souls lost to its presence. Ugh! Tais, upon seeing it, immediately retched, the eerie atmosphere rendering her unconscious. Karochi swiftly wrapped his arms around Tais's slender waist, holding her tightly while emanating a golden energy, though not fully enveloped. Even a few strands of his aura amplified his strength manifold. He could sense that the energy shield of the spacecraft was on the verge of collapse. Under normal circumstances, it might protect both him and Tais. However, with such a massive spacecraft involved, it would not suffice. While he could survive in space, Tais could not. Karochi could never abandon her. A powerful aura enveloped the entirety of the ship, stabilizing it in an instant. As the crystalline entity drew nearer, collision seemed inevitable, heralding certain doom. Yet, Karochi found himself unable to divert his attention to attacking the crystal. He could only watch helplessly as it approached, the suffocating aura intensifying, the blood-red essence making him feel ill. What in the world is this abomination? Karochi thought it looked somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it. He began to question whether the Dragon Ball world he had traversed was even legitimate, as it was rife with the unknown. Previously, there had been the E-Time marvel, and now this bizarre crystal. This did not resemble anything genuine from the Dragon Ball universe. Just as the ship was about to collide with the crystal, a massive purple vortex erupted upon its surface, large enough to encompass an entire planet. The ship was pulled directly inside. Karochi instinctively raised his arm to shield his head. A reflexive action. He was dumbfounded. Before him lay an expanse of cosmic space. What is happening? Karochi quickly shut his eyes to observe the seventh universe. However, disappointment soon followed. His consciousness felt as though it were separated by an impenetrable wall. Imagine going from 4K HD to 480p. It was akin to having presbyopia, requiring an 8-fold magnifying lens to see clearly. They appeared to be trapped within a cage. Karochi was genuinely astonished. What is this? A new universe being born? No, that didn't make sense. This concept was absent from the original storyline. Though Karochi had not watched every episode of the Dragon Ball series, he was familiar with the general plot. Yet, this situation was unprecedented. Neither Z, nor GT, nor Super had ever mentioned such a phenomenon. Goodness, this was utterly absurd. Additionally, He felt a flicker of recognition towards the strange crystal, yet he could not recall its significance. Ties, free from the oppressive aura, gradually regained consciousness. Bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Sister Ties, how are you feeling? Karochi, opting to set aside his thoughts of the accursed crystal, bent down to assist Ties in rising. Karochi? We survived? Ties, initially dazed, suddenly recalled the surrounding cosmic expanse displayed on the screen. Just moments ago, she had been overwhelmed by the bizarre crimson aura, leaving her head spinning and feeling nauseous. Karochi, upon hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. Well, I suppose we have survived, haven't we? We are trapped inside that enormous crystal, and we cannot even utilize instant transmission. He added with a tinge of bitterness in his heart. Initially, he had thought that with instant transmission, he could traverse the world without fear. Yet here we are? This is utterly disappointing. Aren't there too many restrictions? What? Does that crystal possess such a vast internal space? Isn't this akin to cosmic space? Tai Si's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed. Chapter 46, Angel Whis. God of Time. At this moment, on the planet of destruction, a being of towering stature, with bluish-green skin and cascading white locks, whose pupils and lips were purple, adorned with a large light blue aura, was blissfully engaged in preparing a meal. Oh, how splendid it is that Lord Beerus is in slumber. Whis hummed a jovial tune while grilling the meat of a peculiar creature, wisps of fragrant smoke rising into the air. A look of sheer contentment graced his visage. He and Beerus shared a mutual passion, gourmet cuisine. During the interminably long stretch of time, lacking a hobby could truly drive one mad. Moreover, with Beerus currently in deep slumber, there was no one to vie for his culinary delights, making the experience of indulging in exquisite food all the more blissful. At that very moment, the angelic staff that Whis had set aside suddenly emanated a verdant glow. Typically, such an occurrence indicated either contact from another angel or the Grand Minister, or perhaps something significant was transpiring in Universe 7. This revelation irked Whis slightly. After all, he was in the midst of culinary creation, precisely at a crucial juncture. Reluctantly, he sealed the partially cooked meat and grasped the staff, instantly unfurling the emerald screen. What unfolded was the purple crystal that had ensnared Karochi and Tai Si, now seemingly in a state of rampage, voraciously consuming surrounding celestial bodies, with the very fabric of cosmic space visibly distorted. Oh dear, this is indeed a momentous event, Whis remarked, lightly covering his mouth with his right hand. Though his tone was exaggerated, his eyes betrayed no trace of alarm, only a hint of disdain and impatience. Merely a swarm of oblivious flies. They had somehow managed to breach the sanctum of the universe. Whis glanced at the towering figure of Beerus in slumber, feeling a twinge of concern. What to do now? Lord Beerus has fallen into a deep sleep, and to disturb the planets below could spell disaster. The angelic kin were prohibited from intervening arbitrarily within the universe. It was a regulation. Hence, any emergence of negative energy or malevolent entities within the cosmos was typically addressed by the god of destruction, which was an integral aspect of their divine duties. Of course, this did not imply servitude. The god of destruction wielded complete autonomy. They acted at their discretion, and angels could not contravene the will of the god of destruction, unless, of course, the supreme entity, the Omni-King, made an appearance. Now that Beerus was in slumber, Whis found himself unable to act freely throughout the universe. This was indeed the crux of the dilemma. Otherwise, the trifling nuisances created by a mere handful of flies were hardly worthy of his concern. Alas, how could those denizens of the demon realm be so reckless? Unafraid of the consequences that would befall them upon Beerus' awakening, Whis gently rubbed his temples, his thoughts clouded, as he still had grilling to attend to. He could not fathom why these flies would dare to provoke fate under the reign of the great champion. Such folly was beyond comprehension. After a moment of contemplation, Whis resolved to notify the god of time, as this matter fell within their jurisdiction. Moses, can the god of time hear me? Whis called out to the orb atop the staff, shaping his hand into a trumpet. Instantly, the scenery within the orb shifted, revealing an interior reminiscent of a vast library, expanding endlessly to the left and right. Soon, a peculiar girl, garbed in unusual attire and bearing a childlike demeanor, materialized on the screen. With short orange hair and earrings akin to those of the god of time, her face bore a slightly rounded, cherubic quality. Is that you, Mr. Whis? It has been quite some time. What brings you here? The god of time appeared to be preoccupied with her own troubles, yet her tone remained exceedingly gentle, imbued with profound respect for Whis. Lady Cain, it is as follows. Those rascals from the demon realm have somehow transported fragments of time and space throughout the universe. Whis conveyed the situation to the god of time. Cain seemed taken aback, as if perusing through some records. Ah, indeed. Those two, Tawa and Mira, have stirred up trouble once again. The mere mention of Tawa and Mira caused Kane's expression to shift, tinged with indignation. Is there any possibility that Lady Kane could address this matter? Whis, lacking interest in the antics of the demon realm, found them trivial compared to his culinary endeavors. Kane, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless. She too was struggling with a shortage of personnel. Currently, the time patrollers from the Time Nest have all been dispatched. I am utterly unable to spare anyone, Kane lamented, glancing towards Whis' realm, which only exacerbated her predicament. This situation was undoubtedly the primary reason behind her overwhelming workload. This Whis had unintentionally created a world that had split apart. Initially, managing the timeline of a singular original world had allowed Kane to enjoy a relatively easy workload. However, 5.5 years ago, that blissful status quo was shattered. The original timeline had inexplicably branched into a parallel timeline, which had left Kane in a state of despair. Not only had her workload doubled, but her personnel had not increased accordingly. The Time Nest, sitting above the fabric of time and space, remained unaffected by the temporal rifts. Therefore, she remained unchanged. And the time patrollers were still the same. Yet now, her adversaries had doubled, and the fragments of time from the severed realms had also multiplied. How pitiful for the children who hadn't had a break in 5 years. Some of the time patrollers were even contemplating resignation. Is it that Lord Beerus is unable to intervene? King queried, puzzled. Given that this situation had unfolded throughout the universe, it fundamentally became an affair under the authority of the Omni King, no longer merely a concern for her Time Nest. Their responsibility lay solely in restoring the fragmented timelines that drifted beyond the universe to their original sequences. Whis lamented, regrettably, Lord Beerus has been in a state of slumber for several years. Although these fragments of time fell under the jurisdiction of the Time Nest, once they were drawn into the universe, the circumstances changed. As the top deities of Universe 7, both Whis and Beerus were tasked with overseeing the entirety of the cosmos. It was only logical that Whis should have been aware of the presence of the denizens of the demon realm within Universe 7, not to mention the fragments of time that ought not to have emerged. The current predicament was a result of their dereliction, allowing the beings of the demon realm not only to manifest within Universe 7, but also to transport the time fragments that should never have crossed over. This could be attributed to Whis and Beerus. No, wait, it was clearly Lord Beerus's fault. It was not Whis' responsibility. While he bore the duty of monitoring Universe 7, he was unable to take action. Yes, all of this was indeed the fault of Lord Beerus. How about this? I shall pay a visit and see if I can resolve the issue. In this instance, personal intervention seemed necessary. Heavens, even the boss had to work overtime. Whis felt a surge of joy. Then, I am deeply grateful, Lady Kane. Ah, he could once again revel in his grilled delicacies. How splendid. While I am willing to address the matter, I kindly request that you, Mr. Whis, proceed ahead of me, for I still have numerous temporal issues to rectify. Came the response, akin to a thunderclap, causing Whis to yearn to cover his ears and pretend he hadn't heard. He did not wish to go. Was the Time Nest truly so short-staffed? Whis was perplexed, as one would expect the Time Nest to be brimming with adept individuals, albeit their skills were rather mediocre. In Whis' estimation, even the God of Destruction was somewhat average. He could incapacitate a God of Destruction with a mere flick of his hand. This underscored the disparity between angels and gods of destruction. Kane offered a wry smile. It is precisely because of your presence that we find ourselves in this predicament. Otherwise, I would currently be basking in the sun, rather than personally descending to clear the temporal fragments. Recently, the machinations of the demon realm have grown increasingly audacious, and the Time Nest finds itself lacking in critical elite combat power. If only we could annihilate the demon realm, it would be a permanent solution, but alas, the strength of the Time Nest is insufficient. Were it not for my ability to unleash the power of time, which instills a modicum of trepidation in those fiends, perhaps the demon realm would dare to launch a counteroffensive against the Time Nest. The disparity in elite combat prowess is simply too vast. So it is, then. I shall first stabilize the surrounding cosmic expanse. Lord Kane, I implore you to act swiftly. With tears in his eyes, Whis cast a glance at the roasted meat he had sealed away. It was a stroke of fortune that Lord Kane had consented to lend his assistance. Had Lord Kane chosen to disregard the matter entirely, Whis would have been compelled to remain in that place until Lord Beerus roused from slumber. The mere thought of such a fate filled the angel with despair. Of course, it is not that this creature is particularly difficult to vanquish, but rather that he cannot intervene himself. Very well, Mr. Whis. Let us proceed in that manner. Once I have resolved matters on my end, I shall join you. With that, Kane hastily terminated the video call, seemingly overwhelmed with pressing obligations. Alas, this truly is a predicament. Whis silently shook his head. There was no alternative. The angel's scepter delicately touched the ground, and the resplendent luminescence enveloped it instantaneously. The spatial teleportation technique is arguably the swiftest in the entire universe at such speed. Whis could reach that area in a mere 4 to 5 minutes. After a brief passage of time, Whis arrived at the designated region. The malevolent aura permeating the surroundings elicited an involuntary frown from him. With a gentle tap of his scepter upon the void, the previously crumpled fabric of cosmic space was instantaneously smoothed out, as if pressed by an iron. Concurrently, the devouring time-space fragments ceased their voracious consumption, and the sanguine emanations released were swiftly eradicated. Oh my, this is indeed astonishing. There are beings from the 7th universe who have been absorbed, yet remain alive. A glance revealed to Whis that Karochi and Ties were ensnared within this crystalline prison. After all, their imprints were in his possession, akin to a household register in Whis's care. Yet, he was powerless to extricate them. It was worth the wait for the arrival of the Kaioshin of time, Kane. What a surprise. One of them is a Saiyan. Has not the planet that displeased Lord Beerus already been annihilated? Whis pondered in astonishment, but as he sought to examine Karochi's information, he was thwarted by an overwhelming force. Before this power, Whis felt a tremor for the first time. This was a pressure that even the Omni King had never brought forth. Chapter 47, The Perished Planet. Oh my, this is truly remarkable. Beads of sweat appeared on Whis's brow, and his previously impassive demeanor was now fraught with alarm. What manner of existence could possibly conceal itself for the sake of a mere scion? Whis was greatly perplexed. Yet he was certain that this was the handiwork of some supreme entity from the future. This journey has indeed yielded unexpected rewards. A voice, laced with incredulity, echoed through the cosmic expanse, a phenomenon that should not have been possible in the vacuum of space. Yet, in the presence of an entity like Whis, such constraints seemed utterly inconsequential. Meanwhile, within the time-space fragments, Karochi remained oblivious to the arrival of a divine being, preoccupied with explaining the current situation to Ties. So, we are trapped in here? Ties gazed at Karochi in disbelief. When he mentioned that instant transmission was ineffective in this realm, despair had already taken root within her. This insufferable little brother was utterly useless at critical moments. What good is he? She would still have to manage his sustenance and comfort. Faced with Ties's disdainful gaze, Karochi could only manage a wry smile. It is all due to kids, instant transmission. What a wretched ability that is. I truly wish I could return it to Barunga. Is this even the genuine article? Surely, it cannot be a skill procured through a discount. To be deceived by such a farce has led to this most embarrassing predicament. Yet, I cannot say we are entirely trapped. As long as I grow sufficiently strong, we shall surely escape. It is merely a trivial crystal. Karochi remains unconvinced that he could not shatter it if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan 3. Although he had yet to achieve even a Super Saiyan transformation, it did not hinder his optimistic musings. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Karochi considered the Super Saiyan 3 form to be a mere trifling feat. Ties shot him a disdainful look. By the time Karochi could break free, they might very well have aged into oblivion. She had aspirations of becoming a writer of SF level, and she couldn't afford to return to Earth as a decrepit old woman. The SF society may no longer exist, evoking a sense of impending doom akin to the fall of the Qing dynasty. How long will we have to wait? Ties voiced her frustration. Aside from relying on this unreliable little brother, there were no other options. Karochi was momentarily at a loss. He seemed to be slightly less gifted than Son Goku. If given a decade or two, he might achieve Super Saiyan status. However, Karochi felt confident that the two of them would be able to escape soon enough. After all, this bizarre crystal was voraciously absorbing planets and cosmic energy, which would undoubtedly intervene. Of course, the prerequisite for their survival was that Beerus remained in slumber. Otherwise, a single destruction could send both him and Ties straight to the afterlife. Karochi harbored no concerns on this front. By his calculations, Beerus should have only just fallen asleep. Whis would likely not awaken Beerus over this matter. Perhaps, they might even fortuitously gain favor with Whis. A grin of delight spread across Karochi's face. What is that expression on your face? Are you feeling nauseous? Ties immediately distanced herself from Karochi, wary of what this insufferable brother might be contemplating. With such a peculiar grin, surely he could not be indulging in inappropriate thoughts in this situation? Ties felt a sense of unease. This ship hardly felt safe in such an isolated predicament. Is it truly that repulsive? Surely not. Yet, the most pressing matter remains finding a way out. They could not rely solely on Whis. What if he simply did not care? Sister Ties, let us search for an exit. Karochi had always felt that this place seemed familiar. Ties nodded in agreement. This approach was far more reliable than waiting for Karochi to grow stronger. First, we must ascertain precisely what kind of place this is. If we do not even know where we are, searching for a way out is akin to chasing phantoms. Karochi nodded in agreement. He believed he should know what that purple crystal was, but he simply could not recall. Blast it. He had mentally reviewed the Dragon Ball series from beginning to end and still could not identify it. Sister Ties, do you have any solutions? Karochi was completely out of his depth, watching Ties deftly operate the computer. In Karochi's mind, computers were merely tools for gaming and watching television. As for other functions, they served only to store study materials. Unfortunately, there were no mentors in this dragon world. Otherwise, he would certainly seek an autograph and a photo. This ship contains a cosmic star map. I need time to compare the existing stars. Ties replied while operating the controls. Would that be useful? Moreover, we are essentially confined within a cage, rather than teleported to some corner of the universe. Karochi yearned to interject, but surrendered upon seeing Ties so engrossed in her task. Well, it matters little. At present, there are no viable ideas. Whatever works will suffice. Approximately 2 or 3 hours later, Ties' exclamation drew Karochi's attention. Could it be that Sister Ties has truly discovered something? He hurriedly approached her. What is it? Sister Ties, have you found a clue? Surely, merely comparing a star map could not yield a breakthrough. That would make Karochi look rather foolish. Yet, it may not even qualify as a clue. This is the Eastern Galaxy. Ties furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with unease. Why does it feel as though we have encountered a ghost? Outside lies the Eastern Galaxy. And here we are in the Eastern Galaxy as well? Is this some kind of nested illusion? How could this possibly be the Eastern Galaxy? Karochi, in disbelief, pondered the enormity of that amethyst. Even if space were folded, how vast must it be to contain the Eastern Galaxy? Moreover, had they not been absorbed into this space while being in the Eastern Galaxy just moments prior? How could it possibly be the Eastern Galaxy again? Yet, upon comparing the star maps, everything aligned perfectly. Not only did Karochi doubt this revelation, but even she, uttering such words, felt a lack of conviction. How expansive is the Eastern Galaxy? She had a faint understanding of its magnitude. Yet now, being told that a mere small crystal could encapsulate it all seemed utterly fantastical. The two fell into an eerie silence. The situation increasingly resembled a scene from a horror film. Which planet is the closest? Karochi found it hard to believe that this strange place could be so uncanny. Tai, too, was taken aback by the bizarre circumstances before them and immediately began searching for answers. Eureka! It was a planet teeming with life. The presence of intelligent beings sparked joy in Tai. With sentient life, there was a possibility for communication. Even if they could not ascertain the nature of this bizarre locale, it was preferable to wandering the cosmos aimlessly. Moreover, with Karochi, a formidable warrior, by her side, Tai felt assured that they could confront any dangers. Believing that with his strength of 5 million, he could handle any threats that arose, so long as they did not encounter those of overwhelming power. Intelligent life. How splendid. Let us proceed to investigate. How far away is it? Karochi echoed her sentiments. This strange place felt eerily reminiscent of a horror movie scene. A sentiment fueled by his past experiences watching terrifying films, leaving him somewhat ill at ease with their current predicament. Tai calculated briefly. Due to the destruction of the curvature engine, their journey, which should have taken less than half a day, would now require 2 or 3 days. Frowning slightly, she lamented that they should not have resisted. Sometimes, it was better to lie still without loss. Who knows, it might have been more comfortable than this. 2 or 3 days were manageable. Karochi did not hesitate, as remaining here was not a solution. The ship began its journey toward the planet of Talia, and they were fortunate that the vessel was sturdy enough. Otherwise, it would have ceased functioning, casting them adrift in the cosmos long ago. As 2 or 3 days passed, Vis awaited the arrival of the time Kaishin, Kane. Long time no see, Mr. Vis. In the presence of the universe's angels, Kane adhered to the protocols of etiquette, gently raising her gown-like attire as she slightly bowed. Your Excellency, the time Kaishin, you are too kind. I truly appreciate your assistance this time. To be fair, it was he who had summoned her for this task. Moreover, whether it was the Kaishin or the Destroyer, they held a higher rank than the angels, albeit only in title. In terms of power, angels possessed overwhelming strength capable of easily overpowering destroyers, not to mention the Kaishins. The time Kaishin held a unique divine status, one that was not part of the universal hierarchy. She was not subject to the authority of the Omni King, nor could the Omni King's powers affect the time nest. However, the existence of the time nest relied on the timeline of the universe, establishing a mutually cooperative and amicable relationship. Let me take a look. Kane approached the purple crystal, astonished by the immense time-space fragment before her. How long has this been here? Kane gazed at Vis in shock. Such a large time-space fragment could not possibly be brought into the universe. It would be repelled by the laws governing existence. Vis felt a pang of discomfort. This was indeed his oversight. Well, it has probably been here for nearly half a year. Looking up at the stars, he mused. What a splendid day it is. This surely isn't my fault. It's all due to Lord Beerus's excessive slumber. All the responsibilities have fallen upon me, and he seldom fulfills his divine duties. Cain looked at Vis incredulously. Is it wise for you to be so lax? Won't this provoke the Grand Minister's displeasure? She found herself envying the divine beings across the universe, who spent their days in leisure, unlike her, who was bound to a grueling schedule in the time nest. Well, I suppose I should commence the cleanup. Cain resolved to first identify which segment of the timeline this fragment belonged to so she could amend the events that were meant to occur. Thus, the time-space fragment could be absorbed by the complete timeline, resulting in a thorough cleansing. This isn't part of the established timeline? Cain exclaimed, taken aback by the chaotic events occurring within it. Meanwhile, Karochi and Tai beheld the planet Talia. Karochi mechanically turned her head. Is this Talia? Wasn't it said to be a life planet? How does it appear so barren? The landscape resembled a desolate wasteland, devoid of water sources. How could this planet give rise to intelligent life? Chapter 48. The Tree of Spirit Fruits. The planet before them was utterly lifeless. With vast expanses of exposed yellow earth, lacking any trace of greenery, and not a drop of ocean in sight. This can't be right. Tai accessed the ship's database to retrieve images of Talia. In that moment, Karochi felt a pang of realization. The phenomenon of misleading imagery was not limited to his former life. It seemed to be a trend even in this Dragon Ball universe. The images depicted Talia as lush and vibrant, with countless forests and lakes, the land divided into 3 vast regions, surrounded by immense oceans. It appeared even more habitable than Earth, akin to a paradise on Earth. Yet, when compared to the barren reality before them, it felt as though a lie had been thrust into reality. Sister Tai, is there a possibility that we are merely in a place that resembles the Eastern Galaxy? Karochi cautiously inquired, as their clues had seemingly vanished, leaving their chances of escape uncertain. Tai, however, paid little heed to Karochi's query. Focused instead on the images on the screen, continuously comparing them. No, little Chi, this must indeed be the planet Talia. Look, the distribution of land matches perfectly with the data. Karochi leaned in closer. Is that so? How can you interpret such geographical maps, Tai? Karochi was utterly baffled, gazing at Tai with a mixture of amazement and confusion, feeling as though she had aced every exam while he had not even studied. To be fair, Tai has not attended school since she was 11. Was the foundation of education in the Dragon Ball world truly so lacking? How could Gohan turn out to be a scholar? Well, you don't need to understand all this. Just know that this planet is indeed Talia. Tai did not wish to put Karochi in a difficult position. After all, in her eyes, he had truly never received formal education. It was entirely reasonable for him to be unaware of such matters. She had completed all her studies by the age of 8. So what is the current situation? Karochi conceded, acknowledging that whatever a woman said was invariably correct, even if she were a girl. Tai did not respond immediately, as she continued her further investigations. Little Chi. Tai's voice trembled, as if she had uncovered something monumental. Karochi turned with curiosity. What is it? Have you discovered something, Sister Tai? As if her throat had been constricted, Karochi found herself momentarily speechless. Gulping slowly, she beheld a tree of gargantuan proportions on the planet Talia. A celestial body, twice the size of Earth. Even from the vast expanse of space, its branches and leaves were clearly visible. The sheer size was staggering. If one were to approach closely, it might be difficult to discern its true nature. The Tree of Spirit Fruits. Karochi exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief, trembling with excitement. This tree was legendary. Tai, equally astonished, turned to Karochi. Is this truly the Tree of Spirit Fruits? The very thing that Brother Frieza seeks. It's astonishingly immense. She had never anticipated the existence of such a thing, let alone its presence in this location. In that moment, Karochi finally grasped the entirety of the situation, including the amethyst that had drawn her in. That was, indeed, a fragment of time and space. This phenomenon had not appeared in the storyline, but was frequently encountered in the game Dragon Ball Xenoverse. This game has also been played by him, where one selects a race to create a character and embarks on a journey to rectify a series of altered histories back to their original timelines. But why does this phenomenon manifest throughout the universe? Is this not under the jurisdiction of the Time Nest? And what of those time patrollers? You are provoking the ire of the Omni King, who could obliterate you in an instant. Karochi was unaware that the Time Nest does not fall under the authority of the Omni King. Moreover, he has finally grasped why elements that do not belong to the official timeline appear in the contemporary Dragon Ball universe. This world itself was fabricated by those two entities from the demon realm. It has nothing to do with what is considered canonical or non-canonical. Should the galaxy within expand to the northern galaxy, the narrative of the movie Earth's conquest would inevitably unfold. Dallas, carrying seeds of the Spirit Tree's fruit, would arrive on Earth to thwart Goku's efforts. Of course, if the plot were to truly extend in that direction, it would certainly not culminate in Goku's victory, for this world has already been transformed. It will not adhere to the original narrative trajectory. At last, I comprehend why the disparity between Jiraiya and the records is so immense. Karochi inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Tais, however, was still perplexed, looking at Karochi with confusion. Why? What does this have to do with the spirit tree? The spirit tree bears fruits that enhance one's power and prolong life. In the universe, every force and gain comes at a price. Dear Sister Tais, perhaps you should ponder what nutrients sustain this tree. Karochi regarded the spirit tree with complexity, harboring a slight desire to claim it for himself. After all, the spirit fruit is indeed practical, yet it is exceedingly sinister. Could it be the life forms of the planet? Considering that Jiraiya was once a planet teeming with intelligent life, now reduced to this state. Coupled with the extraordinary size of the spirit tree, Karochi gradually nodded but soon shook his head. You are correct to an extent. It absorbs not only the beings of the planet. Everything, including the planet itself, serves as its sustenance. If Karochi were to plant this in the universe, even if he were not annihilated by the protagonists, he would likely be obliterated by Beerus. Tais gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide. How can such a malevolent plant exist in this universe? Such an abomination ought to be eradicated. Come, Sister Tais. Setting aside everything else, we must claim the fruits from this tree. Karochi, regaining his composure from the shock, resolved to destroy the tree but would not forsake his humanity for a mere fraction of power. However, surely the fruits could be harvested without destroying the tree? They are treasures. Tais struggled to keep pace with his thoughts. Shouldn't we destroy this tree? Such a bizarre and evil thing deserves to be exterminated. Tais scrutinized Karochi, concerned that her foolish brother might entertain thoughts unbefitting him. Perhaps he was contemplating sowing seeds of power throughout the universe. Sister Tais, what is that look in your eyes? The tree must be destroyed. Yet, the fruits are ripe. Would it not be a shame to annihilate them? Karochi wore an expression of reluctance to waste resources, leaning in closer to Tais with a mischievous grin. I have heard that consuming just one of these fruits not only significantly enhances one's power and extends life, but also bestows beauty and radiance. In that moment, Karochi resembled a devil, seeking to tempt Tais into damnation. Could she resist? As a paragon of virtue and a charming earth girl, of course. She could not. Really? Truly? Will I transform to resemble Rielberia? Tais was envious of Rielberia, whose skin was so flawless it seemed to glisten. Although Tais had blossomed into a graceful beauty herself, with skin that was delightfully rosy, she could not deny that she fell significantly short of Rielberia. Upon hearing Tais' request, Karochi felt it was somewhat excessive. Even if one were to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to wish upon the eternal dragon, it would respond, I cannot accomplish that. Close enough. Karochi wiped the sweat from his brow. While it was true that the spirit fruits could enhance beauty, they could not bring about a complete transformation. Then, what are we waiting for? Let us depart. Tais was eager to sample a fruit and test its effects. This is a benevolent lie. Foolish Tais cannot discern the reality. Comparing herself to those extraordinary beings is utterly meaningless. They epitomize perfection. One could scarcely find a flaw, exquisite as a doll. Karochi, however, found such perfection unappealing. Every human has imperfections. It is not that Karochi hesitated to speak in the presence of Rielberia that led him to such thoughts. This planet of Jiraiya must have been drained not long ago. Its atmosphere remains intact, save for the ground, which is entirely cracked. Upon entering the atmosphere, the enormous, twisting roots of the tree immediately came into view. The exposed roots alone were over 100 meters thick, hinting at the sheer magnitude of its trunk. Meanwhile, outside the crystal of time and space, Whis and the supreme Kai of time, Kane, were at a loss as to where to begin. This crystal does not belong to the canonical timeline. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to eliminate the malevolent presence within and return it to the time nest for sealing. After all, there are billions of life forms within. Direct annihilation would be catastrophic. Well then, Mr. Whis, I shall enter for a moment. To thoroughly purify the interior and then bring it back to the time nest, Kane said helplessly. Ordinarily, if this were the canonical timeline, such complications would be unnecessary. She could eliminate the malevolent aura from the exterior of the time crystal, and the forces of historical correction would drag it back to its original temporal trajectory. But now, it is different. This scenario is akin to a miniature world imitated by those beings from the demon realm, based on the galaxy. The original world line does not accept this fragment of time. Alas, this truly complicates matters for the supreme Kai of time. By the way, it appears my 2 little friends from this universe have been sucked inside. If possible, I kindly ask you to ensure their safe retrieval. Whis had not forgotten Karochi and Tais, though originally their fates were of no consequence. As the highest deities in the universe, They do not concern themselves with the lives of mortals. It is not that they are heartless, but rather their duties lie elsewhere. To illustrate, would you kill one to save 1,000? Deities like Whis and Beerus are responsible for the universe as a whole. Narrow definitions of good and evil are laughable to them. Chapter 49, The Fall of Dallas. Two mortals have been absorbed, but remain alive. The gravitational pull of the time fragments is quite substantial. Without significant power, one would be torn to atoms, becoming sustenance for its growth. Whis explained with a smile. One of them possesses considerable strength. In truth, had he not explored Karochi's past and encountered that incident, he would not have cared for the lives of two mortals. Besides, Karochi's meager strength is akin to that of an ordinary ant. At least, that is how Whis perceived it. Very well then, I have encountered someone capable of bringing them out. With that, he formed a hand seal, enveloping the supreme Kai of time, Cain, in a white, luminous aura. At that moment, the purple vortex of the time fragments opened once more, and the supreme Kai of time vanished from sight. At this juncture, on the planet Teraya, before the colossal spirit tree, stood a Saiyan resembling Goku. His tail swayed incessantly, and his excitement was undeniable. He gazed fervently at the magnificent behemoth before him. Splendid. All that remains is for the spirit tree at the top to bloom. The spirit fruits will then fully ripen. A sinister grin spread across Dallas's face as he envisioned his dominion over the universe. Once the spirit tree flowers, it will leave behind a seed as a means of self-propagation. To safeguard itself, the spirit fruits remain in an immature state until the flowers bloom. At this moment, Dallas was entirely oblivious to the presence of Karochi and Tais standing behind him. Oh, Shao-Chi, could that be your kin? Taisi inquired, her gaze fixed on Dales as his tail swayed excitedly. With a sense of astonishment, she turned to Karochi. Dales does not belong to the canon characters. He was created by the author to serve as a foil to Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong had not suffered that head injury, he would not be Sun Wukong, but rather Kakarot, akin to Dales in the present context. Thus, strictly speaking, Dales does not belong to Karochi's lineage. He is merely a humble construct. In a technical sense, he does not count. Of course, one could argue there is a slight connection, as he too can transform into a great ape, and, upon reaching a certain level of growth, can become a Super Saiyan. Rustle. The battle power scanner Dales wore on his face finally responded, but not due to Karochi. It was Taisi's, which revealed a power level of 1. Dales, disturbed from his focus, became visibly displeased. How dare something so foolish interrupt him at such a crucial moment when the spirit fruit was on the verge of ripening? He turned his gaze to Karochi and his companion, immediately captivated by the sight of Karochi. What is this? A Saiyan, and a mere child at that. Although Dales felt a sense of shame regarding his lowly warrior status, he could not help but mock the child of his own kind who lacked even immeasurable battle power. Conveniently, the ripening spirit tree still required some nutrients. A sinister smile crept across Dale's face. This planet had been thoroughly drained, and although it could fully mature with just a little more time, how could he waste the opportunity of readily available fertilizer? Ugh, the little one is repulsive, Taisi remarked, feeling disgusted by Dale's unsightly grin, turning her head away. Moments earlier, she had activated the spirit eye technique and realized that this fellow was nothing but a weakling, not a match for Karochi at all. Name, Dales. Race, Saiyan. Battle power, 130,000. Remark, the lowly warrior Dales has gained immense strength from the spirit fruit, which only the gods can consume. To be fair, Dales is not weak. His 130,000 surpasses King Vegeta by 1,000. As a low-tier warrior, he is remarkably strong. Who would have thought to encounter kin in this place? Dales approached Karochi, hands raised, regarding the two as entirely unworthy of his effort. TSK, I too did not expect to encounter a lowly warrior here. Karochi taunted, mocking the ancient creature's pretentiousness. Dales was infuriated. His most detested aspect was being labeled a low-tier warrior. You seek death. Dale's previously measured stride was disrupted as he exploded in rage, charging at Karochi. He intended to make this little brat regret his mockery. Without holding back, Dale swung a fist directly at Karochi's face. Would Karochi evade? He found that laughable. There was no need at all. Having trained to such a degree, dealing with a mere minion did not require any effort from him. In Dale's eyes, this wretched child had not even had time to react. Considering his battle power was so feeble that the scanner did not register him at all, the extent of his weakness was evident. Bang! Dale's fist made contact with Karochi, but to his astonishment, Karochi did not even flinch. The sound of cracking bones was not his. Dales clutched his left arm, howling in agony. That blow had struck him as if against an unyielding steel plate, twisting his arm at a bizarre angle. The intense pain contorted Dale's face into a grimace, and his howl echoed like that of a primitive beast. How infuriating! Who on earth are you? Dales, drenched in cold sweat, seemed to realize he had struck an iron wall. His opponent was far from the powerless weakling he had assumed. Instead, he was extraordinarily formidable. With a swift movement, Karochi appeared before Dales, gently raising his fist, which seemed entirely devoid of lethal intent. Bang! The moment it made contact with Dales, he was sent flying. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness, his nose completely crushed, crashing against the spirit tree and raising clouds of dust. Of course, there would be no instance of smoke without injury, for the disparity in their battle powers was substantial. Even though Karochi consciously controlled his strength, it was still beyond Dale's capacity to withstand. You ask who I am. Have you not seen? A Saiyan. Karochi replied, simultaneously gesturing to his brown tail behind him. Cough. Cough. How could I, of all people, be defeated by a mere child? Dales, propping himself against the tree, trembled as he stood up. Yet he stumbled immediately afterward. That seemingly light punch had indeed inflicted severe damage. TSK. Truly, just a low-tier warrior. Is this your strength? Karochi began to taunt, activating his villainous mode. Taisi, observing, could only roll her eyes in exasperation, pondering why her obnoxious brother had such a penchant for role-playing. Dale's eyes brimmed with fury, blood vessels pulsing with rage. He began gathering a peculiar sphere of energy in his hand. You wretched little brat. Relish your triumph now. You will meet your demise at my hands, he proclaimed, tossing the white sphere into the air. Artificial moon. In the canon, only those Saiyans with exceptional talent could master this, but within the context of the Saiyan extinction plan, it became a common skill among the Saiyan race. What is that? Taisi gazed puzzled at the white sphere in the sky, doubting whether the opponent had lost his sense of direction upon being struck. Karochi, fully aware of what it was, refrained from looking up and explained. This fool intends to transform into a great ape to enhance his power. Can he really transform? Taisi's interest piqued, her eyes fixated on Dale's without a flicker. Did Sister Taisi activate some strange attribute? And what is that expression of hers? As if observing a rare animal. Even though it's not herself transforming. Karochi felt slightly offended. At that moment, Dale's fixated on the moon he had conjured, blood trickling down his arm, without any sign of reaction. His pupils vanished, and his powerful heartbeat could be distinctly heard by Karochi and Taisi from a distance. Dale's body began to swell, and his hair erupted in wild growth. Amidst Taisi's exclamations, he transformed into a great ape, his crimson eyes fixated on Karochi. Oh, so you can transform like this? Taisi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She wondered if Karochi would also become a large gorilla in such a manner. In truth, Karochi could have interrupted Dale's transformation, but deemed it unnecessary. After all, he had one arm being grasped by Taisi and wished for her not to regard him with such a look reserved for observing rare creatures. It seems there are hardly any Saiyans left. Thus, I truly am. Ugh. I am not an animal. Dales thought to himself. His battle power has indeed increased tenfold. Taisi exclaimed, activating her spirit eye in astonishment. Name, Dales. Race, Saiyan. Battle power, 130,000. Battle power in great ape form, increased tenfold. Remark, do not let it crush you. Roar. Dales appeared to have lost all rationality. Yet he still gathered a purple energy wave directed at Karochi. The ground trembled under the immense power he now wielded. All right, Sister Taisi, you have seen enough. Let go. I shall handle him. Tormenting others is not my style. I merely enjoy scaring them. And aren't the villains in these stories always portrayed as utterly defeated by a trump card? The primary reason lies in the waves. Although he does not perceive himself as a villain. Taisi nodded and released her grip on Karochi's arm. Whoosh. Karochi vanished from sight just as Dales was about to unleash a purple shockwave from his massive maw. A hand appeared before his colossal mouth, forcefully pushing it back. Karochi shook his hand in disdain, feeling rather unclean due to the lack of dental hygiene from that creature. Chapter 50. The Fruits Ripen. The Sinner Who Disturbs Time and Space. The energy wave erupted from Dale's mouth, causing the giant ape to emit a pained roar. As the white smoke dissipated, the giant ape was revealed, blood pouring from its mouth, having lost a significant portion of its teeth from the blast. The giant ape knelt on the ground, covering its enormous mouth with both hands. TSK. It certainly looked quite painful. Karochi couldn't help but recall his past life experiences with toothaches. As the saying goes, a toothache is not a disease, but it can be deadly. He absent-mindedly touched his jaw, relieved that his current body was robust and free of such concerns. Well then, I shall kindly send you on your way. Karochi concentrated, forming a blue energy sphere in his left hand, roughly the size of a tennis ball, yet brimming with immense energy. Without hesitation, he hurled the energy sphere. Given Dale's giant ape form, it was an easy target. Boom. The energy sphere struck Dales, resulting in a colossal explosion that illuminated dozens of meters of space. The shockwave knocked Tai Si to the ground. Explosions create dust and debris, and as the smoke cleared, Dale's giant ape form was left battered and bruised. The entire body emitted a charred scent, akin to medium-rare meat. Having lost all sense of Dale's aura, Karochi gazed at the figure sprawled in the deep crater. Within the pit lay several roots of the spiritual fruit tree, severed by Karochi's energy sphere, impressively thick. These roots seemed almost sentient, sprouting new shoots that ensnared Dale's tightly, even embedding themselves into his flesh, sending shivers down Karochi's spine. In mere moments, the giant ape's colossal body was reduced to nothing, not even bones remaining. Karochi wiped the virtual sweat from his brow, reminiscent of a horror film he had watched in his previous life. "Hey, Shao-Chi, how's it going?" Tai Si called out, noticing Karochi hovering in the air. This insufferable brother had failed to consider her safety, creating such a powerful explosion so close to her that she had fallen and was now nursing her sore backside. "How's it going?" Marvelous. He has transformed into fertilizer, leaving no waste behind. This spiritual fruit tree is indeed peculiar." Karochi descended slowly. "Rest assured, Sister Tai Si, it has been dealt with." There was no need for Tai Si to witness the gruesome scene. Although the physical form was gone, the roots had taken the shape of a giant ape, lying there grotesquely. It was rather unsettling. Well then, I never expected to witness your transformation as Saiyans. Quite splendid indeed. I can add some new lore." Tai Si expressed her excitement, her eyes gleaming as she began to jot down notes. Karochi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seemed the Saiyan race might become quite renowned on Earth. Just then, the flower buds atop the spiritual tree appeared to be on the verge of bursting. Karochi had been monitoring the tree since encountering Dale's and hearing his words. "Sister Tai Si, please wait here for a moment." With that, Karochi activated spatial movement, reappearing atop the tree in an instant. Spatial movement was not the same as instantaneous movement. It was a skill evolved from spatial techniques, allowing for short-distance spatial jumps. Tremendously useful. The flower buds at the tree's summit exhibited an eerie purplish-red hue, seemingly ready to bloom. The life force of an entire planet sustaining it. A complex expression crossed Karochi's face. Although he had not planted it himself, he was ultimately intercepting it. He had effectively killed this Talshea planet, as it was nourished by the essence of the entire planet. Despite his noble intentions to destroy it, he briefly entertained the thought of claiming it for himself. He had harbored such notions aboard the spaceship. After all, one must look out for oneself, lest they face dire consequences. He even concocted a rationale that he was merely overseeing it, but soon found clarity in his thoughts. His path would not be paved by such dark methods. Power obtained through such means was utterly meaningless. Just then, the flower bud seemed unable to contain itself any longer and burst forth, scattering pink pollen into the air. In its center lay a seed the size of a pea. Karochi frowned at the swirling pollen, swiftly gathering it all with a wave of his right arm, obliterating it with a single energy sphere. Although the plot dictated that Dales had cultivated the spiritual fruit tree from the seed nestled in the flower bud, Karochi wished to leave no possibility behind. After all, countless plants propagate through pollen. He seized the seed, grasping it in his hand. Who would have thought that a mere seed could lead to the complete demise of a life-giving planet? Karochi was filled with awe at this extraordinary plant. Without hesitation, he crushed it and followed up with an energy sphere, reducing it to ash. Meanwhile, the thousands of originally bluish-purple fruits on the spiritual tree transformed into a striking crimson, covered in strange protrusions that were quite unsettling to behold. Karochi once more utilized spatial movement, returning to Tai Si's side. His sudden appearance startled Tai Si, as one would be surprised to find a living person materializing beside them. Tai Si, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Next time, please don't appear so suddenly. It's quite frightening." "Huh, is that so? I thought it looked rather cool." In his previous life, he had seen many anime featuring spatial jumps that were quite impressive. Among them, the legendary beast Hypogeddon, whose instantaneous movement was nothing short of spectacular. All right. Sister Tai Si, I have completely destroyed the seed of the spiritual fruit tree." Karochi smiled sheepishly. Tai Si gazed at the enormous tree, contemplating how long it would take her and Karochi to collect the fruits. How are we supposed to harvest these spiritual fruits? With such a vast area, gathering them one by one might take half a year. Tai Si lamented. There is no need for you to worry, Sister Tai Si. Just watch my technique." Karochi grinned confidently, snapping his fingers. Snap! A crisp sound echoed, and amidst Tai Si's bewildered gaze, purple vortices appeared next to each spiritual fruit, directly absorbing thousands of them. "Wow, you have quite the trick up your sleeve, little brother," Tai Si exclaimed, astonished. This spatial ability truly allowed Karochi to shine. Karochi reveled in his impressive display. He had to admit, this spatial ability was indeed an excellent tool for showmanship. Simultaneously, he extended his right hand, opening a purple vortex from which a single spiritual fruit fell. Oh dear, how unsightly. This thing really can enhance beauty? Tai Si grimaced at the spiritual fruit, noting that its appearance was far from appealing. Especially those protrusions, they were rather discomforting. Karochi couldn't help but chuckle. Why was she so preoccupied with its potential cosmetic benefits? In Earth's domination, Dales had arrived on Earth with a combat power exceeding 20,000, while Sun Wukong hovered around 30,000. Yet, after consuming a single spiritual fruit, Dale's power soared, surpassing even Wukong's tenfold Kaioken. Mind you, Wukong's power had exceeded 300,000 at that point, making Dale's leap from such a modest fruit utterly inconceivable. Even though Tai Si exhibits little interest in enhancing her abilities, she should certainly contemplate the longevity-inducing properties of this spiritual fruit. Why is she so fixated on beauty and aesthetics? After all, she is merely 15, not yet 16, still in the throes of development. What is the obsession with such trivialities? Karochi cannot fathom Tai Si's line of thinking, especially when she even expresses disdain for the appearance of the spiritual fruit. This is a fruit meant solely for the divine. They do not disdain her mortal status, yet she dares to criticize its looks. Karochi laments for the spiritual fruit. Is that not the tree of spiritual fruit? How could it possibly be here? The Kaishin of time has arrived at the planet Talia, gazing in astonishment at the colossal spiritual fruit tree. This unique plant can only be cultivated on divine planets. Planting it on mortal realms could lead to unpredictable consequences. The devastation of this already dead planet serves as a testament to those repercussions. Cain turns to Karochi and notices the spiritual fruit in his hands. She furrows her brow, recognizing that this Saiyan seems somewhat familiar. Moreover, did they cultivate this spiritual fruit tree? That seems unlikely. These two must be the inhabitants of the seventh universe as mentioned by Mr. Whis. Wait, this Saiyan has actually mastered a unique secret technique that allows him to completely conceal his aura. Cain is taken aback. After all, Saions are known for their brutish nature, akin to the Earth's groundhogs, solely focused on brawling. Who would have expected such an anomaly? Yet, it dawns on Cain why this Saiyan feels familiar. It is this little brat who caused the temporal rift. Cain is utterly distraught, her small frame trembling with fury. This very individual, who should not have survived, has miraculously endured, resulting in a timeline both with and without him. He is the root cause of her struggles as the Kaishin of time, and here he is, blissfully flirting while she seethes with anger. Cain feels an urge to kick him squarely in the face with her size 38 foot, laughing at him. You, the instigator of temporal chaos, dare to smile. However, as the Kaishin, she cannot act on such impulses. Time and space inherently possess elements of chance and uncertainty. She cannot unjustly blame a child striving for survival for this predicament. An aura of malevolence approaches. Cain detects a sinister presence drawing near. Its essence decayed yet immensely powerful. Naturally, in comparison to her as the Kaishin of time, it is nothing to be concerned about. This will serve as a lesson. Cain mutters with resentment as she fades into the void, intending to teach this time-disturbing culprit a lesson while also venting her frustration. Chapter 51. The Arrival of Evil, the Super Namekian Slag. At this moment, a spaceship hurtles towards Talia, its speed having reached the limits of its structural integrity. In the central seat of the ship sits a Namekian, impatience etched across his face as he incessantly taps his hands together. How much longer? The Namekian, seated like royalty, voices his anxiety, causing the high-ranking officials standing behind him, including Doladebo, to feel a tightening in their chests. The alien piloting the ship stammers, report. King Slag, we will arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Can't we go any faster? The combat power readings detected earlier have left him feeling uneasy, not out of fear of a formidable foe, but from the dread of having his precious spiritual fruit stolen. Slag has entered his twilight years, and his sole desire now is to retain his youth. The spiritual fruit is precisely what he needs, hence his urgency. Your Majesty, this is already the fastest speed the ship can achieve. Any further acceleration could lead to disintegration before we arrive. The trembling alien responds. Though Slag is a Namekian, he, too, lacks the capacity to survive in the void of space. If the ship were to fall apart, he would meet his end alongside it. What was that alarming reading from the combat power detector earlier? Slag's tone turns frigid. They were too far away to accurately gauge the fluctuations in power before. But now it is different. Your Majesty, there is one combat power reading that has fluctuated from 130,000 to 130,000. Before he can finish, Slag seizes the alien and crushes his skull, purple liquid oozing down his fingers. Discarding the remains, he muses about the tenfold increase. How much of his spiritual fruit must this worthless insect have consumed? These wretched ants dare to squander his precious fruit. He will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. A powerful, decaying aura fills the spaceship, causing Slag's subordinates to shudder in fear. Even Doladebo, Mitomega, and Angela tremble in his presence. The three boast formidable combat powers, each around 600,000 to 700,000, yet to Slag, they are no more than ants. Despite his age, they remain inadequate to challenge him. Full speed ahead. Slag, unable to survive in the cosmos, has no choice but to issue this command. Meanwhile, Karochi on Talia is yet to sense Slag's presence. As the distance remains considerable, it would be difficult to detect without careful scrutiny. He is still engrossed in explaining the spiritual fruit to Tai Si. To be honest, should Tai Si consume this fruit, she could potentially dominate Earth for a prolonged period. If it were to elevate her power beyond 300,000, she could reign supreme until Sun Wukong returns from Namek. By then, Raditz would likely not utter that infamous line about someone possessing a combat power of merely 5. The detector might just explode, prompting a hasty escape from Earth. Tai Si, don't let its unappealing appearance fool you. Its effects are far more potent than one might imagine, Karochi says, somewhat exasperated. As Tai Si resolutely rejects the fruit simply due to its looks, Tai Si remains unmoved. It appears too grotesque for her to even consider consuming. Sai, just watch. I'll eat it for you, Karochi declares, taking a big bite. To his surprise, it is deliciously sweet and remarkably crunchy, containing 8 times the nutrition of beef. A warm surge courses through his body, revitalizing every cell. He feels an overwhelming sense of comfort, almost wanting to moan in delight. Karochi joyously discovers that while the fruit provides limited enhancement to his combat power, it seems to possess remarkable efficacy in breaking through his cultivation bottleneck. He has advanced forward by half a step. This revelation fills him with exhilaration. If he consumes several more, he might break free from his current limitations. Wow, little Chi, you were right. Your skin appears fairer and much more hydrated. Tai Si exclaims, astonished by the drastic transformation in Karochi's appearance, utterly surprised by the fruit's significant impact. Karochi is at a loss for words. He is still reveling in his newfound progress, yet Tai Si seems solely focused on superficial changes. This leaves him feeling both amused and exasperated. The true potency of the spiritual fruit can only be appreciated by those who have tasted it. So, Tai Si, do you believe me now? Karochi smacks his lips, acknowledging that the fruit is indeed extraordinary. Its sweet flavor lingers tantalizingly, evoking fond memories of the ginseng fruit tree from Journey to the West. How remarkably similar. Previously, he dismissed the tales of countless infants serving as nourishment beneath the ginseng fruit tree, yet now, he cannot help but ponder the truth behind those stories. Tai Si nodded repeatedly while inquiring, how many fruits have you collected? Over 50,000, Karochi replied, having roughly estimated the number of spiritual fruits in his space. Among them were 4 or 5 jars containing celestial beans obtained from the cat sage, which made him realize just how affluent his resources were. Although he seldom used the celestial beans, after all, he had hardly faced any grueling battles. If any encounter could be deemed a fierce struggle, it would certainly be that instance with the Etai Wonder, which had directly replicated him. Had it not been for Tai Si's timely assistance, he might have met his end then and there. Subsequent confrontations with the Jinyu force hardly qualified as challenging battles. Jinyu, in particular, morphed into a masochistic fiend, rendering Karochi's attempts to find a worthy opponent for sparring utterly tedious. With Karochi having undergone potential development from the Namekian Elder and training on Yardrat, he experienced a significant surge in power, making the mecha troops he encountered mere child's play, utterly incapable of posing a challenge. Consequently, the celestial beans, those miraculous healing herbs, had accumulated dust, left unused. Quickly, I want to eat one too. Tai Si, no longer concerned about the appearance of the spiritual fruits, exclaimed, laughing at the irony that even lipstick was derived from the remains of cochineal insects. As long as it was effective, who would mind such trivialities? All right, Sister Tai Si. Just as Karochi was about to retrieve a spiritual fruit, he suddenly froze in place. What was that? He sensed a terrifying aura, malevolent and decayed, its overwhelming density sending shivers down his spine. It was a deep, dark presence, akin to an abyss that seemed bottomless. This was the most sinister and terrifying sensation Karochi had ever felt. Previously, his experience with Kvelra had been merely through a screen, lacking the immediacy of the situation. Noticing Karochi's frozen demeanor and the beads of sweat forming on his brow, Tai Si looked perplexed. Xiao Qi, what's wrong? Why do you look so terrified just for taking out a fruit? Sister Tai Si, you must run. In that moment, Karochi, despite his confidence, faltered. His instant transmission was utterly useless in this fragmented space-time. The opponent was formidable, and that overwhelmingly evil aura indicated they were certainly not benevolent. The nauseating stench of decay left Karochi feeling suffocated. What? Why do you suddenly want me to run? What are you talking about? Tai-Si found it difficult to comprehend her younger brother's abrupt and unfounded panic. Gulp. There's an evil presence approaching, and they're incredibly strong. I can't be certain I can contend with them. Karochi swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the direction of the slag spaceship. There it was, though still a distance away. The terrifying essence of darkness emanated from it. Even if he were to employ his trump card, he dared not claim any chance of victory. An ominous figure? Tai-Si gasped, alarmed. If even Karochi, with his astounding battle power of 3.5 million, deemed the opponent formidable and suggested he might not be able to match them. Who on earth could this adversary be? Karochi's gaze remained unwavering as he nodded. The enemy's ship was drawing closer at a rapid pace. At this rate, they would breach the atmosphere of Tarlina within 2 to 3 minutes. Besides that terrifying aura, several other powerful presences were approaching. If a confrontation ensued, he feared he might not be able to protect Sister Tai-Si. The other auras were relatively average, ones he could easily handle. But the strongest presence exuded a palpable sense of oppression. Too strong. Karochi's hands trembled, not solely from fear, but also from the thrill of encountering a worthy opponent. This was not merely his own emotion, but rather an instinctive reaction from his Saiyan body, which seemed to crave battle. Internally, Karochi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Why was such a powerful entity present in this desolate place? But where could he possibly run? Tai-Si felt helpless. This planet was barren, resembling a vast desert, leaving her with no escape route. Karochi shifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. Everywhere seemed perilous. If only Tai-Si could remain safe in space as before. At that moment, a peculiar glow enveloped Tai-Si, leaving both her and Karochi in bewilderment. What is happening? Leave everything to me, you disruptor of time and space. Just get ready to face the consequences, a cool, feminine voice echoed in Karochi's ears, laced with an undercurrent of irritation. Shao-Chi, Tai-Si cried out in alarm. Although the light surrounding her was gentle, she maintained a sense of reverence for the unknown, especially after Karochi's warning about an impending strong foe. Little girl, do not fear, I will protect you. The same voice reached Tai-Si, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Karochi was left stunned. Oh my god, was his identity as a time traveler about to be revealed? The instigator of this temporal chaos? Indeed. It seemed so. In Dragon Ball Z, just hours before Goku defeated Frieza and returned to Earth after training on Yardrat, the future Trunks had traveled back in time aboard a time machine, aiming to alter the timeline and prevent the tragic events surrounding the androids from occurring again. However, time travel was forbidden, resulting in a temporal rift. This led to the emergence of a grand alternate universe and a world resembling the original narrative, where past events were immutable. His arrival, which had saved the seemingly doomed Karochi, had inadvertently caused the timeline to fracture once more. The original world was thus the root of this divergence. Could it be that the time patrollers had come for him? Karochi wiped the sweat from his brow, instinctively ignoring the impending aura of the slag as it entered Tarlina's atmosphere. After all, no matter how powerful slag was, he could still put up a fight. But if he caught the attention of the time nest, that would be the end. Having played Dragon Ball Xenoverse, he was acutely aware of the terrifying might of the Kai of Time, who operated beyond the jurisdiction of the entire universe. In his previous life, he had even researched the Kai of Time, Cain, whose adult form was predicted to rival that of the angels. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. And Karochi couldn't help but sigh. However, he felt no profound sorrow, judging by the tone and actions of the entity. It seemed they merely wished for him to face some adversity. They likely had no intention of obliterating him as an aberration. Regaining his composure, Karochi redirected his focus to the slag, which had now breached the atmosphere. They were formidable, especially with several capable subordinates accompanying them. Given that his own strength fell short of theirs, it was paramount that he reduce their numbers as much as possible. Ah! With a roar that resonated through the air, Karochi unleashed a surge of golden energy, his previously erect hair standing even more upright, enveloped in a golden aura tinged with crimson. The terrifying pressure flattened the terrain for miles around. Oh, this Saiyan truly possesses remarkable prowess. He is not far from attaining Super Saiyan status. In a peculiar dimension, the Kai of Time sat gracefully in the void, observing the unfolding events as though watching a television screen. Beside her stood a visibly flustered Tai-Si, who stammered, excuse me. Oh, my apologies for startling you. I am Cain, the Kai of Time, here to address this fragment of time and space. Ah, the wretched 996 lifestyle. All the misfortune brought upon by those wretched beings on the screen. Time Lord. Greetings, I am Tais. Though I am unaware of what kind of deity you are, It certainly sounds far more impressive than the gods of Earth. Moreover, this extraordinary ability coupled with such enviable grace instills in Tai's a sense of the divine, a feeling entirely absent in the earthly deities. Oh, greetings. Come, come. Let us take a look together. Cain extended his hand, lifting Tai's to be parallel with himself, presenting a fruit platter, a scene that left Tai's both amused and bewildered. Yet, upon beholding the peculiar posture of Karochi on the screen, she could not help but be astonished. Are you truly surprised? This is the Super Saiyan transformation. He is not far from achieving the true form. The most crucial detail is that this lad has also trained in the realm of dimensions, significantly reducing the burden of this transformation. Observing Tai's expression, Cain smiled gently, his demeanor warm and inviting. Although somewhat shorter in stature, his voice resonated with a motherly quality that captivated Tai's. The Super Saiyan transformation? Tai's was perplexed, as Karochi had never displayed such prowess before her. It was only at the moment of being absorbed by this fragment of time and space that Karochi unleashed this power, and Tai's had been unconscious, completely unaware of it. Would you care for a fruit? Cain offered grapes while encouraging Tai's to join him. Ah, that seems rather inappropriate. My annoying little brother is out there struggling while I indulge here. Yet these fruits appeared remarkably delectable. These are no ordinary fruits, you know. While they may not enhance power like spiritual fruits, they do promote longevity and beauty. Clearly, Cain had eavesdropped on the conversation between Karochi and Tai's without missing a word. Well then, I shall not hold back. These fruits are far more appealing than those pitiful spiritual fruits, which even dogs would turn their noses up at. Upon tasting a grape, Tai's immediately felt its wondrous effects. A warm current enveloped her entire being, an extraordinary sensation. She did not forget to bestow a spiritual secret technique upon her troublesome brother Karochi. Name, Karochi. Race, Saiyan. Combat power, 70 million. Normal state 3. 5 million. Super Saiyan state enhances power by 20 times. Remark, Saiyans who have trained in the realm of dimensions can fully master the Super Saiyan transformation. 70 million? Tai's gasped, astonished at her brother's newfound strength, completely oblivious to it until now. The strongest being she had encountered so far was Kfila, whose normal state was 1.5 billion. Oh, the secret technique of Planet Vegeta. Cain, witnessing this development, also expressed surprise, for Tai's was merely an ordinary earthling who had somehow mastered such an arcane skill, truly astonishing. Do you know of Planet Vegeta? Faced with such divine presence, Tai's felt somewhat intimidated. The overwhelming aura of a higher deity made her anxious. Cain, with a knowing expression, replied, of course, Vegeta is indeed a rather mysterious planet. It harbors many powerful secret techniques. Subsequently, Tai's did not forget to inquire about the formidable enemy her brother had mentioned. Do you know who the adversary coming to this Tarshar planet is? She was genuinely concerned for her younger brother, adamant that she had never insulted him as a dog. Naturally, it is an evil Namekian, quite powerful, but alas, has strayed down a dark path. If he were aligned with the forces of good, I could have brought him out of this shattered realm to serve me, alleviating the manpower shortage in the time nest. Unfortunately, he is likely the malevolent entity I must eliminate within this fragment of time and space. Oh, a Namekian? Tai's was taken aback, realizing they belonged to the same race as the deities. Ah, you are familiar with Namekians? Cain's interest was piqued, and he began conversing with her, sharing some insights about the time nest. Tai's diligently recorded these details, while as for Karochi, well, who was he again? No matter, it slipped her mind. At that moment, Karochi, completely oblivious to Tai's disregard, was focused on gathering energy. Blue specks of light coalesced around his wrists. After 2.5 years, he unleashed the atomic key wave, charging it up until it reached a critical point, then aimed it directly at Shrag's spaceship. The ground buckled beneath the immense recoil, creating a vast crater as countless debris was drawn into the vortex. Meanwhile, alarms blared aboard Shrag's vessel, signaling the imminent threat of such colossal energy. What is happening? The crew, having focused solely on the spiritual fruit tree, failed to notice Karochi below, leaving them utterly bewildered. An alien at the control panel quickly pulled up the footage, only to realize it was far too late. The robust energy wave surged toward them with unstoppable force. The crew was left paralyzed with fear. Even Shrag himself was taken aback. After all, taking a direct hit from such a force would likely leave him incapacitated. Regaining his composure, Shrag wasted no time. Leaping from his throne and dashing out of the spaceship, having never considered sacrificing his subordinates to shield himself from the impending attack. He had no confidence in withstanding such a powerful wave unscathed. Great Lord! Save me, Great Lord! Cries of desperation echoed. But before they could utter another word, the energy wave struck the spaceship. Boom! It pierced through without any hindrance, reducing the entire vessel to ashes. leaving the ordinary crew and elite officers entirely vanished without a trace. Who on earth is this person? Wasn't their battle power only 130,000? Shrag stared at the devastation wrought by the energy wave. Shaken, had he hesitated for even a second, he would have been gravely injured. Could such destruction be the work of a mere insect with a battle power of 130,000? What kind of foul creature is this? How many of my precious spiritual fruits have they consumed? Shrag lamented, heartbroken over the loss of his treasures. Although he had no idea how formidable his opponent truly was, he was certain that their strength stemmed from the consumption of his spiritual fruits, which had rendered them so powerful. Damn insect! I shall ensure that they suffer beyond compare to quench my resentment. Nevertheless, the overwhelming potency of the spiritual fruits astonished him, allowing someone with merely 130,000 power to escalate to such strength in mere minutes. Shrag licked his lips. The spiritual tree fruits truly are a rare treasure. After all, his detector could not register Karochi's true combat power, mistakenly believing that the one with 130,000 battle power, Dales, was indeed Karochi, who had become so strong through the fruits. If Karochi were aware, he would certainly cry out in indignation. He had only consumed one fruit. And how had it become associated with Shrag? Just because you're green doesn't mean you're exceptional. Chapter 53, The Mighty Shrag. TCH. Did they manage to escape? Karochi clicked his tongue in frustration, having initially intended to inflict some damage. He even fantasized that this fully charged atomic key wave could eliminate the opponent. Though formidable, even in his Super Saiyan state, he still felt inferior to the adversary. However, at a certain level of power, as long as one could breach defenses, one possessed the capacity to deliver a decisive blow. Moreover, while his opponent was stronger, it was not to the extent of overwhelming him entirely. Under the circumstances, Karochi was poised for an unexpected victory. Additionally, having transformed, Karochi exuded a newfound intensity, his gaze and aura sharper than before. There exists a profound sense of disconnection from others, particularly within the alternate realm where Thais experiences this sentiment. Meanwhile, high above, Slag has also taken note of the figure on the ground. Karochi, after all, that golden aura is hard to overlook. Hybrid, prepare to meet your demise. Slag seethes, his teeth clenched as he charges towards Karochi, unleashing a torrent of energy. As the distance between them diminishes, Karochi finally discerns the identity of his assailant. What the hell? Slag? Karochi is taken aback, never anticipating that it would be Slag. This antagonist, who made his debut in the theatrical release Super Saiyan Goku, is reputed to be exceptionally formidable, with the king of the universe proclaiming him stronger than both Frieza and Super Saiyan. However, Karochi does not share this belief, and in reality, Slag's prowess is indeed not as formidable as depicted by the king. Frieza's battle power is a staggering 1.2 billion, while Goku's Super Saiyan form boasts a power level of 1.5 billion. Either of them would easily annihilate this Super Namekian before him. Through his sixth sense, Karochi perceives that Slag's battle power is a mere 75 million, suffused with a viscous aura of malevolence, indicative of one destined for hell. Having wrought untold slaughter, countless planets have perished and billions of lives have been extinguished at his hands. Such a fate guarantees judgment from the king of hell, condemning him to endure the tortures of the 18 layers of hell. As Slag bellows and charges at him, Karochi prepares to counterattack. A Saiyan, Slag, having traversed the cosmos for years, possesses a smattering of universal knowledge, even in this fragmented world. Wasn't their race annihilated by Frieza? However, regardless of the opponent's identity, anyone who consumes his spiritual fruit must perish. Cloaked in an aura of wickedness, he surges forth with unparalleled ferocity. Karochi snaps back to reality, his own energy surging. A fierce explosion of power erupts. Slag is upon him in an instant, his fist crashing towards Karochi. The overwhelming force makes Karochi's heart skip a beat. Yet without a moment's hesitation, he retaliates with a punch of his own. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfs the earth, stripping away layers of soil and creating countless fissures and ravines. Even the distant spiritual fruit trees tremble in response. A figure is propelled from the epicenter of the blast. It is Karochi. He coughs up a mouthful of clotted blood, despite Slag's decayed energy. The 5 million advantage in battle power proves insurmountable for Karochi. That punch nearly shattered his arm. Little Chi. In the alternate space, Thais gasps in shock, utterly unprepared for the lopsided turn of events. In mere moments, Karochi has sustained injuries. Kane observes this spectacle with immense satisfaction, relishing the irony of the situation. This is your comeuppance for making me work overtime. Were it not for Thais's presence, Kane might have laughed aloud. Thais, witnessing the situation unfold, is at a loss for words, perplexed by the divine being's demeanor. How could a god behave in such a manner? Unbeknownst to Thais, Kane's reluctance to intervene on Karochi's behalf is already a testament to her affection. Thais is astonished to learn that Karochi's battle power has reached 70 million. Just how formidable is this Namekian? She wonders, casting forth her spiritual eye. Name, Slag. Race, Namekian. Battle power, 75 million. Remarks, an evil Namekian responsible for countless acts of slaughter. 75 million? This Namekian is astonishingly powerful. Tais's heart races as she finally comprehends why Karochi urged her to flee. A single exchange of blows could have easily claimed her life. Thais casts a worried glance at Kane, seeking assistance from the deity, but unsure how to articulate her plea. Don't look at me like that, little girl. You may not know, but Saiyans are a warrior race, and their strengths are closely matched. Eating fruit, Kane coldly evades Tais's gaze, thinking, it's a miracle I haven't smacked him down yet. I've been quite magnanimous. With the workload at the time, Nest doubled, and no compensation in sight. Even the owner lacks proper benefits. That little chi. Tais's expression betrays her concern as she watches Karochi being flung back. They have been companions for 4 or 5 years. Akin to family. Despite her complaints, she cannot help but worry when he is in danger. Fear not. I will intervene if he truly cannot withstand it. Kane has already decided to utilize Karochi as her laborer, envisioning that the fragmented world within the second dimension of the time Nest will be his to manage. As for whether it will be similar, how could it be? We are not a heartless corporation. We will ensure he has 3 meals a day. He just needs to cover his own expenses. In the midst of battle, Karochi remains oblivious to the label of a laborer that has been affixed to him. He barely extricates himself from the rubble, his right arm trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Damn it, I never anticipated such a significant setback from a direct confrontation. Spitting out the blood he has coughed up, he wipes his mouth. At that moment, Slag, still reeling from the collision that created the crater, is equally astonished. Are Saiyans truly that strong? Aren't those wild monkeys supposed to possess only a power level of around 10 to 80,000? It appears the opponent has consumed an abundance of spiritual fruit. With this thought, Slag is consumed by an overwhelming surge of murderous intent that fills the surrounding space. The palpable aura of dread sends chills down Karochi's spine, his hair standing on end. He cannot help but wonder if this old fool has lost his mind. Such rage. Slag strides forth from the depths of the pit, his fury threatening to overflow. How many of my spiritual fruits did you consume? His voice trembles with barely contained wrath. What are you talking about? I only ate 1. And what do you mean by my spiritual fruit? You're the one being shameless. This was supposed to be fertilizer for Dales. Coughing, Karochi brazenly concocts a tale. I just indulged. You ate them all. Slag gapes incredulously at Karochi, his face turning an unhealthy shade of green. It makes sense that Saiyans could not be so powerful. Only extensive consumption of spiritual fruit could yield such battle power. You shall perish. Slag grits out, each word dripping with icy malice that sends shivers down Karochi's spine, even from a distance. Damn it. Is this old man truly losing his mind? I should have thought twice before provoking him. In a flash, Slag vanishes from Karochi's line of sight, truly losing his target this time. So fast. Karochi's pupils constrict as he struggles to sense Slag's aura, his eyes unable to keep up. He is behind me. Just as he turns, Slag's fist is already hurtling towards his head, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Karochi realizes it is too late to react, crossing his arms to shield his skull. Boom. Karochi is sent hurtling away, the immense force leaving his arms numb. Yet before he can touch the ground, Slag has already closed the distance. You're quite perceptive, but alas. I am stronger. Die. Slag, devoid of combat etiquette, opens his mouth wide, gathering energy for a ki blast. Damn it, this old fool has no sense of hygiene. Karochi feels a wave of nausea wash over him. Seriously, to unleash a ki blast at such close range? Overwhelmed and disgusted, Karochi disregards his pain and thrusts his palms against his chest, invoking the atomic ki blast to counter the oncoming attack, resulting in both being caught in the explosive force. Slag is sent flying back, carving a long furrow in the ground. In truth, he had not sustained any significant injuries. It was merely the expression of sheer astonishment that adorned Karochi's face. The extent of Slag's adaptability and response exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Logically, one would assume that consuming the spirit fruit to enhance one's power would require an adaptation period. Otherwise, it would be impossible to harness equivalent combat prowess. Could it be that the spirit fruit possessed such extraordinary potency that it enabled one to instantly command newfound strength? The more he pondered this, the more Slag's murderous intent became increasingly difficult to suppress. Karochi found himself in dire straits, having been hurled to the ground. Crushed between the overwhelming force of energy and the earth itself, this inflicted severe injuries upon him, nearly incapacitating both arms. His body rebounded several times against the ground before finally crashing down, and with that single impact, Karochi had completely lost the ability to fight. He could no longer engage in battle. As he assessed his injuries, a bitter smile crept across his face. Meanwhile, in the alternate dimension, Kane had already resolved to rise and intervene, for Ties had been pleading with her since the moment Karochi was struck. What has he consumed? Just as Kane was about to voice her intention to step in, she witnessed Karochi ingesting a bean-like object. Instantly, not only were his injuries healed, but his energy also returned to a state of equilibrium. The Mimikyu Super Saiyan form, which he had previously been forced to abandon due to his heavy injuries, was once again at his disposal. Observing this spectacle, Ties slapped her forehead, exclaiming how her troublesome brother would have been better off lying still. What was the point of consuming such a wretched being? Chapter 54. Isn't lying down better? Now, with a single bean, he had managed to revive himself, forfeiting the chance for the King of Time to intervene. Why endure such torment? That little guy just ate a Senza bean. Ties scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Having spent the earlier moments persistently pleading Kane's case, suddenly realizing that Karochi was not in any danger at all was rather awkward. Oh, he still has Senza beans? Kane was taken aback, for such items were highly coveted throughout the Time Nest. Their production was exceedingly rare, and she had not anticipated that this little scion named Karochi possessed such a miraculous healing remedy. Watching as Karochi fully recovered and even pulled out a spirit fruit to consume, Kane was left speechless. The outcome of the battle was now entirely predictable. It was merely a matter of time before he would wear down Slag. Well, it seems I won't need to intervene after all, she remarked, resuming her position of passive observation. Meanwhile, Karochi remained oblivious to the opportunity for an effortless victory slipping through his fingers. Still lamenting the supposed buff that should come with being a scion. He had anticipated a boost in power following such severe injuries, but instead, he found himself utterly bereft of any advantage. How utterly frustrating. While others utilized passive abilities as active skills, he found himself rendered inert, which was truly exasperating. It seemed he was still some distance away from transforming into a Super Saiyan, though he sensed he had room for growth. He was still quite away from reaching his limits. Slag, believing that Karochi had been incapacitated beyond recovery, ambled leisurely towards the edge of the pit, intent on torturing the wild monkey to death. Karochi, cunningly patient, awaited Slag's approach, gathering energy in his left hand to form a spirit blade, akin to a cheetah lying in wait for its prey. Slag could not have fathomed that Karochi was in peak condition, for had he not delayed for that minute, Karochi might indeed have met his end. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, and Karochi was poised and ready. Finally, Slag reached the rim of the pit. Unable to sense energy, he relied solely on sight to determine his opponent's location. The thick cloud of dust obscured his vision, rendering the entirety of the pit's bottom indistinct. Foolish wild monkey, have you finally come to comprehend the consequences of opposing me, the king? Slag sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice, akin to a venomous serpent eager to crush its prey. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the clouds of smoke, startling Slag, who barely had time to react before the figure vanished from his sight. Instinctively, Slag dodged to the side, but still, the spirit blade severed his left arm. Karochi was dissatisfied with this outcome. He had aimed directly for Slag's head, yet the old wretch, though decrepit, had managed to react swiftly enough to block the blow aimed at his skull with his left arm. Ugh, you wretched insect, how dare you injure your king? Slag cried out in pain, clutching his neatly severed left limb. His body had long since aged, and his regenerative abilities were draining his life force. He had not only failed to secure the spirit fruit, but had also sustained injuries. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Karochi, he was utterly astonished. The opponent appeared unscathed, with only a few tattered garments betraying any signs of injury. What nonsense is this? You attack me, yet I am not permitted to retaliate? What kind of bandit logic is that? Karochi scoffed, dispersing the spirit blade from his hand and rolling his eyes in disbelief. How could you be unscathed? Slag questioned, stunned. The reality of Karochi's condition was evidently not a ruse. He truly bore no injuries. How is this possible? Scions do not possess such recuperative abilities. Even the Namekians, when gravely wounded, cannot recover so easily. Moreover, even if they could, it would demand immense energy and vitality. Well, I have no idea. Perhaps I've consumed too many spirit fruits, Karochi retorted, relishing in the torment he was inflicting upon Slag. You see, the spirit fruit is quite magical. Oh, I almost forgot. You haven't had the pleasure of tasting one, have you? Karochi continued to taunt Slag mercilessly. It must be said, he was indeed asking for trouble. Witnessing this scene from the alternate dimension, Ties exhaled a sigh of relief. In her estimation, Slag, now missing an arm, could no longer pose a threat to Karochi. After all, she was unaware of the extent to which the Namekians could regenerate from severed limbs. Upon hearing this, Slag's eyes widened in fury, seemingly forgetting the pain. Gritting his teeth, he trembled with rage. I will surely kill you. Just as you have this ability to recover, I will make you regret possessing it. His voice echoed like a demon's, an aura of unending terror emanating from his being. He intended to make the Saiyan monkey before him regret not succumbing to death immediately, subjecting him to unspeakable torment. As the veins on his forehead throbbed, it was evident that even with the visible strain in his muscles, sweat poured down his face as if he were enduring immense suffering. Suddenly, Slag's left arm sprouted anew, oozing green slime from the fresh appendage. Gasping for breath, he quickly regained his composure. Ties, observing from the alternate dimension, was utterly flabbergasted. Could it truly be that he had regenerated his severed limb? Karochi, however, merely smirked, dismissing the spectacle. The universe was indeed a wondrous place, filled with bizarre abilities. Yet, he recognized that his attack had not been entirely futile. Slag's energy had noticeably diminished. Though he still surpassed Karochi, he no longer exhibited the same domineering presence as he had at the outset. His complexion appeared dulled, reminiscent of leaves turning yellow in the autumn. Unlike Piccolo, who had ample lifespan remaining, Slag's dwindling vitality meant that the toll of regenerating his severed limb was substantial. Come forth, foul monkey, Slag roared, charging at Karochi with unbridled rage. Karochi, undaunted, readied himself. While he possessed some extraordinary abilities, now was not the time to deploy them, as Slag had yet to weaken sufficiently. Huh, am I to fear you? The two clashed once more, and once again, it was Karochi who was sent flying, though Slag was forced to take several steps back. The disparity in their combat prowess was gradually being leveled. Karochi was indeed growing stronger, but more significantly, Slag's deterioration was glaringly apparent. Karochi executed a backflip, landing on his feet while using his left hand to support himself on the ground. Within that fleeting second, both individuals engaged in high-speed movement, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resonated from a distance of 5,000 meters in the air. A terrifying force instantaneously rent the surrounding atmosphere, leaving deep craters on the ground despite their clash occurring midair. This was merely the shockwave's aftermath. After several such occurrences, neither Karochi nor Slag had revealed their forms. Both were relentlessly engaged in high-speed maneuvers, resulting in invisible collision waves saturating the surface of the Tarla planet. The sheer force of their clashes further fractured the Earth, giving birth to countless unfathomable chasms. This already lifeless planet was being subjected to a final, merciless torment. How infuriating! A mere Saiyan brat, not only had he stolen this king's spiritual fruit, but he had also squandered so much of the king's time. Slag suddenly materialized atop a high stone. At this moment, his aura was somewhat disordered. Upon closer inspection, one could notice several injuries adorning his body. Slag was truly enraged. Not only had his spiritual fruit been entirely consumed by his opponent, but he found himself unable to overpower him. Just a short distance away, Karochi also appeared, battered and bruised, bearing the marks of a fierce beating. In truth, he had indeed taken a severe thrashing, boldly confronting Slag directly. Relying on the power of the sins of beans he had continually kept in his mouth, adopting a strategy of exchanging injuries and risking his life. However, Karochi still struggled to keep pace with Slag's speed, finding himself on the receiving end of punishment during nearly every encounter. Crack! Karochi bit down on the senzu bean, swallowing it whole. In the astonished gaze of Slag, Karochi, who had previously needed to kneel to the ground, visibly healed before their very eyes. Within mere seconds, he was restored completely, able to leap and bound as if he had returned to his peak condition. In that moment, even though Slag had never consumed the spiritual fruit, he began to comprehend. Wretched monkey, you deceive this king. The spiritual fruit cannot possibly possess such capabilities. What exactly have you done? Despite the fact that the spiritual fruit could heal injuries, it was implausible for it to restore stamina and energy as well. Yet, from their recent battle, Slag sensed that Karochi had accomplished far more than mere healing. Karochi grinned, a smile that was as wicked as it was triumphant. With his left hand concealed behind him, he retrieved a spiritual fruit from the void, presenting it before Slag's eyes. Gulp! The instant Slag beheld the fruit, he felt an overwhelming yearning throughout his cells, compelling him to swallow it whole. He swallowed hard. Could this truly be? Having never tasted it nor seen its physical form, Slag questioned in disbelief. Yet deep down, he was convinced this was the spiritual fruit he had been searching for, as his cells fervently urged him to devour it. Huh, haven't you been searching for this all along? How come you don't recognize it? How shameless of you to claim it as yours. Karochi taunted, taking a bite. The sweet flavor exploded in his mouth. The powerful life energy rejuvenated Karochi's weary cells and soul. In an instant, Karochi's spirit was revitalized. Silence. That is the possession of this king. Slag's eyes bulged in fury at this sight, unable to restrain himself as he charged at Karochi. In truth, apart from consuming the spiritual fruit, Karochi had also seized the opportunity to consume another senzu bean. I am unleashing my locked blood, locked energy, locked stamina to engage you in single combat. What do you have to win? Chapter 55, An Anxious Slag. As long as his opponent lacked the capacity to completely overpower Karochi, he could rely on the senzu beans and spiritual fruit to wear him down. Karochi grinned as he observed Slag rushing toward him. He was eager to see who would be sent flying this time. Boom. Another tremendous collision echoed, as this beleaguered Tarla planet, having endured repeated assaults, could no longer bear the strain. Vast expanses of land caved in, and chasms multiplied. What? Slag's incredulous voice emerged amidst the colossal explosion. Although he did not fly backward, he was forced to slide several hundred meters across the ground, while Karochi merely retreated a few dozen steps. This situation sent a chill down Slag's spine. Karochi was elated. This old fool was faltering. His aura remained formidable. Yet there was a palpable sense of being outwardly strong but inwardly exhausted. Especially after he had regenerated his severed arm, this feeling became particularly pronounced. It is worth noting that Slag, too, was expelled during the geological calamity on Namek, existing in the same era as the Earth's deity. The Earth deity, having inherited the divine position, experienced a transformation in life tier, extending his lifespan. Even so, he was already quite aged. Slag was solely relying on his immense power to sustain himself. His body could no longer endure such extravagant exertion, akin to a sunset. Its brilliance may still be blinding, but it no longer radiated the same scorching intensity. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of powers rendered this battered Tarla planet unable to endure any longer. The atmosphere began to dissipate, and the ground succumbed to widespread collapse. This already dead planet was powerless to manifest any apocalypse, as it had long since perished. The planet's transformation caught Slag's attention. His spaceship had been obliterated. A new ship would take at least an hour to arrive. If he could not swiftly eliminate this wretched monkey, the planet would surely collapse before his ship's arrival. He could not survive in the vacuum of space. And amidst these thoughts, Slag's speed gradually began to diminish. This enabled Karochi's attacks to finally connect with Slag, as both engaged in a desperate exchange of injuries. Karochi had his safety nets, while Slag was genuinely fighting for his life. After all, if he could not swiftly subdue Karochi, he would find himself in a dire predicament, potentially meeting his demise here. Yet, what was most infuriating was this wild monkey's relentless recovery abilities, which proved exceedingly troublesome. Gur! Slag suddenly erupted in fury, catching Karochi off guard for a brief moment. Thud! Slag's knee thrust directly struck Karochi, inflicting grievous harm once more, causing a metallic taste to surge in his throat as he could not repress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Had it not been for the senzu bean, which he had caught on his tongue, he would have expelled it all. His ribs were nearly shattered, and the searing pain mercilessly assaulted Karochi's nerves. Were it not for the brutal training he had endured on Vegeta during his youth, which had instilled in him an extraordinary tolerance for pain, he might have already lost consciousness. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Slag, fingers interlocked, arms raised high above him, sending Karochi into a near panic. If that strike landed solidly, he would likely lose consciousness on the spot, if not perish entirely. In a stroke of luck, he bit down on the senzu bean in his mouth and swiftly activated his spatial ability, Spatial Jump. In less than half a second during the spatial transfer, Slag's impending strike, which he had deemed certain, came crashing down into empty air. The terrifying force surged towards the ground, ripping the surface apart. The power penetrated through the entire Tarla planet, emerging from the opposite side. How is this possible? Slag was incredulous. Under such circumstances, how could his opponent have evaded his attack? The speed of his opponent was not even close to his own. Slag, having unleashed his fury, was now gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. He felt a sense of being winded, realizing that his opponent must possess some peculiar hidden ability. Crack! The sound Slag dreaded most reached his ears, and as he slowly shifted his gaze, he saw Karochi gnawing on a spiritual fruit. Most alarmingly, Karochi's injuries had healed once more, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over Slag. What ability have you employed? That was not simply high-speed movement. Slag stared at Karochi devouring the spiritual fruit, wishing he could twist him into a pretzel, yet he dared not make a move. The recent battle has left him with numerous injuries, most notably the depletion of his stamina, energy, and vitality. He feels as though his very essence has been siphoned away, with his body incessantly sounding alarms. It seems as if every cell is screaming at him to consume that spiritual fruit, now reduced to a mere shell. In truth, Karoki's condition is not particularly favorable either. Despite the remarkable regenerative properties of the senzu beans and the spiritual fruit, fatigue still lingers. His mind, strained from prolonged tension, feels weary, reminiscent of the anxiety faced during a crucial examination. However, overall, he is undoubtedly in a better position than that old cur, Shrag. Karochi would never reveal his trump card. After all, he has yet to gain the upper hand. Even if his opponent were to perish before him, he would still withhold his secrets, for in the world of Dragon Ball, death does not signify an end. The ancient adage that only the deceased can guard secrets holds no weight here. What purpose would a dying person have for such knowledge? Karoki's gaze sharpened. Unwilling for the battle to drag on any longer, he was exhausted. Shrag, incensed by Karoki's words, appeared ready to devour him whole with his fury. With a fierce glare, Karoki's pupils transformed from their original black to a striking blue, while his hair remained unchanged, lending an even more intimidating aspect to his demeanor, suggesting a disdain for all around him. The standard Super Saiyan transformation typically lacks pupils. This unconventional metamorphosis not only imposes a tremendous strain on the body, but also affects a Saiyan's rationality, rendering it an impractical ability. Wow, little Chi. Is it really that cool? Tais watched this scene unfold in the ethereal realm, barely believing her eyes, tinged with excitement. It was undeniable that he had gained a semblance of masculinity. The previous Karoki had always struck her as peculiar. Kane was also quite pleased, recognizing the potential of this newfound strength. She couldn't help but envision a future of blissful vacations by the sea. As Shrag beheld the coldness in Karoki's gaze, he instinctively took a half-step back. He recalled the legends circulating among the Saiyans, tales of a super genius warrior, a Super Saiyan, born only once every 1,000 years. Could it be that he was facing a Super Saiyan? Impossible. Such a notion was merely a fleeting myth. Moreover, how could someone so young possibly embody the legendary Super Saiyan? Shrag's voice erupted in disbelief, startled by his own conjecture. He could not bring himself to accept that the Saiyan before him could be the fabled warrior of legend. Karoki scoffed, huh? If I were a Super Saiyan, would I still be at your mercy? Just wait until I unleash a single punch to obliterate that massive green head of yours. A Super Saiyan? I am not. But to vanquish you, there is no need for such transformation. I am more than enough. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, soundlessly. Shrag's pupils dilated as he suddenly struck backward. A resounding impact met Karoki's fist, and this time, Shrag could no longer withstand the onslaught, sent flying backward. The tremendous force left his arms numb. Simultaneously, he was astonished. How could this happen? Just moments ago, he had been overpowering Karoki, and now he found himself on the receiving end. How could he be so distracted in battle? Karoki's voice echoed ominously. He could have stabilized himself mid-air. For even if Karoki had gained the advantage, he should not have been able to shatter him so easily. However, the jarring contrast had stunned him. This is bad. Shrag silently admonished himself, attempting to regain his footing, but it was too late. The searing pain surged from his back, and he was propelled away like a cannonball. There stood Karoki, balanced on one leg in midair, his right leg poised to strike. Karoki pondered in disbelief. What had caused this old fool to lose focus? Had age dulled his senses? No matter. He would seize the opportunity to claim victory. Karoki had no qualms about the fairness of this battle. If fairness were to be considered, Shrag should have trained for a century before facing him. He aimed to crack open Shrag's skull. In an instant, he reappeared in front of Shrag, gathering energy for a spirit energy blade, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two. Seeing this, Shrag disregarded his pain and unleashed a formidable aura, launching countless energy blasts chaotically in all directions. Karoki furrowed his brow, recognizing this technique as reminiscent of those seen in Dragon Ball Super's universe. Faced with a barrage of energy blasts, he could not afford to be careless, for he had yet to establish an overwhelming advantage. The previous chaos had been entirely of Shrag's making, providing Karoki with a golden opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. Karoki relentlessly slashed through the incoming energy blasts, obliterating them all. However, Tarlia was not so fortunate, absorbing the majority of the blasts, and the planet began to fracture. The atmosphere surged violently, and it would not be long before complete disintegration ensued. Die! Shrag's face twisted into a mask of madness, his rationality slipping as he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts at Karoki. In a fit of rage, he resorted to the prince's strategy, a tactic frequently employed by Vegeta, relentlessly firing energy blasts at his foe. Ultimately, however, it proved futile, earning ridicule in the past as the prince's strategy. Anyone who employed it would find themselves in disarray, destined for defeat. Even the protagonist, Son Goku, was not exempt. He had once utilized this strategy against Cell, only to have his energy shield thwart it. Of course, Karoki had no intention of testing the validity of the prince's strategy. He lacked the resources for such a gamble. Shrag had indeed sustained considerable injuries, but these advantages were hard-won through his relentless beating. He was no masochist, and he would not offer him any reprieve. Utilizing spatial jump, he vanished from the scene. But soon Karochi noticed something amiss. The energy blasts that should have struck his previous location were eerily suspended in midair, seemingly searching for him. Just 5 seconds after landing, those energy blasts, as if endowed with consciousness, surged toward him. What the hell? Are they that advanced? Self-tracking? Compared to this, even the energy ball seemed weak. Karochi was taken aback. He had no idea Shrag possessed such a skill. In his previous life, while playing a Dragon Ball game with Piccolo, he had encountered a similar ability called Dispersive Induction Energy Blast. Ha ha ha, you're as good as dead, little brat. Those energy blasts will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Shrag wheezed heavily, his face betraying a frenzied delight, as if this move could single-handedly eliminate Karochi. And indeed, if struck by so many energy blasts simultaneously, Karochi would face severe peril. At that moment, Karochi found himself ensnared in a swarm of energy blasts, densely packed and seemingly infinite. Listening to Shrag's maniacal laughter, Karochi merely scoffed. The last time he had heard such bravado was from Frieza, who had met a grisly end at his own hands. Just as Shrag prepared to unleash a fist to command the energy blasts toward Karochi, he realized his opponent had already evaded that area. Useless brat. I told you they would chase you to the ends of the earth. True to his words, 100 or so energy blasts surged toward Karochi once more. With no choice, he darted about wildly, evading the onslaught, utilizing the ravines and mountains to diminish their numbers. The explosions echoed incessantly. Cut it out with your tricks, Shrag fumed, watching the energy blasts diminish in number, his frustration mounting as he found himself unable to keep pace with his opponent. This little brat was far too swift, presenting a formidable challenge. At the same time, Karochi found himself in a quandary. These pesky energy projectiles, akin to stubborn adhesive plasters, proved ineffective once their numbers dwindled. Well then, why not experience the taste of your own projectiles? He mused, contemplating a homage to the original tale by emulating Sun Wukong's strategy against Frieza. His plan was to direct all energy blasts toward Shrag. Whether this approach would yield success remained uncertain, yet it was a viable tactic. As Karochi faced the oncoming Shrag, he was not surprised. After all, he had developed this maneuver over many years and could anticipate its outcome. What a fool, Shrag sneered, his right arm swinging back before launching forward with ferocious speed, extending unnaturally. Witnessing this, Karochi momentarily hesitated, silently questioning whether Shrag had consumed the rubber fruit as well. Yet he realized he could not afford to be caught. Otherwise, the hard-earned advantage would collapse in an instant. With a grin, Karochi placed his left hand beside his ear, energy coalescing into a spinning gear-like shape. Today, I shall embody the light saw man. Behold my 8-point light wheel. The wheel was unleashed with unparalleled cutting force, leaving Shrag dumbfounded, realizing he might have made a grave mistake. He felt a twinge of regret, but thought he could easily evade the singular attack. However, at that moment, the wheel unexpectedly split into 8. Although each segment was diminished in both power and size, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Damn it, Shrag realized he had ensnared himself. Despite his arm's elongation, complete evasion was impossible. Swish, swish, swish. Shrag's outstretched arm was severed into several pieces, the pain eliciting a cry of agony. Boom, boom, boom. Similarly, Karochi was struck by several energy blasts, which detonated against his back. Gasping in pain, he promptly utilized Spatial Leap to vacate the area. Blood gushed from the vibrant wounds on his back, rendering him a pitiful sight, especially as his clothing had been nearly shredded, the extent of his injuries all too evident. Shrag was also in dire straits. Having lost another arm, the regeneration of his limbs consumed a considerable portion of his vitality. The pain was excruciating. Realizing the damage inflicted by Karochi's energy blasts was alarmingly high. Had I known, I would never have changed. Karochi lamented internally, feeling despondent as fresh wounds compounded his troubles. Observing the remaining energy blasts persistently hurtling towards him, he abandoned any pretense of concealment and employed telekinesis to summon a dozen massive boulders to shield himself from the incoming blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Massive explosions erupted in the air, scattering debris in all directions. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the space between Karochi and Shrag, effectively obscuring both combatants. Wow, it was that simple? Indeed, one must learn to adapt their abilities. Karochi reflected, recalling how he had previously used his powers for frivolous endeavors, such as immobilizing 2 opponents during a battle against a mechanized army, purely for amusement. In terms of practical combat, he had seldom applied his abilities, as few had posed a true challenge over the years. Shrag was the strongest adversary he had encountered thus far. On the ground, Shrag was drenched in sweat. The regeneration of his severed limbs had severely drained his vitality, compounding his already waning strength. Witnessing Karochi effortlessly deflect his energy blasts, he realized that his once prized technique had become futile. Damn it, what am I to do? What can I do? Panic set in for Shrag. He was utterly bereft of strategies to contend with Karochi. His stamina and ki had been drastically depleted, not to mention his scant life force. The terrifying regenerative abilities of his opponent suggested that the injuries he had sustained earlier had surely healed completely. In that moment, the self-proclaimed Emperor, Shrag, felt the cold grip of despair. As anticipated, when the dust settled, Karochi emerged unscathed, exhibiting only a hint of fatigue that did not hinder his capacity to continue the fight. Cursed be this fate, Shrag screamed in frustration, lunging at Karochi with reckless abandon. However, his speed and strength had diminished to less than half of their original capacity, so it was no surprise when he missed entirely, failing to even notice when Karochi had evaded. Bam! From above, Karochi delivered a powerful kick that sent Shrag crashing back to the ground, creating a substantial crater and plunging him into a drainage ditch. Your energy has diminished to a point where you are no longer my match. Karochi yawned, recognizing that the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. The scales of victory tipped decidedly in Karochi's favor after he consumed 4 magical beans. After a moment, Shrag still had yet to emerge from the ditch, leaving Karochi incredulous. Surely, he did not believe that the absence of visibility meant he was undetectable? On this lifeless planet, Shrag's formidable and malevolent aura shone brightly like a beacon in the dark. Still not coming out? Hiding is futile. Karochi could clearly sense Shrag gathering energy, likely intending to unleash a devastating wave. Atomic ki wave. A wave? Bring it on. If you refuse to emerge, I shall force you out. After enduring such torment, could he not exact some measure of revenge? The colossal energy began to coalesce both above and below ground. But the geological structure was far too fragile to contain Shrag's immense power. The drainage ditch began to collapse, yet Shrag smirked, gazing at the potent energy wave he had summoned. Die? The golden ki shockwave erupted forth, and the violent energy obliterated the entire ditch. In that instant, he noticed the approaching atomic ki wave, momentarily stunned. How does he know where I am? Shrag, who lacked the ability to sense energy, was bewildered. The once certain lethal ki shockwave collided with Karochi's atomic ki wave. In that fleeting moment, the world changed color, and countless fragments of stone were drawn into the maelstrom. The irresistible gravitational pull transformed the ditch into the new surface of the earth. Damn it! Why? Shrag was perplexed. He had prepared for so long for this decisive strike, only to have it thwarted and even redirected against him. He yearned to push the energy sphere back, but he lacked the strength, having reached the end of his rope. The dread of death surged within him, compelling him to squeeze out the last remnants of his vitality. Shrag's aging became painfully apparent. His once taut skin began to sag, and his form hunched and withered, resembling a celestial being from Earth. Even if he survived this encounter, his days were undoubtedly numbered. Incredible, he still fights back. Karochi struggled to maintain balance, surprised at the energy Shrag was able to muster. How could that frail body still yield power? With life force nearly depleted, it was evident that these dark bosses were incredibly formidable, utterly oblivious to their limits. Enough with the fantasies. Today marks your demise. Karochi unleashed his full power, golden flames surging once more. The immense energy infused into the atomic ki wave shattered the precarious equilibrium Shrag had fought so desperately to maintain, propelling the colossal energy sphere towards him. No. I cannot die. I still have the strength. Shrag was truly terrified, the specter of death haunting him as he attempted to extract more life energy. Yet, there was nothing left to draw upon. A spurt of purple blood erupted from his mouth. Gazing at the energy sphere before him, despair filled his heart. Boom. Chapter 57. Tai Si's Zero-Cost Purchase. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, enveloping the entire expanse in a thick shroud of smoke and dust. The planet Terria could no longer withstand the onslaught. The very core of the planet began to fracture completely, splitting into several halves, and in that moment, its atmosphere dissipated entirely. Karochi felt a sudden constriction in his chest, as if he were suffocating, and just as he intended to employ the vacuum technique, he realized he could breathe once more. Surely, it was the Time Kaishin Kane who had intervened. Nevertheless, despite having vanquished Shrag, he still had to contend with the Time Kaishin. What a predicament. The dense black smoke utterly darkened the sky, while the land, which had been torn asunder, remained tethered by the roots of the spirit fruit tree, a tenuous connection indeed. This truly exemplifies the adage, what rises must fall. Karochi found himself at a loss for words in light of the scene before him. The Terria planet, drained of its life essence by the spirit fruit tree, had become embroiled in conflict due to it, leaving behind little more than scattered remains. Yet, it was also the spirit fruit tree that kept it from being reduced to mere fragments. How exquisite the irony. One cannot entirely condemn the spirit fruit tree. Its growth requirements necessitate a copious amount of energy, and it was never meant to flourish in the lower realms. One can only surmise that human desires are like an abyss, a rolling stone that knows not where it shall come to rest. As Karochi gazed upon the devastating scene, lost in contemplation, he suddenly sensed a faint yet persistent aura emanating from Shrag, which took him by surprise. Goodness, even a cockroach would envy your resilience. This fellow could rival a titan. How had this creature managed to survive? Though his aura was feeble, it was nonetheless detectable. Much to Karochi's astonishment, he descended slowly, exuding a formidable presence that dispersed the surrounding smoke. Shrag lay there, a pitiful remnant of his former self, resembling little more than a lump of clay. His condition was utterly tragic. His body had aged beyond recognition, with limbs nearly severed, and torrents of purple blood streamed forth. The mangled stumps were a ghastly sight, rendering Karochi almost nauseated. This could scarcely be referred to as a corpse. It was little more than a mass of flesh. How grim indeed. Karochi bit his thumb, not out of sympathy for the wretched creature, but rather out of sheer astonishment at the gruesome spectacle. It was a visceral reaction. Cough, cough. To his surprise, Shrag seemed not to succumb to unconsciousness. Sensing Karochi's presence, he attempted to speak, only to be choked by the blood surging forth, resulting in a violent fit of coughing. A number of internal fragments were expelled in the process. Karochi furrowed his brow and retreated behind a stone. Truth be told, he had seldom encountered an adversary in such a deplorable state. As a being from Blue Star, raised in a peaceful nation, he had never experienced the ravages of war. Such a sight was somewhat unsettling. Alas, you have a chance to deliver your last words. Speak. Though a notorious villain, the moral dichotomy in this world of voracious Dragon Balls is exceedingly ambiguous. Even the protagonist, Son Goku, could be deemed a grand villain in Dragon Ball Super, having single-handedly vanquished 11 universes. Of course, Goku's actions were unintentional, whereas Shrag was undeniably wicked. Cough, cough. I never imagined that I, the great king, would be defeated by a mere wild monkey. His tone was laced with bitterness and indignation. His dreams of cosmic dominion had yet to be realized, and he could not simply perish. Karochi regarded the pitiful sight before him with bemusement. What was there to ponder? When one embarks on a path of slaughter, one should be prepared for the possibility of being slain by a stronger foe. The slayer, however, had not adequately prepared for his own demise. A most ludicrous notion. Oh, indeed. Shrag was quite the coward, fearful for his own life. In the original narrative, he had attained eternal youth through the Dragon Balls of Earth, yet alas, not eternal life. Cough, cough. Do not speak as if you are a savior. You Saiyans are no different. Shrag's energy had dwindled to its nadir, his breath shallow and labored. His ability to articulate was entirely reliant on sheer willpower. Thus, the extinction of the Saiyans did not evoke any sense of heroism in me. Karochi waved dismissively. After all, his own arrival had inadvertently spawned an alternate timeline. He had, in essence, contributed to the demise of many lives. Yet, history's course is immutable, beyond his capacity to alter. Ah, were it not for your regenerative abilities, how could you have possibly triumphed over me? Ignoring Karochi's retort, Shrag murmured. No sooner had the words left his lips than his breath ceased entirely. The nefarious Super Namekian Shrag concluded his malevolent existence. His aura had evaporated completely. Karochi scoffed at Shrag's words, chuckling to himself. Had that little lord trained for a few hundred years, he would have learned the true meaning of a lethal gaze. Just watch as I annihilate you with a mere stare. Fairness is an ever-relative concept, perhaps non-existent altogether. The term is but a self-soothing illusion, an excuse conjured to justify one's own circumstances. Phew, at last he is gone. Allow me to send you off properly, leaving a corpse behind. That is out of the question. This world is peculiar indeed, for even a few extracted cells could yield a clone. A blue energy sphere coalesced, the size of a basketball, and was casually hurled at Shrag's remains. Boom. The explosion obliterated every trace of his body. Go forth and report to Yama. Do you truly believe that death brings liberation? Such folly. As the smoke cleared, Karochi reverted from his Super Saiyan form, exhaling a deep breath of pent-up energy. His essence ablaze as if he had held it within for an eternity. Wow. Little Chi has emerged victorious. Lord Kane, shall we exit? Tai-Si was eager to check on her brother, especially after he had been thoroughly thrashed. Particularly after the second bout, he might not even recognize their mother. Kane stared at Karochi, astonished. Wow, a top-tier construction foreman. If only he could transform into a Super Saiyan, he could truly enjoy a vacation, imagining himself by the seaside. Feeling the ocean breeze and sipping juice was simply delightful. Alright, let us proceed. I never anticipated that Karochi would be so formidable. I am tempted to recruit him into the time nest. Cain regarded Karochi with evident admiration, her eyes brimming with desire, reminiscent of an eager patron seeking talent. Tai Si was instantly elated. She had just been discussing with Cain the possibility of visiting the time nest. Alas, Cain had declined, citing that only time patrollers were permitted entry, which left her quite vexed. After all, establishing parameters for the narrative required a solid foundation. To conjure concepts from thin air lacks authenticity, leaving readers with an unsettling sense of unreality. This was utterly unacceptable for Tai Si, who aspired to be the premier science fiction author on Earth. Now, however, it seemed that the time Kaishin Cain wished to recruit Karochi, who just happened to be her own brother. If he were to become a time patroller, would she not then have the privilege to visit the time nest? Lord Cain, Karochi is my dear brother. If he were to become your subordinate, would I not then be allowed to visit the time nest? Upon witnessing Tai Si's eager expression, Cain flashed a fleeting smile of triumph. Regaining her composure, Cain beamed. Of course, as the closest relative of a time patroller, you would naturally qualify for a visit to the time nest. In that moment, Karochi remained blissfully unaware that his beloved sister had effectively bartered him away, neglecting to discuss terms or remuneration. Rest assured, Lord Cain, I know my brother's character well. His innate desire to assist others will undoubtedly lead him to agree to become a time patroller. Tai Si regarded Cain sincerely, extending her right hand. I share your sentiments. Cain solemnly extended her hand, firmly clasping Tai Si's. The scene was so touching that it was almost unbearable to witness. Karochi remained oblivious to their clandestine agreement. He is currently beset by a dizzying sensation, though his corporeal wounds have been healed by the mystical beings. Nevertheless, the agony he endured was genuine. And such a torment that rends the spirit cannot simply be soothed by a few spiritual fruits. All he desires now is slumber. However, the fluctuations in the space around him triggered a stress response in Karochi, and the drowsy Saiyan suddenly mustered his mental fortitude, preparing to transform once more into the mimicry of a Super Saiyan. Yet, upon turning his head, he discovered that it was none other than Tai's, and, alas, the last person Karochi wished to confront, the Kaishin of time, Cain. He lamented that such matters of traversing dimensions were beyond his control. Little Chi, you're truly remarkable. Are you injured anywhere? Tai's inquired, her gaze tinged with a hint of guilt. For she had effectively sold Karochi to Cain for a mere token in order to tour the time nest. Me? I'm perfectly fine, Sister Tai's. But before he could finish his sentence, Karochi's eyelids fluttered shut, and he collapsed, utterly exhausted, slipping into a deep sleep. Tai's gasped in alarm, fearing Karochi might have sustained further injuries, and hurriedly rushed to lift him. Little Chi, are you all right? Her concern was genuine, and the bond between them resembled that of true siblings. Although she had made a deal with Cain in the alternate dimension, it was largely in jest. Her true intention was to respect Karochi's own wishes, and she would never force him into anything against his will. Fear not, he merely succumbed to mental fatigue. Coupled with the immense strain of transformation, a good rest will remedy it. Cain, as the Kaishin of time, discerned Karochi's condition with ease. This battle had indeed pushed the young Saiyan to his limits. Had it not been for Shrag's body giving way, the outcome might have been uncertain. Of course, Cain was not moved by sympathy for Karochi. This was a situation he was meant to handle. She spoke merely to alleviate Tai's excessive worry, finding the young girl rather amusing. Chapter 58, A Demand. Tai's diligently checked on Karochi, who appeared to be enjoying a blissful slumber. Even after shaking him vigorously, he remained undisturbed. It was more accurate to say he had lapsed into a deep stupor. Tai's gently arranged his hair and leaned closer, whispering softly, You've truly borne a heavy burden. This ordeal had indeed exhausted Karochi significantly. All right, I shall begin purging the negative energy within this fragment of time and space. After that, we can return to the time nest. Cain glanced at the nearby tree of spiritual fruits, which, originally only cultivable on divine planets, had unexpectedly wreaked such havoc on the lower realm. Oh dear. The seeds of this spiritual fruit tree have been destroyed. Was it this lad's doing? The Kaishin of time's mental energy swept over the entire tree, only to find the seeds had vanished, tracing back through time to discover that Karochi had indeed destroyed them. This left her both amused and exasperated, as she had hoped to bring some of the fruits back as rewards for the time patrollers. It was a regrettable loss, especially since this spiritual fruit tree was exceedingly rare, one she had never possessed herself. Moreover, this entity was not inherently malevolent. It had merely fallen into the hands of unscrupulous individuals who planted it inappropriately. Well, it is what it is. After all, fortune favors the fortunate, and if one cannot obtain it, so be it. However, this fragment of time and space must be eradicated, lest it invite unnecessary complications. At this moment, Tais had summoned several robots to carry Karochi, for lifting him herself was out of the question. He was far too heavy. Approaching Kane, she asked, "So, what shall we do now, Lord Kane?" What do you mean we? Is it not my task?" Kane replied, puzzled by Tais's wording. Purging negative energy was a task that even Tais, an ordinary earthling, could not manage, let alone Karochi, a Saiyan. Only those trained in the art of purification. The Time Patrollers could accomplish such a feat, rest assured. I shall handle it. Kane raised her right arm, and a peculiar energy erupted from her being. The energy was potent yet gentle, enveloping Tais in a profoundly comforting sensation, even coaxing Karochi into a deeper state of tranquility. The energy spread rapidly, and within mere minutes, it enveloped the entire fragment of time and space. The oppressive and uncomfortable atmosphere dissipated entirely, replaced by an extraordinary sense of ease. All done. I did not expect this fragment of time and space to be so small. Kane remarked lightly while retracting her purification powers. Goodness, I hardly exerted myself. I merely observed the show. But how do we exit? Do we require a spaceship? Tais inquired, for had Kane not stabilized the atmosphere of the shattered planet, she would have been unable to survive. No need. I shall cast a spell, Kane declared, snapping her fingers, enveloping Tais and Karochi in a greenish-blue light. Though Kane was unaware that Karochi possessed the vacuum technique, even if she had known, she would have proceeded in this manner. After all, Karochi, in his unconscious state, could not utilize secret techniques. Tais gazed in awe at the greenish-blue barrier, marveling at its wonder. The battle between Karochi and Shrag had profoundly reshaped her perception of strength. Such a confrontation could not merely be described as a fight. It was an utter cataclysm. All right, let us depart. Kane still had to remove this fragment of time and space and undertake a series of tasks. Thus, she snapped her fingers once more, and a milky white light enveloped them, forming a vast white vortex that consumed them. Tais felt a blur before her eyes as the scenery shifted rapidly. From the desolate planet, they transitioned into the vastness of outer space. Yet, she could not discern whether they had emerged from a fragment of time and space, as that realm, too, was enveloped in cosmic space. It was not until she beheld a colossal crystal suspended in the void that Tais suddenly realized they had indeed emerged. Oh dear, I must truly express my gratitude to the Kaishin of time. A peculiar tone caught Tais's attention, especially since she could still hear it in the vacuum, which seemed almost unbelievable. Tais turned her gaze to see a tall figure with blue-green skin and long white hair, his pupils and lips a shade of purple. A large, light blue halo adorned his neck, and although his expression was kind, Tais sensed a disquieting incongruity. In his right hand, he held a long staff topped with a black magical orb, the staff itself adorned in yellow with a deep blue middle section. His light blue belt matched his attire, which bore 3 diamond shapes, 2 white and 1 orange, akin to the clothing worn by Beerus. His robe and stockings were a deep crimson. What manner of being was this? Tais stared at Whis, gradually losing her sense of awareness, as the ancient and profound aura surrounding him made it difficult for her to remain conscious. You are too kind, Mr. Whis. Kane returned the gesture, for she, too, had a request to make shortly. It would be best if the young lady refrained from staring at me too intently, Whis cautioned, having noticed Tais's gaze. Even a Supreme Kai would not have the privilege to gaze upon him without consequence. The Kaishin could only tremble in fear at the sheer disparity of their life forms. Were it not for Kane's protective greenish-blue barrier, Tais would have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Startled by Whis's voice, Tais quickly shook her head, her ponytail swaying as she turned away, exclaiming, I am terribly sorry. I did not mean to stare. Anyone whom Kane treated with such deference, or rather, any divine being, surely held an identity far too formidable to comprehend. Whis cast a discreet glance at the slumbering Karochi but quickly redirected his attention. No harm done. However, gazing at me continuously may incur repercussions, especially for mortals. His voice, akin to that of a gentleman, seemed to encompass a myriad of emotions, yet simultaneously exuded an air of detachment. Taisi decisively approached Karochi to attend to him, acknowledging her lack of qualification to interfere in the affairs of such esteemed individuals. It was not that she lacked the desire to gather insights. Rather, the fleeting moment caused the figure before her to fade into obscurity. Merely attempting to orient herself felt utterly dizzying, bordering on the absurd. Mr. Weiss, I do have a favor to ask of you. Kane did not forget to seek Weiss's assistance. Gaining entry to the Time Nest is no simple feat. Residents from across the universe cannot enter at will. One must obtain the consent of the Guardian, Weiss, and possess the corresponding cosmic seal. Even divine beings throughout the universe require the approval of the Time King to access the Time Nest. The Time King has indicated that he is eager to return home to continue his barbecue, and repaying a favor to the Time Nest immediately would be most fortuitous. It is apparent, I believe, that Mr. Weiss has observed the current shortage of personnel at the Time Nest. Originally, there was no lack of staff, but now, with Kane's absence, she could not help but sigh internally while casting a resentful glance at the slumbering Karochi. For no discernible reason, Karochi stirred slightly but, scratching his backside, turned and resumed his sleep, utterly unfazed. Weiss smiled and nodded. He had indeed noticed this situation, especially since even the boss, Kane, had begun to work. Such minor tasks should not require her intervention at all. The Time Nest still needed her to oversee operations, and the flow of time and space necessitated her guidance. Therefore, I wish to take 2 individuals with me from Mr. Weiss. Karochi, whom she deemed a capable worker, had potential, and she found a kindred spirit in Tai Si. The intent of the Time King is to take these 2 to the Time Nest? Weiss comprehended Kane's meaning and felt a wave of relief, realizing it was not a matter of great significance. Utilizing 2 mortals to repay a favor was exceedingly valuable, although the Saiyan named Karochi might possess some issues. Those were of no concern to him. He was solely responsible for maintaining stability in the 7th universe, and as long as it did not face annihilation, it was not a pressing issue. Indeed, I wonder how Mr. Weiss feels about this. Kane candidly acknowledged that there was no need for concealment. She genuinely required additional hands. Moreover, becoming a time patroller is not a privilege granted to just anyone. At the very least, one must possess integrity. Otherwise, one might easily become the bane of time itself. As it stands, Karochi seems quite suitable, exhibiting a hint of human greed, yet still capable of making the right choices in matters of significant gravity. This is certainly no problem, especially since we are indebted to Lady Kane for her care. Weiss replied with a smile, retrieving Karochi and Tai Si's cosmic seals from his staff and handing them to Kane. She accepted them with a cheerful demeanor, recalling that Weiss had mentioned this as a return for her recent visit. Of course, this would not completely repay the favor. Any future needs could still be addressed to one another without issue. Well then, I shall take this time-space fragment away from the 7th universe. Saying this, Kane spread her palms, her thumbs facing the enormous crystalline entity. The time-space fragment, enveloped in a greenish-blue energy, began to shrink until it was of a manageable size for Kane to grasp. This spectacle left Tai Si utterly mesmerized. These distinguished individuals possessed extraordinary abilities. She wondered if her father could encapsulate such a thing within a capsule, perhaps taking a fragment of the universe with him. Tai Si pondered her family's spatial folding technology, realizing there was a certain similarity, although the scale of difference was beyond comprehension. Storing items and encapsulating a fragment of the universe were 2 entirely different matters. At this moment, the blissfully unaware Karochi slept soundly, completely oblivious to the perfect opportunity to become Weiss's disciple. After all, with Weiss's guidance, he could potentially avoid thousands of years of unnecessary detours in his cultivation journey. Chapter 59. One might fear the overexertion of a laborer. Very well, Mr. Weiss. We shall take our leave, Kane stated, needing to familiarize her companions with the Time Nest. After securing the time-space fragment, she prepared to say her farewells. As she was indeed quite busy, unlike Weiss, who seemed perpetually preoccupied with his next culinary delight. Alas, if only Karochi were awake, she would have surely tempted him with delectable treats to induce his allegiance. The prospect of being a brother-in-arms with Beerus was exhilarating. May the Time King travel safely. Weiss, unable to contain his eagerness to return to his barbecue, regarded the passage of days as trivial, with time flowing by like a mere stream, devoid of any significance. With a clap, the Time King Kane brought her palms together, and a radiant light enveloped her and Tai Si within the vibrant green orb. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from Weiss's sight. I too must take my leave. Although entrusting the Saiyan Karochi to the Time King left her somewhat uneasy, considering the supreme presence shielding him. It might not bode well to recruit him as a time patroller without prior consent. However, it mattered little, as he had not exhibited any overt malice. Weiss lightly tapped the void with his staff, invoking space displacement, swiftly returning to the realm of destruction. As the white light dissipated, Tai Si beheld her surroundings in utter astonishment. They were now situated within a vast plaza, bustling with a myriad of uniquely appearing extraterrestrials. She even spotted Namekians, alongside robots floating curiously in midair. Countless structures rose around them, reminiscent of her home on Earth, all featuring rounded, dome-like designs. Towering mountains obstructed their exploration of the scenery. Gazing upward, Tai Si noticed several enormous gears suspended in the air, and she could sense a glass-like barrier enveloping the sky, which, rather than feeling stifling, imparted an inexplicable sense of tranquility, truly wondrous. At that moment, a peculiar bird approached, landing gracefully upon Kane's shoulder. With golden wings and white plumage, it radiated an ineffable sanctity, while the yellow-tipped feathers resembling eyebrows lent it an even more divine appearance. Time. The bird emitted a strange cry, its sound echoing the name it bore. All right. Time. I shall first escort our guests to their resting quarters, and then we will visit the time-space library. Later, Kane remarked, seemingly having gleaned some information from the bird's call, though she paid it little mind. Isn't it utterly breathtaking? Kane beamed at Tai Si, clearly proud of the vastness of the time nest, which extended far beyond their current view. Tai Si nodded, genuinely thrilled. Yearning to touch the soft feathers of the time bird, they appeared incredibly smooth and surely delightful to the touch. Indeed, this place was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring. Kane, wearing a broad smile, cast a glance at the still sleeping Karochi, urging him to rest well. Only with sufficient energy can one undertake work, after all. The time bird informed her that new fragments of time and space had been acquired. Had this been before, she would have surely lamented, but now, with a capable worker at her side, she felt unperturbed. Her time nest could accommodate as many as needed. It is called time, the sacred bird of the time nest. How about this? You have all been quite busy, so I shall first take you to your resting place. And tomorrow we can tour the time nest. As she spoke, Kane leaned in closer to Tai Si, her demeanor mysteriously conspiratorial. Let me share a secret. The expanse of the time nest is dozens of times greater than what you currently see. I assure you, this journey will be immensely rewarding. This was a clear suggestion that having Karochi work here would be a worthwhile endeavor. Tai Si, fully aware of Kane's intentions, felt a twinge of temptation. Though she diplomatically responded, it would be best for Lady Kane to discuss this directly with Little Chi. Rest assured, he will agree. She could not entirely sell her troublesome brother for her own benefit, especially considering she had previously shared Karochi's cultivation struggles with Kane during their time in the alternate dimension. Kane also believed that by aiding Little Chi in her training, she could successfully persuade Karochi to come here and become a time-space patroller. After all, the issue of training had been troubling Karochi for quite some time. A solution had to be found. Yes, I will convince him. I am confident of that. Such matters, after all, merely involve encountering difficulties in training. Having lived for 75 million years as a Super Saiyan, she had certainly witnessed her fair share of challenges. At present, she was acutely aware of Karochi's situation, even with her eyes closed, and guiding him in his training would be no trouble at all. With that, she turned and continued, "Follow me. I shall take you to your accommodations. Today, I will first settle the time fragments." Tai Si promptly followed Kane. Having just utilized the spiritual eye technique to glimpse several extraterrestrial beings, each formidable, with hardly a few weaker than Little Chi, the robot designated to assist Karochi merely trailed behind. And after navigating a labyrinthine path, Tai Si accompanied Kane to an immense dwelling, whose overall aesthetic bore a striking resemblance to her own home. This is it. Tai Si, you and Karochi should rest well. At this rate, Karochi will likely awaken by noon tomorrow. I must take my leave now. In the realm of time, the passage of time does not adhere to the conventional day-night cycle. Once inside, one can choose whether it be day or night. This consideration was also to account for Tai Si's identity as an Earthling. Understood, Lady Kane. Please attend to your matters. Tai Si responded hastily. As she was truly unaware of the divine status of the time Kaishin, Kane smiled and nodded, her entire being enveloped in radiance before vanishing from sight. Accompanied by the time bird, she needed to quickly ascertain how many more time fragments had emerged. In an instant, Kane arrived at the time library, a repository of two timelines histories, where the future remains unreadable, but the past can be perused. Kane gazed towards the second time sphere and was immediately astonished. The quantity of time fragments had doubled since her last departure. This surely could exhaust that little Saiyan. Kane observed the myriad of time task scrolls, her divine composure momentarily unraveled. She began to sift through them, noting that the Saiyan named Karochi had yet to fully harness his potential. Certain exceedingly challenging tasks were unsuitable for him, necessitating her direct intervention as the time Kaishin. Meanwhile, other time patrollers had been dispatched to the original timeline for cleanup. That was where the core of the time nest resided, as everything must stem from the original timeline. However, the fractured timelines lacked the capacity for further division. As the future had become uncertain and fraught with variables, it was fortunate that the little Scion's combat prowess was rapidly ascending. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to execute any tasks. Kane reflected upon the remaining time task scrolls she had selected, speaking softly. From the moment Karochi fell into slumber, his physical strength has undergone a significant surge. Even now, it has yet to cease, resembling not so much the peculiar physiology of a Scion, but more akin to a release of latent potential. The battle with Shrag had shattered his physical limits, liberating him from the constraints of universal laws upon the body. Upon awakening, his combat power is likely to increase by several 100,000. Transforming into a mimetic Super Saiyan thereafter will render him even more formidable. Time Bird. The Time Bird fluttered before her, seemingly conveying some message to Cain. Upon hearing it, Cain was filled with confusion, staring at the Time Bird as if it were a simpleton. The bird's words were utterly absurd. She could not bring herself to believe it. Where am I? It's so dark. Karochi's consciousness gradually stirred, yet the pitch-black surroundings instilled a sense of panic within him. No way. No way. Am I being reborn or transported once more? After all, when he first arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he had also found himself enveloped in darkness before opening his eyes. He strained to control his body. But surely, everyone has experienced a similar sensation, where the more one wishes to open their eyes, the less responsive their body becomes. The elders used to call this sleep paralysis. Karochi, however, was trapped in a state of deep slumber, leading to an incomplete awakening of his consciousness. Move. Karochi desperately attempted to open his mouth, but it felt as if something were sealing it shut, rendering it impossible to part his lips. This compelled him to struggle even harder, increasing the force of his resistance. With a mighty roar, Karochi abruptly sat up in bed. In his exertion, he propelled himself forward, crashing directly into the wall. His head penetrated the wall, while his body remained in the bedroom. Phew, thank goodness. Karochi found himself lodged upright in the wall, muttering to himself in relief. Hey! Regaining his composure, he extracted himself from the wall and wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, he was drenched, with an indescribable odor of perspiration lingering. Where am I? Where is Sister Tai Si? What about the time Kaishin Cain? He faintly recalled winning against Shrag and then seeing Tai Si. After that, his memory was a blank slate. Observing the interior furnishings, he noted they did not resemble Earth's aesthetics. Am I still in Tarlia? That seems unlikely. The time Kaishin would not simply abandon Tai Si and me in the time fragments without care. Even if I am indeed the culprit causing chaos in the timelines, she would not neglect to rescue us. Karochi stretched, and a series of cracking sounds echoed throughout the room. To his astonishment, he discovered that his combat strength had remarkably increased. Utilizing Sixth Sense revealed his power had surged to 1 million, an unexpected delight. But where has Tai Si gone? And why are there so many powerful presences around? Karochi could distinctly sense numerous energies surrounding him, each rivaling his own. This caused him to frown deeply. Curiosity piqued. Karochi approached the door and opened it. Bang! In an instant, he slammed the door shut. I must still be dreaming. Karochi vigorously slapped his cheeks and opened the door once more. The scene remained unchanged, and this time, Karochi was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? This is the time nest. Karochi gaped in disbelief at his surroundings. Chapter 60. What have I missed? What on earth? How did I end up in the time nest? And where is Tai Si? Could it be that Cain truly captured me? Just as Karochi was in a frenzy of anxiety, he seemingly spotted two very familiar figures approaching him. Tai Si and Cain. What an unusual pairing. Karochi felt an urge to thrust a microphone in their faces and interview them. How did you two become so close? Little Chi, you're really awake. Cain just mentioned you had woken up, but I was somewhat skeptical. Tai Si gazed at Karochi with a hint of surprise, realizing that this mischievous lad had slept for over 20 hours. Simultaneously, she was astonished to discover through her earlier use of the spiritual eye that Karochi's combat power had leaped from 3.5 million to 1 million. A remarkable increase surpassing his own training efforts. Greetings, Lady Cain. Karochi politely bowed, fully aware of Cain's identity as the time Kaishin, yet in this world, he should not have known such things. To avoid exposing himself, he opted to address her as she wished. Well, Science as courteous as you are quite rare. Cain teased, causing Karochi to momentarily freeze in surprise. Come now, that's not quite fair, there aren't many Scions left. Karochi thought inwardly, though he outwardly responded obediently. All credit goes to my parents for their upbringing. This statement held truth, even if he had not met his adoptive parents in this life. After all, he had received a solid 9 years of quality education in his previous life. Indeed, that is commendable. Cain chuckled lightly, nearly believing the little Scion's words had she not perused his files. Little Chi, you reek of sweat, go wash up. Noticing the conversation was about to stagnate, Tai Si quickly interjected, acknowledging that the odor emanating from Karochi was indeed quite potent. Karochi inhaled deeply, a grimace forming on his face as he remarked, it seems rather odorous. My apologies, Lady Cain. I shall take a moment to freshen up. Upon awakening, he had been momentarily dazed, overwhelmed by the sudden surge in his powers. Swiftly, Karochi darted into the bathroom, beginning his ablutions while pondering Cain's true intentions. After all, There was no reason for her to bring the two of them to the time nest. All right, Kayan, let us wait inside, said Tais, making her way toward the inner chambers. After spending the morning together, she had realized that Kayan was quite amiable to the extent of dropping the honorific. Kayan, unfazed by such trivialities, willingly acquiesced to Tais' informal address. Hey Tais, why not take another stroll? I'd like to have a proper chat with this young lad. There were certain matters that Tais, being an ordinary person, would find uncomfortable to overhear, not out of a desire to conceal, but simply because there was little benefit to her. Tais pondered for a moment, dismissing any concerns as she replied, just don't make it too hard on little Chi. With that, she turned and departed, her earlier exploration having been unsatisfactory, primarily because her mind was elsewhere. The materials she intended to collect had gone unnoted, providing her an opportunity to rectify that oversight. Kayan, resting her left arm upon her right, propped her head on her hand, observing Tais' retreating figure, and mused, feigning disdain while genuinely caring. Are we? It's not quite the romantic love the mortals speak of. It resembles familial affection. How peculiar for a Saiyan and a human sibling. With that thought, she entered the hall, contemplating how to persuade this reluctant laborer to willingly commit to work. Coercion would lead to nothing fruitful. Not long after, Karochi emerged from the bathroom, donned in a pristine battle suit, his playful demeanor replaced by a serious countenance. May I inquire, Lady Kayan, what business do you have with a mere Saiyan such as myself? He asked, a bitter smile escaping his lips, fully aware of the conversation Kayan and Tais had shared at the door. He found it perplexing that a being of such stature as the Kai of Time would require his assistance. Or perhaps she had discerned his identity as a traveler from another world. Surely not. Please, have a seat. I believe it prudent to seek your opinion on this matter, Kayan replied, as she had no desire to inadvertently turn him into a great villain who would disrupt the fabric of time. Karochi complied, sitting down without hesitation. Awaiting her further words, Kayan scrutinized him for a moment, noting, indeed, your strength has augmented somewhat. Is that all there is to it? Could you be more forthcoming? Dear sister, your ambiguity leaves me rather unsettled. Observing Karochi's constipated expression, Kayan decided to cease her teasing. The truth is, due to the temporal rift, we are experiencing a shortage of personnel at the time nest. Therefore, I wish to extend to you an offer to become a time patroller. She spoke plainly, cutting through the convoluted preamble. Naturally, if the lad declined, she would have to give him a swift punch to vent her frustration regarding the arduous future he would face. Is that so? But what about the compensation? What is the base salary? Are there benefits? Any allowances? Over the next few minutes, Karochi's mind raced with thoughts. In truth, becoming a time patroller wasn't entirely out of the question. The temporal rift had originated from him. Thus, assuming some responsibility was only fair, hadn't characters in games been drafted as laborers for similar reasons? Lady Kayan, I am still quite young, and my power is insufficient. He protested, though deep down, he was reluctant to engage in labor. After all, he had yet to resolve his own cultivation issues. Working would only hinder his growth. And becoming entwined with the time nest would inevitably lead him to confront the denizens of the demon realm. Figures like Tawa, Mira, and even the formidable demon god Demigra. A being that once dared to challenge the god of destruction. Let there be no misunderstanding. Demigra's challenges to Beerus were merely superficial. In reality, he was no match for Beerus, even within the confines of the game. To put it plainly, while Demigra might hold a chance against Beerus in a hypothetical scenario where Beerus refrained from employing his destructive powers the moment he unleashed them, unless one possessed strength surpassing a level commensurate with the angels, it would be nothing short of a death sentence for any challenger. For the ability to destroy is not merely a skill granted to the god of destruction. It is a fundamental aspect of that divine role. Clearing her throat, Kayan returned to the matter at hand, leisurely sipping her tea before continuing. Your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I can teach you the method to break through. However, your strength has yet to reach the limits of your current form. Without breaking through, you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Karochi was wide awake. Transforming into an eager student, will you truly teach me? Observing his expectant expression, Kayan allowed herself a triumphant smile. Indeed, for your cultivation, you may undertake the heavenly trials on Earth in the 7th universe, which can aid your breakthrough. As for your power, it shall require the accumulation of combat experience. Oh, by the way, do not inherit the position of the god of Earth. Doing so would strip you of the vast majority of your strength. Kayan reminded him as though struck by a sudden realization. Inheriting the role of Earth's deity necessitates the severing of malevolent thoughts, which every individual harbors. Moreover, such severance would result in the loss of a significant portion of one's power. Without strength, mere existence would render cultivation futile. But will the god of Earth consent? Karochi winced, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, Was it not somewhat shameless to seek both his teachings and his techniques without inheriting his legacy? Kain shrugged nonchalantly. That ultimately depends on you. She had no intention of lowering herself to plead on Karochi's behalf. Moreover, she could not interfere in the divine hierarchy of the universe. You may have noticed that, compared to your own training, the benefits derived from combat are far more pronounced. Thus, are you inclined to join the Time Nest? Kain reiterated, confident in her ability to persuade him. With the conversation reaching such a juncture, could he possibly refuse? After all, he ought to contribute his share. Then I shall rely on your guidance in the future, Lady Kain. With that, a scroll of time was tossed onto the table. And as Karochi turned to Kain, the regal demeanor befitting the Kai of Time had been replaced by a countenance brimming with delight. A sense of foreboding crept over Karochi. And indeed, Kain, now radiating joy, declared, "Oh dear, I have truly exhausted myself from this lengthy discourse. Now that you have accepted this temporal mission, I shall entrust it to you. Also, you have acquired the ability of purification." At last, she revealed her capitalist smile, and with a flick of her wrist, a green light surged into Karochi's body. A wave of unease washed over him. He had always felt a certain aversion to the color green. A sharp pain pierced his soul, yet like a fleeting storm, it soon subsided, and he quickly grasped the essence of purification. Well then, young man, do your best. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional time patroller in the future. Now, I must take my leave. As she prepared to exit, Kain turned at the door, adding, "Oh, and there's no rush on your tasks. You may complete them in a few days, but remember to visit the time library afterwards to receive your new assignments." With her words lingering in the air, Kain vanished, leaving Karochi with a ring that appeared briefly on his left middle finger before fading into obscurity. A surge of memories flooded his mind, causing a slight ache, encompassing various aspects he needed to be aware of as a time patroller, as well as instructions on accessing the time library, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Have I acted too hastily? Karochi pondered, feeling as though he had plunged into an abyss. The last time he felt such a sensation was during his previous job search. After a prolonged moment of confusion, he was jolted back to reality by the sound of the door opening. Lifting his gaze, he found Tais approaching, her demeanor cheerful as she settled beside him, sipping water. "So, how did your conversation with Kain go?" Tais, your expression seems off. Do you already know something?" he inquired, bewildered. "What did I miss while I was in a stupor?" Karochi found himself at a loss, struggling to articulate where to begin. In a state of utter bewilderment, I found myself unwittingly selling my own body to the nest of time, without even broaching the subject of remuneration. How infuriating. Chapter 61. I've only slept for a day. Haven Ti, why does it feel as though a century has passed? Karochi gazed at Tai Si with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Sister Tai Si, what exactly did you discuss with Kain? Tai Si's smile faltered, her gaze awkwardly drifting to the ceiling. I can't possibly say I sold you for $0 to Kain. In truth, she hadn't said much at all. Tai Si's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. The more she hesitated, the sharper Karochi's gaze became, scrutinizing her intently. Ultimately, unable to maintain her defenses, Tai Si waved her hands in exasperation. All right, I'll tell you honestly. She brushed a strand of golden hair from her temple and began recounting her conversation with Kain in the realm of the alternate dimension to Karochi. So that is how it is, but let me make it clear. Although I said that, it was merely a jest. Whether it comes to fruition depends entirely on your decision. Feeling a surge of guilt, Tai Si felt a considerable weight lift from her shoulders after divulging the details. Though she hadn't genuinely sold Karochi for $0, she feared that her insufferable little brother might cease to acknowledge her. Karochi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of being sold. However, he recognized that it was hardly a matter of great significance. After all, he was quite familiar with Tai Si, having spent such a long time together. Furthermore, the fragmentation of time and space indeed bore its own responsibilities that he must shoulder. Tai Si cautiously observed Karochi, noting his lack of anger before continuing to inquire. So what is the outcome? After all, whether Karochi joined the nest of time was of considerable importance, not merely for her ability to gather materials, but also for the significant alterations it would bring to their future lives. What else could it be? Karochi replied helplessly, producing the time-space scroll, which emanated an eerie black aura. Though Tai Si had never encountered such an object, she understood that Karochi had consented to become a time-space patroller under Kain's guidance. With a hint of worry, she asked, "Is it all right?" "It's nothing to be concerned about. My personal exploration and cultivation have indeed become somewhat challenging. I must express my gratitude to you, Sister Tai Si." Feeling a touch of warmth, Karochi was pleasantly surprised by Tai Si's genuine care for his situation. In his solitary cultivation, he had encountered numerous obstacles, causing his strength to progress at an agonizingly slow pace over the past 6 months. Having the guidance of the King of Time was undoubtedly preferable to aimlessly stumbling in the dark. That is not the issue. It's the fact that time-space patrollers seem to undertake perilous missions. Taisi expressed her concerns. She felt a pang of reluctance to send her troublesome brother into danger, especially since she herself couldn't accompany him. Sister Taisi, you must recognize that as a Saiyan, fighting is an essential part of my existence, Karochi asserted, his demeanor adopting a more serious tone. Of course, this was a fade, meant to alleviate Taisi's worries. After all, who among the wealthy would relish the idea of laboring? He had transitioned from a carefree drifter to suddenly possessing a job. No salary, no insurance. Even in another world. One couldn't escape the grind of a 996 work schedule. Well then, since you've said that, I shan't press further. Just be careful during your missions. Taisi conceded, refraining from saying more. Having concluded their serious discussion, she swiftly changed the subject. How about we explore the nest of time together tomorrow? I must tell you, there are many wondrous things here. After contemplating for a moment, Karochi nodded in agreement. For Kane had also mentioned that there was no need to rush. All right, Sister Taisi. The boss had said not to hurry, so as an employee, he certainly had no reason to work himself to the bone. Furthermore, the task of restoring the time-space wasn't merely about rampaging through it, but rather ensuring its development returned to its original trajectory at the appropriate time and place. However, Karochi's understanding of this concept wasn't entirely accurate. If he were dealing with fragments of time in the original storyline, then yes, that would be the case. One would need to ensure that the right individuals met their demise at the correct time and location. Yet, the task he faced involved the fragmented time-space, which wouldn't easily split again. Of course, if it pertained to fundamental world settings, it could still split again. Yet, such tasks were not ones Kane would assign to a newly minted time-space patroller. I'm truly exhausted today. By the way, we encountered a rather peculiar individual just after emerging from that crystal. Taisi stretched exaggeratedly, though her thoughts had been far from this matter throughout her exploration of the nest of time. Suddenly, she recalled Whis. Although his image in her memory had grown quite vague, that was precisely why she brought him up. At that moment, far away in the realm of destroyers, Whis was indulging in a delicious grilled fish, delighting in an array of varied culinary experiences each day. Is someone speaking of me? Whis felt a surge of energy, though he paid it little mind. What a pity that Lord Beerus cannot partake in such delectable grilled fish. A strange individual? Karochi inquired, looking at Taisi with curiosity. It must be a time-space patroller brought by Kane, I suppose. Karochi mused, considering the many bizarre beings in this realm, some of which he had never even encountered. Without lingering on the matter, he lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a sip, savoring its fragrant essence bursting in his mouth. How delightful! How utterly delightful! This is the life of a deity, unlike the impoverished and pretentious deities of Earth. As Karochi enjoyed his tea, his thoughts wandered. Yes, indeed. That person was quite odd. I can't even recall his appearance now. The more he attempted to think of Whis, the more indistinct his image became, as if some unseen force obstructed his perception. Wait, does the nest of time harbor such divine beings? Karochi was taken aback, astonished that the nest of time possessed such formidable entities. From what he gathered about the nest of time from the game, there was only one significant figure, with the rest merely being protagonists. It seemed that Sun Wukong joined later on. However, he hadn't encountered any supreme experts. And the fact that the nest of time could seal the demon god Demigra was indeed a testament to the prowess of the King of Time. Nevertheless, having such strong allies was undeniably reassuring. Karochi took another sip of tea. It seemed Kane held a considerable respect for the individual, consistently addressing him as Mr. Whis. The only detail that lingered in Taisi's mind was the name. Wait, Whis, oh my goodness, that Whis. Just as Karochi was about to speak, his excitement caused him to choke on his tea, which had yet to be swallowed. Cough, cough. The violent coughing fit brought tears to his eyes. Yet he still yearned to speak. The more he struggled, the more severe his coughing became. Taisi, startled by Karochi's reaction, rushed to his side to assist him. What has got you so worked up? She quickly positioned herself behind him, helping him regain his breath. Calm down. Look at how you're choking. Taisi found herself at a loss for words. Couldn't he be a bit more composed? After all, he was still just a child of 7 or 8 years, while she could now claim to be akin to the King of Time. Oh no. My beloved master was brushed past me. How could I not be excited? I must have slept for a day, or perhaps even a century. Karochi's face flushed crimson, tears streaming down as he continued to cough. This wasn't merely tears from choking. It was a lament for his lost youth. Taisi had never witnessed Karochi in such a state before. Was that Mr. Whis truly such a mysterious and powerful figure? Cough, cough. That Mr. Whis, does he wield a staff? Karochi silently hoped. Please don't let it be him. Just as long as he isn't Angel Whis, I'll have no regrets. Observing the hopeful glint in Karochi's eyes, Tai Si endeavored to recall Whis' image. Though it remained quite hazy, only allowing her a vague impression. I think he might have been holding something? She wasn't entirely certain, but she sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. Enough, Tai Si, you need not say another word. Is this not simply Whis? I could cry. Karochi, in his heart, has already become a mere shell of himself, losing all his brilliance, wishing he could lie down like a salted fish for eternity. Had he not encountered this situation, perhaps he would still cling to a glimmer of hope, but here he is, faced with the very one who has now fallen asleep. It would have been better had they never met at all. Observing Karochi sprawled on the couch, devoid of any life goals, Tai Si felt a genuine panic. Xiao, are you alright? She even reached out to poke his arm, and indeed, he felt just like a salted fish. Karochi sensed that his life had lost all meaning. Oh dear. Such a splendid opportunity was at hand. He only needed to make a slight effort to gain access to the culinary delights Whis had experienced and successfully become his disciple. Did he still need to persuade the gods to allow him to undergo divine trials? Absolutely not. His master Whis would surely teach him to become a powerhouse akin to Beerus, with the price merely being some delectable food. Yet now, the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved and sorrowful he became. If not for being in Tai Si's presence, he would have buried his face in his hands and wept. Perhaps even slapped himself twice in frustration. Xiao, you must hold on. Tai Si cautiously urged, but the mere mention of Whis made Karochi twitch again, prompting Tai Si to instantly fall silent. What on earth is happening? Is it possible that Xiao is allergic to the name Whis? In his despondency, Karochi mechanically turned to Tai Si, yearning to implore her to refrain from mentioning Whis any further. He truly regretted his past decisions. If this were a game, he would have considered deleting his account and starting anew. I'll take my leave for a bit. You, please calm down. Tai Si could no longer endure it and decided to make her exit. What on earth is this Whis? Karochi's lips quivered incessantly. How could he possibly calm down? After Tai Si retreated to her room, Karochi remained alone in the hall, contemplating the meaning of life for over half an hour before finally regaining his composure. It's done. What's lost is lost. If it's meant to be, so be it. Karochi trembled all over. The pain was unbearable. It felt as if he could hardly breathe. At this juncture, he could only console himself. Chapter 62. An endless task, truly endless. The next day, when Kayan beheld Karochi's salted fish appearance, she was taken aback. What on earth happened? Just yesterday, he was a spirited youth, and today he looked as if he were on the brink of death. Tai Si pulled Kayan aside for a hushed conversation, revealing the events of the previous day. Upon learning the details, Kayan could not help but cast a disapproving glance at Karochi. Did he still wish to apprentice under Master Whis? What an absurd notion. Whis is the angel who trained the god of destruction, Beerus. How could he possibly lower himself to teach a mere mortal? Enough of that. Even if you had faith in Master Whis back then, he would never take you as a disciple. Reasonably, Kayan felt that this child was overthinking matters. Karochi, wishing to avoid the painful topic, shot her a look that conveyed his feelings of misunderstanding. He possessed formidable skills that could undoubtedly persuade Whis. But now it was too late to speak of it. I am off to carry out a mission. Karochi resolved to defeat some minor foes to alleviate his mood. He glanced at the task scroll from yesterday, which was primarily concerned with the conflicts within the demon realm. He needed to assist one of the denizens of that realm in overcoming a group of galactic patrol officers who were attacking them. Shocking indeed. Karochi felt the same astonishment upon first seeing it, yet upon further reflection, it did not seem so daunting. Everyone has their responsibilities. Just like Beerus, the god of destruction, who governs destruction itself. He serves the seventh universe, and as long as the universe operates smoothly, what he does is just and right. The time-space patrollers are responsible for maintaining the stability of time and space. The concepts of good and evil within the time-space fragments cannot serve as a measure of their actions. Weren't we supposed to go out today? Tai Si, utterly speechless, thought to herself, is it really worth being this gloomy over not being able to become a disciple? To Tai Si, she perhaps did not comprehend the significance of apprenticing under Whis. Her lack of understanding was entirely reasonable. You must work diligently. And remember to head to the time-space library after completing this task. Do your job well. I have plenty of requirements for you. Karochi retrieved the time-space scroll, which resembled a directional teleportation magic scroll. As he unfurled it, a burst of white light enveloped him, and before vanishing, he left a message. Sister Tai Si, I'm fine. You and Lord Kayan enjoy your outing. With that, the light dissipated, and Karochi disappeared. When he returned, it was already 5 hours later, and Karochi was filled with pride. This task was a breeze. He completed it with minimal effort, simply rendering the incoming Galactic Patrol officers unconscious, and then purifying the tainted members. Task completed. He wondered what Tai Si and the others were up to. After sensing around, he couldn't detect Tai Si's presence. After all, the presence of powerful beings in the nest of time was indeed overwhelming. Shaking his head, he decided to head to the so-called time-space library, which in the game appeared as a shimmering portal, whereupon touching it, the protagonist would enter into options. A surge of greenish-blue light flashed as his mental energy connected with the ring. Karochi felt a momentary blur, and the scenery around him transformed rapidly. What? Is it done so quickly? Kayan's voice reached Karochi's ears, and he saw her looking pleasantly surprised amidst a pile of time-space scrolls. Truly, an exemplary employee. She knew to come looking for work. She would never admit to having summoned him here. Karochi was taken aback by what appeared to be a veritable mountain of time-space scrolls, and he trembled all over. Kayan, my dear, what is all this? He hesitantly pointed at the enormous quantity of time-space scrolls, stuttering out his inquiry. Ah, you noticed? Indeed. These are all the tasks you will be undertaking in the future. Kayan's expression resembled that of someone who had had their hidden treasures discovered. Was she serious? Upon hearing this, Karochi felt utterly deflated. What an outrageous situation. Even after traversing realms, he could not escape the fate of being exploited. How could he possibly manage such an overwhelming amount alone? Karochi asked with an unnatural tone. Are there truly no other time-space patrollers? Surely, he could not be the only one handling this. This was outrageous. Even the donkeys in a production team get to rest sometimes. Kayan explained that there were indeed many time-space patrollers, but most were occupied with their original timeline's tasks. Moreover, she had already dispatched quite a number to your current time-space. Otherwise, the number would have multiplied tenfold. These were merely the time-space tasks of the 7th universe. Kayan shrugged her shoulders, stating that she had done her utmost, even joining in on the task of clearing the time-space fragments. Karochi could only manage a bitter smile. With this many tasks, it would take him 2.5 years to finish them all. He still had to train. This work was far too time-consuming. As if reading his thoughts, Kayan spoke again. You must continue to enhance your strength to its utmost limit. Only Super Saiyans who transcend their limits can transform. And your current power has yet to meet the criteria for transformation. Pausing for a moment, Kayan continued. Your current realm has reached its limit. Further training is of little significance. You should take this opportunity to engage in time-space tasks to solidify your power. Karochi growing stronger would only benefit the nest of time, as she had far too many enemies. However, there were too few capable individuals, and most time-space patrollers indeed had low potential. If only a master of the divine realm could emerge within the nest of time, her burden would be greatly alleviated. Yet, with so many time-space tasks, how could he possibly complete them in a short time? You are correct. I have consumed your motivational words. However, I must confront reality. I am not Naruto Uzumaki and cannot use shadow clones. I simply cannot handle such an overwhelming number of tasks. Who said you should finish it all in one breath? This is the workload of 3 years. Is she truly that detestable? How could it be possible for Karochi to work tirelessly without a moment's rest? 3 long years. Upon hearing this, Karochi once again felt his vitality wane. He had initially believed that after 2.5 years of practice, he would soar to great heights. Who knew he had underestimated Kayan? She was truly ruthless. He felt as if he was ready to delete his account. What was the point of continuing? Ahem, of course. You will be granted some time to rest. You need not be in such despair. Consider that these time-space missions not only enhance your strength, but also improve your practical abilities. How wonderful is that? Observing Karochi's dejected demeanor, Kayan hurriedly approached to offer him a bowl of chicken soup. It would be a shame to scare off the rare laborer she had just recruited. Even though his household registration had already been transferred to her, Karochi, who had just begun to regain a semblance of spirit, found it difficult to muster any energy. He silently consumed the foul and putrid chicken soup, inwardly lamenting, I'm sorry, parents. I should have focused on my studies and aimed higher. Little did he expect that in his previous life he was toiling away, and even after traversing realms, he would still be toiling. Where is the escape for a worker like him? By the way, where is Sister Tais? With so much work, he couldn't possibly complete it all at once. So he might as well give up, indifferent to it all. Tais, however, had not been sensed by Karochi. It was as if she had vanished. Oh, Tais. She has returned to Earth. She mentioned that she had gathered ample materials. She wanted to say goodbye to you. Just after Karochi departed, Tais proposed to leave. After all, this journey had lasted over half a year, during which she encountered numerous legendary beings. She needed to return to consolidate her experiences and continue her creative endeavors. So sudden. Karochi blinked rapidly. He hadn't anticipated Tais would leave the time nest so easily. Her departure was rather abrupt. This left Karochi unprepared, but indeed, This place was not suitable for an ordinary person like Tais to remain. Kayan organized a portion of the time-space scrolls while saying, "She told you not to worry and that she would inquire with the earth deities about your cultivation issues." Hearing this, Karochi felt a warm sensation in his heart. He wouldn't be the only one protecting her on her journey. Naturally, Karochi had truly accepted his current identity and acknowledged Tais in the role of an elder sister. Although his psychological age was somewhat advanced, that was inconsequential. The nature of feelings is difficult to articulate. Just as one becomes accustomed to a certain identity, adapting to all it brings soon follows. Alright, I'm utterly exhausted. These scrolls are what you need to manage this month. There are dozens of them scattered about, causing Karochi's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Can't the Time King Kayan exhibit a little foresight? I was just reflecting. And you suddenly hand me a month's worth of tasks. Can I refuse? I don't want to move. I don't want to work. Karochi shouted internally. Yet he still accepted all the scrolls and placed them into his spatial pocket. Well then, Kayan, I shall return to rest. Karochi yawned, appearing somewhat dispirited. After all, so much had transpired in the past 2 days. To ask him to undertake a mission now was beyond his capacity. Rest well. Kayan had already assigned him the tasks. What he did next was his own affair, and even if he procrastinated until the last day, it was his prerogative. Whoosh. Karochi vanished directly from the time library. Upon returning to his residence, Karochi couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness. Previously, he had Tais to converse with, but her departure left him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Karochi shook his head, and after having a meal, he fell into a deep slumber. The exhaustion was genuine. Though he knew not why, that long-term fatigue from constant travel had enveloped him entirely. He needed to recuperate thoroughly for a period. Time slipped by imperceptibly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. During these 2 years, Karochi had flourished remarkably. Each time Tais visited the time nest, she was astounded. The 10-year-old Karochi had grown significantly, his physique notably robust, no longer appearing out of place. In these 2 years, Karochi had also dedicated himself to thoroughly clearing the overwhelming majority of time-space missions accumulated within the 7th universe. Just one final task remains. And then I can return. Let us go, Ori. Karochi silently encouraged himself. Chapter 63. The Final Moments on Planet Vegeta. Kayan, I have arrived. Karochi's tone bore a hint of excitement. He was finally about to conclude his work. Reflecting on the past 2 years, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. How had he agreed to this in the first place? Now, all that was needed was to complete this last task, and he would be entitled to a lengthy vacation. Follow me. This task is newly generated and somewhat special. Kayan smiled gently at Karochi. Truly a model employee, to finish 3 years' worth of work in just 2 years. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of the new time fragments, he could have taken a break by now. Karochi followed Kayan towards the time library. By the way, how did the communication with the earth deities go? Kayan inquired, recalling that 3 months prior, Tais had relayed Karochi's cultivation questions to the deities during her visit to the time nest. She had subsequently requested Karochi to accompany her to the fairy planet, claiming that she found greater inspiration there for her creations. Regarding this matter, the deities have agreed to let me proceed to the divine trials. Karochi's excitement grew at this revelation. He owed this fortune to Tais, as his combat power had now reached an astounding 5 million. It was difficult to imagine further advancement. According to Kayan, his strength had reached saturation. The realm was now struggling to accommodate any more power, and he was on the cusp of a critical breakthrough. Indeed, you have reached a bottleneck in your power. Logically, you should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan now. Kayan observed Karochi with a hint of confusion. At this stage, the feasibility of transformation was fully present, and all conditions had been met. So why had he not transformed yet? Karochi shook his head with a wry smile. I have attempted it over the past 2 years, yet it always feels like something is missing. Karochi had indeed made attempts to transform, invoking memories of various friends and relatives in his mind. Alas, there was little change. The closest he had come to transforming was when he recalled the burdens of his previous life, mortgage and car loans. Damn, during that time, his hair had even turned blonde. The power of a Super Saiyan had emerged, but ultimately, he couldn't maintain it, leading to his profound frustration. The sensation of transformation was now lost to him. Do not worry, you are already capable of standing on your own. Due to the unique nature of the time nest, widespread recruitment across the universe was not feasible, resulting in a scarcity of skilled individuals. Karochi chose not to elaborate further. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was initially quite challenging. However, by the latter stages, such as during the Majin Buu saga, it became rather commonplace. So what is the final time-space mission? Karochi aimed to complete his current tasks swiftly, then focus on his training. That was the priority. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since Tais returned to Earth. He had lost contact with her, and was unsure of her situation. It wasn't he that he missed her, but since bringing her back from the fairy planet, he had gifted her a spirit fruit tree. Her combat power had already reached 3,000, making her an absolute powerhouse on Earth. He feared she might be unable to control her power and inadvertently harm the innocent, which would spell disaster. Here it is. Kayan produced a scroll emanating a strong dark aura. Karochi's expression instantly turned grave. This energy was more intense than anything he had encountered before. This is a high-level time-space mission, one that should not be undertaken by you or any single individual. Kayan's tone lacked the gravity one might expect. She had completed such tasks numerous times. Most of the high-level missions that had accumulated due to the time-space rift had been handled by her, leaving only the remnants for Karochi. Karochi raised his head, awaiting further explanation. Since that was the case, did she intend to assign him a companion? This mission was generated specifically while you were engaged in those other time-space tasks. Upon hearing this, Kane couldn't help but let out a scoff. Those two individuals from the demon realm are truly competent. This high-level time-space mission has been entrusted to you, and I will provide my assistance. This task is particularly unique. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially resulting in the fragmentation of two time-spaces. Extreme caution is imperative. Karochi was taken aback. But can't you handle this yourself? Why drag me into this? It was utterly perplexing. Kane's abilities far surpassed his own. If she intended to participate, wouldn't it be superfluous for him to join? Do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. The primary purpose of this endeavor is to familiarize you with the operational procedures of high-level time-space missions. Moreover, this mission is intrinsically connected to you, as it will take place on Planet Vegeta. Eventually, Karochi must engage with high-level time-space missions, so it would be beneficial for him to gain some exposure. Planet Vegeta. Karochi was bewildered. How did this become intertwined with Planet Vegeta? Could it be? No way. Contaminated by demonic energy, Frieza intends to eliminate a Saiyan named Bardock. Bardock cannot perish, Kane declared with grave seriousness. Bardock is pivotal to the legend of the Super Saiyan. Should he die, it would give rise to a new time-space devoid of the Super Saiyan legend. Karochi grasped the gravity of the issue. If Bardock were to fall, the ramifications on time-space would be immense, even affecting events from 100,000 years ago. Then let us depart swiftly. Karochi spoke without hesitation. If a new time-space were to emerge, he would be deprived of a joyful vacation. And Frieza must not die. Furthermore, he must be guided to annihilate Planet Vegeta, Kane reminded, as if struck by a sudden realization. Goodness, is this a cruel jest? Does one seek to relive the horrors of the past? That is my second homeland. Karochi expressed his reluctance. While he did not harbor particularly strong feelings for Planet Vegeta, he had spent 4 years living there. Then how about this? After the new time-space fractures, you can continue your work. Kane replied nonchalantly. This was merely a statement for Karochi's benefit. If he truly wished to avoid it, Kane would find a solution. For it was no laughing matter if time-space encountered further issues. My Lord Kane, time is of the essence. We must hasten our departure. Karochi exclaimed. Work? I am not yet of age. This could be deemed illegal child labor, do you realize? Moreover, there would be no remuneration for such toil. Kane flashed a triumphant smile, summoning the radiant time-space scroll to envelop the two of them. Within the realm of time-space fragments, the universe within is vast, comparable to the entirety of the Milky Way. And the potential for uncontrollable entities to emerge if it continues to expand is unfathomable. In the cosmic expanse surrounding Planet Vegeta, countless Saiyans are engaged in battle against Frieza's forces. Energy blasts soar through the air like a grand display of fireworks. At this moment, Frieza, aboard his spaceship, sips red wine while observing the scene, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Mr. Shambo, Mr. Dodoria, what do you think of this spectacle? Meanwhile, King Vegeta lies on the floor, confidence shattered, having been knocked out with a single blow, barely clinging to life. These foolish monkeys dare to resist the king, truly a path to their demise, Dodoria proclaimed with a boisterous voice, though his words rang true. Shambo maintained his suave demeanor, yet concurred with Dodoria's assessment, believing Frieza was far beyond these barbaric Saiyans. Just then, the large screen displayed a valiant Saiyan warrior, momentarily halting Frieza's forces. A desperate struggle, indeed. Let us assess his power level. Frieza chuckled menacingly, his eyes gleaming with cold malice. Report. What is that Scion's power level? His power level is at 150,000, a yellow-skinned alien announced loudly. Oh, quite formidable. Frieza remarked casually, swirling his wine glass. 150,000 surpasses that of King Vegeta, yet ultimately, he is still but an insect, unworthy of my attention. Your Majesty Frieza, allow us to eliminate this bothersome pest. Shambo knelt, eager to seize the moment. Frieza crushed his wine glass in his hand, turning to face them with a chilling smile. There is no need for Mr. Shambo's assistance. I shall handle this personally, and perhaps set off a little fireworks display. Frieza's eyes narrowed as he departed the control room, leaving his subordinates in reverence. The ship's roof slowly opened, revealing Frieza's figure, his iconic smirk and icy gaze instantly captivating the attention of all present, be they Saiyans or soldiers of Frieza's legion. Upon his emergence, fear washed over them all. Frieza, Bardock's face contorted with rage, yet his body instinctively resisted the urge to battle. Tremors coursed through him, as if warning him to flee. However, as a Saiyan, Bardock refused to retreat. He would fight for the honor of his kind. Come, Frieza, I fear you not. His voice was fierce and resolute, yet Frieza merely pressed a finger to his lips, stifling a laugh at the audacity of the Saiyan. Frieza extended his right index finger, a flicker of orange light gathering at its tip, his favored death beam, a devastating energy attack. Bardock, undeterred, concentrated his own power, forming a ki blast the size of a basketball, his utmost effort. Frieza, perish! Bardock roared, hurling the ki blast at Frieza. According to the original narrative, Frieza would unleash his death beam amidst maniacal laughter, but an unforeseen event transpired. A flicker of purple-black light flashed in Frieza's eyes, and his hand, once poised to attack Bardock, redirected to unleash the death beam at him instead. In an instant, the death beam pierced through Bardock's ki blast, hurtling toward his head. Bardock registered no response, all of this occurring in a mere second. He was completely oblivious to the fact that his ki blast had been obliterated. Just as Bardock was about to be struck down by the death beam, a surge of white light erupted before him, deflecting the attack with remarkable ease. This astonishing display left Dodoria and Shambo in the spaceship utterly astounded. Who could possibly withstand the king's assault? Chapter 64. A fierce clash against Frieza. How can this be? Dodoria's eyes widened in disbelief. The king's death beam had been thwarted. Who was responsible for this? Shambo, too, struggled to maintain his composed demeanor. In the meantime, Frieza emerged from his prior state of bewilderment. The interference from the demonic energy had clouded his memory of recent events. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The fact that his death beam had been intercepted was the source of his greatest fury. As the light dissipated, a young Saiyan stepped forth. His tail swaying behind him confirmed his identity. He cast a relieved glance at the unharmed Bardock, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I made it just in time. He had been startled to discover that Frieza had launched a lethal attack on Bardock without warning. Had that strike connected, even if Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would have sustained grievous injuries. Who are you? Bardock exclaimed, astonished. This young Saiyan appeared to be a minor. Yet had he just shielded him from Frieza's onslaught? He could hardly comprehend the situation. Karochi chose not to respond, as there was no future intersection between himself and Bardock. A Saiyan, and a youthful one at that. Frieza reclined within his spacecraft, his eyes narrowed, pondering the formidable strength of his adversary who had successfully withstood his assault. Just how powerful could they be? He inquired of a humanoid alien situated behind him, devoid of any means to sense energy or equipped with a detector, leaving him utterly oblivious to the opponent's prowess. The alien behind him shuddered, promptly activating the detector. But to his astonishment, the readings fluctuated and ultimately indicated 0. Despite the incredulity of the situation, he dutifully reported, "My lord, the opponent's combat power registers as 0. Upon hearing this, Frieza disdainfully unleashed a death beam upon him, contemptuously remarking, "Incompetent fool. Ah ho ho ho. I had no idea there existed such a formidable warrior among the Saiyans. This truly delights me." Frieza's murderous intent surged. Yet he maintained a facade of polite sophistication that belied his reputation as a remorseless killer. Thanks to his sixth sense, Karochi perceived the overwhelming malevolence and sins that enveloped Frieza, far surpassing those of Slag. It was noteworthy that while Slag merely represented a criminal syndicate, Frieza was akin to a ruthless real estate tycoon. The two were hardly comparable. How wonderful it is to see you so pleased. Allow me to further enhance your joy. Karochi mimicked Frieza's malevolent demeanor, his smile radiant as the sun. At that very moment, as Karochi glanced toward Frieza, the latter's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he leapt from the spacecraft. Boom. Within half a second, an explosion engulfed the spot where Frieza had been seated, reducing the vessel to mere ashes. Had he not acted swiftly, he might have been left with severed limbs, considering Frieza's current power level of 530,000 stood in stark contrast to Karochi's usual might of over 5 million, a crushing disparity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, a mere 20-point difference in combat power could result in one side utterly dominating the other, let alone a staggering tenfold difference. Frieza, still shaken, cast a wary glance at the remnants of his former location, his gaze toward Karochi shifting from mockery to seriousness. Karochi, do temper your approach. Frieza's demise would disrupt the very fabric of time and space. Kane's anxious voice reached Karochi's ears, as she had genuinely feared for Frieza's life just moments prior. Karochi, with a dismissive glance into the shadows, thought it absurd. If he truly wished to eliminate the king, Frieza would have long since met his end. It was undeniable that this form of Frieza represented his weakest state. I have heard that Lord Frieza possesses a combat power of 1.2 billion. I wonder if I may be fortunate enough to witness it? Karochi jested lightly. 112 billion? Behind him, Bardock gasped. His mind momentarily blank, as if struck by lightning. The notion that Frieza's power could reach such heights was unfathomable. How could such an extraordinarily powerful being exist in the universe? It was almost too incredible to believe. If the mysterious Saiyan's claims held any truth, then the Saiyan's attempts to rebel against Frieza were nothing short of a farcical endeavor. Ah ho ho ho. Though I am unsure of the source of your information, since you seem intent on courting death, I shall oblige. Frieza relished the thought of unleashing his full strength, for his previous reaction had been purely instinctual. This indicated that his opponent was indeed formidable. Despite Frieza's inflated sense of self-importance, he was not devoid of intelligence. With his arms dangling at his sides, palms open, and legs crossed in a classic royal stance, Frieza exuded an aura of confidence. Witnessing this, Shangguo was so frightened that he disregarded his usual composure and shouted, "Fall back. Retreat 100,000 miles." He was uncertain of Frieza's true strength, but it was likely that the mysterious Saiyan was indeed correct in asserting his combat power at a terrifying 1.2 billion. Before the spacecraft could entirely withdraw, Frieza erupted in a violent display of purple energy, which instantaneously tore through his battle attire, scattering debris that inadvertently struck several of his own subordinates. Aya! Frieza's hands clenched into fists, adopting a half-crouched stance as he began to roar. In an environment where air should not exist, a fierce wind began to swirl, a testament to Frieza's overwhelming power. In an instant, even the spacecraft that had distanced itself significantly was caught in the tumult. Alarms blared, and the vessel shook violently. Incredible. That insolent monkey will undoubtedly regret his actions. Though Dodoria struggled to maintain his footing amidst the turbulence, he could not contain his excitement. A relentless gale surged forth, and Karochi raised a hand to shield himself, while Bardock positioned himself behind him, narrowly avoiding being swept away, unlike many of the other Saiyans who were not so fortunate. What is that? It must be a trick, a Saiyan exclaimed in terror, unable to withstand the sheer force emanating from Frieza even from such a distance. Gulp. Countless Saiyans instinctively swallowed hard, only now realizing the true terror that Frieza represented. They had previously considered opposing such an overwhelming entity. Frieza, even Bardock, unaffected by the chaos, found himself shaken. Despite lacking the ability to sense energy, the chilling aura made his hair stand on end. His body trembled unnaturally, fueled by anger, yet predominantly by fear. There was truly no glimmer of hope, especially as he cast a glance at the seemingly unfazed Karochi. Where had this young Saiyan emerged from? Bardock was certain he had never encountered anyone like him, and how could a Saiyan of such immense power ever submit to King Vegeta's rule? With Frieza's furious roar, his energy surged to its zenith, the purple glow illuminating the surroundings. As the brilliance faded, Frieza's form became apparent. Diminutive in stature, arms crossed over his chest, blood-red eyes, purplish-black lips, and two crimson tear-like markings beneath his eyes, a shiny purple exoskeleton, pale skin, and 3 toes on 1 foot, his limbs harmoniously proportioned. Oh, now I understand why the king was ultimately rehabilitated. Such simplicity in design, Karochi mused, observing Frieza's physique while others remained entranced by his power. Bardock, upon witnessing Frieza's visage, clutched his head in anguish. He was struck by Dualo's illusionary fist, glimpsing fragmented visions of the future. Despite the excruciating pain, he witnessed a figure resembling himself in combat against Frieza, who was now in his current form. In the end, the figure, strikingly similar to Bardock, transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed warrior enveloped in golden energy, ultimately vanquishing Frieza. Kakarot. Bardock recognized his son, Kakarot, and it was precisely because he had witnessed the destruction of Planet Vegeta that he had sent Kakarot away ahead of time. Karochi glanced at Bardock, understanding dawning upon him. In this case, you, foul monkey, are left with no room for rebellion. Frieza's voice deepened following his transformation, the previously cold and slightly shrill tone replaced by a more robust timbre. His speech regained its former arrogance, and in his final form, he regarded Karochi with utter disdain. Karochi shrugged. It seems I underestimated you. You haven't even unleashed your full strength yet. Currently, the king's combat power stood at over 3 million. a mere fraction of his true capability. Oomph, such audacity. Frieza lightly touched his lips with his right arm, a sinister chuckle escaping him. In a flash, Frieza vanished from sight, and Karochi's pupils shifted, locking onto Frieza's movement. As anticipated, Frieza reappeared to his right, executing a spinning kick, which Karochi instinctively raised his arm to block. The clash of their formidable powers generated a colossal shockwave of energy. Originally, Bardock, who was positioned behind Karochi, was enveloped by a peculiar force that ensured his survival. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly perished from that last blow. Karochi, retreat from this battle. Remember to lure Frieza into unleashing the energy blast capable of annihilating Planet Vegeta. Although Kane intended for Karochi to undergo training, he must not be allowed to act recklessly. Had she not intervened just now, Bardock would have been lost. Ugh. Karochi couldn't help but smile wryly. How could he possibly devise a way to have his adversary obliterate his home planet? Frieza, slightly taken aback by the lack of success in his strike, pondered the resilience of this wild monkey. Despite his current state, he could not easily crush and torment him. Just as he was about to turn and launch another attack, he heard Karochi's voice. Let us continue our battle in a different location. With narrowed eyes, Karochi unleashed a white aura that momentarily overshadowed Frieza's own presence. Chapter 65. Frieza's Superpower. What? Frieza was utterly astonished. He could distinctly sense the boundless power emanating from this young Saiyan. It was significantly stronger than his current self. Energy blast. An invisible force erupted, sending Frieza reeling. Ugh, he exclaimed, propelled backward by the impact of the energy blast. This technique may not have immense power, but it was potent enough to forcefully repel an opponent. In the incredulous gazes of Dodoria and Shambo, Frieza was blasted away for hundreds of thousands of miles. How is this possible? Dodoria's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the invincible Frieza be sent flying by a mere wild monkey? Shambo, unable to conceal his astonished expression, inquired anxiously, is the battle power of that wild monkey still unreadable? Why yes, Lord Shambo, the battle power of that Saiyan remains at 0. But Frieza's battle power has exceeded 3 million. The alien being questioned was equally terrified. Could the Saiyan truly be that strong? That Frieza's power had reached such an unfathomable level, yet he was being suppressed. As Frieza's body continued to soar backward, he regained his composure and unleashed a furious aura, halting his flight. At this moment, Frieza's expression had transformed from one of arrogance to one of profound humiliation. He could not believe he had been struck down by a wild monkey, one he had deemed insignificant. Karochi could distinctly feel Frieza's energy surging, quickly surpassing his own 5 million to an astonishing 9 million. Truly, Frieza was formidable. With just a slight exertion, he had already reached my limits. Karochi mused internally. He had trained for 10 years, and although it hardly constituted true practice on Planet Vegeta, he had never slacked off since arriving on Earth. Little did he expect that merely releasing the latent power he had possessed since birth would allow him to surpass his ordinary self. Unforgivable. I, the king, shall never forgive you. Such a disgraceful occurrence, if witnessed by his brother Cooler, would render him a laughingstock. High-speed movement. Frieza instantly vanished from sight, moving at a speed incomprehensibly greater than before. Karochi was naturally unable to keep pace with Frieza's velocity, but he could still sense the energy radiating from him. Originally charging toward Frieza, Karochi halted, crossing his arms protectively across his chest, but before a mere 0.001 seconds had passed, Frieza's foot was already upon him. Bang! The immense force from Frieza's three-toed foot inflicted pain upon Karochi, reminiscent of the cosmic retribution he had just dealt to Frieza. This foul monkey can keep up with my movements. How is this possible? He is merely a lowly wild monkey. Frieza was greatly astonished. He had already exerted nearly 10% of his power. At this moment, Frieza's battle power reached 10 million, and Karochi only came to a halt upon colliding with a massive meteorite. Thankfully, he possessed the vacuum technique. Otherwise, he would have perished in the vastness of space without Frieza needing to lift a finger. Frieza was indeed impressive. Just a slight exertion from him was enough to push me to my limits. Karochi, now serious, shook his arms, realizing that he had narrowly avoided having them shattered by that kick. As Frieza, filled with murderous intent, approached, Karochi disregarded the pain in his arms and unleashed furious aura. To be honest, it had been a long time since he had employed this technique. Karochi's battle power surged to over 9 million, narrowing the gap with Frieza. Die, wild monkey. Frieza, racing forward, raised his hand to unleash a red shockwave, Death Comet. This skill had only been utilized by Frieza in the original story on Namek, when he had been robbed of all the Dragon Balls by Vegeta and had launched a full map assault. Naturally, Frieza in his final form was far beyond the capabilities portrayed in the original. Should this Death Comet strike Planet Vegeta, it would be utterly vaporized. Karochi swiftly employed spatial jump. Only a fool would engage in a direct clash with him. Boom. The colossal meteorite was instantly obliterated by the death comet, as if it had never existed. The Saiyans near the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta were left dumbfounded. Setting aside the terrifying power of Frieza, they were trying to comprehend the emergence of this new Saiyan. Why was he also overwhelmingly powerful, akin to a monster? Bardock, feeling his pain subside, gazed at Karochi with confusion and disbelief. In his envisioned future of Planet Vegeta's destruction, he had not foreseen the arrival of such a formidable warrior. From his demeanor, it seemed he was not significantly inferior to Frieza. Damn it, that wild monkey managed to dodge it. Frieza, unwilling to accept defeat. High-speed movement vanished from Karochi's sight once more. Without hesitation, Karochi swung his fist backward, colliding with Frieza's fist in a fierce clash. The terrifying force of their collision produced a shockwave that was an entire magnitude greater than before. The two combatants faced each other, neither willing to relent. This foul monkey can still amplify his strength. Frieza, oblivious to the fact that Karochi's power had more than doubled since their last encounter, was bewildered. How is this possible? He is just an immature Saiyan. Could it be? As Frieza contemplated this possibility, he abruptly halted his thoughts. His earlier fade of exerting tremendous effort gradually transformed into indifference and disdain. If this was indeed the so-called legendary warrior, it would be nothing more than an entertaining farce. Karochi instantly sensed the disturbance. Frieza's energy was escalating in an exaggerated manner. His strength multiplied several-fold in an instant. Damn it! You and Son Goku took your time battling for 2.5 episodes, yet I haven't even lasted 2 minutes before you become frantic. Karochi cursed internally. His sixth sense was frantically warning him to distance himself from Frieza. Without delay, he executed spatial jump to teleport away, leaving Frieza momentarily stunned, only to break into a chilling smile. Following closely, he vanished from sight. In the vastness of space, 5,000 meters away from their previous location, Karochi materialized, his forehead slick with cold sweat. However, when he glanced back at the spot they had just vacated, Frieza's figure was nowhere to be seen. So, this wild monkey is nothing more than that. A mocking voice echoed from behind him, sending chills down Karochi's spine. Realizing too late, he discovered he was immobilized, trapped within a peculiar yellow orb of light. Prison Ball, one of Frieza's many superpowers. It had been used to confine Son Goku on Namek, kicking him as a powerful ability, far surpassing the capabilities of Goku's instant transmission. Damn it, I can't move at all. Had I known, I would have activated my Super Saiyan form beforehand. Then it wouldn't have been Frieza's turn to act so arrogantly. Bang! A surge of excruciating pain assailed Karochi from behind, leaving him unable to turn or utter a sound, compelling him to endure in silence. Frieza effortlessly swung his tail, sending the energy sphere along with Karochi hurtling away. To Karochi's horror, Frieza materialized right before him. Unsurprisingly, Karochi was treated like a football, kicked about with reckless abandon, as Frieza's mocking laughter echoed. Oh ho ho, what's wrong? Stinky monkey? Aren't you supposed to be strong? Blood spilled from Karochi's mouth as he felt his bones shatter. Lord Kane, save me. Frieza is going to kill me. He cried silently, desperately invoking his powerful ally in his heart. However, Kane, lurking in the shadows, refrained from intervening. This was a trial for Karochi, and unless absolutely necessary, she would only provide support. Watching Karochi being mercilessly tormented, Kane felt a twinge of pity, exclaiming, "Ouch. It seems quite painful. You brought this upon yourself by being so reckless and playful." Bardock, witnessing this scene, was inclined to rush in to assist, yet fear rendered him immobile. Even if he attempted to intervene, it would be futile. They were currently amidst the vastness of space, and even in front of him, he would be no match for Frieza. What a splendid sight. That wild monkey truly deserves this. Dodoria observed the spectacle, his corpulent frame trembling with excitement. So what if he's strong? He still falls short against Lord Frieza. Soon, he will meet his demise at the hands of our king. The cosmic soldiers accompanying Frieza, witnessing the scene, grew even more fearful of his might, while simultaneously rallying behind their king, inspired by his overwhelming strength to launch a counterattack against the Saiyans. The Saiyans, already steeped in despair, were now disinclined to continue their struggle. Many surrendered to the embrace of death. Don't give up, Bardock shouted, his voice resonating with an unexpected fervor that momentarily stunned the advancing cosmic warriors. If even such a young Saiyan can battle against a monster like Frieza, we should rise up to protect our home and uphold the honor of the Saiyans. Remarkably, this rallying cry ignited a spark within the Saiyans, and the battle cry for their glory reverberated through the skies. This scene caught Frieza's attention, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Turning his gaze to the Karochi he had kicked away, he grew bored and delivered a swift kick. On the brink of unconsciousness, Karochi was jolted awake by the searing pain. Boom. He crashed into a massive meteorite, the telekinetic force dissipating, restoring his ability to move. Gushing blood, he shakily raised his hand, inadvertently consuming a senzu bean. Just then, Frieza approached, declaring, "How dull. This stone is the grave I have chosen for you. You should be grateful for my mercy." In his hand, he conjured an ominous energy sphere, swirling with fiery gas and flickering with lightning-like streams. Flame burst. Frieza intended to incinerate Karochi and cast him aside, then turn his attention to crushing the defiant Saiyans. Gulp. As Karochi swallowed the senzu bean, the flame burst, erupted, obliterating the meteorite into dust. Chapter 66. Frieza's power at 100. Why is King Frieza in such a hurry? Just as Frieza was about to head to Planet Vegeta to show those foolish Saiyans what despair truly meant, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. What? Frieza spun around in haste, recognizing the voice of the stinky monkey he had just presumed to have killed. To his astonishment, Karochi stood before him, unscathed save for his tattered clothing, emanating an aura of golden energy that surged around him, his hair standing on end in an unusual burgundy hue. His azure eyes locked onto Frieza, sending shivers down the tyrant's spine. What in the world? Why is this Saiyan still alive, and why does he appear uninjured? And what is this strange transformation? Frieza's mind raced, overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure emanating from Karochi. It felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, particularly by those striking blue eyes that reminded him of the legends woven into their lineage. The absurd tales of the Super Saiyan tell the clan to be wary of the golden-haired Saiyan. Though Karochi had not transformed into a golden-haired warrior, the peculiar sense of oppression lingered. With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Frieza maintained an air of superiority. "Oh ho ho, who would have thought you Saiyans would cling to life like cockroaches? While I don't know how you learned to survive in the vacuum of space and possess this peculiar regenerative ability, you will surely regret not dying instantly. No problem. He could defeat him once, and he would do so again. Is that so?" Karochi's expression remained stoic as his azure eyes fixed on Frieza, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, declaring, "Please, King Frieza, teach me well." The next sound echoed from behind Frieza, who had yet to react, only to be sent flying backward with a pained cry. Cough. A metallic taste filled Frieza's mouth as he spat blood, momentarily stunned. Had he been injured? Not merely a scratch, but a genuine wound. He grappled with the surreal realization that he had been struck by the very Saiyan he had scorned throughout his life. For the first time, his body, which had never known injury, bore the mark of a blow from a Saiyan he deemed inferior. The searing pain from his back confirmed the reality of his situation. "Hey, why are you zoning out? Do you look down on me?" The voice snapped Frieza back to reality, revealing the Saiyan now standing mere feet away. Frieza wished to halt his advance, but the force of the previous blow left him unable to stop. Karochi swung a fist, mercilessly crashing it into Frieza's abdomen. Ugh! Frieza's entire body folded as his abdomen bulged, leaving him gasping in agony as blood spilled forth. For the first time in his life, Frieza suffered such a devastating blow. To be honest, Karochi had held back, for had he unleashed his full might, Frieza, with his power at 1 billion, would have been rendered unconscious. In the original tale, Goku had also sought to obliterate Frieza, but spared him for Krillin's sake. Frieza soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing through countless meteorites without losing momentum, even threatening to return to Planet Vegeta. Karochi executed a high-speed movement and unleashed a ki blast upon Frieza's back, sending him further away from Planet Vegeta. Cough. How could this be? He should not yet be a Super Saiyan. Damn it. Enraged, Frieza unleashed his power to 8,096,000, finally managing to halt his flight. His chest heaved painfully. Although space lacked air, the Frost Demon was naturally adapted to the harshness of the cosmos. Karochi sensed the gap in strength between himself and Frieza narrowing. In truth, he had contemplated taking Frieza's life earlier, but Kane had intervened. Now, it seemed that even if he wished to defeat Frieza, it would still be a daunting task, as Frieza's endurance was markedly superior to that of the ancient slug. Karochi had learned from the Supreme Kai of Time that the healing senzu beans had their limitations. They utilized the body's potential to convert energy to heal and restore strength. This entity is fundamentally not meant to be consumed in excess. However, Karochi, who possesses tens of thousands of spiritual fruits, can significantly mitigate this drawback, albeit not without consequences. A point acknowledged by Ryobia. During their last visit to the fairy planet, Karochi had invited Ryobia to observe the celestial beings, and she too advised him against excessive consumption. What is the matter? Is King Frieza unable to proceed? Stopped and unable to unleash his full might, Karochi resorted to provocation, concocting a plan to draw out Frieza's planetary destruction ball. Cursed wild monkey, let me assure you that my power extends far beyond this level. If I were to unleash my full strength, obliterating you would be effortless. Developing his power to 100 requires a period of energy accumulation, a result of his failure to adapt to his own strength. Unlike Kfera, who maintains a battle power of 1.5 billion and has even developed transformation forms. That is true growth. As for the claim that Frieza achieved divine status after merely 4 months of training in Dragon Ball Super, it is utterly absurd. Even now, Karochi is uncertain when he will attain the Super Saiyan form. While innate talent undoubtedly varies, such discrepancies cannot be so outrageous. Fearlessly, Karochi declared, 5 minutes. I shall grant you 5 minutes. How does that sound? Since killing is off the table, this is all I can do. His mission is to steer the narrative back onto its original timeline as much as possible. For a moment, Frieza thought he had misheard. He never expected this Saiyan before him to be such a fool. He was completely oblivious to the gulf between them. 5 minutes. No, this king requires merely 3. The once purple aura transformed into a striking blue, and Frieza's energy surged uncontrollably. Even in the vastness of space, lightning crackled. A manifestation of the king's untamed power escaping his grasp. This second-tier Super Saiyan was quite familiar with the electric entity. What is happening? What is transpiring? The Saiyans and aliens, who had been engaged in battle, were now taken aback by this terrifying spectacle. Frieza, can he continue to grow stronger? Bardock was at a loss. How could there be no limit to this phenomenon? Why did increasing power seem as effortless as drinking water? Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming force shattered all portable power level detectors, although no one was foolish enough to use them to gauge Frieza's power, given that their maximum capacity was a mere 20,000. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the lightning surrounding Frieza relentlessly struck outward, producing a cacophony that unsettled everyone, causing their bodies to tremble despite the distance. Dodoria and Shambo aboard the spaceship were left dumbfounded. Today's events had far surpassed their wildest imaginations. The ship was already quite far from the two, yet alarms blared incessantly as the vessel shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. The screens in the command room exploded as they attempted to observe Frieza, instantly plunging the space into chaos. Stay calm, extinguish the fire first. Shambo was the first to react, methodically guiding them as they lacked Frieza's survival skills in the cosmos. Soon, under Shambo's direction, the command room regained its composure. Yet, they could no longer see Frieza and Karochi. Frieza's 3 toes curled downwards, veins bulging from his forehead, and his limbs, including his tail, began to thicken. His once compact and powerful physique was replaced by massive muscles, and he grew significantly taller. If Frieza were able to adapt, even utilizing 100 of his power would not result in such an appearance, resembling that of a muscle-bound brute. Of course, that path led to an increase in power at the cost of speed, while Frieza merely needed to bulk up to control his inherent strength. The two scenarios were worlds apart. Here it comes. Karochi's gaze narrowed. Frieza's energy had surpassed his and reached a peak state. As expected, with a straightening of his posture and a thunderous roar, Frieza completed the energy accumulation for his 100 state. In that moment, Frieza was undeniably more powerful than ever before. Oh ho ho ho. I apologize for the wait. After completing his transformation, the king revealed his signature smile, exuding an elegance that was truly captivating, explaining why he attracted countless admirers. Gazing at Frieza enveloped in a blue-green aura, Karochi summoned all his latent power, his golden energy intensifying as well. Fortunately, it hasn't been long. Their eyes met, and countless bolts of lightning erupted between them, illuminating their steely gazes as a chilling atmosphere permeated the space.